Chapter 1. Should system binding be initiated? In the realm of Athelia, where magic coexists with swordsmanship, ancient legends and mysterious ruins are scattered across the land. Humans, dragons, elves, and dwarves inhabit this territory, accompanied by magical creatures as numerous as the stars. The radiant glow of the gods once illuminated all of Athelia, only to extinguish 6 centuries ago. In the central region of Athelia, the Galewind Plains are plagued by monstrous beings. This desolate expanse is one that neither the Principality of Alicia nor the Kingdom of Joan wishes to claim. The Galewind Plains are notoriously known for their savage monsters and the relentless magical gales that pervade the area. More significantly, it lies perilously close to one of the sources of the tidal waves of magic, the Great Oakwood Forest. To traverse this land is akin to gambling with one's life, risking a chance encounter with a minor magical tide, in a place where one might not encounter another soul for years. Today, over 100 practitioners clad in white robes have arrived. They hastily navigate through the gale, shielded by magic, ultimately stopping before a stone altar. We found it, the flesh and blood altar mentioned in the letter. The altar exhibits unmistakable signs of human craftsmanship, partially concealed by the overgrown grass. Piles of monstrous corpses and human remains lay scattered upon it, with blood congealed into a dark crimson hue, reeking of decay. Those with weaker constitutions have already succumbed to their nausea. Despite their discomfort, the practitioners sift through the mound of bodies, successfully uncovering 2 intact human corpses. The deceased are adorned in robes identical to those of the assembled practitioners. It's the bodies of the messenger Gryza and the scholar Sheeleen. One individual recognizes the identities of the corpses, his voice laced with sorrow. The practitioners exchange glances, their expressions a mix of anticipated disappointment and simmering rage. Once again, we are too late, cursed necromancer, faster than the rats of the howling marsh. Stay calm. The bodies still bear warmth. This means the assailant hasn't fled far. Look here. There are traces of dark magic. Let's pursue at once. The crowd echoed in unison. Their footsteps reverberated across the Galewind Plains, spreading out in all directions. Beneath the blood and flesh altar, concealed by layers of magical runes, the hunted necromancer Yi lies. Like a lifeless skeleton, he melds into the soil and gravel of the plains. He resembles a corpse carelessly discarded in the wild, with no kin to claim him. Are you saying your name is the light god cultivation system? The previous light god has perished. Thus you seek me as a successor? Yi gazes at the pale golden orb in his mental sea, his mind filled with questions. Assuming there is potential, the orb promptly responds. Indeed, as long as you follow my instructions, I assure you will become the next light god within a century. The church pursuing you is affiliated with us and will become your subordinates in due time. Impressive, isn't it? With that, it casts a smug glance at Yi. Simultaneously, a shimmering blue light screen unfurls in Yi's mind. Shall system binding be initiated? Despite his prior expectations, the sight of the technologically advanced interface causes Yi's heart to flutter. 700 years. He has awaited a system for nearly 7 centuries. Does it comprehend the tribulations he has endured throughout this time? Though the system may be fictitious, his obsession with it is very real. Yi, aged 700 in virtual years, is a transmigrator. Yet, he is a transmigrator who has yet to receive a system. On an unremarkable day on Blue Star, he was suddenly transported to Etheliath's dark and magical world. After the initial thrill of magic faded, the harsh realities of this backward magical realm began to confront him. Poor nourishment, inadequate clothing, lack of identity, language barriers, even differing worldviews. The barbarism and brutality of this primitive magical world shattered the values he had cultivated in the 21st century. Fortunately, human potential and adaptability often exceed expectations. With a modicum of talent, a dash of wisdom, a measure of effort, a sprinkle of sweat, and a generous portion of sheer luck, Yi ultimately managed to survive in Athelia. In fact, he has outlived many of the long-lived races. As a price for his longevity, over the past 6 centuries, he has experienced transformation from human to undead, the fall from a legitimate magical prodigy to a despised dark sorcerer. being hunted by the entirety of Ethelia's churches for 600 years. Well, having lived long, one inevitably gathers rich experiences. Although Yi Ji's reputation is now more notorious than infamous, he truly is a good person. Opposing the entire world comes with its own consequences. For instance, Yi Ji currently finds himself cornered by the Church of Radiance on a desolate plain. His life hangs by a thread. With blood feuds on both sides, the orb still expects him to subdue them. Yi Ji claps his hands in mock admiration. Impressive. Their remains would serve perfectly as fertilizer for my bone essence. Ah! The orb, initially prepared to speak, suddenly falters. Even with its fragmented memory inheritance, it understands that bone essence is a precious magical material. Even long-deceased undead beings can regrow a complete skeleton using it. What's more, it requires a substantial amount of blood and flesh from sentient beings for sustenance, classifying it as an absolute taboo material. The orb subtly trembles. This isn't flattery, it's a demand for the other's life. Truly befitting of a dark sorcerer, aiming for the lives of hundreds at the drop of a hat. Its voice instinctively lowers. You're losing vitality rapidly, only I can save you. You needn't cling to. The remainder of its statement is left unspoken. In the mental sea, the situation shifts dramatically as Yi Ji manifests a doppelganger, gripping the orb tightly. Yi Ji raises an eyebrow at it. Cling to what? The orb falls silent for 2 seconds before emitting a piercing shriek. You! How can you enter and even seize me? This is my mental sea. Why shouldn't I be able to enter? Yi Ji counters. He squeezes the orb in his hand, compressing it effortlessly. Observing the orb's futile attempts to resist, Yi Ji gains a clearer understanding of its capabilities, his face displaying evident disdain. Can the methods of your gods be any more clicked? Pretending to be a system is a trick from centuries ago. Do you still think it would work? Almost forgot to mention, Yi Ji had inadvertently crossed paths with the gods centuries prior. The good news is the gods perished in the divine war 6 centuries ago. The bad news is the divine beings are immortal. As long as their followers remain, they possess the hope of resurrection. Thus, every 100 or so years, there are gods nearing the end of their resurrection process, seeking to inhabit his body. Yearning for a system's golden finger is Yi Ji's obsession as a transmigrator. However, each time they attempt to invade his body, they resort to this ruse. No one would fall for such tricks. Forget it, I've had enough. Yi Ji declares suddenly. The shimmering blue light screen shatters, and the facade of the system is completely torn away. A brilliant light erupts between Yi Ji and the orb. The orb senses the power within it rapidly dissipating. Its struggles intensify, panic evident in its tone. What are you doing? Of course, I'm sending you back once you came. Dead gods should cease their daily musings of revival. Yi Ji grins wickedly. Times have changed. We no longer require gods, you antiquated relics. He then tightens his grip on the orb, accelerating the energy transfer. The light grows increasingly radiant. 3 seconds later, a translucent thread appears between the man and the orb. Gazing at the orb still held firmly in his grasp, as if nothing were amiss, Yi Ji's heart skips a beat. Oh no, it isn't the light god? Chapter 2. The system is a fraud, but the divine essence is real. Yi Ji ventured to the Galewind Plains with the intention of experimenting with a forbidden spell. However, he encountered 2 stubborn practitioners from the Church of Radiance midway. The 2 instigators perished on the spot, and Yi Ji was gravely injured by the backlash of his own magic. This granted the orb an opportunity to strike. Taking advantage of Yi Ji's weakened state, it nearly succeeded in binding him to a one-sided contract. Fortunately, Yi Ji regained consciousness in time. While engaging the orb in conversation to buy time, he secretly reversed the target of the contract. One of the divine characteristics is that deities cannot be manipulated. Based on Yi Ji's understanding of deities, the orb should be compelled to self-destruct, awaiting the next resurrection ritual. Though he would sustain some minor injuries, well, perhaps not so minor. However, this was far preferable to having a deity poised to usurp his body at any moment. Unexpectedly, the reversal of the contract succeeded. Yi Ji closes his eyes, absorbing the information relayed through the contract. Initially misled by the pedestrian name Light God Cultivation System, and the orb's constant emanation of light magic, Yi Ji had inferred that it was the Sun Tober-born light god. Alas, Yi Ji was mistaken. The orb is not the light god, but the divine essence of the light god Aurelius Lucian. It merely accidentally acquired sentience. Divine essence is not equivalent to the deity itself and lacks the indomitable nature of a true god. Yiji opens his eyes, a complex expression adorning his face. The weight in his heart lightens somewhat. That I merely stated that the ancient being has only been deceased for 6 centuries. How could such a venerable deity possibly be resurrected so casually? The deities of the continent of Elthia are categorized into new gods and ancient gods. Ancient gods are innate beings born under the laws of the world, while new gods ascend through rigorous cultivation. For the former, the path to resurrection is far more arduous than for the latter. The sheer amount of faith required is astronomical, certainly not something that could be amassed in a mere 600 years. Even the Radiant Church, under the auspices of the God of Light, stands as the foremost church in Elthia. Yiji observed the luminous orb in his hand with keen interest. However, can a divine rank also give rise to consciousness? The odds of that happening are scarcely higher than the likelihood of the ancient being lifting its coffin lid. Yet, the continent of Elthia is teeming with diverse races and countless magical creatures. The emergence of an additional divine rank seems somewhat justifiable. Perhaps, regardless of the process, the outcome ultimately benefits Yiji. From the contract, Yiji gleaned a multitude of insights. The luminous orb, embodying the consciousness of the God of Light's divine rank, exists through divine power. However, it is not recognized by the world's laws as a deity, nor does it possess the authority of one. The moment its divine power is depleted is also the day its consciousness will fade into oblivion. Even more tragically, after acquiring consciousness, it can no longer receive the faith of the previous followers of the God of Light. Without faith, there can be no divine power. To preserve its own existence, the divine rank must seek out mages with potential for ascension. With a mage combined with the divine rank, authority, and divine power of the God of Light, would that not constitute a deity acknowledged by the laws? Thus, it could continue to gather divine power and sustain its consciousness. The orb diligently searched throughout the continent of Elthia. After much wandering, it finally found itself in the presence of Yiji. The orb trembled in Yiji's hand. You're actually a demigod? To traverse the sea of consciousness freely is a feat only achievable by demigod-level mages. When it discovered Yiji, the latter had already been gravely injured by forbidden magic, his power nearly non-existent. The orb initially presumed him to be merely a powerful dark mage on the run. Little did it know he was capable of nearing divinity with just 1 foot in. Moreover, he possessed the means to bind deities and even reverse divine contracts. Had it known this sooner, it would have kept its distance from the only candidate for the God of Light it had found in years. Upon hearing this, Yiji cast a disdainful glance at the orb. Of course, I am 700 years old. Isn't it only natural to possess some strength? The orb was momentarily stumped by his words. It sensed something peculiar about what he said, yet could not pinpoint why. It felt as though he was attempting to deceive it. Yiji paid no heed to its reaction. He reversed the one-sided contract, rendering all the orb's abilities at his disposal. The orb wished to control him, yet now it was time for it to experience the consequences of its own contract. I must admit, this contract is rather effective. With a mere thought, Yiji conjured a shimmering azure light screen before the avatar within his sea of consciousness. Name: Yiji Ji Mephisit Kalinyi. Race: undead. Yiji's heart settled entirely. Fortunately, the divine rank still bore the foundational abilities of a deity. It could disguise itself as the revered figure in the hearts of its followers. Yiji did not revere the system as a deity. However, his obsession with the system was sufficient to influence the divine rank's transformation. Disguising itself as the system was more than adequate. The orb sensed a sudden drain of divine power within itself. Though the loss was minimal, the feeling of being beyond its control was utterly terrifying. Its voice became markedly anxious. "What have you done to me?" A barely perceptible tremor underscored its words. Yiji calmly glanced at it. "Weren't you claiming to be a system? Your dream has come true. Are you not pleased?" Then, as the orb's fear escalated, Yiji leisurely remarked, "Your contract is quite effective. It considers all aspects, even more so than a bond of servitude. Now, All the innate talents and divine power you possess belong to me, including the portion necessary for maintaining your consciousness. In other words, should Yi Ji choose, he could extinguish the orb's consciousness at any moment. As a demigod-level mage with the divine rank of the god of light in hand, he need only charm the fools of the Radiant Church to ascend to divinity directly. Moreover, he would usurp the position of one of the 13 ancient gods. At that point, there would be no need for the orb as a conduit for harnessing divine power. However, Yi Ji had no intention of pursuing that course just yet. The orb suddenly froze, huddled in Yi Ji's grasp, its radiance dimming considerably. Initially, it sought merely to find a puppet to aid in its ascension to divinity, thus meticulously prepared a one-sided contract as a contingency. Now, it had inadvertently become a tool that threatened its own existence. The orb wilted. Yi Ji examined the newly manifested panel. Nim, Ide. Race, Undead. Level, 21 Intermediate Mage, 159 Demigod. Skills, Divine Perception, Shapeshifting, Multiple Avatars 010. Authority, Life Resurrection, Life Purification. Divine Power, 99. Followers none. Special Items, Yi, Shi, Kong, Wang, Ling. Divine Contract Reversed. Status, Severely Injured, Fractured, Weak, Frostbite, Scorched, Poison, Mental Sea Collapse. Summary, Near Death, Undead. The information displayed left Yi Ji in awe. Truly, it was a product of divine characteristics, providing a clear account of his physical condition. Since becoming undead, he had lost a significant portion of his sense of pain. Were it not for this listing, he would have been unaware that the injuries could fill 3 rows. Indeed, the system panel proves to be quite useful. At the very least, it serves as a competent body diagnostic tool. Skimming past the injuries highlighted in red, Yi Ji's gaze fell upon an entry that appeared to be garbled text. Special Items, Yi Shikong Wang Nim. Yi Ji scrutinized the discernible characters, a look of bewilderment on his face. What on earth is this?
Chapter 3. The long-awaited golden finger of 682 years, connecting to the Blue Star Network. The panel description was a jumble of garbled characters, indicating that the system panel generated by divine characteristics still could not fully decipher this object. An item that even the gods could not investigate thoroughly? How could it exist within him? Yi Ji immediately touched the words on the panel, acquiring more information about it. This extraordinary item had inexplicably existed in his sea of consciousness for 682 years. How was he unaware of this? Moreover, this number was extraordinarily significant. 682 years. It precisely matched the duration of his sojourn in the continent of Ertia. This object had been with him since the very moment he crossed over. Could it be? A bold thought surged within Yi Ji. His fingers eagerly tapped the panel, successfully locating the special item's whereabouts. His movements bore a barely perceptible tremor, revealing the tumult within. Soon, guided by the panel, Yi Ji arrived at another location within his sea of consciousness. Suspended in midair, a pale blue light cluster faintly glimmered within the sea of consciousness. The size of the light cluster was comparable to the divine essence of the god of light he had casually brought along, just the right size to fit in the palm of his hand. However, while the divine essence was a solid, pale golden sphere resembling a small plush toy, the blue light cluster was lighter in hue, flickering like a spherical vortex. As he gazed at this light cluster, which he had never encountered in his sea of consciousness before, Yi Ji's heart, long turned to ashes centuries ago, beat uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he extended his spiritual tendrils to touch and probe in the dim recesses of his mind. A crackling sound resonated as the membrane on the surface of the blue light cluster vanished. In the next moment, a deluge of intricate information surged toward Yi Ji. Scandal of a popular star. How far is S3 season from now? The stock market is all red. The rooftops can't hold anymore. Next generation virtual reality game concept trailer Divine Domain released. The influence of Huagua. The entire Blue Star celebrates the flower festival. After the brief shock, Yi Ji's attention was irresistibly captured by the last piece of news. Blue Star. This light cluster was actually connected to the Blue Star Network. 682 years, Blue Star, coupled with his identity as a transmigrator. It was the golden finger. It was the golden finger he had yearned for over centuries. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over Yi Ji. It turned out that the transmigration deity had truly not forgotten his golden finger. The cheat had always been within him. Yet for the past 682 years, he had remained oblivious to its existence. Just a moment ago, Yi had been pondering how the divine characteristics had become so lackluster. The next moment, he felt it was not so bad after all. It had even managed to locate the hidden golden finger he had sought for hundreds of years. Or perhaps, this golden finger was intended for Yi after his ascension to godhood. Contemplating this, Yi's emotions became exceedingly complex. Even my golden finger requires unlocking through divine ascension. Was it truly inevitable? Reflecting on his resistance to godhood for over 6 centuries, Yi's initial excitement at encountering the golden finger waned somewhat. Could there be anything more dramatic than this in the world? Although the light sphere was unaware of what Yi had perceived within the blue light cluster, it keenly sensed the potential for manipulation upon hearing the mention of ascension. Cautiously, the light sphere spoke. "If you wish to ascend, I can assist you." It had adjusted its mindset. Although its very existence lay in Yi's hands, the other party seemed disinclined to erase its consciousness outright. As long as it proved useful, there was a chance for survival. The light sphere extended its nearly invisible tiny hands, tapping its chest. When I awakened, I inherited a portion of the memories of the god of light, Oriel, which included methods for new gods to cultivate. One could say that, in this era of fallen deities, no one understood the path to godhood better than it did. The light sphere felt a sense of pride within. In the years it had spent seeking a successor to the god of light after the demise of the other gods, it had garnered information about the undead. The undead were reviled across the continent of Ertia, and the church had placed a bounty on them. Surely, they had been isolated for hundreds of years, without even a mouse to converse with. It could easily endure humiliation, serving as the other's tool and pet, and later seek an opportunity to dissolve the contract and regain its freedom. The light sphere's calculations were meticulous, but its expression betrayed its thoughts. Yi saw through it at a glance. Disdainfully pulling the light sphere a bit further away, "I would only ascend if I were gluttonously inclined. I have already obtained my golden finger. Why engage in a laborious and thankless endeavor?" The light sphere was momentarily taken aback. Golden finger? What was that? Yet, how could Yi dismiss the pursuit of godhood, a goal many mages aspired to yet could scarcely attain? Yi's attention was entirely consumed by the blue light cluster. He hadn't been online for 682 years. Even seeing a pig queuing to go into the water would seem fascinating. Ah, the nostalgic blue star of the 21st century. The light sphere, ascension? What on earth is that? Seeing that the light sphere seemed unwilling to relent, Yi casually dismissed it. Ascension and the binding of faith power is entirely up to whoever wishes to pursue it. Who wants a power as insidious as a slow-acting poison? Certainly not me. The light sphere reacted as if its tail had been stepped on, immediately launching into a defense of ascension. Faith power is not so wretched. That is a bias belonging to black mages. Only lowly beings like the undead would reject the opportunity to enhance their power through the faith of their followers. Yi's eyes gleamed with mockery. No issues with faith power. You say? Then your inherited memories from the old one must be rather scant. Pray tell, if faith power is so great, why is it that all the gods of Ertia have perished without exception? The light sphere's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend. All the gods have died? How could it have no information regarding this in the memories it inherited? It had thought the realm of the gods was silent because the gods had never been alive. Furthermore, the deaths of the gods were related to faith power. Surprised? This is the mess left behind by your previous master. Yi chuckled darkly. Mentioning the war of divine destruction put him in an excellent mood. Seeing a pack of mad dogs that had pursued him drop dead all at once was utterly delightful. The light sphere, eager to inquire, pressed. What transpired during the fall of the gods? What else do you know? How would I know? Yi shrugged. I merely went to the scene to witness the spectacle. Yi gritted his teeth, articulating each word. And then, because of this incident, I was misunderstood and hunted by the churches for hundreds of years. Not wishing to elaborate further, Yi quickly fell silent. In any case, faith power resembled a seemingly beautiful yet thoroughly toxic poppy flower. A divine essence that inherited a mere fragment of the god of light's memories likely understood the nature of divinity even less than Yi did. If he followed its advice, Yi's fate would likely be to disguise himself as the god of light, only to be backlashed by faith power. His appearance would transform into Oriel-S. His personality would become Oriel-S, and ultimately, his very thoughts would morph into Oriel-S, completely becoming the former god of light, a puppet ensnared by the blazing light church. Yi must have lost his mind to even consider such a course of action. Chapter 4. Creating a virtual reality game, I aim to forge a god. Moreover, With Yi Ji's unique identity, it was possible that once he reached the brink of ascension, the being awakening within him could become some ancient entity resurrected. The light sphere, immersed in the shock of the fallen gods, fell silent. Yi Ji continued to examine the blue light cluster. He certainly could not ascend. However, having encountered a divine essence that could be utilized without ascending. Along with discovering his golden finger, Yi Ji was determined to take advantage of it. A blue star network and a divine essence of the god of light. What means could he employ to connect the two? In the blue star network, Yi Ji was merely a visitor. Furthermore, the blue light cluster was merely a network interface. The network could only be used for observation. It seemed incapable of yielding anything tangible, akin to a mere diversion. Yet the divine essence of the god of light was not recognized as a deity by the laws of this world. It possessed only the most rudimentary characteristics of divinity, capable of masquerading as a series of entities such as birds, fish, insects, systems, and more. It could only disguise itself, lacking functional abilities, like understanding its own state, serving as a body detection device, or creating divine avatars. Divine avatars, an idea sparked in Yi Ji's mind as he reopened the trending topics he had seen at the beginning within the blue light cluster. His gaze fixated on the top entry marked as hot. Next generation virtual reality game concept trailer Divine Domain released. I understand now. Yi Ji's eyes gleamed. I may not ascend, but I can make something else ascend, indirectly enjoying the other functionalities of the divine essence. I shall forge a god from the game. The light sphere was utterly bewildered. Huh? What did you say? The other party's swift change in attitude caught it off guard. Just a moment ago, wasn't he still vehemently opposed? Moreover, the way he spoke felt rather peculiar. Yi Ji's eyes blazed with an ethereal blue flame. I said, I shall forge a god. The blue light cluster could indeed only be temporarily utilized to access the blue star network. Yet it was not entirely averse to the magical power Yi Ji inputted. Following experimentation, after sustaining his magic for 10 minutes, a minuscule fraction of his power, 1,000th, successfully entered the blue star network. Although this minuscule amount of magic was of limited use, enabling Yi Ji to log in with a tourist account and transforming him into someone who could use 2 tourist accounts to browse the internet. It was a promising sign of progress. This tiny fraction of magic required space equivalent to the consciousness projection of an ordinary person who had never practiced magic. This meant that as long as Yi Ji prepared a container for a consciousness projection in Ertia, he could bring his fellow compatriots from Blue Star over. If he disguised Ertia as a virtual reality game, he could even dangle tasks before them to compel their assistance. If the game were crafted well, the affection that the compatriots of Blue Star hold for games can indeed become a divine force to nurture a godhood. Is this what is known as following the network cable to find the way? Yi Ji felt a surge of warmth in his heart, as if the pain from his injuries had lessened considerably. He calculated the various spells he had learned over 600 years on the continent of Erthia. Upon reflection, he realized he could indeed accomplish the grand feat of packaging another world as a game. Yi Ji continued to channel magical energy into the blue light orb, deepening the connection between the two realms, while simultaneously reopening the interface. Although he had formulated a clear plan for the future, he knew he must focus on the present. At this moment, he was merely a wraith suffering from the backlash of forbidden magic, still teetering on the edge of life and death. Yi Ji needed to examine whether there was anything within the light orb that could assist him, within the divine authority of the god of light. Was there not a portion related to healing? Name: Yi Ji, race, undead, level, 21, intermediate mage, 159, demigod, skills, divine awareness, shape-shifting, multiple incarnations, 0-10, divine authority, life resurrection, life purification, divine power, 99, followers, none, special items, other, time, space, net, spirit, divine contract, reverse, status, severely injured, fractured, weak, frostbite, burn, poisoned, mental collapse, summary, near-death undead, survival time, 3 days, 23 hours, 34 minutes. After a considerable time without checking, a new line of data appeared on the interface. Yi Ji let out a soft exclamation. What's this? I can still live for 4 more days. That's quite a while. The name and race were self-evident. The level had 2 entries, likely constrained by his near-death state. The first indicated the highest level of magic he could currently wield, which was limited to intermediate spells, rendering him a mere weakling unable to leave the Linfeng plains alone. The second represented his peak magical level. The backlash from the forbidden magic failure was still continuously damaging Yi Ji's body. It appeared that there was considerable room for his magical level to decline further. The 3 skills in the skill bar were all familiar to Yi Ji. All abilities granted by divine characteristics, skills he had essentially pilfered from the light orb in Yi Ji's own words. They were divine awareness, scans his detailed status, acting as a bodily diagnostic tool. Shape-shifting, used for self-deception and disguise. Multiple incarnations, useful for when he wishes to indulge in a split personality. The incarnation ability was due to the unique form of the divine being, which could not remain in Erthea for extended periods and had to reside mostly in the realm of gods. Theo ventured down to the mortal realm. They could only borrow the incarnations of lesser beings. Since Yi Ji was already in Erthea, his status bar also bore a debuff for mental collapse. He could not possibly afford the cost of creating duplicates. This ability held no utility for him at all. P.S. This had been his thought not long ago. Now, upon seeing the third divine characteristic, his eyes sparkled as brightly as a 500-watt bulb. What a wonderful asset. This could be the source of the player's body. The divine incarnation required the body to tear apart a portion of its own soul or mental energy to activate. Yi Ji could easily project the player's consciousness into it before manifesting the incarnation. The talent of divine incarnation was far superior to any random skeleton one might find on the roadside. In due time, the player's power he could possess would be immensely greater. As for the divine authority, life resurrection, life purification, Yi Ji's smile, which had been stretching to the roots of his ears, slightly faltered. He pulled the light orb, which had been dawdling beside him. Closer. Hey, aren't you a divine fragment of the god of light? Why is it that the authority you bear has no relation to light magic whatsoever? Well, the light orb stammered. The god of light has perished. And you are aware of the relationship between deities and their divine fragments. Whether it is the most humble goblin or the revered dragon favored by magic, the highest realm they can attain through self-cultivation is that of a demigod. To transcend further and truly become a god, one must master a portion of the world's laws, the essence of which is divine authority. When divine authority materializes, a deity is born. When a deity dies, the divine authority shatters. The implication of the light orb's unfinished sentence was clear. The authority of the god of light had diminished with his demise. Chapter 5. The value of divine power is too low. Yi Ji's expression grew solemn. So, you are not just a sentient divine fragment but a fragment of shattered divine authority. Originally, the birth of a consciousness in such a tool-like item as divine authority was already quite extraordinary. Yet, the light orb is not even a complete divine authority. What kind of luck is this? The light orb looked up, bewildered. What does it mean to become sentient? You need not know. Oh, the light orb closed its mouth. Feeling aggrieved, it constantly reminded itself in its heart that this was its source of sustenance. It must not offend him, must not offend him. Yi Ji looked at the meager divine authority, akin to the scraps of a god of life with a headache. The authorities of a life resurrection and life purification sounded promising, but the skills that could be developed were far from achieving the level of creating life as the god of life could. At most, they could merely accelerate a target's growth or heal severe injuries. For instance, the holy light spell, which every follower of the god of light would learn, could both heal and inflict damage upon magical creatures. Stemming from these two authorities, but that was all it amounted to. The upper limit of this authority was exceedingly low. To seek healing authority, it seemed there was no option but to settle for healing authority alone. Yi Ji was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Well, one cannot expect to gain everything at once. Having something usable is sufficient. Gazing at the next line displaying divine power, 99. Yi Ji pondered in the spirit sea. With a divine power of 99, one could only wonder to what extent healing could be achieved. As he thought this, he willed it, and the number of divine power on the interface began to gradually decrease. The light orb, observing the changes on the panel, felt a sudden surge of panic. It shouted, "No! If the divine power runs out, it will die." Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Ji felt a warm current flow through his entire body, alleviating the agonizing pain that had clung to him like a parasite. The data on the panel subsequently changed. Name, Yi Ji, divine power, 89. Follower, none. Special items? Other, time, space, net, spirit, divine contract, reverse, status, severely injured, weak, frostbite, burn, poisoned, mental collapse, summary, near-death undead, survival time, 5 days, 23 hours, 14 minutes. The negative buffs in the status bar had decreased by 1 fracture, and the survival time had increased by 2 days. Seeing that the divine power value had only decreased by 10 points, the light orb sighed in relief. Thankfully, I almost thought I was half a sphere gone to meet the Grim Reaper. All of this was observed by Yi Ji, who chuckled. You weren't afraid when you were calculating the contract, but now you know fear. The current predicament of the light orb was precisely what it had initially intended for him. Yi Ji certainly would not be foolish enough to exhaust all his divine power at once. The first attempt was merely a test. Looking at the 3 rows of negative buffs still lingering, Yi Ji clicked his tongue. It had some effect, but not much. It seemed he had only reduced 1 fracture debuff. Yi Ji took a moment to leave the spirit sea and glanced at his body lying in the soil. From what he could see, the bones broken from the backlash of the magic explosion had already started to mend, having grown approximately 2 new ribs in size. If he were to use bone essence to heal, it would likely require 500 G. Therefore, 10 points of divine power would be approximately equivalent to 500 G of bone essence. If placed in the magical trading market, the estimated market price would be around 5,000 gold coins. Considering that bone essence was extremely difficult to cultivate and was a forbidden material, this price could rise even higher. Even so, the efficacy of 10 points of divine power seemed a bit underwhelming. Converted, this 99 points of divine power was only worth 10 gene of bone essence. If there's an issue, I'll just have to confront the party involved. Yi eyed the light orb suspiciously. Why is your divine power so limited? This amount of strength complicates my future plans. The light orb glowed a shade of pink, as if it were blushing in embarrassment. Not my fault. You were just changing systems and checking your body, otherwise my divine power would still be in triple digits. Which triple digits? 100. Yi suddenly felt speechless. So, changing systems only consumed 1 point of divine power. Yi paused, finally realizing something. Wait a minute, merely creating something akin to a data statistics panel consumed 1 point of divine power? His voice involuntarily rose. The purchasing power of this divine power. No, its utility is even lower than I had imagined. The effect of 1 point of divine power is comparable to a level 3 spell, the life emblem. Yi felt somewhat frantic from the reality check. What about before that? Don't tell me the divine authority of the God of Light, which was worshipped by the Holy Light Church, only had this little divine power after awakening its consciousness. Given this rate of collection, that old fellow Oriole would have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse to be resurrected. Is the faith of the first church this disloyal? Of course not, the light orb hastily retorted. Divine power is required for the resurrection of the God of Light, and it naturally flows to the areas most conducive to his resurrection. I am merely a fragment of the God of Light's divine authority. It is not complete, hence I do not possess the majority of divine power. Furthermore, I have expended a significant portion of divine power in search of a mage with potential for divinity. As it spoke, the light orb's voice grew choked. It had wandered about Earthia for several years, continuously consuming divine power in search of an individual worthy of becoming the successor of the God of Light. Yet it had not found a single mage with potential for divinity. After much effort, he finally found the counterpart, only to discover it was a dying specter. Initially, the luminous orb considered gritting its teeth and accepting the situation. However, the other party refused to acknowledge it and instead bound it. With snot and tears, the luminous orb recounted its misfortunes. If only the god of time would grant it another chance, it would never leave the realm of the gods. Dying early is far better than struggling for survival beneath the watchful eyes of others. Yi silently observed the increasingly sorrowful luminous orb and concluded, in simple terms, you've squandered all your divine power yourself? Truly a prodigal. No wonder it was so easily overpowered. It turned out the luminous orb was merely a weakling with a combat power of 5. Yi need not scrutinize the other attributes. Possessing the divinity of the God of Light rendered him akin to a pseudo-deity, lacking the divine tier of power, yet still capable of attracting followers. He had a special item, a luminous sphere connecting to the Blue Star Network. And a reverse contract with the nothing else could assist Yi in further repairing his body or perfecting his virtual reality game plan. He set aside the panel. With 2 more days of survival time, he turned his gaze towards the blue luminous sphere. Throughout their conversation, he had continuously channeled magical energy into the sphere. Now, his authority within the Blue Star Network had expanded further. Although he still possessed merely a plethora of tourist-level accounts across various software, he had now managed to open web pages independently. This was the result of Yi's subtle manipulation and guidance. He murmured to himself, upon seeing online news that Blue Star had already developed virtual reality gaming technology, and a new virtual reality game was being promoted soon. I'll ride the wave of its popularity. It should attract quite a few players, or rather, chives. Chapter 6. the concept trailer of Blue Star's virtual reality game. Without hesitation, he set to work. Before his transmigration, due to his interests, Yiji had learned a bit about web development, and he still remembered some of it was just the right time to create an official game website. Once the website was complete, he could commence promotions and recruit players. On the surface, the sky fluctuated between dark and bright. The fervent monks of the Radiant Church, undeterred, returned once more, but after a fruitless search. They completely withdrew their reconnaissance equipment from the vicinity of the stone altar. Throughout this time, Yiji remained immersed in his mental sea, diligently occupied. In Blue Star, the hottest topic in the gaming sphere recently was the game Divine Domain, which the AC company was fervently promoting. The virtual reality game touted to be 100% authentic. However, the only material available thus far was a 10-minute concept trailer, accompanied by a slew of marketing accounts claiming that friends employed at AC had participated in internal testing. The veracity was utterly unguaranteed. Nevertheless, as a major player in the internet industry, AC's most formidable asset was its viral marketing prowess. Even though the concept trailer was merely a means to attract investment, the actual game Divine Domain might not even have a proper file structure yet. News of AC's intention to develop the virtual reality game Divine Domain had reached the ears of 80 of gaming enthusiasts through various channels. On a small video platform, the view count for the Divine Domain concept trailer soared to 20 million within 3 days. This level of attention was only rivaled by the Black Monkey from 3 years prior. However, unlike the uniformly eager comments on the Black Monkey's trailer, the comment section for Divine Domain was far more complex. How can I make this video disappear from my homepage? AC is washing money again. Oh, AC has released a new CG game. Virtual reality games are just stale old pastries. Why dig them up again? If this game is real, I'll eat 10 pounds of it. Influenced by AC's past reputation, no one believed this game was legitimate. Many assumed it was simply another cash grab by AC. Virtual reality games? Ha ha ha, what an old joke. Although brainwave reading technology had emerged on Blue Star several years ago, it could only capture simple surface brainwave commands, primarily used for physical devices, such as controlling drones without a remote. This was entirely different from the technology envisioned for developing virtual reality games. Numerous game companies had attempted to utilize it to create a virtual reality game, but all met with resounding failure. Given that human brainwaves vary in strength, let alone allowing players to live in a game as they would in reality, even those capable of executing basic commands like moving up, down, left, or right were exceedingly rare. The technology simply could not be promoted. Game graphics could not fully simulate reality either, and the disparity in technology meant that even a VR game from over a decade ago surpassed it. The crude and bizarre modeling alone could terrify players with fragile constitutions. The authenticity was low, but the shock factor was at a staggering 100. In summary, players were vocal in their condemnation of such shamelessly marketed scam games. Yet AC had achieved its goal. Divine Domain had become a sensation. Now, on any platform, anything related to Divine Domain was met with criticism. The level of discussion had significantly increased, regardless of whether they were detractors. The next time news about Divine Domain emerged, it would hardly lack attention. This was the advantage of being a controversial figure. The game gained traction, players received opportunities to criticize AC, and gaming influencers garnered traffic, a win-win-win. It even rekindled discussions regarding the feasibility of developing virtual reality games. Renbu Xiuji, a gaming influencer on the Kuaido platform, whose real name was Lin Xian, was one such individual riding the wave of attention from Divine Domain. His fans affectionately referred to him as Xiugu, Lao Xiu, or Xiugo. Lin Xian was somewhat of a veteran gaming influencer. With his experience in the gaming sphere, he was easily among the top tier. His skills in gaming and editing were commendable, yet he remained obscure. After 4 to 5 years as an influencer, his follower count stagnated at a meager 100,000, just enough to scrape by. The reason? He was simply unlucky. Whenever there was a hot topic in the gaming world, he always managed to miss the boat. How could he become a million-follower influencer without riding the waves of popularity? Ahem, I digress. However, the explosive success of Divine Domain finally gave him an opportunity. Despite his struggles, Lin Xian had no intention of switching careers, primarily fueled by his unyielding passion for gaming. Before becoming a gaming influencer, he was a die-hard gaming enthusiast, a fervent fan of virtual reality games. Since childhood, when he first encountered the concept of virtual reality gaming, he became enamored with the worlds described in the games. Second Life, an idyllic realm nearly indistinguishable from reality, where game skills emanated from within oneself. Who wouldn't he desire such an experience? Lin Xian was well versed in the progress made by various gaming companies in the realm of virtual reality games. After the advent of brainwave reading technology a few years ago, Lin Xian had nearly woken each day to check on its advancements. Alas, it only brought endless disappointment. Nevertheless, Lin Xian had not given up. He firmly believed that in his lifetime, he would play a virtual reality game. If he couldn't, he would ensure his children and grandchildren would have a gaming pod to burn for him. Due to his thorough understanding of the progress in virtual reality gaming, the moment Lin Xian laid eyes on the Divine Domain trailer, he reached a conclusion. Fake. Utterly fake. The entire presentation was CGI. Devoid of any actual virtual reality technology, how could this dare to claim itself as a virtual reality game? It was unworthy even as a promotional advertisement, a blatant cash grab. Yet, Lin Xian could not tolerate the charade in the realm of virtual reality gaming. The development of holographic technology was already fraught with challenges. AC's muddling of the waters would erode player trust by the time genuine virtual reality games emerged. The development costs for virtual reality games were immense, and failing to recoup investments in a timely manner would lead to a slow, rapid demise. This was an exploitation of the future potential of virtual reality gaming. Fueled by indignation, Lin Xian spent 2 hours crafting a critique video on the Divine Domain concept trailer. Initially intended merely as an outlet for his frustrations, to warn players against being deceived, the video unexpectedly went viral. Divine Domain gained traction. His early upload resulted in a surge in data. The comments section became a gathering place for fellow gaming enthusiasts sharing similar sentiments, collectively lambasting AC. The video's views, comments, likes, and shares skyrocketed to 10 times that of his previous videos. Lin Xian had finally seized the opportunity for attention after all these years. He hurriedly began working on the second and third critique videos for Divine Domain. Whether he would feast on instant noodles or steak next month depended on these upcoming videos. He had to capitalize on the fervor surrounding Divine Domain before it waned, to maximize exposure and follower growth. Chapter 7. The game emerging from the hype, beneath the gods. The second video was quickly completed. As anticipated, the video's metric soared. Although hardcore players claimed virtual reality games were a sham, deep down, they still harbored some anticipation. This transformed the Divine Domain detractors into an audience as sticky as flypaper. Their psychology seemed akin to, the virtual reality game hasn't been developed yet, and I'm frustrated. You still want to use it as a gimmick to make money? Lin Xian looked at the estimated earnings in the back end, grinning so widely his eyes nearly disappeared. With a flourish, he decided to add an extra sausage to his instant noodles for lunch. After reveling in the good news, Lin Xian faced a new dilemma. He had run out of materials for the third Divine Domain video. Originally, there had been only a 10-minute concept trailer for Divine Domain. After seizing a slight advantage, his peers had swiftly mobilized to exhaust all possible critique angles, leaving him with barely any content to work with. Relinquishing the opportunity was not an option he was willing to accept. Lin Xian continued to play the concept video of Divine Realm. Although he had meticulously scrutinized the 10-minute footage frame by frame, he still held onto a glimmer of hope. What if he stumbled upon new material? However, upon finishing the viewing, he found himself utterly empty-handed. Undeterred, Lin Xian turned to the comments section, believing that sometimes the audience's critiques could spark fresh inspiration. If all else failed, he could at least acquire some new, colorful vocabulary for expressing disdain, which might also entertain the viewers. To his surprise, after sorting the comments by time, he discovered a complete shift in sentiment. Everyone was lambasting another game titled Under the Deity. The players' criticisms of Under the Deity had somehow eclipsed their disdain for Divine Realm. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He had witnessed firsthand the depth of animosity players harbored towards Divine Realm in recent days. Any mild criticism had been met with suspicion of attempting to whitewash the game. What audacity did Under the Deity possess to turn the tide of opinion against Divine Realm, and write in its own comment section no less? Lin Xian furrowed his brow, sensing the potential for content. As a gaming blogger, a keen acuity for public sentiment was indispensable. He promptly redirected his focus, embarking on a quest to uncover the origins of this new game within the comment section. One by one, comments flashed before his eyes. How could every Tom, Dick, and Harry capitalize on the buzz surrounding virtual reality games? Although Aishin might be a lesser player, at least it was a well-established game studio with the financial clout to potentially deliver. Whereas this dubious game seemed to have sprung from nowhere. Advertisements in the comment section of Divine Realm? How shameless. The name was even deliberately crafted to resemble Divine Realm. The latter hadn't even launched yet. And a knockoff was already available? Eventually, Lin Xian pieced together the origins of Under the Deity. Around midnight, a flood of visitor accounts suddenly inundated every comment section related to Divine Realm. Without a shred of restraint, they promoted a virtual reality game called Under the Deity, claiming it was 100% realistic and about to enter beta testing. The barrage was relentless, with messages appearing almost every second. Every platform that allowed guest logins was inundated. The sheer audacity of these tactics was appalling. Furthermore, the comments were rife with animosity. Some users, after engaging with the visitor accounts, found themselves embroiled in exchanges. Hee, Under the Deity is about to enter beta testing. Wonder who's really riding the coattails here. Heart emoji. TSK, Divine Realm 1T let us advertise. Are they afraid they can't compete? Starry eyes, oh, who's the true knockoff here? Can't they see which game's beta testing comes first? Silly emoji. Though the tone was familiar, the initial exclamations and the closing sarcastic emojis were enough to stoke resentment. Players who had initially banded together to criticize Divine Realm found themselves transformed into unwitting defenders of the game. Thanks to the onslaught of Under the Deity's trolls, the speed at which these accounts posted comments outpaced the platform's reporting mechanisms. No matter how many were reported, they seemed to multiply. For every report, 10 new comments sprang forth. Ultimately, the reporting system became completely ineffective. Frustrated players vented their anger at the platform's guest account policy. In an era where real name registration was ubiquitous, veteran users would automatically log in upon opening the software. Even guest accounts were limited to one per device. Where were these rogue accounts coming from? This brazen behavior effectively shifted the collective animosity from Divine Realm to Under the Deity. Aishin Games was now only bold enough to release concept videos to attract investors, as the actual development of a virtual reality game would require at least 7 to 8 years. Yet the creators of Under the Deity claimed they had completed the game and were ready for testing. Were they taking everyone for fools? Players cursed, asserting that they could ride the coattails all they wanted. But they would never pay attention to such a garbage game. Aishin Games had also taken note of the relentless trolls. While dispatching personnel to clean up the comment section, they simultaneously issued warnings to prominent gaming bloggers across platforms, prohibiting them from creating videos that criticized this parasitic game. They wouldn't even grant Under the Deity the opportunity for negative publicity. They understood the tactics of Under the Deity all too well. After absorbing all of this, Lin Xian was left in shock. Who was this wealthy heir with billions to spare, idly purchasing trolls? The cost-effectiveness of troll accounts was significantly lower than that of legitimate accounts. Guest accounts, which could not receive replies, could only post one comment per day. How many devices were in the hands of these trolls? After the initial shock wore off, Lin Xian hastily opened the comment section of his own videos, fearing that his account would also fall prey to the formidable trolls of Under the Deity. However, to his relief, there was nothing amiss. The comment section remained filled with critiques of Divine Realm and Aishin Games. With not a single mention of Under the Deity, his backend had also received no warning messages from Aishin Games. Lin Xian thought to himself, perhaps there was an upside to having a lackluster account. Even the trashy web game was too disdainful to leech off his videos. Aishin Games had not even cast a glance in his direction, as neither side seemed to care about him. Dejected, Lin Xian logged off his account. After a while, curiosity got the better of him, and he opened Quaidu once more. He had an insatiable weakness for any news related to virtual reality games. The sheer scale of the trolls, capable of giving Aishin Games a headache, indicated that the opposition was well-funded. Perhaps they truly had some expertise in virtual reality games. Lin Xian reassured himself, insisting that he was merely curious to see how far this garbage game had gone in its masquerade. He certainly did not genuinely believe they had developed a virtual reality game. After all, neither side seemed to care about him. He could simply observe the unfolding drama online. Just an overhyped game. After all, there was no way he would actually make a reservation. He considered it merely a chance to indulge in some online gossip. Lin Xian told himself, anxiously rubbing his hands together as he awaited the webpage to load. Chapter 8. Only a fool would believe in this game. Reinforcements have arrived. The official website of Under the Deity was indeed lacking. Lin Xian found himself waiting for 3 minutes before the loading circle finally completed, revealing a new page, a painfully simplistic website featuring black text on a white background. Lin Xian was taken aback. Come on, if you're going to scam people, at least put in some effort. Whereas the funding and ambition behind your troll accounts? He had anticipated the company to be subpar, but this was beyond his expectations. The official game website was so poorly executed it couldn't even compete with a computer science student's final project. There were no background images, no creative fonts, just the game title, a brief introduction, and a beta reservation link. Where were the promotional graphics? The hype videos? Lin Xian expressionlessly closed the webpage. Had he lost his mind by clicking on this? The flicker of anticipation he felt before entering the site was akin to the wasted 3 minutes of his life. His brain felt like it had been flooded. in Ealtia, on the windchill plains. The various monstrous corpses piled upon the blood and flesh altar had already been torn apart by the fierce winds. Bang, bang, crunch, crunch, crunch. Accompanied by the dull sounds of impact, a figure had appeared beside the blood and flesh altar. It was a man clad in silver-white armor, resembling a knight, with brown hair and piercing blue eyes, rugged features suggesting he was around 30 years of age. In his hand, he wielded a rust-covered hoe, striking the stone altar rhythmically. His movements were swift and powerful, shattering the stones into fragments as easily as if they were tofu. Before Lin Xian could blink, he had already successfully smashed the altar and began excavating the earth beneath it. Right where Yi Ji was hidden, the luminous sphere, having first detected the anomaly, had initially been ordered by Yi Ji to remain silent, but as the distance between the figure and Yi Ji diminished, the sphere could no longer contain itself. It leapt beside Yi's mental projection, exclaiming anxiously, "Wake up! Someone's coming!" As a manifestation of the divine light, it could sense the magical fluctuations from the man above. He was undoubtedly a holy knight. Holy knights were affiliated with the Radiant Church. Just recently, the luminous sphere had witnessed Yi Ji being pursued by the Radiant Church. The mere presence of a holy knight laboring in such a desolate place left no room for doubt. This individual must know Yi Ji was below. The luminous sphere was not inclined to concern itself with Yi Ji's fate, but their fates were intertwined. It had no choice but to care. It lamented having established the rules of their one-sided contract too rigidly. If Yi Ji perished, it too would meet its demise. Didn't I say not to disturb me unless necessary? Yi Ji, visibly impatient, diverted his focus from the game's official website. He felt no trepidation regarding the situation above. If they truly were from the church, the altar would have been obliterated at the very first attempt to damage it. Since Yi Ji dared to hide here, there was surely some contingency plan in place. The magical curses inscribed beneath the altar were likely so numerous that even the Radiant Church would hesitate to handle them recklessly. Perhaps having faced Yi Ji for an extended period had taught the Holy Knight caution. After searching the vicinity for some time, he had yet to disturb the traps Yi Ji had set. This had provided the luminous sphere with a false sense of security. Just because Yi Ji appeared to be merely an intermediate mage didn't mean he was truly waiting for death. Without wishing to elaborate further, Yi Ji issued a silencing command to the luminous sphere. Compared to the situation above, the progress of promoting under the deity was far more vexing. The players online were indeed correct. The name was indeed an attempt to ride the coattails of divine realm, but as long as it proved effective, as it turned out, despite their proclamations of never providing under the deity with any heat. 23 individuals had quietly clicked on his website, sustained by the magical energy he continuously infused. Although none had made a beta reservation, this was a promising sign. Thanks to the ceaseless influx of blue orbs of energy, Yi Ji had successfully obtained a plethora of visitor accounts. As long as one utters some classic phrases, they can easily attract justice-seeking netizens, thus prolonging their commenting privileges on the account. Moreover, through Yi Ji's tests, it was discovered that there is a time dilation of twofold between Blue Star and the continent of Eartaya. In other words, a single day in the Blue Star world corresponds to 2 days in the Eartaya world. Yi Ji has ample time to engage with netizens. Even though he has been disconnected from the internet for 682 years and remains utterly ignorant of contemporary online vernacular, with the advantage of double time and his 700-year-old mental prowess, he still manages to restore every single comment, holding his own in debates. The efficiency of promotion is remarkably high. However, the construction of the official website for Under the Deity faces numerous challenges. Before Yi Ji's transmigration, he was still a minor, and his study of computers was merely a hobby. Now, as he picks it up again, he finds obstacles at every turn. With a sigh, Yi Ji muses that it would be splendid if he could simply purchase a ready-made website. Unfortunately, lacking the funds, he can only continue to laboriously create the official site while engaging in debates with netizens as a form of diversion. After completing the last bit of code, Yi Ji suddenly realizes that, due to the incessant modifications wrought by magic, the official website now features an image upload function. This means he can upload scenes from Eartaya to the Blue Star network. Yi Ji's eyes gleam with delight. But he is soon beset by headaches as he realizes he must also add a page for promotional images to the game's official site. Never mind, he decides to tackle that later. Once Yi Ji finishes his tasks, he reluctantly departs from the sea of consciousness. Upon raising his head to identify the newcomer, a look of realization dawns in his eyes. After waiting a whole day, reinforcements have finally arrived. Yi Ji's previously frazzled disposition due to coding is somewhat alleviated. The silenced orb of light is filled with confusion. Reinforcements? Did it mishear? Or is there a misunderstanding regarding its grasp of the common tongue in Ayutthaya? The paladin of the Radiant Church is Yi Ji's reinforcements. Before the orb's puzzlement can be clarified, outside, Edgar has already unearthed Yi Ji's hand bones. With an expression devoid of emotion, he casts a glance at the disembodied hand, which is writhing and asserting its presence, as if he has seen nothing at all, his eyes betraying no fluctuation of emotion. He then adjusts his digging point, continuing to excavate downward along the exposed bones. Within the sea of consciousness, Yi Ji boasts to the orb of light, "Look, it's one of our own." The orb gazes in shock at the unfolding scene, yet seeing the silver-clad knight's expression of foreknowledge, it cannot help but believe. Indeed, they are comrades. A knight, a paladin devoted to the god of light, has come to rescue a necromancer, and this is happening while Yi Ji is under a bounty from the very church to which this knight belongs. Shouldn't the undead be universally reviled and expelled by all races? What has gone awry in its understanding of the Ayutthaya continent? Chapter 9. The misled paladin. Just as the orb grapples with existential doubts, Edgar has successfully excavated all of Yi Ji's bones and has erected a barrier to shield against the encroaching magical winds. The bones emit a series of cracking sounds as they assemble on the ground, forming a complete skeletal frame. Thanks to the resolution of the fracture issue with 10 points of divine power, Yi Ji's skeleton appears intact, showing no signs of severe injury. 2 clusters of ghostly blue flames ignite within the eye sockets, breathing life back into him. Yi Ji stretches his neck, ensuring his head remains intact, and cheerfully greets Edgar. "Good morning, Edgar." Having evaded the relentless pursuit of various churches for hundreds of years, Yi Ji is certainly not alone in this endeavor. Despite the vast and prevailing influence of the churches in Ayutthaya, there will always be those who tread their own path. Thus, Yi Ji established an organization known as the Watchers, dedicated to recruiting those without a faith in deities or even those who oppose them. The organization's daily mission is to prevent the gods from resurrecting and to oppose all churches, while also assisting fellow members in resolving their troubles. Although the organization is small in number, each member possesses remarkable backgrounds. Take Edgar, for instance. He was once a paladin groomed from a young age by the Radiant Church. In the centuries following the fall of the God of Light, he was recognized as the most gifted human mage discovered by the Church. By the age of 20, he had been awarded the title of Dawn Knight and was the default candidate for the next pope. Unfortunately, on his path to the papacy, he encountered Yi Ji. After a persuasive conversation with Yi Ji, Edgar came to understand the significance of deities, specifically, that without gods, humanity and all races face dire consequences. Thus, he decisively defected from the Radiant Church, joining Yi Ji on the church's wanted list. In the Gale Plains, there is no mourning. Edgar glances back at the unidentifiable bones he has excavated, as well as the chaotic blood-soaked altar. Many have perished in the Gale Plains. To locate Yi Ji, he has unearthed a multitude of bones far exceeding those of Yi Ji himself. The workload is immense. Edgar frowns slightly, disliking the lingering scent of blood in the vicinity. Finding you has proven quite difficult. After 30 years, how have you managed to put yourself in this state again? Yi Ji props himself up with a hand bone, struggling to sit upright. An experiment went awry. And then I faced a pursuit from your former employer, resulting in a minor injury. Had you arrived 4 days later, they would have unearthed the true skeleton. Yi Ji attempts to stand but, after a few futile efforts, settles back down. It is tolerable while buried, but now that he has emerged, every part of him aches. His body is racked with the aftereffects of failed forbidden magic. It feels as though a vast funnel within him is ceaselessly leaking magic. Edgar immediately restrains him. "Stay still." He then produces a potion and administers emergency treatment. Yi Ji's obsession with the forbidden magic of reverting to humanity has left him with injuries beyond count. Edgar, having experience in such matters, quickly tends to the wounds. With the undead reduced to mere bones, there is little to address. The restorative magic is directly applied to the bones, and the only complexity arises from the necessity of using potions for healing the mental realm. The more Edgar treats Yi Ji, the deeper his frown grows. Yi Ji is gravely injured. The most severe injury Edgar has previously treated pales in comparison to this one. Yi Ji's claim of 4 days left to live is no jest. After addressing Yi Ji's wounds, Edgar's expression turns grave. "Your injuries are too severe. I can only temporarily prevent them from worsening. Healing must happen immediately. This matter can wait. I won't die just yet." Leaning against a nearby rock, Yi Ji glances behind him. Is it just you? If Yi Ji recalls correctly, his distress signal should have reached every member of the Watchers. After all, he is still the leader of the organization. Has only one person come to his rescue after he has been injured? This seems rather callous. Edgar's eyes darken, as if he anticipated Yiji's question. He thrusts his shovel into the ground and begins to enumerate. The sea witch is preparing for the resurrection ceremony of the sea god, so Claire has returned to handle that. The elven king is gravely ill, and Kasha must return to the elven forest. Shilong has also been taken back by his kin. Currently, I am the only one without significant troubles, thus able to come to your aid. Although Edgar's voice carries no hint of emotion, Yiji discerns a sense of resentment underlying his words. He chuckles awkwardly. It seems everyone has been living rather, colorful lives over the years. In recent years, he has been relentlessly pursued by the Radiant Church. And with new developments in the magic of undead resurrection, he has inadvertently neglected the management of the organization. This makes him feel somewhat like a failing leader. Yishi's voice falters as he casually inquires, "By the way, where is Selkan? Why haven't I heard his name mentioned?" He passed away. Yishi's laughter abruptly ceases. After a moment, he regains his composure, his voice dropping a couple of tones, considering the time. It was to be expected. The last time Yiji met with the dwarven craftsman was 15 years ago. Back then, the craftsman had expressed a desire for Yiji to transform him into an undead to extend his lifespan. Alas, at that time, Yiji lacked 2 critical potions, and the matter ultimately fell through. The atmosphere suddenly grows chilly. Edgar calmly puts away the potion vial. The purpose of mentioning this is to convey that he should refrain from unnecessary troubles. Their numbers are dwindling. Yiji has always been fascinated by the forbidden magic of undead resurrection, constantly seeking to shed his undead identity and revert to humanity. However, progress in his magical studies has been slow, and over the course of hundreds of years, he has never succeeded once. Each failure not only inflicts severe backlash upon Yiji, but also leaves behind the byproducts of failed conversions, piles of human limbs. Furthermore, the raw materials for crafting those human limbs come from the corpses of magical beasts. Undead, dark magicians, human remains, magical beasts. Just the combination of these 4 terms is enough to conjure a plethora of villainous deeds in the minds of the uninformed populace. Thus, in the past 2 centuries, Yiji's already tarnished reputation has suffered further degradation, now branded as a butcher of the undead. Consequently, the Watchers organization has also been adversely affected, having not welcomed a new member in over a century. Now, yet another elder is lost. The number of members has successfully dwindled to single digits, and the remaining members are each embroiled in their own troubles, making it impossible for them to convene. The organization is on the brink of disbandment, reliant solely on Yiji's words as the leader. Chapter 10. Seeking the magic node, Lin Xian's struggle. Edgar extends his hand. "Come, we must locate a magic node within 4 days to save your half-buried body." Although Yiji is a unique undead retaining all his memories, he also inherits the characteristics of the undead, namely, their resilience. Even injuries that harm the very essence of the soul's flame can be swiftly healed, provided there is an ample supply of magical energy. Otherwise, with Yiji's tendency to exhaust himself every few decades to the point of complete cultivation failure, he would have long since perished by his own hand. Although the injuries Yiji bears appear severe at first glance, preliminary estimates suggest that if he were to be buried within a large magical node and forced into a deep slumber for 2 to 3 decades, he would recover entirely. However, such large magical nodes are predominantly controlled by powerful nations and churches or are found in uninhabited zones rife with magical beasts. The nearest potential location for a large magical node lies far beyond 100 kilometers away in the Great Oakwood Forest. It would be manageable for Edgar alone, but if he were to carry Yiji, it would require at least a full day of effort, not to mention the time spent dealing with any magical creatures they might encounter along the way, and the time needed to locate the magical node upon arrival. Time is of the essence. Action must be taken immediately. Wait. Yiji did not extend his hand. "Where do you intend to take me?" "Of course, to the Great Oakwood Forest," Edgar replied matter-of-factly. He glanced at Yiji, who, if he were of a different race, would undoubtedly have already succumbed to his injuries, and felt a twinge of doubt. Only in the territories plagued by magical beasts can one find unclaimed magical nodes to aid in your recovery. Though perilous, the Great Oakwood Forest is safer for you than human towns. What are you afraid of? Once undead, one resembles an ordinary skeleton, and magical beasts lack intelligence. Why then? Yiji could sleep in the earth for a decade or 2 and awaken without a trace of harm. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. Why suddenly express concerns about the safety of the plan? Yiji shook his head and nodded. "Don't make a long story short. All I need is for you to help me find a small magical node to catch my breath. I will not be falling into slumber this time. Edgar furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend. However, he did not press further, nodding in agreement. Very well. The people of the Radiant Church are nearby and are already aware of Yi Ji's severe injuries. They will undoubtedly be lurking around the known large magical nodes in the Great Oakwood Forest, preparing to ambush him. Finding a small magical node would allow us to evade this group of pursuers, making the 4 days less pressing. Yi Ji was momentarily taken aback by Edgar's decisive response. Aren't you going to ask me why I am doing this? Why? Edgar repeated, his tone somewhat dismissive. Yi Ji felt a wave of irritation. Can you show some sincerity? After nearly a century of acquaintance, you won't even try to persuade me. If I were to persuade you, would you listen? No, Edgar squinted his eyes, wearing the expression of someone who knew this would be the case, causing Yi Ji to feel a hint of embarrassment. Ahem, the reason I am about to share may frighten you. Edgar was about to nod but paused. Typically, when you speak in that tone, it is not for anything good. No, this time it must be a good thing. Yi Ji's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Because we are about to welcome a large number of allies, as the leader of the organization, I certainly cannot afford to sleep. Edgar widened his eyes slightly. With our organization's reputation, can we still find new recruits in Ayrshire? Yi Ji scratched his head. In a sense, I did not find them in Ayrshire. It's a long story. Then make it brief, Edgar interrupted. What do you need me to do? Currently, the Watchers are in dire need of manpower. If we had enough personnel, Edgar would not need to evade the Radiant Church's pursuers for the sake of an unclaimed magical node. Even a few helpers, no matter how menial their tasks, would be welcomed. At least he, a former paladin of the Radiant Church, would not have to toil in the wilderness digging for skeletons. With this thought, his eternally stoic expression softened considerably. Yi Ji gave a thumbs up. I was waiting for you to say that. I need to find a magical node to temporarily alleviate my injuries, with no specifications on size, but it must be far from the activity zones of the kingdoms. Additionally, there should be a water source nearby and arable wasteland of sufficient size to sustain at least 100 helpers. In response, Edgar lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then nodded decisively. It can be done. The orb of light in Yi Ji's mental sea was left speechless. Is this for real? How did someone so daft manage to attain the position of paladin? Not only did he not inquire about the reasoning, but he also agreed to such demands. Fertile land has undoubtedly long been claimed by the various kingdoms. How could there possibly be a magical node that is both remote from the kingdoms and has arable land and water? Where did Yi Ji get 100 helpers? After spending a day with Yi Ji, it had not seen him contact anyone. He was merely fiddling with that mysterious blue orb. It can't be that the orb can conjure 100 burly men, can it? Edgar hoisted Yi Ji's skeletal frame onto his back and prepared to set off. Wait, let me take a picture first. Yi Ji struggled to get down, the bluish flames in his eyes flickering. He captured a record of Edgar and the frozen wind plains behind him before returning to rest on Edgar's back. All right, let us go. I have a feeling you are hiding quite a few secrets, Edgar murmured softly. With that, he casually grabbed the old hoe he had brought along and swiftly departed. On Blue Star. In the dead of night, Lin Xian lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind repeatedly flashed with the Under the Gods official website he had viewed during the day, akin to a cat's paw incessantly scratching at his heart. Stirring an insatiable curiosity, a company that could boldly dispatch such a large number of water army must truly possess some virtual reality game technology, right? Just like the AC company. They dared to release a concept video for Domain of Gods because they recently acquired a patent for brainwave sensing technology. Suddenly sitting up in bed, Lin Xian slapped himself in disbelief. My head has indeed been kicked by a donkey. The official website is so rudimentary, yet it cannot extinguish Lin Xian's curiosity about the potential possession of virtual reality game technology by Under the Gods. He swung his legs over the bed, turned on the lamp, and pulled out his chair. While opening the comments section for Domain of Gods, he muttered to himself, what if the page I saw during the day was a counterfeit? Nowadays, online piracy is rampant. Who knows what the genuine official website truly looks like? Lin Xian silently cursed his stubbornness. If he were not so stubborn, he would not have wasted his time as a game blogger. Clicking on the Water Army link once more, he faced another 3-minute loading time. His apprehension grew stronger. Fortunately, this time the page was no longer a monochrome affair. The layout had undergone some optimization. Yet it still could not conceal the roughness of the Under the Gods official website, reminiscent of a war-torn style. Lin Xian felt disappointment creeping in. The webpage he had seen during the day was indeed their official site. Even if the game company of Under the Gods had technology related to virtual reality games, At the rate they were developing their website, it would be eons before the game was completed. His last shred of hope shattered. Just as Lin Xian prepared to shut down his computer, he caught sight of a few striking colors out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 11. 2 promotional images of Under the Gods. Under the Gods uploaded 2 promotional images. Lin Xian was both startled and delighted. It turns out the game company understands that legitimate game promotion requires substantial content. Previously, they had not even released a promotional video, yet they were making grand announcements about internal testing. It was simply outrageous. Adopting the attitude of having come this far, I might as well do something. Lin Xian decisively clicked on the blurry images. The first image featured a backdrop of a gray-toned wasteland. Dark gray gravel swirled in the air, while the ground's plants hunched over like old crones, their branches twisted. Among the overgrown grass, the bones of unknown species were exposed, having been weathered by the wind, creating a desolate scene. Lin Xian's eyes lit up instantly. What a stunning realistic style. In typical games, no matter how they proclaim realism, scenes with howling winds are often achieved through assistive lines or post-processing. This promotional image was entirely different. Lin Xian maximized the image. Even the grains of sand, occupying only a pixel or two in the background, were distinct from one another, just like a real photograph. This is the essence of a virtual reality game, a completely lifelike second world. Moreover, the black plants in the foreground were all unique, on a foundation of harmonious tones. Lin Xian counted and found as many as 7 or 8 different types of original plants. He scrutinized the promotional image several times, finding it increasingly intriguing. Although it was merely a landscape photograph without any characters or special buildings, one could instantly perceive that this world was imbued with supernatural forces. It was as if a veil of fantasy and bloodshed from another world had been cast over it, tantalizingly elusive and stirring one's curiosity. This must be a boss map scene from the game. Wow, bones scattered everywhere. How interesting. Without pause, Lin Xian clicked on the second image. Compared to the pure wasteland of the first promotional image, the second featured a character. A knight clad in silver armor stood at the center of the frame. His sharp gaze tinged with a hint of bewilderment. He held a weathered hoe, caked in dirt, while beside him lay a broken altar inscribed with white runes, and nearby was a mountain of corpses. Both magical beasts and humans alike. The entire scene was both harmonious and eerie, brimming with narrative. And my goodness, the details! Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim. The designer of this image must be a master. This image was filled with contradictions. The knight, adorned in splendid armor, wielded a nearly obsolete hoe. The sacred altar lay in ruins, surrounded by heaps of corpses. One could not help but be compelled to delve deeper. Why has the knight come? What has he encountered? What is the purpose of the altar? Did the ritual held at the altar succeed? Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Although the website for Under the Deity was poorly designed, its promotional images were rich in detail. Suddenly, he regained confidence in the game. Perhaps the game developers had simply invested all their budget for creating a website into the game's production. After all, virtual reality games are notoriously expensive. Lin Xian suddenly remembered that he had hastily exited earlier and hadn't even read the game's synopsis for Under the Deity. The 2 images reignited his interest. He quickly closed the images and clicked on the game introduction, which was reduced to 3 ellipses. Unlike other games that at least revealed a few lines, the introduction for Under the Deity was entirely condensed. If it weren't for the known fact that Under the Deity had invested heavily in marketing, he might have doubted that the website was crafted by a novice programmer. After reading the brief 3 lines of text in the introduction, Lin Xian's excitement felt as if it had been doused with a bucket of cold water, instantly cooling his enthusiasm. He could hardly believe it. Was this truly the synopsis for a game? The shortcomings of the introduction were so numerous that Lin Xian didn't even know where to begin his critique. For instance, 2/3 of the synopsis was dedicated to defining the game genre. What did it mean to be a hardcore sandbox construction multiplayer online MMORPG card roguelike farming city building game? Was it merely a ploy to attract players by listing almost every genre available in the market? If it weren't for the fact that he had played many of these types of games, he would have struggled to parse that sentence. The actual content of the game was summarized in just 1 line. It seemed to be set in a Western fantasy world with a somewhat outdated feudal backdrop. Lin Xian was left speechless. What kind of game introduction describes its world with the word seems? The alarm bells honed by his experiences with online scams rang loudly in his mind. He felt that this statement was intentionally vague, concealing something beneath the surface. However, considering the essence of a shoddy game that capitalizes on trends is to deceive, he found it less surprising. Lin Xian, scratching his head in frustration while gazing at the introduction and the 2 promotional images, felt a conflict within him. Rationality told him that the disparity in style between the promotional images and the synopsis indicated that it was likely a reskin subpar online game. Emotionally, however, he was genuinely fond of the game's aesthetic as depicted in the two promotional images. Ultimately, he thought, since he was already here, reserving a spot wasn't a big deal. It was just an internal test, and whether he would be selected was still uncertain. Ignoring the doubts, Lin Xian clicked on the reservation interface with anticipation and trepidation. The page was just as rudimentary as the homepage, featuring only a few lines of forms for players to fill in their identity information, the same old routine seen in other games' internal tests. Following that was a payment portal for a 99 yuan internal test fee. Only upon payment would the reservation be considered successful. Lin Xian hesitated in his preparations. Was this really the start of a money grab? He could understand that virtual reality games required players to pay, given the high technical demands of such a groundbreaking game. AS is widely known. The higher the technology, the greater the expense. Just a helmet capable of detecting brainwaves would be an incredibly costly investment. The game company could hardly give away helmets for free. However, was this price not a bit too low? Who could possibly offer a holographic gaming helmet for just 99 yuan? Even the cutting-edge technology that AIC Games had yet to master was being offered at such a modest price. Anyone who believed that would be a fool. Lin Xian cursed under his breath as he closed the page. He truly wanted to slap the version of himself from half an hour ago who had harbored expectations. The other party had practically written scam across their forehead. How could he still cling to illusions? Time to sleep. Lin Xian turned off the lights and turned over in bed. The next day, Lin Xian gathered some materials and produced the third episode of his critique video on Divine Realm. Because under the deity had intruded into the spotlight, people had begun to harbor less disdain for Divine Realm, resulting in the viewership for Lin Xian's third episode being halved. That's how trends work. After the initial fervor fades over a few days, it dissipates like a receding tide. Lin Xian maintained a positive mindset. Although the viewership for the third episode of his critique on Divine Realm had declined, it still yielded double the income compared to his previous gaming live streams. Moreover, through these few episodes, Lin Xian had gained tens of thousands of new followers, which was already quite profitable. During his leisure time, Lin Xian recalled under the deity, he browsed various comment sections, noticing that the game's hired commentators seemed to be rampant. However, many had visited the official website and gained an understanding of the game's nature, becoming too apathetic to engage further. Chapter 12. Internal test registration successful, player spawn point. With nothing else to do, Lin Xian decided to waste a precious 3 minutes wandering through the official game website once again. The website had been refined a bit. To be fair, the speed at which under the deity updated its official site gave off a vibe reminiscent of a cybernetic simulation game. He still liked those two promotional images. But having sobered up from the previous night's days, he no longer felt that enthusiasm. It was likely just stills from some film crew. After all, which game could achieve a 100 realistic style? Lin Xian took a glance before closing the page without any lingering sentiment. Hours passed. Lin Xian opened the under the deity website again and then closed it. Several hours later, he repeated the process. Open, close. Late into the night, unable to sleep, Lin Xian got up once more. With his disheveled hair and a blank expression, he scolded himself. Truly, Lin Xian, you will eventually fall into the trap of virtual reality games. He cursed himself fiercely and then decisively powered on his device, filled out the internal test application form, and scanned the payment QR code. Upon seeing the pop-up stating, reservation successful, 3, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. The game under the deity had provided a distant promotional image. Lin Xian had specifically researched film crews that shot Western fantasy series in similar terrains during the day, confirming that none had captured scenes resembling those in Under the Deity. After all, viewers of Western fantasy worlds are drawn to the vibrant realms of swords and sorcery. Who would specifically film a gray, desolate wilderness devoid of both epic battlefields and unique landscapes? Lin Xian reassured himself that at the very least, the two promotional images were crafted by the game company, showcasing some degree of sincerity. 99 yuan was not too steep. Given that his recent video earnings had been quite favorable, it was reasonable to allocate some funds to secure a spot in the internal test. Lin Xian had initially thought he was the only fool here. However, upon realizing that two other equally foolish individuals had also paid the 99 yuan registration fee, his sense of being a naive spender dissipated significantly. Lastly, after glancing at the approaching registration deadline with just 1 day remaining, Lin Xian felt lighthearted as he climbed into bed. Finally, a night of sweet dreams. In the continent of Elsha, due to the problems with monsters and pursuers encountered along the way, Yiji and Edgar had traveled for 2 days and nights to reach the Great Oakwood Forest. Ever since the Godfall War 600 years ago, The gods had fallen, and the world's laws had fallen into chaos. Powerful monsters, acting solely on instinct, began to encroach upon the territories of various races. The great oakwood forest, comprised of forests, swamps, and hills, became one of the territories thoroughly occupied by monsters. The kingdom of Joanne and the duchy of Elisir erected towering walls around the forest to fend off the occasional madness of the monsters. The interior of the great oakwood forest had become a wasteland, untouched by anyone except for adventurers and a few naive nobles. Only in such places could unclaimed magical nodes emerge. After spending half a day, Edgar finally found a suitable location on the forest's outskirts that met Yiji's requirements. Amidst the dimly lit trees stood dozens of dilapidated houses made of wood and mud. Trees bursting through broken walls, wells filled with silt, and streets buried beneath the earth. Clearly, this was a city that had been completely annihilated by the tide of magic. Hundreds of years ago, the great oakwood forest was far smaller than it was now. The activities of monsters had expanded outward, and the trees had grown wildly without human influence, gradually engulfing the towns along the way. About 400 years prior, Yiji had visited this place. The town had a decent flow of people, not even considered a border city of the kingdom of Jonah. Yiji vaguely remembered the town's name was Sweetwater Town. This was due to the bountiful fruit resources of the Warren Mountains. Every autumn, various ripe fruits would fall into the Woolland River, sweetening the water as it flowed into Sweetwater Town. Lying on Edgar's back, Yiji nodded in approval as he observed the surroundings. Yes, it had rivers, fields, and endless trees, making it an ideal spawn point for players. Moreover, the magical flows in the vicinity were gentle, indicating the presence of nearby magical nodes. Yiji's healing issues could also be addressed. He then stroked his chin, contemplating. While the houses were a bit dilapidated, they could simply be demolished and rebuilt. Oh well, players didn't actually need to sleep in Elsha, so this minor flaw wasn't an issue. Yiji was quite satisfied. Edgar, burdened by the undead, sighed. Since we've found the magical node, can you not walk on your own? Yiji looked at him in shock. You actually want a wounded person who is on the verge of death in 2 days' time to walk? Do you have no sympathy? Shocked, the former Dawn Knight displayed such behavior after his defection. Edgar's forehead twitched. You better have some awareness of your own weight. Although Yiji was a skeleton without flesh or fat, his bones had undergone alchemical transformation, rendering them denser than mithril. Carrying Yiji was far more exhausting for Edgar than carrying 10 fully armored knights. After carrying him for 2 days, Edgar felt he had been more than accommodating. Edgar was well aware of the undead. Once they reached the magical node, Yiji would not only likely recover from his injuries, but could at least suppress them temporarily. Undead lacked physical pain perception, allowing them to walk independently. Seeing that he could not persuade him, Yiji's soul flame flickered in his eye sockets, as if regretting that this convenient means of transport had reached its limit. Yiji leisurely made his way down the path, continuing to explore Sweetwater Town alongside Edgar. The town's ruins seemed to have transpired quite some time ago. The houses they passed were mere shadows of their former selves, with none retaining more than half of their original structure. To still possess even a single wall was considered a remarkable feat of preservation. The only building with an intact ceiling was the church located at the heart of the town. Upon witnessing the once sacred edifice, now worn by the passage of time, yet still exuding an air of divinity, Yiji let out a soft click of his tongue. Edgar furrowed his brow, remarking, another church. This is the attitude of people in this world towards the divine. We must grow accustomed to it. Yiji had witnessed similar desolate cities countless times, and had long since become numb to the sight. I would wager that the construction of this church consumed more than half of Sweetwater Town's funds. Edgar remained silent, uninterested in a bet that was destined to lose. Having grown up within the Radiant Church, he was all too familiar with the fervor of its devotees. They were capable of sacrificing everything, even their fortunes, to ensure the addition of a golden spire to their church. Yiji stretched lazily and suggested, let us discover which deity is fortunate enough to have a group of loyal followers willing to fight to the death, resisting the invasion of monsters into the church. With a creak, the long sealed door swung open, releasing a cloud of dust. In the center of the hall stood an ivory-white statue of a goddess, illuminated by the kaleidoscopic light filtering through the broken stained glass above. Yiji gazed in astonishment at the emblem in the palm of the statue. Ah, an old acquaintance. Edgar's expression grew complex. The God of Light. Chapter 13. The dragon-slaying hero ultimately becomes a dragon. The appearance of deities derives from the faith of their followers. Even for the same deity and the same church, the likeness of the idol may differ among the devoted. This is especially true for the God of Light, who has been dead for 6 centuries. The followers' speculation about his appearance is based purely on flights of fancy. Thus, it is not uncommon to find the peculiar situation where the god of light, or illusion, is depicted as a goddess by his followers. Yiji remarked with dark humor, "How do you feel upon seeing your former employer?" "Not great," Edgar replied coldly. "Just push it away." Although he was uncertain where Yiji intended to find assistance, he believed that since this place had become their territory, the church and the statue no longer served a purpose. "That won't do. This is the only building we have that can shelter us from the elements." Yiji countered, rejecting the proposal. He circled the statue twice, his bones creaking with each movement. If he continued, he feared he would fall apart. Ugh, this time the injuries are rather severe. Why? Yiji paused, realizing that after only a few hundred meters of walking, he had already reached his physical limit. The backlash was indeed substantial. However, it conveniently provided him an excuse to be lazy. He stroked his chin, contemplating. This goddess statue is quite well crafted. It would serve perfectly as a game's mascot. Though it requires some modifications, the source of the power of faith is extensive. A player's affection for a game and its characters can also be transformed into a form of faith. Although this power may be weak and somewhat chaotic, it is not without utility. Edgar, taken aback, turned to regard Yiji earnestly. "Are you planning to work for free for Oral? This is the idol of the god of light. Only he can utilize the power of faith associated with it. Don't tell me you think I am unaware of that." Yiji shot back with an incredulous look. "Have I not been acting strangely these past few days? Aren't you curious why? Or who my assistant is?" Edgar appeared puzzled. "Is there a need to ask? When has Yiji ever behaved normally? A 700-year-old undead, always spouting peculiar phrases that a mere 200-year-old youth like me cannot comprehend. Perhaps they are just outdated slang from the age of deities. An assistant is an assistant. Members of the Watchers never inquire about their origins, even if a newcomer is a malevolent spirit summoned from the abyss. As long as they can assist us, they are comrades. Is that not a given?" Yiji retorted. "Then what if I said I had obtained the divine essence of the god of light, and that I could ascend to divinity, absorbing the residual power of faith from this statue? Would you believe me?" Edgar's expression shifted to one of grave concern. "Are you seeking death? It is unacceptable for the leader of the Watchers to betray the organization after vowing to fight against the deities, only to become a god himself. Moreover, it is impossible for you to ascend." Edgar was well aware of Yiji's predicament. He knew that Yiji had been marked by the gods long before the age of deities, destined to become a vessel for resurrection. His body was riddled with divine seals. If Yiji were to obtain divine essence and ascend, the authority over the world's rules would belong to whichever deity he absorbed. And for Yiji, this ascension would mean death. Edgar immediately assumed a combat stance, gripping the sword at his waist. "If you truly entertain such thoughts, you should not have allowed me to come to your aid. I cannot contend with Oral, who is awakening through your shell. Were Yiji still human, he would have certainly twitched at the corners of his mouth. Am I the type to find tasks for the living when death is imminent?" Edgar nodded firmly, his conviction unwavering. Why? Yiji pondered. Why was his reputation so poor, not just outside but within the organization as well? Yiji conjured a pale golden orb from within himself. This was his latest discovery from the previous day. The divine essence of the god of light was a tangible entity, capable of existing apart from his body. "You genuinely believe I have acquired Oral's divine essence?" The truth is almost accurate. "I have obtained a shard of his essence, one that has taken on a form." The orb in Yiji's hand appeared despondent, as if resigned to its fate. Ever since it had come into Yiji's possession, it had behaved like a mere tool, tossed about without a shred of dignity befitting a divine essence. It had become numb to its circumstances, a divine essence with self-awareness. From the very first glance, Edgar discerned the orb's peculiarities, his pupils widening slightly. How could a divine essence possibly develop consciousness? A divine essence is merely a vessel for the laws of authority and power. Deities can only wield the power contained within them. If a divine essence were to gain consciousness, who then would be the true deity? If the divine essence does not recognize the deity, could it not be wielded by an ordinary person? This is utterly absurd. The laws of the world would never permit such a being to exist. Yet, the orb indeed radiated the pure power of the god of light. As a former paladin, Edgar found himself in a state of bewilderment. Reality had proven that such things could indeed occur. Yiji spread his arms. Perhaps the will of the world simply dozed off. After expressing his astonishment, Yiji elucidated his plan. Once the orb developed self-awareness, it could no longer accept the divine power originally designated for the followers of the God of Light. Similarly, the original God of Light could not utilize this portion of the orb's power in his resurrection scheme. However, since they were of the same origin, they could both employ the statue of the God of Light. As long as Yi Ji made slight modifications to the statue before him, such as placing the orb in the statue's hand, it could be designated as the orb's idol, thereby absorbing the power of faith. Yi Ji entered into a pact with the orb. Its power would be his. Upon hearing this, Edgar fell into contemplation. The orb, silenced, looked on with tearful eyes. It actually could acquire new divine power. Suddenly, it felt that its decision to leave the realm of deities was not misguided. Although its very existence was in Yi Ji's hands, Yi Ji was a good person who would even repair its statue. After a moment, Edgar finally grasped the implications. The feasibility of the plan was quite high. However, did we truly wish to tread the same path as the deities? The Watchers were founded to safeguard the future of their race, rejecting the deities' interference in their affairs. Now, they were beginning to nurture something akin to a divine essence. This contradicted the principles upon which he had joined the Watchers. Yi Ji felt a vain throb on his forehead. Next time you speak, remember to conceal that expression that screams, "If you dare nod, I will immediately withdraw from the Watchers." I certainly have not forgotten the origins of the Watchers. Change cannot be accomplished overnight. When necessary, we can leverage the power of the deities without the need to shy away from it. He gazed down at the silenced orb in his hand. For instance, this is an excellent tool for leveraging power, so useful. It appears almost as if it were specifically prepared for me. The dragon-slaying hero ultimately becomes a dragon, Edgar cautioned. Initially, they may have simply regarded the orb as a tool. However, who could say whether Yi Ji might not become infatuated with the power of divinity? Would the members of the Watchers, responsible for supplying faith, gradually transform into the fanatical zealots they once scorned? Chapter 14. Friend, have you heard of the Fourth Calamity? You need not worry about that. Yi Ji's skull bore no discernible emotional expression, yet the soul within its eye sockets blazed brightly with a crimson flame. No one understands the ways of the deities better than I do. If I were susceptible to temptation, I would have given up 600 years ago. During the 1st century after arriving in Elthia, Yi Ji had experienced the formidable power of the deities firsthand. There was no compromise then, and there would be no compromise now. I am neither a hero nor a dragon. As for you and our new members, there is even less need for concern. The fact that you were raised in an environment steeped in religion yet still recognized the risks posed by the deities and chose to join the Watchers speaks volumes about your selection. As for the forthcoming assistants, they are the same. Edgar remained silent for a moment. Those who had managed to endure within the Watchers, despite being besieged and hunted worldwide, were indeed unlikely to succumb to brainwashing as fanatical zealots. He understood Yi Ji's character well. The earlier comment had been a direct jab at the impending aid. How can you guarantee that all the new arrivals will be trustworthy? It should be noted that there have been quite a few traitors among the Watchers in the past. However, none of them could escape the test of time. They are undoubtedly reliable. Yi Ji spoke with utmost confidence, for they hailed from the same place as I. The upcoming players from Blue Star are certainly far more trustworthy than 80 of the inhabitants of this dark and brutal continent of Ayurtaya. Edgar wore a look of surprise on his face. What is that place? It was the first time he had heard Yi Ji mention his homeland. Edgar had long been curious about the country that could produce a being like Yi Ji, who was filled with such unconventional thoughts. Unfortunately, Yi Ji had always remained tight-lipped about it. Edgar had assumed that the nation had perished centuries ago. Yi chuckled softly. It is a nation that is utterly unimaginable to the Ayurtaya continent. Predominantly devoid of faith, they do not place all their hopes in deities who regard humanity as mere ants, but instead emphasize personal effort and tangible action. If the gods cannot assist them, they would willingly forsake the divine, never allowing themselves to become an unending abyss of self-sacrifice. It is a civilization that is unequivocally distinct to humanity. Edgar listened quietly, carving a piece of marble from the doorframe to fashion into a lamp post. The height was just right for a stool. Yi Ji unceremoniously sat upon it. Thank you. It is evident that you hold a deep affection for your homeland. A hint of complexity tinged Edgar's voice. It was the first time he had witnessed such overt joy in Yi Ji. Though Yi Ji often appeared carefree and frequently smiled, Edgar could discern that the mirth rarely reached his eyes. Past experiences had seemingly weighed down Yi Ji's emotions like a heavy stone. Were it not for an underlying tension tethering that stone, Yi Ji would have long since succumbed to madness. Now it seemed that the source of that tension was likely connected to his homeland. Just hearing Yi describe it conjured images of a splendid nation. Edgar's eyes glimmered with longing. Previously, Yi had lured him with grand promises regarding the Watchers, but none were as enticing as this. Yi paused for a moment, his tone as usual. People are like that. They only learn to cherish what they have lost. Fortunately, I have lost enough that I can hardly keep up with cherishing it all. Ha ha! Suddenly, the blue orb in Yi's sea of consciousness quivered. Oh, I almost forgot. The beta registration deadline is approaching. He immediately cast Edgar aside and opened the official website of Under the Deity. He saw that the number of registrants displayed was 3. What the heck? There are actually 3 people, Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Given that his programming skills had yet to be reclaimed, the homepage still resembled a battlefield wasteland. He had initially anticipated that no one would register on the first day. He had planned to take his time and perhaps change his name to ride the wave of popularity next time. To think that 3 fools, 3 discerning players, had discovered their game. What are we waiting for? Yi promptly set the beta testing date for 2 days later in Blue Star and 4 days later in Ayutthaya. He then fixed his ardent gaze upon Edgar. Edgar, our helpers have arrived. Edgar was taken aback. So soon? He had not seen Yi contact anyone. How had the news arrived so suddenly? Yi shut the website and said solemnly, "The situation is urgent. They have 4 days to arrive, and we must complete all preparations as I have outlined before then." Edgar furrowed his brow. "Can't we delay their arrival? 4 days is too tight. Regrettably, we cannot." Yi said with a straight face, "So hurry and get moving. First, we need to modify the statue before us and carve a luminous orb onto it." Yi pointed at the orb in his hand, which resembled a lifeless object. "Then, we must clear out the church so that I can create the forbidden magic that will summon them." Though the church's main door was securely sealed, many of the windows above had long since been shattered. Inside lay the remnants of destruction and filth left by numerous flying magical creatures. Apart from the area just inside the entrance, there was no place to set foot. Finally, we must expel all magical creatures of level 3 and above surrounding Sweetwater Town. For the players are not yet capable of combat. As an injured party, I shall refrain from participating in the fighting. And by the way, I will give you a design manual shortly. You must adhere to the descriptions within it when interacting with the players. Yi glanced at the orb in his palm. You will receive a copy of the design manual too. The orb, which had come to accept its role as a mere ornament under Yi's command, exclaimed, "There is something for me too?" It leapt from Yi's hand, soaring into the air, both astonished and delighted. Yi nodded, wearing an expression that indicated it was only natural, of course. As the deity of the Under the Deity Novice Village and the game's mascot, the orb must certainly be put to use. Otherwise, it would be impossible for just Yi and Edgar to handle players who behave like huskies. Edgar frowned, seemingly still doubtful about the 4-day time constraint. Yi immediately stood up to paint a rosy picture for him, speaking with extraordinary sincerity. "Trust me, if we work hard over these 4 days, once they arrive, you will see that what I have spoken of regarding the future is not mere talk. Without deities, humanity can still thrive and live well." Edgar's expression softened. He was indeed swayed by such words. Otherwise, he would not have been lured into the Watchers by Yi. "What sort of character do the helpers you summoned possess?" Edgar inquired. Since they would be working together in the future, he prepared to extract some information from Yi in advance. They have traveled from afar. He felt it necessary to demonstrate his regard for them, which would be beneficial for their future collaboration. Listening to Yi's extravagant praise, he imagined they must be warriors who, for the future of human civilization, bravely resisted the gods, unwavering even in the face of widespread condemnation and misunderstanding. Edgar speculated. Yi's eyes sparkled. "Finally, after 2 days, you have asked the right question?" Edgar felt a twinge of unease. But it was already too late. Yi rubbed his hands together, revealing a smile familiar to Blue Star inhabitants. Akin to that of a real estate agent discovering a big spender, ready to push for a sale. My friend, have you heard of the Fourth Calamity? Chapter 15. The Game Helmet and Blue Star players' discussions on Under the Deity the Color Blue. Lin Xian had just finished editing the last episode of Divine Realm, collapsing into his chair like a lifeless dog. Lin Xian raised his head and howled. "Finally, I have completed it." Being a hot topic is no easy feat. The hype surrounding Divine Revelation was nearly over. He was now ready to take the earnings from these 3 episodes and return to his original path of creating game content. However, recently, the gaming community had been drained of excitement by Divine Realm. New games that had originally set a pre-sale schedule were now being postponed. For a moment, Lin Xian found himself at a loss regarding what game to focus on next. Should he cover the internal testing of a game? Lin Xian was out of ideas. Suddenly, a notification pinged from his computer. Lin Xian looked down to see it was an alert for a new email in his inbox. What's this? Spam? No, it's an email from under the deity. Lin Xian immediately sat up straight, clicking on the email to read it thoroughly. Since only 3 individuals had signed up for the beta test, the 3 of them were bundled together as the first players for Under the Deity's external testing. The all-in-one holographic helmet for Under the Deity was already on its way. The beta test would officially commence in 2 days. What the heck? Lin Xian's face bore an expression of disbelief. When he had paid, he had merely hoped to play Under the Deity. But wasn't he this speed a bit too fast? He had initially thought that receiving any news within 2 months would be considered a sign of the developer's diligence. This was practically instant. After the excitement came worry. Lin Xian stared at the messages on his computer, a sense of trepidation suddenly arising within him. With such high efficiency, would the helmet they sent be flawless? What if it malfunctioned and caused his brain to short-circuit upon wearing it? But this was the first virtual reality game. Within Lin Xian's mind, 2 inner voices clashed, each unable to convince the other. If only he could find the other 2 participants in the beta test, he would feel more at ease. However, Under the Deity's official site didn't he even have a player forum section. He had no idea where to begin looking for others. Lin Xian's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the words Under the Deity floating through his fan group chat. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Of course, he didn't know how to find others, but he had fans. Although Lin Xian's self-media career had been lukewarm, he had nonetheless accumulated a loyal following over time. Perhaps, through the power of his fans, he could find the other beta participants? Lin Xian decisively clicked into the fan group. Inside, the members were chatting, casually discussing Divine Realm and Under the Deity. Tianli Sanhua, why does it feel like the reviews for Divine Realm have improved? Cun 2 ergo. Obviously, with the existence of Under the Deity as the ultimate hate magnet, even a pig could be portrayed as the great sage. Tianli Sanhua, that's a bit much, right? What if Under the Deity actually manages to produce a game? I hear they are gearing up for internal testing. Xiao Sheng's fish pond is full. Do you trust that Under the Deity can really deliver a game? Or do you trust that I am Qin Shi Huang? Tianli Sanhua, the IP checks out. I trust you. Xiao Sheng's fish pond is full. Alright, immediately V me 50 when I make my comeback. I will appoint you as the national general. I am Qin Shi Huang. Bold. I am the true Qin Shi Huang. Once I make my comeback, I will eradicate the 4 constants, unify the writings and the tracks, and ensure that all of Blue Star uses Huagua language. If you believe in me, hit 1. Tianli Sanhua. 1. Cun 2 ergo. 111. So we really don't need to learn English anymore. Your Majesty, Xiao Sheng's fish pond is full. Pa, fraud. It's clearly unify the writings and the tracks. I am the true Qin Shi Huang. The building is becoming increasingly tilted. Just as Lin Xian contemplated how to broach the subject, a water friend named Yi Hui Fei suddenly exclaimed, I've secured a spot in the closed beta of Under the Divinity.in 2 days. I'll provide a live text commentary in the group. Everyone is welcome to join. The group's members reacted with confusion. Lin Xian. What is this? A windfall without effort. Just as he was about to seek out 2 other unwitting patrons willing to spend, here it was. Delivered right to his door, Lin Xian quickly typed away. Rinbuxiu Ji, Yi Hui Fei, my friend, have you received the game headset yet? Yi Hui Fei? Xiugu, you don't mean to say that you also. Rinbuxiu Ji, ahem. I too have a spot in the closed beta. Tianli Sanhua? Cun 2 ergo? My little fish pond is full. I am Qin Shi Huang. No way. Xiugu, are you really falling for such a scam? Pfft. Lin Xian felt as if his heart had been pierced. This was precisely the reason he had struggled to find the right words earlier. How embarrassing. Rinbuxiu Ji, ha ha ha, after all, I am a gaming blogger, in need of some quirky game material. Why Yi Hui Fei? Oh, I see. No wonder I just filled it out casually when I saw the registration was only a few dozen bucks. Like getting it for free, and didn't he expect to actually win? Yi Hui Fei. I checked the delivery. The game headset should arrive this afternoon. However, my dad said that items with unknown origins might be dangerous. So he wants to take it to his company for inspection first, so it might not be in my hands until tomorrow. Like getting it for free. Upon seeing those words, Lin Xian felt another stab to his heart, shedding 2 streams of silent tears. He was quite familiar with the ID Yi Hui Fei, as he was ranked 3rd on his account's donation leaderboard, a young rich heir. When he had made that donation to become Lin Xian's 3rd supporter, he had also said something similar, lamenting that with so few fans, being 3rd on the leaderboard felt akin to getting it for free. Sigh, Why is the disparity between people so vast? However, upon reading the second message, Lin Xian regained his spirits. This was precisely the kind of information he sought. Without delay, Lin Xian pulled Yi Hui Fei into a private chat. Rinbuxiu Ji, my friend, once your game headset S inspection report is available, could you send me a copy? Yi Hui Fei. Oh, Xiu, you pulled me into private chat just to ask that? Absolutely no problem. Rinbuxiu Ji, thank you. Thank you, bowing gesture. By the way, do you genuinely believe that Under the Divinity has the potential to develop a virtual reality game? Yi Hui Fei. The possibility is quite slim. Though my family isn't involved in game development, we do have a fair understanding of the cutting-edge brainwave technology. Yi Hui Fei. To create a gaming pod that meets public expectations, at least one crucial technological breakthrough or two key technological innovations are required. Lin Xian regarded this with deep respect. Yi Hui Fei's background was indeed extraordinary. Such privileged information was entirely beyond the reach of Lin Xian's usual data collection. They chatted a bit more, agreeing to explore what Under the Divinity had in store in 2 days. If the game launched, they would team up for the experience. With a heart full of trepidation, Lin Xian closed the chat window. Yi Hui Fei's assertion that the possibility is slim still held a glimmer of hope. Some revolutionary technologies don't necessarily adhere to the rules of technological progression. Just like during the Industrial Revolution, humanity made leaps forward that surpassed the previous millennium. What if Under the Divinity possessed such technology? They would profit immensely. Indeed, it could be deemed an invisible investment. If they won, they would earn handsomely. And if they lost, the loss would be minimal. After conversing with Yi Hui Fei, Lin Xian felt considerably lighter. Chapter 16. Transforming Sweetwater Town. Player bodies completed. Elsha, Sweetwater Town. Following Yi Ji's extensive explanation, Edgar had gained a general understanding of the player's chaotic neutrality. He was now diligently memorizing a plethora of notes Yi Ji had written down. Yi Ji, having surveyed the now revitalized, well, perhaps not entirely renewed, Sweetwater Town, embarked on a patrol. The town itself was rather small, with less than 100 buildings and only 2 main streets that could be seen end to end at a glance. To prepare for the arrival of the fragile players, Edgar had dealt with a few stray monsters lurking in town and designed a temporary magical barrier within a kilometer's radius. This would both deter new monsters from entering and conceal their presence, minimizing the chances of detection. On the outskirts of the Great Oak Forest, for some high-ranking mages, the danger level was manageable, making it a suitable training ground. Simultaneously, this posed a potential threat that Yi Ji and his companions might face in the future. Furthermore, considering the players would need to construct their own shelters and forage for food, Edgar ventured to the neighboring Naley town to borrow some tools. As Yi Ji noted the time, the players would soon arrive, prompting him to beckon a person and a ball standing at the church door to enter the church with him. Do you remember how? Yi Ji inquired of Edgar. Edgar nodded. It's manageable. Aside from a few sentences I cannot comprehend, it's relatively simple to remember, and no worries. Just respond in the specified language. And if you don't understand, pretend you didn't hear it. Yi Ji had anticipated this. Abstract terms in the digital realm were something he could not directly explain to the Knight of Justice. He could only let Edgar figure it out on his own over time. After testing Edgar with a few questions, he was pleased with the responses. Yi Ji felt quite satisfied. The player base for Under the Divinity would only continue to grow. As a severely injured individual, it was impractical for him to personally guide the players each time. Edgar was to be his next protege, or rather, the guide for the novice village. Inside the church, the dilapidated tables, chairs, and candlesticks had long been cleared away, leaving only a solitary statue. Before the statue lay a magical array strikingly similar to a blood and flesh altar, spanning several meters wide. This was indeed a byproduct of the failed resurrection magic, a forbidden spell capable of transforming the bodies of monsters into human forms. However, such bodies could not accommodate a complete soul, failing to meet Yi Ji's requirements. Since Yi Ji had created it, the opportunity for its use had never arisen, until now. The players arriving from Blue Star could only bring over a fragment of consciousness, thus satisfying the requirements for the body's use. Yi Ji rummaged through his belongings, producing a long black staff. The surrounding tranquil magical energy began to surge, converging within the magical array. Suddenly, the array illuminated. Forbidden magic. Undead resurrection 2. Flesh and blood resurrection. The monster corpses Edgar had piled at the center of the array gradually dissolved, merging into the array. Subsequently, a wave of scarlet-tinged black mist surged forth. The already damaged marble completely disintegrated, revealing the earthen floor below. The light orb shrieked softly, "My church!" In its eyes, the church adorned with its statue was its sole possession. Witnessing the floor of its church inexplicably rupture, it felt faint from the anguish. He dared not offend Yi, thus could only mutter complaints. If it disturbed the necromancer's magical ritual, its entire church might not survive. After a moment, 3 pale male human bodies lay in succession on the ground. Yi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The magic was a success. Next, it was merely a matter of waiting for the game headsets infused with his magical energy to reach the hands of the 3 beta players. After several days of research, Yi discovered that his magical energy resembled a virus embedded in the internet, exploiting its vulnerabilities. With this realization, he proceeded to engage in actions befitting a virus. For instance, he funneled the funds from the 3 players who purchased beta qualifications into a black account. This allowed him to procure a legitimate account and, through these funds, acquire 3 motorcycle helmets at a bargain price. After several transactions, he found some artisans who implanted a networking device within them. Yi then sealed his magical energy within the helmets via the networking device. Thus, once the players received the game headsets, Yi would be able to access their brain coordinates through the magical energy he had previously left behind, successfully pulling over their consciousness projections. Everything was perfectly planned, just awaiting the players' arrival. Edgar stepped forward to dress the 3 bodies. They were currently being hunted and destitute. These garments were borrowed from the neighboring town, hence ill-fitting. Some were so short they choked their necks, while others would trip over their pant legs when standing. Well, low-quality starter gear should ignite the player's enthusiasm for purchasing new skins, Yi remarked. Regrettably, he did not wish it to be this way. Given the current organizational hardships, he could only impose upon the first batch of players. With some time still before the beta launch, Yi, feeling idle, decided to review the settings once more. Let us go over our character setups again. Once the players arrive, remember to keep your lips sealed. Edgar nodded in understanding. And no sooner had Yi finished speaking than he began. The leader of the Watchers, Yi, and the players, are all humans who departed Elsha prior to the Age of the Gods. The capricious actions of the deities led Elsha to its demise, and now, you return to your homeland bearing the mission to save the world. Regardless of what words came from Edgar's mouth, their credibility increased threefold. Yi felt a surge of delight. His judgment had proven sound. Edgar was indeed suited for this grand deception of guiding novices. Precisely, it felt just right. If anyone inquires about the settings, relay them as stated. Avoid over-explaining, and each time, share only a morsel to keep the players' appetites whetted. Crafting narratives is what players adore most, taking fragmented pieces of information and weaving them into a complete picture. This level of detail was ample for them to utilize in a smaller version. Edgar solemnly responded, affirming his understanding. The newly arrived assistant, no, the players are a capricious and chaotic group, quick to tire of novelty. To retain their assistance for a prolonged duration, he must diligently implement the recruitment strategies that Yi had imparted to him. The luminous orb nearby languidly remarked, this nonsensical tale wouldn't even be believed by a brainless red-skinned earthworm. Alas! The orb exclaimed, clutching its tingling head and sulking in silence. Yi withdrew his staff, casting a sidelong glance at it. Having been preoccupied with examining Edgar, he had almost forgotten about you now. Recite your designated role. Chapter 17. The internal test commences. The light strands on the orb stood upright, reminiscent of a student called upon in class. After much stammering, it could only recall a few scattered terms. It seemed to suggest that it was a traitor rebelling against the divine faction. The information was so absurd that it had not paid any serious attention to it, and now, how could it articulate anything? They cannot comprehend my words. Why must I recite as well? The orb muttered weakly. This was indeed the case. There existed a language barrier between the Blue Star world and the Elthia world. Only Yi, acting as the intermediary guardian, could facilitate communication between both parties. However, Yi had only granted Edgar a spiritual imprint, allowing him to comprehend what the players said within a certain proximity to Yi. Although the orb had entered into a contract with Yi, the latter harbored mistrust, never mentioning the spiritual imprint. Clearly guarding against it, Yi's skull suddenly loomed closer, his tone menacing. Oh? So you haven't retained any of it? The orb was startled by the abrupt proximity of the skeletal head and instinctively recoiled several meters before managing to halt. It clutched its racing heart, perpetually sensing that it had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Yet, reflecting upon the events of the past few days, the orb formulated a bold hypothesis. Yi seemed hesitant to ascend directly to divinity and was now placing great importance on the powers of divinity. Therefore, This self-aware divine essence it possessed must hold significant value to him. Even if its life was in his hands, it dared not act recklessly. After coming to this realization, the orb puffed out its chest. Emboldened, regardless, I cannot comprehend their speech. I shall simply pretend I did not hear it. Isn't that what you said? Yi advised Edgar to overlook the player's occasional offbeat remarks. This rule applied equally to the orb. However, the orb understood nothing, thus had nothing to respond to. Perfect. The more it pondered this, the more pleased it felt. Its tiny eyes would occasionally dart toward Yi, eagerly awaiting his reaction. Yet, Yi appeared to have lost interest, instantly returning to his previous position, not even casting a superfluous glance in its direction. Edgar glanced at Yi before turning his attention to the dazed orb nearby. Was he ignoring it? His tone remained indifferent. Although the orb's identity bore a complex and intertwined relationship with him, he was no longer a Dawn Knight, and the other was not the god of light, merely a teammate. Hence, assistance was feasible. After all, the orb was the essence of the god of light. Winning it over could prove quite beneficial. Yi shook out a black magical robe from his storage space. As he donned it, he replied, "No need. As it itself has stated, it cannot comprehend that it might as well play the role of a mascot." Yi spoke nonchalantly, yet Edgar understood that this statement utterly deprived the orb of any chance of communicating with the players. From his standpoint, he welcomed this outcome. Such divine essences posed considerable risks. If the orb remained compliant as a mere tool, it would render the risk far more manageable for them. Thus, Edgar fell silent for 2 seconds. Refraining from further persuasion, blue star. Ding ding ding. Crack. Lin Xian groggily rose from his bed, glancing at his phone. What the heck? It's 7:50 a.m. How could I have set an alarm for 8 o'clock a.m.? After exclaiming, Lin Xian tossed aside his phone and fell back into slumber. 5 minutes later, he abruptly leaped from the bed. Wait. Today is the day the internal test for Under the Divine goes live. Lin Xian snatched his clothes from the bed, making his way in leaps and bounds to the gaming desk. Between the computer and gaming peripherals lay a sleek, silver-black helmet brimming with technological allure. This was the gaming helmet that Lin Xian had received just yesterday. After a thorough inspection by his enthusiastic friend, Yi Huifei, the helmet's safety was entirely assured. Therefore, Lin Xian's anticipation for the imminent gaming experience soared. According to Yi Huifei, the helmet possessed an impenetrable core encoder at the back, likely related to the game itself. Lin Xian's excitement surged at the thought. With such stringent confidentiality, the gaming company must indeed have something remarkable to offer. Donning the helmet, a dark countdown materialized before his eyes, indicating 3 minutes remaining. Phew! He almost missed it. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. As he eagerly awaited, the countdown finally reached its end. Then, bang! Lin Xian's head tilted, and he fell backward into his chair. The magical energy retained within the gaming helmet began to circulate, activating the magical runes crafted from communal machinery. The magical matrix, activate, in Lin Xian's perspective. As the countdown hit 0000, his vision suddenly darkened. A gentle pulling sensation emanated from the back of his head, and in the next moment, he found himself sprawled on the ground. Lin Xian opened his eyes to behold the white dome of a church. A peculiar scent, tinged with blood and the fragrance of flora, wafted to his nose. Have I transcended? No. I've entered the game? Lin Xian incredulously sat up from the ground, casting his gaze upon his hands. This light, these hands, this scent, this tactile sensation, this is the virtual reality game he had longed for. As Lin Xian caressed himself, tears of exhilaration streamed down his face. Oh my goodness, I can finally experience a virtual reality game in my lifetime. Oh no, there's a pervert. A panicked scream assaulted Lin Xian's eardrums, accompanied by a pitch that could rival a dolphin's. Blinking through tears, Lin Xian turned his gaze to see a handsome young man staring at him in terror. From the clarity yet naive it reflected in the young man's eyes, Lin Xian instantly recognized him as a player. Considering there were only 3 internal test players, Lin Xian cautiously ventured, Yi Huifei? The handsome young man's expression shifted from fear to surprise. Xiao Ge? After receiving Lin Xian's affirmative response, the young man sighed in relief. You scared me. Xiao Ge, why are you touching yourself? Heaven knows how terrifying it was to see a robust man both groping himself and laughing while weeping upon opening his eyes. Moreover, that man's voice was particularly mournful, sending shivers down Yi Huifei's spine. Lin Xian cleared his throat. It's not my first time playing such a game. I'm just a bit overexcited. Right? Yi Huifei instantly became animated, gesticulating excitedly. Shougu, let me tell you, This game is absolutely phenomenal. The surrounding scent of blood is indistinguishable from reality. The graphics are stunning, the tactile sensations are genuine, and even the soil carries the earthy fragrance. The choking sensation around the neck feels exactly like in the real world. This truly is a virtual reality game. Lin Xian observed Yi Hui Fei, who donned clothes several sizes too small, and hesitated to voice his thoughts. Have you ever considered why you feel a choking sensation around your neck? Chapter 18. The third player's introduction to the game, huh? Yi Hui Fei, belatedly aware, glanced down and tugged at his collar. What on earth? What era are these clothes from? Why are they so small? Upon pulling it apart, a deep purple mark appeared around Yi Hui Fei's neck, resembling a noose, evidently having been constricted for quite some time. Despite the quality of the garment being quite good, Yi Hui Fei struggled to physically open the collar after several attempts. Observing this, Lin Xian immediately rushed over to assist. Don't worry, I'll give it a try. Wait. No, Xiaogu, don't move. Yi Hui Fei hastily objected. Bang. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Xian stumbled and fell, grappling with pants that were longer than both of his legs combined. His mind filled with questions. Who on earth wears these pants? Not even a giraffe could fit into this length. Yi Hui Fei chuckled awkwardly. Ahaha, it seems the new player gear is a bit unfriendly to us. Haha. Suddenly, a deep voice interjected from the side. Let me handle that. With a ripping sound, the pants in Lin Xian's hands tore apart like wire. After resolving the pants, the newcomer proceeded to assist Yi Hui Fei with his collar. Finally able to breathe freely, Yi Hui Fei looked at him with gratitude. Thanks, buddy. The third player nodded, indicating it was no trouble. Hey, you have a unique way of speaking. Yi Hui Fei, ever sociable, approached the stranger. Gazing at the similarly torn sleeves of the newcomer's attire, he marveled. Why is there such a stark difference between us, both wearing new player gear? The third player glanced at his hands. It likely relates to our inherent attributes. Long ago, I discovered I possessed greater strength than average. That makes sense. My sense of smell is sharper than most, so switching bodies feels no different. Yi Hui Fei found corroboration in his own experience. Lin Xian followed suit. Indeed, my height is approximately the same as my real-world stature, suggesting that aside from concealing our appearances, the game replicates our original bodies in terms of physical strength, endurance, olfactory senses, and so forth. As he spoke, Lin Xian inhaled sharply. Such data had not been included in the internal test registration form. Who would have thought that a mere gaming helmet could yield such remarkable effects? Akin to a body scanner? Height. I can't believe it, he muttered to himself. His gaze lifted to scrutinize Lin Xian's head, then descended to his legs. His expression was subtly complex. Lin Xian's face flushed crimson, fueled by indignation. That's merely because the newbie outfit's pant legs are excessively long. It has nothing to do with my actual height. I stand at a respectable 178 centimeters, mind you. While not towering, I am certainly not short. Just as he was about to further defend himself, the grand doors of the church creaked open. Yi entered, accompanied by an individual and a luminous orb. With a thud, the doors closed automatically without anyone touching them. Lin Xian's mouth fell agape in astonishment as he beheld the newcomers, a wizard cloaked in robes that concealed their form, a knight he had seen in promotional images, and a floating orb that unmistakably emanated magical energy. With each step they took, it felt as though they were treading upon Lin Xian's very heart. An extraordinary aura from another realm surged into his consciousness. Goodness, they are incredibly handsome. Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Yi's jawline, hidden beneath the shadow of his cloak, broke into a grin. Over the past few days, he had specifically brought Edgar along to practice the etiquette of elven nobility for this very moment. The third player, unable to contain himself, took a couple of steps forward. I can't believe it, he exclaimed, but was quickly restrained by I can fly. Stay still. This is likely the game's opening animation. Missing it could lead to the loss of crucial information and might even provoke NPCs. Opening animation? NPC? The third player was incredulous. They weren't real people. Of course not. This game only includes the three of us unfortunate souls. Do their garments resemble ours in any way? Hush, the narrative is commencing. I can fly gestured for silence. Turning his head like a curious goose, he craned his neck to observe the newcomers. Edgar, momentarily taken aback by the attention, quickly regained his composure. As expected, these players were as unpredictable as Yi had claimed. Just as he could not fathom the purpose of the other's craned neck, Yi felt a sense of relief upon witnessing the three players' surprising honesty. Before entering, He had envisioned countless scenarios where players might rush forward and cause chaos. He had even contemplated how to assertively handle them within the bounds of his character. But now it seemed unnecessary. Yeg lowered his cloak, revealing a skeletal frame that was little more than bone. Instantly, 3 gasps echoed in the air, accompanied by hushed murmurs. "By heavens, a skeleton! I can fly," muttered in astonishment. "Is this what true realism looks like? Such an incredibly lifelike skeleton?" Lin Xian marveled. The third player's pupils dilated in shock. Before the cloak was drawn back, he had harbored doubts about I Can Fly's assessment. Now, all uncertainty had evaporated. The game had indeed achieved an astonishing level of realism. "Welcome to your return, wayfarers," Yiji spoke, his deep and commanding voice dispelling the fear invoked by his appearance. "As you can see, my mission has failed. The conflict between the deities and Elthia remains irreconcilable. 600 years ago, the gods initiated the final divine war, resulting in their complete annihilation. Elthia, as foretold, is marching toward ultimate destruction. The remnants of the fallen gods have spawned horrifying monstrosities. They relentlessly encroach upon the territories of various races. Elves retreat to the elven forest. Merfolk dwell in the depths of the ocean. Dwarves have vanished without a trace, and dragons conceal themselves in Dragon Valley, leaving only humanity to resist in defiance. The front lines cannot continue to recede. All races must emerge from the shadows of the gods and discover the true future of civilization. We shall fire the first shot in this rebellion. Although I could not prevent the prophecy from manifesting, my prior return equips me to assist you in rekindling the glory of the Watchers. Our first step must be to rebuild Sweetwater Town, establishing our initial stronghold as we return to Elthia. Feel free to undertake any tasks. Our goals align, our ideals coincide, and we fight for the thousands of compatriots behind us. Every moment is precious, and we cannot afford to delay before the next tide of monsters arrives. We require ample weapons, food, and a sturdy wall." As his words settled, an eerie silence enveloped the AI. Yeg had anticipated this. Though this group of opportunistic players could be easily swayed, they were certainly not inclined to work for nothing. Clearing his throat, he continued, "I hold deep respect for every brave soul who dares to return to Elthia, but varying degrees of courage and sacrifice must be met with corresponding rewards. Please, silently invoke game panel in your minds, and you will find what you require." Chapter 19. Do the privileges of the faction leader include titles? Lin Xian followed Yiji's instructions, and with a thought, a translucent blue panel materialized before him. Name: Renbushio Ji. Race: Human. Level: 1. Newbie. Experience: 0-100. Sand value: 100. Skills: None. Inventory: empty. There truly is a game panel, Lin Xian exclaimed with delight. He had initially assumed that the game's pursuit of 100 realism meant all efforts were focused on graphical fidelity, especially since this was merely the first internal test. Given the game's visuals and realism, Lin Xian's tolerance for it was already at its peak. Most internal test games are mere prototypes. Sometimes, the first testing and the official launch can feel like 2 entirely different games. Yet, from Lin Xian's perspective, the completeness of Under the Deities had already surpassed 70, and this was just the initial testing. The data on the game panel adhered to the classic format. Lin Xian casually skimmed through it, even discovering a button in the upper right corner to exit the game. The only data that puzzled him was the sand value. Why would a Western fantasy adventure game incorporate a sand value system? Is there perhaps a hint of Cthulhu in this game? Lin Xian pondered, slightly bewildered. The worldview introduced by the NPCs had not provided any relevant clues. Contemplating this, he clicked on the button for the notice. The notice button was deliberately highlighted in bold red, making it nearly impossible for Lin Xian to overlook. Watchers Member Handbook 1.0. 1. Players have only one faction choice, namely the Watchers faction, and cannot change factions. 2. The faction leader is unique and can only be Yiji. Should Yiji perish, players will lose their anchor point in Elthia, and the main quest to combat the gods and save Elthia will automatically fail. The internal testing channels will close, and the game will revert to a previous save to fix bugs before re-entering testing. 3. The faction leader possesses a range of privileges, including confinement, temporary account freeze, and expulsion from the faction, account banning. Although Yiji is mild-mannered, please do not attempt to provoke him. 4. The final interpretation of the above terms rests solely with the faction leader. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Goodness, aside from the first rule, the other 3 were all about Yiji. Their faction leader wielded such immense power. He could even ban accounts. If he died, the game would shut down. While it was stated that internal testing would resume, Who knows how long that might take? By the time under the deities gained recognition, what if he couldn't secure a spot in the internal testing? Lin Xian resolved to ensure the safety of their faction leader. However, speaking of which, wasn't their faction leader a skeleton? How would one define being alive? Lin Xian searched for a long while but found no explanation for the sand value and ultimately chose to abandon his inquiries. Regardless, with such a name, as a seasoned gamer for 20 years, he was well aware of the implications of that attribute. Lin Xian continued to explore. Besides the character attributes page, the game panel also featured a separate task module. Upon clicking, a plethora of task information flooded forth. Logging. Each tree felled rewards 5 experience points. Trees must exceed 8 meters in height. All types are acceptable. Street cleaning. Each bucket of trash collected rewards 2 experience points. Gathering stone. Each unit of stone collected rewards 2 experience points. Unit calculation method as follows. Gathering wild fruits. Each unit of wild fruit collected rewards 1 experience point. Unit calculation method as follows. The variety of tasks was abundant, yet all comprised menial chores for tidying the town. It was evident that the Watchers organization in the game was facing dire straits. Lin Xian couldn't help but reflect on this. The highest experience reward was the logging task presented first. He calculated that felling 20 trees would grant him level 2, making leveling up a feasible endeavor. He wondered if there would be rewards upon reaching level 2. I Can Fly shared his thoughts and asked, "Dear Skeleton Lord, what rewards await us upon reaching level 2? It's coming." Yiji had been eagerly waiting for this question to arise. Now that you've returned to Elthia, you will need time to acclimate to this drastically changed world. Once you have adapted, I shall initiate your magical enlightenment. True power is the foundation of all. Magical enlightenment, I Can Fly exclaimed with glee, his mouth nearly stretching to the heavens. So this world truly possesses magic, and we can learn it at level 2? Yiji nodded slightly. I Can Fly was so exhilarated that he didn't know where to place his hands. And he bolted toward the door. Wait for me, Lord Leader. I'll bring back 20 trees for you in no time. I'm in too. Lin Xian was now filled with enthusiasm. Tasks? I want to undertake tasks. I want to level up. Wait. Yiji called out. Edgar responded promptly, retrieving both Yi Hui Fei and Lin Xian. I had not yet finished speaking. Why Yiji cast a calm glance at the two, finally realizing their urgency. However, it was essential to allow him to complete his opening remarks. We found ourselves in a place known as Sweetwater Town, situated on the outskirts of the Great Oakwood Forest. One of the countless ordinary city-states submerged by the tide of magic. This area is teeming with magical creatures. Aside from the vicinity of Sweetwater Town within a kilometer, all other locations are extremely perilous. So do not wander off at will. The consequences shall be yours to bear. This is Edgar Reno. Certain tasks will be accompanied by supplementary supplies, which you may obtain from him. Edgar nodded to the crowd. This is... Yiji hesitated in his speech. The luminous orb gazed at him eagerly. Observing Edgar's actions, Yiji must be introducing them. Is it now my turn? As the future deity of this peculiar group of humans, how will the other party introduce me? To gather divine power, Yiji will surely fashion me to perfection. Yiji felt a pang of dread in the flurry of these past few days. He had forgotten to assign a name to the orb. Habitually referring to it as the orb and calling it a mascot during scriptwriting led to his oversight. Surely, he could not simply call it the God of Light. Oral Lucian. When the true Oral is resurrected, the orb may very well be assimilated due to sharing the same name and source of power. That is something I absolutely cannot allow. Yiji's mind raced. The orb, the divine persona of Oral Lucian. What name should I bestow upon it? Aha! An epiphany struck Yiji, and he continued from his previous statement. Its name shall be Xiao Ming, as a humble avatar of the God of Light. It comprehends the unforgivable transgressions of deities. Thus, it willingly aligns itself with the Watchers, eager to dedicate its divine power to assist them. When you are able to learn magic, you may seek it out at the church. The orb, not comprehending the language of the Huagua, immediately responded with enthusiasm upon hearing Yiji's conclusion. Chu Chu Yabo. In the language of the other party, this phrase serves as a universally applicable blessing. How delightful, surely, you are charmed by the approachable nature of its divine patron. However, Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Xiao Ming, such a casual name. Is the God of Light truly incapable of naming? Chapter 20. The game's mascot. Getting acquainted, the naming challenged Yiji. What is wrong with Xiao Ming? Do you look down upon it? The frequency of its occurrence speaks volumes about the public's acceptance of that name. If the God of Light is not named Xiao Ming, should it be called Xiao Hong? As long as it serves a purpose, it is sufficient. Yi Hui Fei hissed. So this orb is a traitor? Being a deity of light, even if merely an avatar, it belongs to the divine faction. How could it possibly align with us, the anti-deities, the Watchers? Is that not tantamount to betraying itself? Abstract, far too abstract. Lin Xian pondered. Given its silly, silent demeanor, could it be the game's mascot? The orb, now known as Xiao Ming, gazed curiously at the three otherworldly visitors who were incessantly chatting. What transpired? Could it be that its direct blessing left them utterly astonished? Rendering them unsure of how to express their joy, Lin Xian turned around. Look at the statue of the goddess behind us. Does the orb not resemble Xiao Ming? Indeed. Awe sparkled in Yi Hui Fei's eyes, and a suspicious liquid trickled from the corner of his mouth. If Xiao Ming is the avatar of the god of light, then when it matures, will it not resemble the statue itself? His attitude shifted as he gave a thumbs up to the orb. Ah, what a splendid turn of events. Our Watchers truly require a benevolent, understanding, and fair-skinned goddess. The orb's radiance dimmed slightly, but its mood lifted. It understood that this gesture signified praise. Indeed, the faithful are extolling its virtues. Chu Chu Yabo. It joyfully bestowed another blessing. Yi, fully aware of everything, stifled his laughter. Clearing his throat, he continued. Having conveyed all necessary information, my compatriots, may you swiftly acclimate to life in Elsha. With that, he grasped the orb and moved deeper into the church, employing a slow gait that belied his rapid pace, swiftly vanishing from sight. Should he linger any longer, he feared he might lose his composure. Edgar stepped aside, revealing an array of backpacks, pickaxes, and other tools stored behind him. For those who have accepted tasks, please come here to collect your equipment. The trio's attention immediately shifted from the departing Yi, and they flocked toward him. A player can only accept one task at a time, and thus can only obtain one item. Edgar hoisted the remaining tools and entered the church. Leaving the space entirely to the three players, Lin Xian and the third player gathered together. Lin Xian examined the deep green leaf he had been assigned. The leaf was as large as two of his hands, with a section designed for gripping while the rest bore jagged, serrated edges, extremely sharp. The silver-clad knight had mentioned that this was the axe required for the lumberjack task. Lin Xian attempted to bend it, but the leaf was exceedingly rigid, akin to ironwood from Blue Star. He could not help but mutter. Our faction is rather impoverished, is it not? We don't even possess a proper axe. Opening his backpack, he discovered indeed that he had acquired an item. Simple axe, broad leaf. The third player swung the broad leaf effortlessly, producing a sharp cracking sound. He examined the sharp barbs on the leaf. This leaf is quite impressive, likely far superior to a standard AXIS. That's so? Lin Xian followed suit, but shook his head. Despite its differing appearance, it did not feel comfortable in his hands. I wonder if it is possible to exchange for another task. Using this leaf to fell 20 trees, each 8 meters tall, is far too daunting. Had he known, he would have accompanied Yi Hui Fei to gather stones instead. Just as he lamented, Yi Hui Fei dashed out from the depths of the church. Show go, how splendid. You haven't set off yet. Bring one along. Yi Hui Fei? Lin Xian stared at the identical broad leaf in his hands, mouth agape. Did you not go to accept the stone collecting task? Earlier, the three of them had chosen tasks and items. Lin Xian and the third player were focused on the lumberjack task, heading straight to Edgar upon accepting it. Yi Hui Fei had initially intended to take the lumberjack task, but ultimately feared it was a trap. Thus, he remained on the ground, calculating, insisting on identifying the task that would elevate him to level 2 in the shortest time. He delayed accepting a task, and Edgar did not indulge him. After observing him for a while, he left with his backpack. Only then did Yi Hui Fei realize the urgency and hurriedly rushed to accept the stone-collecting task he had calculated as the most efficient. Yet he returned with a choice for lumberjacking. Yi Hui Fei sighed. Do not even mention it. The tool for collecting stones was a rusty hoe. I feared that before I reached level 2, the task item would break, and since the game lacks a currency system, I worried I would not be able to afford compensation if the NPC demanded it. Ultimately, this purely natural tool is far more practical. I inquired with the NPC regarding the task item, and he mentioned that broadleaves are abundant nearby. If used up, I could exchange them with him. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Is there such a provision? It seems that my initial choice was indeed the best. As expected, the first step in every game is to gather wood. Gazing at the trio holding similar broadleaves, Lin Xian contemplated. Right? Since we are all undertaking the lumberjack task, why not form a team? I think that's a splendid idea. 3 of us chopping trees together shall be far less tedious. Yi Hui Fei enthusiastically concurred. The third player remained silent but nodded in agreement. Lin Xian scratched his head. By the way, buddy, I am called Renbu Xiuji. Having been here for so long, we still do not know your name. Name? The third player furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is your game ID that you filled out when registering for the closed beta, Lin Xian responded. Observing the other's expression, he thought it odd. Could it be that this player is a novice to online gaming? Yet that seemed implausible. Who but a seasoned player would pay attention to a closed beta game? Actually, it is my first closed beta. After a moment's hesitation, the third player explained. At the time of registration, I was in a poor mood, so I didn't take the naming seriously. It is rather difficult to pronounce. Lin Xian found himself in a predicament. What shall we do now? Presently, it is fine. For the foreseeable future, Under the Deity will likely consist of only the three of us players. However, how will we find each other when more players join? Surely we cannot address each other as buddy every time. Yi Huifei suddenly had a revelation, slapping his palm. Alright, show ge. I forgot to mention something just now. If you peer through the translucent game panel, you can see the player IDs and NPC information. This was an accidental discovery Yi Huifei made during the previous cutscene. For instance, when he had looked at their faction leader, the title above them read, Leader of the Watchers, Lord of Sweetwater Town, Dying Undead, 7 days 12 hours, particularly the last part regarding time had frightened him, making him think such a splendid game would cease operations in 7 days. Fortunately, upon closer inspection, the seconds were incrementing by 2 and decrementing by 1. Rather than being a pure countdown, it likely relates to the game's lore, which they currently do not comprehend. But as long as it is not a shutdown, that is sufficient. Lin Xian followed his advice and successfully saw the third player's ID. Lin Xian. No wonder the other party trailed off, unable to pronounce it. This ID was clearly not taken seriously. It seemed to have been conceived by rolling one's face across the keyboard. Lin Xian rubbed his temples in exasperation. Regarding this name of yours, let's simply refer to you as Garble Brother. Let's treat it as if the game ID glitched. Chapter 21. The novice rewards are not merely benefits, but a means to rescue game retention rates. Although the three individuals appeared to share the same physical age, Lin Xian sensed that the other party was slightly older. How should one put it? There was an air of worldly wisdom about him. The character known as Luanma nodded. I have no objections. My name is Yi Huifei, and I was drawn here by the introduction stating that this is a Western fantasy game, where I can learn magic. Yi Huifei introduced himself. Lin Xian chuckled heartily and introduced himself once more. I am a gaming blogger. My ID is the same as my gaming ID, which is Renbu Xiuji. Feel free to follow me. Luanma nodded in understanding, then paused to speak. Speaking of magic, did everyone hear the opening storyline? What are your thoughts on the game's background and the faction NPCs? Lin Xian was somewhat surprised to discover that Luanma was also a narrative player. Given his demeanor of being tough yet taciturn, he had assumed that Luanma was a hardcore player who skipped all the storyline content in pursuit of a flawless victory. Luanma gazed at the peeling walls of the church and after a moment remarked, I am merely curious. After all, this game is exceptionally well crafted, akin to another world. Why? Yi Huifei agreed. I concede, the attention to detail in this game is indeed remarkable. Every bit of damage in our church is unique. As if it has truly been abandoned for many years, Lin Xian lowered his head in contemplation. This query successfully triggered his instincts as a gaming blogger. The words spoken by Yiji earlier echoed in his mind as vividly as a movie. It seemed we players are akin to a group of indigenous people who leave and then return to the continent of Ertia. Our purpose? To thwart an unspecified prophecy? The faction leader, Yiji, was the first to return as a scout, but his efforts ended in failure, and the prophecy unfolded as foretold. The organization he established to prevent the prophecy, the Watchers, now consisted of merely 2 members. Hence we, as the second wave, rushed back. The average player is merely a savior in the narrative, inadvertently digging numerous pits for future developments. For instance, what is the nature of the prophecy? What were the reasons behind the faction leader's failure? Even the history of the Watcher's creation. All of these could potentially serve as the main storyline ahead, rife with enigmas. However, the remaining members of the organization appear quite peculiar. Why? Yi Huifei interjected. One is a glowing orb with some connection to the god of light, and the other looks to be a knight from the divine faction, while our faction leader is a wraith. Truly, everything seems out of place. Lin Xian hushed him. Be careful not to let our faction leader overhear. He might think you're speaking ill of him. Yet, indeed, there are numerous ambiguities. They currently possess too little information to derive any significant insights. The only potentially relevant clue is that they might soon experience a magical tide storyline. But apart from this vague notion, they know nothing else. Lin Xian took one last look at the dilapidated church before they all exited, preparing to undertake their tasks. What storyline? The allure of leveling up and learning magic is far more enticing. Not long after the three departed, Yiji, Edgar, and Xiaoming emerged from behind the statue. Yiji surveyed the spot where the trio had just lingered with satisfaction. Excellent, things are progressing as they should. No wonder the gods enjoy playing coy and engaging in theatrics. Leaving others to guess half the story is indeed exhilarating. The game panel was crafted using his divine abilities, operating on principles akin to his false system panel. It resembled a notepad suspended before the players' chests. The content within was entered by him personally upon receiving the registration information of the three, after the trio obtained their task items. It was he who, lurking in the shadows, remotely added 3 items to their game panels, all to deceive them. Although Xiaoming had lost most of the authority granted by the God of Light, his divine power retained a hint of that old trickster-esque nature, making it more susceptible to change than ordinary divine power. As long as the three genuinely believed this was a game panel capable of recording player information. It would not be long before this high-tech notepad, which merely required automatic detection of skills and inventory, would truly transform into a game panel. This is the insidious nature of the power of faith. Thus, Yiji chose Xiaoming as a medium akin to a game server. The divine power extracted from him would become the game panel, and the power of faith would naturally return. The divine essence that gained self-awareness is what Yiji aims to cultivate into a new deity. Edgar furrowed his brow as he listened to the raucous shouts of the three after they exited. Seemingly captivated by the sights outside, does your world lack even forests and abandoned towns? It's not the same, Yiji chuckled. You can consider it their hobby. Some people are reluctant to venture out to witness the beauty of nature. Yet a dancing chicken within a game can hold their attention for several hours, even prompting them to perform menial tasks in exchange. Edgar's expression turned grave. An utterly incomprehensible value system. Having personally witnessed real players, Edgar's confusion only deepened. What is so fascinating about a dancing chicken? And regarding the experience points you added to the game panel, it is merely a completely meaningless number. Why does it simultaneously mobilize everyone's enthusiasm? Edgar distinctly observed that as Yiji announced their level up to level 2, the trio's hands had already tapped on the task acceptance interface. The operations of the panel, invisible from the player's perspective, were laid bare before Yiji and Edgar's eyes, even believed that if you raised the threshold for learning magic to level 5, their enthusiasm would not wane significantly. Yiji shook his head. No, you are mistaken. The novice reward served not only as benefits for the players, but also as a crucial means to retain them. Without experiencing the joys of magic, players would undoubtedly lose interest. The first magic was a plan Yiji had long prepared. Learning magic is no trivial matter. It is akin to an advanced version of physics and chemistry. If one does not dangle a few carrots, players would swiftly decry the game as garbage and flee. Otherwise, they would merely languish in the novice village, refusing to engage with the magic line. His fourth disaster route would be rendered futile. Thus, ensuring a positive gaming experience for players is also one of Yiji's paramount objectives. Edgar countered, do they truly believe that learning magic is simple? Even young children, fresh to the world, cannot harbor such naive notions. Human magical aptitude is no match for that of the winged or the dragons. Only 1 in 1,000 possesses even a low-level magical talent. The number of individuals who can truly embark on the path of magic and comprehend its mysteries is even smaller. Magic has always been a privilege reserved for a select few at the pinnacle of society. Every human undergoes a standardized magical aptitude test at the age of 6. If one is found to possess talent, it is akin to transcending social classes and elevating the entire family to new heights. Such is the difficulty of learning magic. Yiji cleared his throat. Ahem, that's about right. After all, in our world, magic only exists within game narratives. Games and stories are tailored to serve the players. And thus every player must be able to experience the joy of magic. Consequently, the magic depicted in stories or game plots is something everyone can grasp, leading to the perception that learning magic is quite simple. After a prolonged silence of contemplation, Edgar finally stated, is it not the absence of magic in your world that has birthed the prosperous scenery you have described? Chapter 22. This game actually does not censor. Yiji was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head in denial. No, the issue does not lie with magic itself, but rather with the manner in which you utilize it. The reasons are too complex to explain. For a native raised on Ertia's worldview, it would sound more like a tale. Once more players from Ertia arrive, you will naturally uncover new answers. Yiji could only respond in this manner. Xiaoming, perched on the edge of the statue's base, pouted upon hearing this. What prosperous otherworld? The behaviors of the humans cultivated here are so bizarre. Do you still believe another world would be better? Yi Ji seized Xiao Ming's tiny foot, lifting it up. If you keep speaking nonsense, I shall transform you into a goddess statue. His voice brimmed with menace. Xiao Ming quivered slightly. You promised I could bear the title of the game's symbolic totem. Just do not touch my original form. He absolutely refused to become a goddess. For that, he would willingly endure the backlash of the new divine authority. The other party was utterly untrustworthy, as is well known. The words of a dark sorcerer hold no weight. Yi Ji smiled mischievously. Xiao Ming. Ignoring the newly named glowing orb, which wore an expression as if the world was collapsing, Yi Ji tossed it upward, perfectly landing it into the hands of the goddess statue cradling water. Having an old relic is troublesome. Since it's merely a mascot, it can stay in the church. Remember to memorize the key words I provide you. Allowing eligible players to learn the first spell. If you cannot even handle such trivial matters, you might as well forfeit your excess brain cells. Xiao Ming's rotund form shrunk slightly, muttering under his breath. You always use this threat? Xiao Ming immediately fell silent. Yi Ji withdrew his gaze, feeling quite pleased. At last, he had entrusted the task of illuminating skill points for players to Xiao Ming. One less matter to worry about. What a relief. Let us go out and take a look. Indeed. Yi Ji could not rest easy allowing the three players to frolic outside alone. He had an inkling they would stir up some trouble for him. The cost of remaking a body after death requires a substantial amount of magical materials, which are currently expensive. With the organization's finances tight, they had better behave. Outside the church, little had changed. The only discernible difference from when they entered was that the mud on the ground had been smoothed out. The walls of the church now bore several dark, grimy handprints, and a tooth mark as well. A cacophony erupted from the northeast direction of the church. Yi Ji hastened over with Edgar. Upon turning a corner, they spotted a player, his neck marked with bruises, sprinting down the street, clutching the novice gear that Edgar had specifically procured for them. Yifei, as free as the wind, dashed towards Lin Xian. Shtogu, stop eating dirt and look. This game is unfiltered. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xian glanced back and promptly spat out the dirt in his mouth. Damn, it's true. He immediately discarded the unknown wild herbs he was holding in both hands, hastily dropped his trousers, and gazed in awe at his unblessed lower half. This game truly offers treasures for the brothers. Ha ha ha, Chaos Brother. Look quickly. Lin Xian joined the fray. Running alongside Yifei, Edgar. Yi Ji silently crushed a nearby section of wall. Had he known players would be so careless about logging off, he would have physically castrated them on the spot, or devised a way to install pairs of eyes that automatically emitted holy light upon encountering lewd scenes. Yi Ji, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. It was all his fault. The initial research into the undead resurrection magic had led to the design of human bodies based on his original standards. When transitioning to the byproduct magic of flesh resurrection, that characteristic had inadvertently been retained. This was not some inferior gene. When divinities were manifested, they would not deliberately discard such traits. Hence, these two rascals were reaping the benefits. How embarrassing. After a moment, Edgar spoke, his tone laden with complexity. You mentioned that when encountering incomprehensible words, one should pretend not to hear. Should I also turn a blind eye to this outrageous behavior I cannot fathom? Enough. Yi Ji felt his face flush with humiliation. He should never have claimed kinship with these two creatures. No need. Yi Ji lowered his hands from his face, his tone gritted with determination. In light of basic decency, we need not be overly lenient with them. In this situation, allow me to teach you how to resolve it. Yi Ji swiftly opened his game panel. Apart from the players, he had equipped himself, Edgar, and the light orb Xiao Ming with various panels. However, Yi Ji's identity was that of a GM with administrative privileges. While the other two held NPC panels. Yi Ji operated the panel with lightning speed. In the next moment, Lin Xian and Yifei's game panels popped up simultaneously. Warning. Due to your unusual behavior, SAN value decreased by 1. Warning. Due to your unusual behavior, SAN value decreased by 1. Warning. Due to your unusual behavior, SAN value decreased by 1. Both individuals, leaping through the air, suddenly plummeted to the ground, screaming in unison. What the? The warning windows continued to appear. By the time they donned their trousers, the notifications ceased. Their SAN values had both dropped to 89. Lin Xian clutched his bruised backside. What is this nonsense? Yifei grimaced in pain, sitting up on the ground. I have no clue. SAN value decrease? Does this even serve a purpose? He noticed a question mark in the upper right corner of the notification and promptly clicked it. Notice, to ensure players' mental and physical health and prevent confusion between game and reality. Under the Divine employs the latest cerebral cortex activity detection progress to monitor the player's confusion between reality and game. Quantified as SAN value. When SAN value reaches 0, Under the Divine will revoke the game account, and the player will be excluded from beta testing draws for an entire major version. May players return to life and game healthily. What the hell? A 0 SAN value leads to a direct account ban. Yifei's eyes widened in shock. While he understood that the game felt incredibly real and that unforeseen incidents could occur, the severity of this punishment was excessive. Lin Xian looked constipated. This is too harsh. The implication of this warning, in simpler terms, was that he was so lost in the game that he could not distinguish reality from it. Was he really that fragile? Unconvinced, Lin Xian lowered his trousers once more. Warning. Due to your unusual behavior, SAN value decreased by 1. The warning appeared in an instant, startling him into quickly pulling his trousers back up. Fortunately, the SAN value only dipped slightly further. From that moment on, he dared not toy with his account any longer. He had yet to fully enjoy the game and certainly could not afford to be banned before even leaving the novice village. Chapter 23. Chopping Trees grants extra experience. Yifei wore a pained expression. Let it go, Shtou Gu. Let us not rush off to show off to Chaos Brother. The SAN value only indicated how it could decrease, not how to replenish it. They needed to be frugal. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. Indeed, such abilities should be employed in more practical endeavors rather than frivolous displays. Yiji. All right, Shtou Gu. Yifei's eyes gleamed with resolve. In that case, let us embark on our quest. Once we acquire tangible power, we can then explore more practical applications. Indeed, Lin Xian sighed. We were all too captivated by the empty spectacle outside the church. We should have resolutely chosen to head to the village entrance. No, the town entrance, to chop trees. What a disgrace. Let us move. At last, the two vanished from Yiji's sight. He discarded yet another shattered brick. Humph. Thankfully, they still remember their duties. Edgar inquired. What is this SAN value they mentioned? To prevent dragon slayers from becoming the chains of evil dragons, Yiji responded. After pondering it, I realized you were right. While I trust my players, I also never underestimate the church. If it comes to the point where they've been brainwashed by the church with no means of rescue, I will send them away. This was also Yiji's final safeguard for players from Blue Star. All along, he had no intention of completely ensnaring them in the mire of Elthia. There was no need for the SAN value to reach 0. As long as a player began to be influenced by Elthia in their real-life thoughts, Yiji would forcibly reduce their SAN value to 0, sending them back to Blue Star. Conscious projection did not equate to immunity from harm. Only through the combination of conscious projection and SAN value as a safeguard could they be secure. Of course, this had been Yiji's initial thought. Now, he found that occasionally using SAN value to regulate player behavior yielded commendable results. Edgar, his demeanor softened, remarked, You genuinely care for them. I have never seen you consider others so deeply. Yiji shrugged. Perhaps I see a reflection of my former self in them. When he first traversed to Elthia, he had been slightly more composed than this band of players. After all, he understood that this world was not a game. There were no resurrection mechanisms. Yet, he had not been entirely steady, stumbling into numerous pitfalls that even 6-year-old local children would avoid. Falling flat for several years. Edgar raised an eyebrow. Then why do you allow your former self to do menial labor? Unless you wish to do it, Yiji retorted. Or do you want me to have the fragile undead, who would fall apart after taking a few extra steps, clean this vast town? Edgar fell silent. As a noble paladin, he was naturally reluctant to engage in menial tasks. Moreover, he was still an injured party. His powers had yet to return after his betrayal and required rest to heal. His gaze flicked over his face, the azure flames of his soul flickering. Humph. Anyone who has free labor and doesn't use it is a fool. And guess what? I have acquired the divine light goddess divinity. What do you think I will use to create their bodies? Edgar pondered initially, then his eyes widened in realization. A divine avatar? His tone brimmed with certainty. Having once been a high-ranking member of the Radiant Church, Edgar, like Yiji, understood most of the characteristics of divinities, including the ability to create divine avatars to walk freely in the realm of Elthia. The divine avatars possessed enviable talents, and while ordinary people might see them as mere laborers hauling boxes, for the divine avatars, it deepened their comprehension of the world's laws. In other words, the more arduous the tasks players undertook, the stronger they could become. Yet, Edgar had never before witnessed a divine avatar that could be occupied and utilized by others. How did you manage this? Edgar questioned, utterly incredulous. This was as astonishing as the birth of a divine consciousness from the divine light goddess divinity. Yiji chuckled with pride. I told you, my undead resurrection magic is not merely a self-destructive explosion. Now do you believe? A forbidden magical array. A divinity born with self-awareness. A light orb connected to the Blue Star Network. Together, they successfully crafted the current flawless summoning method for players, as well as exquisite bodies endowed with magical aptitude. Yiji felt increasingly like a genius. Otherwise, how could he guarantee that upon reaching level 2, all three would learn a magical incantation? Was it solely due to the player's talents? No, it was the gift of divinity. Divine power directly enhanced the avatar's strength, accelerating growth beyond that of ordinary humans. Had it not been for Yiji possessing a total of 89 points of divine power, allowing him to bestow each player with divine enlightenment only once, he would undoubtedly have elevated the level 2 rewards to 2 magical incantations. The stronger the players, the greater the support he could provide. Crafting the bodies of the 3 players consumed 30 points of divine power, while the 6 game panels required 6 points. Next, the first level magic spell requires 10 points of divine power, and I find myself just short of that. Moreover, if I continue to expend it, I may have to face off against Xiaoming. Speaking of which, Xiaoming had only just managed to obediently stay in the church, which was undoubtedly related to the fact that Yi Jihua's divine power flowed like water. In order to survive, I must toil diligently to earn divine power. Wearing a cloak that shrouded my entire being in shadow, I instantly transformed from a standing skeleton into a gloomy and reclusive sorcerer. Let us proceed. We have yet to cleanse Sweetwater Town of all its monsters. On the first day, we must keep a watchful eye on them. I wager that their current combat strength cannot even match that of a red-skinned earthworm. With a ripping sound, a tall cypress tree cracked and slowly toppled to the ground. I swiftly dodged aside. Well done, Wanma. That makes the 8th tree, right? The progress is astonishing, having reached 40% so quickly. Have you previously worked in logging? Though we entered the forest together, it seems you have merely outpaced us in selecting trees. Yet, as time passes, the disparity in our labor's results grows ever larger. Wanma wiped the sweat from his brow. Yes, I helped an uncle at a lumberyard when I was young. Also, the progress is not 40%, but rather 45%. 45. I was taken aback. That's impossible. I distinctly remember that the experience for logging tasks is always 5 points. Could there be hidden tasks? Lin Xian pondered, having reviewed the taskbar earlier and found no tasks offering experience exceeding 5 points. Considering I had been chopping trees for 2 hours, I felt invigorated as I continued. A bold idea struck me. Wanma, could it be that? Wanma nodded first. Yes, chopping trees grants experience. What? I exclaimed, immediately opening my game panel to find my experience at 3100. Although I had felled 6 trees, I had yet to return to turn in the task. Where did this experience come from? Lin Xian displayed his own experience. 8100.it appears this is a hidden reward for the task. Apart from the final reward, Chapter 24. Chopping trees is delightful. Lin Xian was not particularly surprised. No wonder we have been engaging in 2 hours of physical labor without feeling fatigued. In fact, I feel quite invigorated. If this were my real-life body as a homebody, I doubt I could fell even 1 tree in 2 hours before collapsing to the ground like a dead dog. I touched my body and indeed felt the muscles in my arms. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Whose muscles develop in just 2 hours? I chuckled. Not now, but after a few more days of chopping. Speaking of which, why is there such a vast difference in the hidden experience gained among the 3 of us? I pointed to the 3 piles of wood we had stacked on the ground. Luanma has 2 more logs than us, which is understandable. However, we all chopped 6 trees. Why do we have experience points of 8 and 3 respectively? Is it possible my chopping technique is flawed? I waved the broad leaves of the shrub I had been chopping for 2 hours, feeling no discomfort. Why then can't I seem to gain experience? The leaves are indeed quite tough. My hands are sore, yet the leaves remain intact, just as they were when I first received them from Edgar. With curiosity, I looked towards Lin Xian. Brother Xiao, I seek your guidance. Even Luanma cast a glance my way. Among the 3 of us, the one with the highest efficiency in gaining extra experience is not Luanma, who has chopped the most trees, but Lin Xian. Lin Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps it is a matter of attentiveness. You all know I am a gaming blogger. Thus, while chopping trees, I deliberately observe the surface patterns of the wood, seeking to understand the mechanics behind the game's coding. how they constructed the physics model for tree felling, the calculations for the tree trunk's collapse, and so forth. Although the game is so well crafted that I can hardly discern any flaws, I occasionally feel a moment of clarity in my mind. And upon reflection, it is roughly 8 times. Wanma resonated with this thought. Indeed, I too sought the game's loopholes, and it was because of these occasional peculiar sensations that I noticed the abnormal growth in experience points. I was left dumbfounded, so I'm the only one not using my brain. When it comes to chopping trees, I truly am just chopping. Yet, this new logging tool is so sharp, and the sensation of chopping trees is incredibly realistic. Watching the notch in the stump grow gradually larger fills me with a sense of achievement. This task becomes easier and more addictive the more I chop. I relish this feeling. I have turned this game into a stress relief activity. Entirely oblivious to other matters, throughout, I could only recall how delightful it is to chop trees. It's fine. It's never too late to realize. Lin Xian reassured us, let us hurry and continue. Striving to reach level 2 today. Absolutely. The 3 of us resumed our fervent labor. Another hour passed on the game panel, the sun reaching its zenith. Experience replenished our fatigue, and we worked with great enthusiasm. Yet, gradually, fatigue began to weigh heavily upon us, and we had to pause to rest, just in time to escape the blazing midday sun. Luanma discovered a type of dark purple vine in the nearby grass, its exceptional toughness making it ideal for transporting wood. We spent another hour rolling and dragging the firewood to the clearing beside the church. Edgar counted our accomplishments, utilizing his NPC privileges to distribute experience points to us. Luanma received 12, Lin Xian 9, and I got 8. In an effort to maximize the extra experience gained from chopping trees, I found my efficiency diminishing a bit. The 3 of us then collected some wild fruits from Edgar as a first-day newbie perk for lunch and rested beneath a massive banyan tree with a 10-meter-wide trunk at the town's edge. Crack! Lin Xian bit into a wild fruit with vigor, the sweet and sour juice bursting in his mouth, reminiscent of a blend between cherries and pineapples. Quite delicious, and it is remarkably filling, he thought. He swiftly devoured the entire fruit, placing his hands behind his head and reclining against the tree trunk, letting out a sigh of contentment. How refreshing! A cool breeze filtered through the thick leaves. The sensation of resting after a hearty meal was the most pleasurable. Even knowing that logging off for a few hours would dissipate the physical fatigue, Lin Xian was reluctant to disconnect. For some reason, Under the Divine seemed to possess a certain magic. Even performing grueling tasks brought him joy. Perhaps this is the allure of virtual reality games. It felt akin to a day trip to a fantastical world. Making it hard to part ways, Lin Xian slightly turned his head. Brothers, how do you feel? Shall we continue to play? Of course, I exclaimed excitedly. With such a wonderful game in its beta phase, we must play until we are forcibly logged off. Luanma added, I plan to log off only when my game character needs to sleep, so we'll be playing the entire day? How fortuitous, I intend to do the same, Lin Xian replied with delight. This way, he would have companions in the evening. From the depths of the forest came the chirping of birds, and I dug at my ears. While this game is indeed enjoyable, it seems a bit lacking in magical elements. Since we left the church, we have yet to encounter any magical creatures. Why are there no sentient grass or talking animals? The only magical beings we have encountered are our faction leader Yi Ji and the game's mascot, the goddess Xiaoming. That knight NPC should also wield magic. Beyond that, there has been nothing else. Lin Xian craned his neck to look. What? Do you wish for a tree that can run away? So the 3 of us can chase after it to chop? Not at all. I gazed up at the tree's shade, just feeling that something is missing. It's fine. The game company likely hasn't established the magical ecosystem yet. We just need to wait for a few more versions. Lin Xian was all too familiar with the state of beta testing. Beta games are notoriously lacking. Typically, NPC voiceovers are absent. Yet, the NPCs in Under the Divine, though few, all possess voices that seem perfectly fitting. This reveals the company's dedication. A mere magic material resource pack could easily be added. Look at how scarce the civilization points in the game are. Without that church, one might as well believe the game's background is of primitive tribes. The traces of civilization in the town are far too few, lacking any semblance of medieval tradition or extravagance. I pondered thoughtfully. That does make sense. Luanma, slightly taken aback, asked, When did you suddenly become interested in the game's materials? I sighed. Alas, I am searching for a magical plant that is more suitable for crafting axes than the broad-leaved shrub. Chapter 25. The potential for more efficient tree-felling tools. The possibility of crafting a handcrafted chainsaw. Among the 3 of us, I am the slowest in tree-felling progress, and my extra experience has also increased at the slowest rate. Observing nature intently indeed yields experience, but I am merely imitating, unable to match the comprehension speed of my two companions. After much contemplation, I resolved to disregard the extra experience altogether. As long as my chopping speed is fast enough, one tree every 5 minutes, I can fully compensate for the lack of extra experience points. However, to achieve this, I must acquire a better logging tool than the broad-leaved shrub. The thrill of felling trees is undeniable, yet one cannot solely rely on gaming to cultivate strength and stamina. Yi Fei, feeling a twinge of frustration, began to pound his arms. The fruits of their virtual labor cannot transcend into the real world. Lin Xian, deep in thought, reflected on his morning's industriousness. Having spent countless hours immersed in farming and construction as a devoted player, he knew himself all too well. Initially, he could chop trees all day without fatigue, cheerfully sitting beneath the banyan tree at the town's entrance, gazing at the stumps left behind, filled with a sense of accomplishment. However, within a mere 2 or 3 days, he would start to feel the weariness of tree chopping. Despite the plethora of labor tasks displayed on the game panel, one by one they would become tiresome. In about half a month, he would reach his limit. It was indeed time to consider ways to enhance task efficiency. The game's backdrop is about conquering the world. We cannot afford to languish in the novice village for 2 or 3 years. Lin Xian, parched, pulled out an unknown wild fruit and began to nibble on it. However, the path of magical botany seemed unfeasible. If there were more convenient tools, the NPCs would have provided them long ago. Even if there were, it is unlikely that such content could be integrated into the current or recent versions of the game. Lan Ma, frowning, pondered. Could it be that the local geographical environment does not yield plants more suitable for tools than the broadleaf plants? That seems plausible, Lin Xian replied, meaning the same thing, but your phrasing is often what game companies say to entice players. Filling in the gaps of the game's lore, Yi Fei shot a wink at Lan Ma. Brother Lan Ma, I never imagined that despite your towering stature, you are an immersive experience enthusiast. First analyzing the plot, and now supplementing the game's lore. If placed in a community forum, you would surely be hailed as a paragon of the game after the planner's missteps. Lan Ma fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, he murmured, because this game truly deserves immersion. He lowered his gaze to his intact right hand and legs, mumbling, it feels akin to having a new healthy body in another world. What? Yi Fei, lying beside him, could not catch his words. It's nothing. Lan Ma resumed his previous line of inquiry. If the search for new tools is futile, why not create our own? You mean, like a tech tree? Lin Xian instantly grasped the idea. In typical games, pioneering and unlocking technologies is indeed a standard approach. But is this not a Western fantasy world? Would pursuing a technological path contradict the main storyline? Yi Fei smacked his forehead, exclaiming, right? This game offers such high freedom. We can certainly do whatever we desire. If we could locate iron ore, we could forge a chainsaw, and that would be a breakthrough. It would allow the magical world to witness the might of modern technology. Lan Ma contemplated for a moment. Iron ore requires smelting to remove impurities before achieving the hardness necessary for crafting a chainsaw. I should be able to assist with that. The two engaged in a lively discussion. Lin Xian was taken aback. Wait, can you two really make a chainsaw? Yi Fei replied. As long as you provide me with the parts and raw materials, crafting a homemade chainsaw should not be a problem. As long as it works, that's all that matters, Lan Ma added. I only know how to smelt iron. Wait, knowing how to smelt iron is already ridiculous. Right. What normal person would come into contact with such things? Lin Xian suddenly felt that the two beside him seemed very foreign. Was he the only one who had only engaged in handiwork within the game? In reality, the only thing he could associate with craftsmanship was, legitimate craftsmanship. Perhaps assembling computers. Yet he certainly wouldn't delve so meticulously into crafting coils and resistors himself. Yi Fei lamented, holding his forehead. Alas, I must have been quite foolish during my choice of major. I chose mechanical engineering. My father said if I failed, I would disgrace the Li family, and he would cut off my allowance. It's a tearful tale. Lin Xian's expression was complicated. Your father is rather harsh. I've never seen a mechanical engineering student who can craft a chainsaw by hand. Moreover, it's unlikely that it coincidentally happens that just when a need arises in the game, Yi Fei happens to know how to make a chainsaw. The things he can craft should be far more than just that. Yi Fei waved his hand, sighing skyward. Alas, I initially thought I was playing this game to be a superhero. Yet here I am, encountering mechanical tasks. As for Lan Ma, he succinctly replied. For work requirements. Lin Xian fell silent. Well, it appears that these skills were honed by the grind of life. However, even with two skilled hands capable of crafting a chainsaw. Producing a finished product is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Seizing their break, the three sought out Yi Ji-sun, who was sunbathing at the church entrance, and successfully learned that the iron ore materials for the novice village were ready. Yet, they remained unaware of the specific location of the iron ore. Yi merely mentioned that the great oak forest is rich in resources, advising them to seek out whatever they needed. The three were not foolish. They wouldn't recklessly venture out of the novice village simply because they hadn't encountered danger in the morning. Ultimately, they decided to chop trees to reach level 2, ensuring their self-preservation before exploring further. Soon, night fell. Lan Ma was the first to gather enough experience points to level up. However, he did not immediately abandon the other two to return and complete the quest. Setting aside the additional experience, all three needed to chop 60 trees to level up collectively. The trees at the town's entrance were rather sparse, and many did not meet the criteria. Either they were too short or resembled the primordial jungle, making it harder to fell one tree than to chop down 3 standard ones. They could only venture deeper in search of other sources of wood. As Lan Ma contemplated the game's backdrop of the great oak forest, fearing that the two would encounter danger while acting alone, he decided to stick together. After all, he had time to spare. And earning a bit more experience wouldn't hurt. Everything went smoothly until night descended. The remnants of the sunset had yet to fully fade when the sky above them suddenly darkened. Rain began to seep through the leaves, soaking the ground, and a low rumble emanated from the clouds. Lin Xian quickly wrapped vines around the wood on the ground and shouted back, "Yi Fei, let us go. It's about to thunder." He certainly did not wish for his first death in the game to be due to getting struck by lightning while sheltering under a tree in the rain. "Hurry, just one more tree." Yi Fei replied, hastening his movements, the broad-leaved plants nearly sparking from the friction. The tree was halfway down, and he truly did not want to abandon it. If the three of them who obtained the game quota were to have Yi Fei be the only one not to level up on the first day, that would be too humiliating. Chapter 26. Torrential Rain, the colossal earthworm beneath. Rustle, rustle, splash, splash. In mere moments, the gentle drizzle coalesced into stinging raindrops that struck Lin Xian's hands painfully. He glanced at the intensifying downpour, his head swiveling between the wood on the ground and the figure of his companions chopping trees ahead. "Forget it. I'll help you." Lan Ma and Lin Xian simultaneously abandoned their vines and returned. With 3 of them putting in effort, the tree was swiftly felled. Bang! The trunk crashed to the ground, causing the surrounding soil to tremble slightly. The thumb-sized red fruits that had grown on the tree scattered everywhere upon impact. The 3 then worked together to chop off the excess branches, reducing the weight. With the foliage's cover gone, they were soon drenched to the bone. Lin Xian wiped the rainwater and hair off his face. Straining to open his eyes, "Spit. I hope there won't be a cold debuff when I log in tomorrow. Or perhaps leveling up will reset the game character's status or something." The 3 dragged the processed timber back when suddenly, Lin Xian felt the ground give way beneath him. What the heck? The soil near the freshly cut stump had inexplicably become unusually saturated with rainwater, resembling a swamp, if not for Lan Ma's quick reflexes pulling him back. Lin Xian would have already sunk in. Heart racing, Lin Xian took 2 steps back. What on earth is this? Has the ground collapsed? No sooner had he spoken, the muddy ground began to bulge unevenly. Shifting restlessly, a colossal cylindrical creature erupted from the earth, appearing before the 3 of them. Holy cow! Only the most primal exclamation could encapsulate Lin Xian's astonishment at the creature before him. Even with the rain obstructing his vision, its vivid red hue dominated Lin Xian's sight. It was a gigantic red earthworm, with a lateral width of at least 3 meters, far thicker than any of the tree stumps they had felled that day. Its segmented body resembled gnarled vines, looking particularly menacing. Lin Xian murmured, "Goodness, who was it that said this morning they hadn't encountered any magical creatures?" Whoosh! The red earthworm's body writhed through the mud, raising its head in the trio's direction. With a sudden lunge, the 3 scattered in all directions. Yi Fei, look at the magical creature you wanted," Lin Xian shouted while running. "I never wanted this," Yi Fei yelled amidst the torrential rain, swallowing half a bellyful of rainwater. He wished to see a magical creature, not a monster. The earthworm had blocked their only route back to the town and used its massive body to obstruct the exits in other directions, forcing them to circle aimlessly in the vicinity. Creak! The earthworm collided with a small tree not far ahead of Lin Xian. "Damn it, I'm not running anymore," Lin Xian gasped for breath. The rain drenching him felt icy. Yet his blood boiled from the exertion. If they continued running until their stamina was depleted, they would ultimately meet their demise anyway. It would be better to fight back. He tightened his grip on the broad-leaved plant, his chest heaving. After all, I was the second place in the javelin competition back in college. There's no reason I should only be on the receiving end. Yue Fei, seeing this, ran toward the earthworm. Brother Xiao, I'll help you draw its attention. Yue Fei grabbed a stone from the ground and hurled it at the earthworm. The earthworm successfully turned its head, opening its mouth as it lunged towards Yue Fei. Yue Fei spun around, darting between the trees like a nimble monkey. It was at this moment that Lin Xian took a deep breath, his muscles tensing as he executed a standard javelin throw. With a backward lean and a swift motion, the broad mulberry leaf sliced through the rain, hurtling towards the earthworm's vulnerable mouthparts. Yet, just 3 centimeters away from the earthworm, the leaf's speed suddenly plummeted. Plummeting straight down, Lin Xian cradled his head in despair. Oh no, I threw it wrong. Yue Fei glanced back while fleeing. What? Didn't you claim to be the second best in the javelin competition at school? Considering our school only had 3 participants, Lin Xian had assumed that with such a large target so close, an accident was impossible. Yet, misfortune still struck. He quickly exclaimed, I'm coming to save you. Just run towards me. With a soft thud, the forgotten broad mulberry leaf finally landed, piercing a portion of the earthworm's body. It sank deep into the flesh, nearly half the blade embedded within. The earthworm writhed in pain, rapidly burrowing into the ground. Why Yue Fei? Lin Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, I'm incredible, Yue Fei remarked. This creature's defenses are so low. Observing the earthworm's recent prowess as a master of ground clearance, he had always assumed its defenses were formidable, hence his reluctance to confront it head-on. After a moment of shock, the chaotic figure regained his composure, shaking his head. No, it's not that the earthworm's defenses are weak. It's that our task items possess overwhelming attack power. The blade capable of felling dozens of trees without dulling speaks for itself. He grabbed the vines binding the wooden planks on the ground and beckoned the two. Don't just stand there. Now is our chance, let us go. The two immediately rushed to assist. However, it wasn't long before the earthworm, having returned from the mud, was now devoid of the broad mulberry leaf lodged in its wounds. It had already removed it. Angered by its injury, the earthworm's temperament grew even more volatile. Its massive form stirred up mud and sand as it charged toward the trio, yet now armed with a plan. They were no longer as fearful as before. Yue Fei, wielding the broad mulberry leaf, flicked his wrist. Let me give it a try this time. He adopted the stance of someone tossing stones into a pond to create splashes. As the earthworm opened its mouth, he flung the leaf forward. Unexpectedly, the earthworm twisted its head at the last second, shifting the leaf's target from its critical head to the more resilient midsection. Yue Fei gaped. This thing can even deceive skills? He distinctly saw the moment the broad mulberry leaf slipped from his grasp, exuding a smug air. Moreover, just as the leaf was about to strike, tiny bristles suddenly shot out from the gaps in the earthworm's segments. Although small, these bristles were resilient enough to deflect the leaf, sending it flying back. Damn it, what the hell? Both Yue Fei and Lin Xian exclaimed in unison. The creature has a hidden form. How are we supposed to deal with this? Suddenly, the chaotic figure darted from the side, catching the leaf mid-flight. With a swift turn, one leaf in each hand, he thrust them back towards the earthworm. As a melee fighter, the bristles could not withstand his assault. He plunged the leaves deep. Thud, thud. 2 resounding impacts echoed as flesh tore apart. The earthworm, in pain, lashed its tail against the ground with a piercing sound. It retracted its bristles, attempting to replicate its earlier escape into the mud. However, the chaotic figure denied it that opportunity. Without its bristles, he clung to the earthworm, using the broad mulberry leaves as leverage against its slimy surface. Planting his feet firmly for support, gritting his teeth, he let out a strange shout. Die, thud, thud, thud. The chaotic figure worked his way down the earthworm like a zipper, severing large chunks of its pink flesh. The more the earthworm thrashed, the larger the wounds became, threatening to sever its body in two. Lin Xian and Yue Fei were utterly astonished by the chaotic figure's strength. Once they regained their composure, they rushed to assist. United, the trio managed to cleave the earthworm in half before it could burrow into the ground. Chapter 27. The earthworm's doubles have arrived. Yi Ji to the rescue. The 2 severed earthworm halves lay motionless. Lin Xian stared in disbelief at his hands, smeared with the stench of slimy goo. We did it. Although merely a game, and he was just a supporting player in the battle, the feat of slaying a creature dozens of times larger than himself, and cutting it in half at that, was enough to boast about for months. My goodness, this game's combat system is remarkably realistic. A surge of overwhelming satisfaction surged through Lin Xian, making even his soaked clothing feel bearable. Yi Hui Fei first rubbed his hands together, then wiped them on his back, repeating the gesture incessantly. Is this really what we did? No, to be precise, it was the chaotic figure who did it. Lin Xian laughed until his face felt stiff, unable to suppress the grin on his lips. Impressive work, chaotic figure. What do you do in real life? Your skills are quite remarkable. While the two were preoccupied with their escape, they had failed to notice when the earthworm had approached. It seemed the earthworm had also overlooked them. Otherwise, it would not have chosen to attack after dodging the leaf. From Lin Xian's perspective, he could only see the leaf flying away, as if a divine being had descended to turn the tide. The battle ended as swiftly as lightning. Yi Hui Fei nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. What's the saying? To save a collapsing tower, to rescue us from peril, and that other phrase to turn the tide in a dire moment. Precisely, that it. Yi Hui Fei regarded the chaotic figure with newfound respect. Code Brother, was that upside-down hook you performed on the earthworm a technique from the ancient martial arts of Guohua? Can I learn it? As the one who had initially approached the earthworm, the chaotic figure was the most disheveled, his face and body smeared with the creature's blood and slime. While he did not exhibit the excitement of the other two, there was a hint of joy on his face compared to usual. It's not that impressive, just a bit of technique involved. Just as the trio was about to speak further, the earthworm's corpse, which had been partially buried in the muddy puddle, began to twitch once more. Its already minimal blood supply rapidly closed up, as if it were hastily healing its wounds. The three were about to retreat when the other half of the earthworm also began to stir. The two severed halves appeared as if they had always been independent entities, lunging towards them once more. No way? Yi Hui Fei's face darkened. Has its doppelganger emerged? After all the effort to sever the earthworm, they had inadvertently increased the number of enemies. The two broad mulberry leaves, having endured their previous workload, were now entirely spent. Without weapons, the trio decisively turned to flee. Yet if one earthworm could hinder their escape, how much more so with double the number? Disaster struck. After an exhausting day, Yi Hui Fei tripped over a stone that had been washed down by the rain. His leg cramped up. Yi Hui Fei let out a cry of agony as pain shot through his calf. He stumbled and fell flat into the mud. Behind him, the half of the earthworm with mouth parts gaped wide, revealing hundreds of sharp teeth. The other two, pursued by another segment of the earthworm, glanced back simultaneously. Lin Xian shouted, Yi Fei, roll, just roll. The chaotic figure urged, roll to the right. Yi Hui Fei shut his eyes, instinctively rolling as instructed. Thud. The earthworm successfully devoured a mouthful of mud. Yi Hui Fei clutched his right leg and stumbled to his feet, preparing to flee, but felt the temperature around him rising rapidly. Simultaneously, a savory aroma wafted through the air. Unable to resist, he turned back, only to be met with a blinding flash of fire illuminating his face. Reflected in his pupils was a colossal, blazing fireball that enveloped the entire earthworm. The air warped under the intense heat. Though the earthworm lacked vocal cords, its violent thrashing indicated that the fireball's temperature was far greater than what Yi Hui Fei felt. Within 3 seconds, the earthworm was incinerated completely, leaving not even ash behind it. Yi emerged from behind a tree, wielding his black staff. That's a red-skinned earthworm, one of the most common creatures in the great oakwood forest. Feeding on wild fruits and decomposed leaves, they spend most of their time in the ground, only surfacing after rain to forage for wild fruits. Yi Hui Fei stared, dumbfounded, at the sudden appearance of his faction leader. Still reeling from the impact of the enormous fireball, its magic, a magical fireball, so powerful, so impressive. Unbeknownst to them, the rain had ceased. Yi, clad in a dry wizard's robe, stood in stark contrast to Yi Hui Fei, who looked as though he had emerged from a deluge. Edgar, having dealt with the other half of the red-skinned earthworm, brought the other two players over. Observing their disheveled state, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. The red-skinned earthworm is the lowest-tier creature in the great oakwood forest. It doesn't consume humans. How did you manage to provoke it? Yi glanced at the scattered wild fruits on the ground. It was likely that their clothes had been stained with the juice of fallen fruits, one of the red-skinned earthworm's favorite delicacies. lacking eyes and a brain, had it mistaken them for a moving platter of food? Edgar pondered, resting his chin on his hand. That makes sense. Silence enveloped the air. Observing the trio's condition, Iji felt a twinge of guilt. It could only be said that the players' luck had been somewhat lacking. Coincidentally, on a rainy day, they encountered a fruit tree. Had any one of those conditions been absent, the red-skinned earthworm would not have been attracted. Now, in the summer of Elsha, the great oakwood forest experienced infrequent rains. Yet each occurrence was akin to a flood-relieving drought. Who could have anticipated that the players would be so unfortunate, drenched to the bone on their first day? The benefits of the game have scarcely been enjoyed, while the drawbacks have been thoroughly experienced. What if they decide to quit the game for this reason? Iji feels troubled. If he had been relentlessly pursued by monsters on the very first day of the server's launch, drenched in rain, he would undoubtedly have exited and deleted the game immediately. Hence, after recounting the origins of the red-skinned earthworm, Iji fell silent, adopting an air of aloofness under the concealment of his cloak, awaiting the player's reactions and contemplating his next course of action. "Boss, I can fly," suddenly exclaimed Grandfather as he grasped Iji's staff with both hands. "Once I reach level 2, can I learn that spell you just used?" Lin Xian chimed in, "I want to learn too." Although the swordsmanship employed by Edgar during their rescue was indeed impressive, it paled in comparison to the dazzling effects of the fireball spell. Just look at this ground. It had just rained, yet a single fireball managed to scorch it. So magnificent. Iji replied, "Certainly, the fireball spell is fundamentally an entry-level incantation." Then, the player Garbage Code inquired, "Is the red-skinned earthworm the creature we will face in the future?" Iji nodded, then shook his head. Logically speaking, any new species born from the remnants of deities should be classified as monsters. However, the magical fluctuations emanating from the red-skinned earthworm are too feeble, and it lacks the destructive capacity typical of monsters, having integrated into the biological chain. Therefore, it is generally considered a beneficial insect at present. Lin Xian's eyes widened. The enormous earthworm that chased us around? Is it really not classified as a monster due to its insufficient power? So, is a giant earthworm not even considered the first monster for beginners? It is unfathomable how powerful true monsters must be. Is this the actual difficulty of Beneath the Deities? Chapter 28. Edgar's evaluation of the player's performance. Following the explanations from Yi and Edgar, the three players finally understood that their harrowing pursuit by the red-skinned earthworm was the result of a misunderstanding. Even a mindless red-skinned earthworm had managed to corner them into such a predicament. The trio felt somewhat disheartened. They were too weak. They decided not to attempt exploring the outskirts of Sweetwater Town again until they possessed the combat capability to individually eliminate a red-skinned earthworm. After bidding farewell to Yi and Edgar, they began hauling timber back to the town. Although the NPC responsible for task assessments was nearby, the designated area for task completion was in the open space near the church. Thus, they resolved to transport the materials first. Once they gathered enough timber, they would be able to learn the fireball spell just like Yi. The thought of this filled them with renewed determination. Observing the departing figures of the three, Yi felt a mixture of emotions. They had not allowed the rain to dampen their spirits at all. Is this the resilience of seasoned players? How much hardship must one endure to cultivate such formidable perseverance? Yi felt a deep respect. He realized he needed to pay more attention to the players' mental states in the future. Edgar, on the other hand, was filled with confusion and dread. Despite having been mercilessly beaten by the red-skinned earthworm, they were already looking forward to their next encounter with it. Weren't they afraid at all? The red-skinned earthworm is merely an entry-level experience for mages, yet to ordinary people, it remains an intimidating behemoth. In the night evaluations of the Blazing Light Church, red-skinned earthworms have previously caused psychological trauma for 30% of children, who ultimately abandoned the path of knighthood and forsook magic. These emotional demons are unrestrained, yet the players remain entirely unaffected. Their greatest emotional fluctuations seem to stem from the fleeting embarrassment upon hearing that the red-skinned earthworm is weak. Why feel ashamed when encountering an unbeatable foe? Edgar could not comprehend it, just as he could not fathom why they were not afraid of the red-skinned earthworm. Yi snapped back to reality. Noticing Edgar's expression of utter disbelief, as if the world had changed, his mood shifted to one of delight. Now you understand where my confidence in stabilizing the Watcher's base comes from, don't you? Edgar paused for a long moment before stating. If it were merely to this extent, they could hardly be deemed exceptional, only worthy of a passing grade. The passing grade reflects their courage to remain unshackled by fear and the skill of the one known as the cut sleeve. To be frank, their potential for growth remains limited. Edgar had been secretly observing the three players throughout the day. When they discovered the method of observing nature for training, he was indeed astonished by their keen perception. However, this modicum of talent falls far short of the threshold required for entry into the ranks of the former Watchers. Edgar's passing grade was awarded for their audacity to face their adversary head-on. If the players merely focused on fleeing, without delivering that decisive blow to cleave the red-skinned earthworm in half, they would not even earn his passing evaluation. Yi merely smiled in silence. As for the player's true potential, Edgar would naturally come to experience it firsthand in due course. The night wore on. The three players, equipped with the novice gear and bathing supplies generously provided by Yi, took a bath in the river. Regardless of health benefits, it certainly washed away the lingering chill that had clung to Lin Xian since the rain. Finally feeling comfortable, while waiting for the others to finish their wash, Lin Xian opened his game panel. Name: Renbushio G. Race. Human. Level: 1 Novice. Experience: 158 100. Sanity: 88. Skills: none. Inventory: empty. Aside from chopping wood in the afternoon, he had also experimented with other methods to gain experience. Thus, after accumulating enough experience to level up to 2, he had not exerted much effort. By calculation, he should have gained 108 experience points. The surplus of 10 points was awarded after defeating the red-skinned earthworm. Apart from him, Grandfather gained 9 experience points, while Garbage Code earned 19 points. Indeed, leveling up through monster battles is still the quickest method. Lin Xian mused aloud. Though the experience gained seemed meager, perhaps even less than chopping down 2 trees, their faction leader, Old Yi, had stated that red-skinned earthworms are merely trivial monsters. The experience from formidable monsters must certainly be far richer. Once their levels increase, the focus on earning experience will undoubtedly remain on monster hunting. Furthermore, Lin Xian's sanity points had not changed at all due to the deductions incurred during the day due to his mistakes, which pained him greatly. He could only remind himself to behave like a person within the game. He had discovered that indulging in birdwatching while bathing did not deduct sanity points. Thus, it was not the large bird that confused him between game and reality during the day, but rather his own exhibitionist behavior in public, which the system deemed incompatible with the game's reality. How infuriating! Even while playing a game, must I still abide by the rules of the real world? Lin Xian exclaimed skyward, much like he had praised beneath the deities as a different world, as if he were not part of it. Next came the moment the players eagerly anticipated, the time to level up and acquire skills. Xiao Ming lay despondently in the hands of the goddess statue. Yi had delineated its activity range, confining it to the church, while the players and Yi had been absent for the entire day. This left it on the brink of boredom. After leaving the realm of the gods, it had never remained so still for such an extended period. Finally, the church doors swung open, and the 3 players entered together. Xiao Ming appeared as if it had seen a savior. Chirp chirp, after offering its customary blessings in their language, it shot towards the 3 like a golden cannonball. Smack! Yi appeared from nowhere and intercepted the plump, glowing orb. He gazed disdainfully at the dim-witted orb in his hand. Can you not possess some awareness of your own weight? Even though most of Xiao Ming's abilities reside with me, it is, after all, a divine-level creation. Can an ordinary person withstand the impact of a divine-level being? The 3 players huddled together in discussion. Grandfather asked, "What are the NPCs talking about?" Garbage Coat speculated, "Perhaps they are simply pleased with our rapid leveling speed." Lin Xian observed, "Judging by the movements of the goddess in her youthful form, it indeed seems to be the case. But doesn't the goddess in her youthful form not speak? Why does she keep repeating the same word?" Grandfather replied, "After all, it is also the game's mascot. If the mascot had too high an IQ, it would lose its charm." Lin Xian conceded, "That makes sense." Garbage Coat acknowledged, "So the game has this layer of consideration?" Grandfather boasted, "Of course." Xiao Ming struggled in Yi's grip. "Let me go. I wish to cultivate a bond with my faithful followers. I would never harm my precious believers." "Oh, have you grown some courage after not seeing me for a while?" Yi remarked in surprise. However, it was indeed necessary for it to go over now. After a moment's contemplation, Yi released it. Xiao Ming immediately circled around the 3 players, beginning to recite the praises of the light god Edgar towards the chosen ones from its memories. As his initial followers, they deserved the very best treatment. Chapter 29. Learning Magic. Grandfather watched as the glowing orb Xiao Ming circled around them, his eyes nearly dazzled. What is the goddess in her youthful form doing? Aren't we here to level up? I don't know. I tried to speak to it, but it seems unable to trigger the keywords. Wait, it triggered. Lin Xian observed the game panel that popped up automatically and immediately quieted down. It turned out that while bestowing blessings upon the 3 faithful followers, the glowing orb realized that its 3 followers were simply dazed and foolish, only wishing for it to teach them magic. What a laugh! A simple entry-level spell is far less valuable than the blessing of a chosen one. During its flight, it was poked by the 3 no less than 10 times. Ah, my short-sighted followers. Moreover, with Yi Ji and Edgar watching closely, Xiaoming could only furiously complete the task assigned by Yi Ji. 30 points of divine power were deducted from Yi Ji's system panel, and a burst of golden light erupted from the 3 players. Lin Xian gazed at the newly emerged panel. Please select your initial skill. Fireball, Wine Control, Holy Light. Note: the initial skill will influence future career paths, so choose wisely. Lin Xian clicked on the skill details in the upper right corner. Fireball is a purely offensive magic, solely dealing damage, with an unclear career development direction. Wind Control is a magic that enhances one's speed, likely leading to careers as an assassin or ranger. Holy Light can both attack and defend. It can heal oneself while also inflicting damage on dark magic creatures. As for dark magic creatures, well, for instance, their faction leaders. Corresponding careers would be healer and warrior. Lin Xian pondered over the options on the panel and ultimately chose Fireball. His understanding of Elsha was still quite limited, making it difficult to ascertain which career would capture his interest in the future. Fireball seemed to be the most suitable for him, at his current low level. He was in dire need of combat capabilities. Wind Control would merely hasten his escape, and Holy Light seemed of little use. After making his choice, a surge of memories flooded Lin Xian's mind. They resembled a child's recollections of learning to read. The duration felt both lengthy and fleeting. By the time Lin Xian was able to reflect, he could only remember an elaborate incantation. However, his body recalled much more. Remembering every trace of magic circulating within him, the incantation's rhythmic emphasis in his throat, a surge of power compelled Lin Xian to swallow hard. Fireball. A flicker of flame appeared at the tip of his middle finger. Lin Xian was instantly elated that I did it. So this is the sensation of wielding superpowers through one's own body. Such a profound experience, so utterly addictive. Although the flame he conjured was somewhat diminutive, leaving him a touch disappointed, he recalled that the effectiveness of the incantation would grow stronger with the user's proficiency and might even evolve. It was akin to nurturing magic. Eventually, when he reached the pinnacle of his training, whether he summoned a massive fireball or a rain of fireballs would be entirely at his discretion, brimming with freedom and potential for growth. The flicker of disappointment in his heart was immediately countered by a delightful thought of Yi Jihua's pastry. 2 upgrade completion sounds resonated nearby. Lin Xian hurried over. Ji Fei, Lan Ma, have you both chosen your skills? Lan Ma nodded. I'm going for a solo assassin build, so I chose Wind Control. He softly chanted something, and his body suddenly left behind an afterimage, moving to Lin Xian's back in merely 2 seconds before returning, startling Lin Xian. Lan Ma clenched his fist. In this state, I can only sustain it for 5 seconds, but my speed rivals that of a car. Magic, truly astonishing. Lin Xian was filled with envy. Is the initial skill for Wind Control that generous? With such speed, its attacking capability might even surpass Fireball. He then turned to Gu Fei. What about you? Gu Fei scratched his head. I originally intended to choose Fireball, but I thought you all would likely choose it too. Since there are only 3 of us in this closed beta, having overlapping initial skills wouldn't be beneficial for our exploration. Just recently, I had a leg cramp that was quite painful, so I opted for the healing effect of Holy Light. Lin Xian and the others were already aware of this. Upon returning, they found Gu Fei's leg still twitching in pain, while the wood had been carried back by the 3 of them together. Choosing this skill was reasonable. After all, no magic could surpass the importance of good health. Gu Fei shook his right leg and performed a couple of high-knee lifts with excitement in his tone. Look, my leg is completely healed now. Fantastic. Our party now has a mage, an assassin, and a healer all together. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Then his voice lowered. It's just that my fireball, sigh, I might need to nurture it a bit more. Other skills could transform into human-shaped cars and quickly heal leg injuries. While his skill could only serve as a lighter, Gu Fei curiously leaned in. What's wrong, Xiao Ge? Is fireball not effective? Lin Xian forced a smile and extended his right middle finger, at the tip. A small flame flickered in the wind, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Gu Fei. Lan Ma patted his shoulder. Don't worry, at least your skill has a high level of mockery. No way, Lan Ma, you're joking now? Gu Fei exaggeratedly stepped back. You can't be Lan Ma. Tell me, what kind of disguised monster are you? Lan Ma. With Gu Fei's jest, Lin Xian's momentary gloom was swiftly dispelled. I'm certainly not disheartened. After all, With old Yi setting the example, I will eventually cultivate my skills to his level. Just thinking about it brings me peace. Indeed, just don't forget to support this tank and healer when you become a big shot. Rest assured, I won't forget you. Yi, carrying a glowing orb, had unknowingly arrived. He opened the system panel. Bestowing such a powerful grasp of basic spells upon 3 players had cost him 30 points of divine power. Additionally, with Xiao Ming's covert use of 3 points of divine power to bless the players, his remaining divine power balance had reached 20 points. Not much divine power left. Tomorrow, let us see how much divine power the players can provide. Yi murmured. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had heard from Edgar that magic required frequent practice to advance. The 3 players thus dedicated the time before logging off to diligently practice the spells they had learned. Unfortunately, all 3 were novices in magic. After just 2 or 3 attempts, they exhausted all their internal magic. The side effects of depleting magic were significant. At the very least, Lin Xian felt more fatigued than after a day of hard labor. His brain could hardly suppress the urge to sleep before logging off. Each time it turned to black screen, he forced himself back online. The exhaustion was so overwhelming that when Yi provided the new player meal that evening, which was meat, he couldn't even discern its flavor. Once he resolved his character's hunger, Lin Xian was finally kicked offline. Chapter 30. After spending 14 hours in the game, it was only 3 in the afternoon in reality. Blue Star. After removing the gaming helmet, the fatigue that felt as if it permeated from his very marrow vanished completely. Once again experiencing the 100 realism of Under the Divine, Lin Xian exclaimed, having uttered this sentiment countless times in the game. This game is truly astonishing. However, even without the negative buffs from the game, the fatigue from a full day of gaming was still inevitable. Huh? Lin Xian moved his neck, his expression filled with astonishment. I played a whole day of games, and I'm not tired at all? Not only that, but he also felt the comforting sensation of awakening from a deep slumber. Due to years of sitting at a computer, Lin Xian suffered from severe cervical spondylosis. Even when he managed to sleep soundly, it was nearly impossible for him to feel as refreshed as he did today in an entire month. Lin Xian gazed at the gaming helmet like a treasured artifact. What a miraculous device. It is truly a boon for insomniacs. He dared to bet that even if the game launched with terrible quality, just for its insomnia-curing effect, affluent individuals would eagerly purchase the helmet to play the game. Yet, having slept for so long, what should he do now? Lin Xian pondered as he opened his computer. On the screen, the boot-up animation was continuously jumping and repeating. Now fully energized, he found it impossible to sleep and could only look for something to occupy his time. Given his character's exhaustion level, he estimated that without a full day and night of rest, he wouldn't be able to awaken. Under the Divine had this one flaw. The negative effects on the game character were too realistic. When it said dizzy, it truly prevented one from logging in. As a result, Lin Xian likely wouldn't be able to log in for the entire day tomorrow. Perfect die in 2 days. He should be updating his video. However, after experiencing Under the Divine, Lin Xian found it hard to play other games. Frustrated, Lin Xian clasped his head with both hands and sighed. Why can't I just play Under the Divine? Aw, Lin Xian internally screamed in protest. In the end, dreams succumbed to reality. Alas, one must still eat. Perhaps it's time to search for new games. Lin Xian's computer was an old relic, having been around for several years, and booting up was painfully slow. Yet, Lin Xian was quite satisfied with it. Because aside from this one flaw, the computer operated remarkably smoothly for video editing, no worse than a new one. This saved Lin Xian a significant sum on a new computer. Thus, after the excruciatingly long boot-up animation finally ended, Lin Xian's jaw dropped at the pop-up that appeared. 996 boot assistant reminds you. Your boot time this time was 13 minutes, surpassing 0. 1 of computers nationwide. Click here to accelerate your computer. Beijing time. 15:05, huh? It's only just past 3 in the afternoon. Lin Xian's eyes nearly popped out. He immediately jumped up and pulled back the heavy curtains in his room. In the next moment, blinding sunlight flooded the entire room. Lin Xian was compelled to believe it. He calculated the time he had spent in the game. Although there was no clock in the game panel could record how many hours he'd spent inside. He distinctly remembered the last time he glanced at the game panel. The time displayed was 14 hours. The game had launched at 8 a.m. This meant that time in the game was passing at twice the speed of the real world. Goodness, does this company possess technology for accelerated perception? Lin Xian's heart was shaken to numbness. He had genuinely spent 14 hours in the game. If magnified, wouldn't this technology potentially extend lifespan? Under the Divine, what other surprises do you hold that I am yet unaware of? Lin Xian murmured. His gaze complex, He had truly managed to ride the wave of popularity this time. He had a premonition that Under the Divine would undoubtedly become a sensation, as one of the first batch of internal testers. The benefits he would reap were certain to be the most substantial. Prior to this, accelerated cognition had merely been an academic concept. Who would have imagined that a gaming company could quietly bring it to fruition? Lin Xian's expression gradually solidified with determination. I have decided. In my next video, I shall not merely showcase new games, but rather, I will recommend Under the Divine. Given the recent controversy surrounding Under the Divine and its status as a first-time internal test game. Once the recommendation video is released, Lin Xian would undoubtedly face a significant wave of ridicule. Even potential online harassment loomed large. Yet, Lin Xian was undeterred. After an entire day of first-hand experience, he was acutely aware of the game's quality. As long as more individuals participated in the internal testing, public opinion would surely turn in his favor. Under the Divine was destined to shine. His objective was to expedite the timing of this recognition. Consequently, he would also hasten his own profit. Before that, Lin Xian needed to add the garbled contact information. As one of only 3 internal testers, they had agreed to team up, and thus, he could not lack contact methods beyond the game. He had the QQ number of the grandfather who can fly. He promptly created a new group to include the 3 of them for convenient communication. Complete the upcoming game recommendation video. Lin Xian realized that his own impressions alone were insufficient. The technology behind Under the Divine was far too sophisticated and advanced. The experiences of the other 2 players were equally important for identifying any gaps. He wondered if they would cooperate. Lin Xian felt anxious. Just as he was contemplating his phrasing to conduct a brief interview with the 2 in the group, he suddenly discovered that the grandfather who can fly was already in his fan group. Engaging in conversation, he was even embroiled in a dispute with several active members. From the chat bubbles that popped up, it seemed they were discussing Under the Divine. Lin Xian immediately opened the fan group, sifting through the chat history to ascertain what had transpired. Tianli Sanhua, I'm so bored. Why does it feel like there are so few people in the group today? See you in 2 ergo. Need I say more? It's because Shogo has gone cold. Tianli Sanhua, that's not the reason. When has Shogu ever been hot? Seeing the chat history, Lin Xian, thank you, please stop talking. A friend of mine had quite a strong reaction to these comments. Tianli Sanhua, wait, I just remembered. Didn't Sunzi who can fly say he would be doing a live text broadcast for a new game today? Tianli Sanhua, it's already afternoon. Why hasn't he shown up? Jinshi Huang, what new game? Tianli Sanhua, the one that recently rode on the coattails of Divine Domain, the one with a terrible official website. Tianli Sanhua, I remember you were there at the time. Jinshi Huang. Hey, now that you mention it, I recall. The grandfather who can fly. Where are you? The grandfather who can fly, Tada? The protagonist makes a dazzling entrance. Sorry everyone, the game was so enjoyable that I completely lost track of time. See you in 2 ergo. Tianli Sanhua. Xiao Sheng's fish pond is full. Xiao Sheng's fish pond is full. You actually managed to him. I tried to reach him this morning for some engineering student quotes, and he ignored me. The grandfather who can fly. Go away. If you use my experiences to woo girls again, I will absolutely come through the internet to find you. Chapter 31. Game recommendation. Under the Divine is undoubtedly the greatest game of this century. Skipping over a lengthy segment of meaningless chatter, Lin Xian indeed found mentions of Under the Divine in the records. As he had anticipated. The grandfather who can fly was singing the praises of Under the Divine in the group. Yet others remained unconvinced. The grandfather who can fly. Haha, let me tell you, spending 99 yuan on a gaming headset was definitely the most astute decision of my life. The grandfather who can fly. Under the Divine is absolutely the greatest game of this year. No, of this century. Without a doubt, a masterpiece. See you in 2 ergo. Did your account get hacked? Tianli Sanhua? Did your family go bankrupt? Jinshi Huang? Didn't my buddy say that even if you're broke, being a shill is still a dead end? Xiao Sheng's fish pond is full. Indeed, just looking at their official website with that shoddy Xia style, you can tell they can't afford to pay salaries. The grandfather who can fly. Pa, I am neither hacked, bankrupt, nor a shill. You are insulting my character. See you in 2 ergo. Of course, Grandpa wouldn't do such things. What are you talking about, good grandson? Kind.jpg Conley Sanhua. Grandma believes you too. Mirror Kind.jpg. The grandfather who can fly. Come on, could you all please let me finish? Perhaps provoked by the incessant interruptions, the grandfather who can fly decided to exercise his authority as an administrator. The grandfather who can fly. If I didn't have absolute confidence, would I dare to speak up? The grandfather who can fly. While current virtual reality games are still grappling with art styles, Under the Divine has successfully simulated sight. Hearing, smell, taste, and touch to a perfect 100. The grandfather who can fly. All of this is based on my genuine experiences within the game. Absolutely no falsehood. The grandfather who can fly. Moreover, the game offers an exceptionally high degree of freedom. The interactions with NPCs are fluid, and the immersion is unparalleled, far exceeding what they have advertised. The grandfather who can fly. Especially the combat system in this game. It mirrors the real world perfectly, yet the opponents are creatures that do not exist in reality. The grandfather who can fly. The combat is visceral and exhilarating, with a tremendous sense of achievement upon victory. It's immensely satisfying. After delivering this, the grandfather who can fly lifted the ban on further comments. He refrained from mentioning magic, perhaps to maintain an air of mystery, or perhaps because his reasoning for choosing the holy light spell was difficult to articulate. After all, he couldn't very well claim it was because he had recently tripped and pulled a muscle in his leg, seeking a healing skill for immediate relief. Lin Xian shook his head at this. How na ve? Under the Divine cannot be screenshot or recorded. Relying solely on text makes it exceedingly difficult to persuade the doubters. Furthermore, his entire discourse was overly emotional and lacked vivid imagery. Rather than recommending the game to others, it resembled more of an emotional outpouring of his affection for Under the Divine. It would be a miracle if anyone believed him. Thus, he aspired to adopt the identity of a gaming influencer to create a professional game recommendation. As anticipated, the subsequent chat records revealed that virtually no one believed the grandfather who can fly. CUN2 ergo, damn, admin dog. Tianli Sanhua. Wow, if Under the Divine is so amazing. Does that mean it's even more powerful than Divine Domain? The grandfather who can fly. Cut it out. Divine Domain. Still seeking advertisements. Isn't even fit to carry Under the Divine's shoes. Zhen Shirqin Shihuang. That's ironic. If memory serves, Under the Divine was still riding on Divine Domain's coattails, right? Xiao Sheng's fish pond is full. It seems to have stopped this morning. Probably couldn't he afford to pay the shills. Zhen Shirqin Shihuang. A game that can't even produce a promotional video? And you tell me it has achieved a true 100 realism? CUN2 ergo. It's akin to a newborn baby that can't crawl, and you expect it to skip walking and learn to fly immediately. Tianli Sanhua. But adults can't fly either. CUN2 ergo. So Under the Divine is impossible to create, baby. Love you. Tianli Sanhua. Shy, kiss. The grandfather who can fly. You are not dismissing their efforts simply because Under the Divine is too ingenious. The grandfather who can fly. They have completed 99 steps in the development of domestic virtual reality games. If we can't even muster the belief, how disheartening would the gaming industry be? The grandfather who can fly. The current market for virtual reality games resembles the mobile phone market of the 70s and 80s, rife with counterfeit devices. The grandfather who can fly. The advent of Under the Divine is as shocking as when Steve Jobs released the Xphone 4s. The group seemed to fall into a prolonged silence at this juncture. Lin Xian noticed that the timestamp appeared before the next comment. CUN2 ergo. I think I just heard the sound of crystallization. Tianli Sanhua, grandson, you have truly changed. Xiao Sheng's fish pond is full. You've become pure. Zhen Shirqin Shihuang. Could it be that you've been kidnapped by the gaming company? If you need me to help you call the police, press 1. The grandfather who can fly. Ah, please believe me. From the final 4 exclamation marks, Lin Xian sensed the grandfather who can fly's desperation. As the exchange of viewpoints grew increasingly heated, it was evident that other members were firmly convinced that the grandfather who can fly was merely boasting, responding with little seriousness. Yet, it was precisely this flippant attitude that the grandfather who can fly could not tolerate. Judging by the increasing volume and speed of his subsequent messages, he was indeed growing anxious. Lin Xian shook his head. This was getting out of hand. Once my recommendation video is released, the negative comments will undoubtedly far exceed this. To be honest, the lack of promotional materials for Under the Divine was a significant factor. The scant promotional images made it exceedingly difficult for genuine fans, who knew there was a treasure, to find anyone to share it with. If they were aware of the true quality of Under the Divine, who would care about its half-baked official website? Instead of the current situation where the official website undermined the game's quality, Lin Xian decided to intervene to rescue the grandfather who can fly, who was on the verge of becoming the group's punching bag. Renbu Xiuji, what he says is true. CUN2 ergo. Tianli Sanhua. My fish pond is brimming. Even the show dog has made an appearance. I am Qin Shihuang. The group leader sends no more than 1 message per day on average. One might mistakenly think this is a gaming group rather than a fan club. Tianli Sanhua. Wait a moment. I recall that Xiaogu also possesses a beta testing slot for Under the Divine. Are you implying that he can fly? Renbu Xiuji. Indeed. I logged on with Yi Huifei and we indulged in the game for 14 hours, I assure you. The content he described is entirely truthful. Yi Huifei. At last. Xiaogu, Tianli Sanhua. So, Under the Divine truly features sensory simulation technology and an ultra-realistic combat mode. My fish pond is brimming. Is the degree of freedom high? To what extent? Yi Huifei. To the extent of disrobing without censorship, my fish pond is brimming. What an astonishing level. I am Qinshi Huang. Wait, did you not notice? Xiaogu stated he played for 14 hours. Yet it is only 3 in the afternoon. See you in 2 air go. Chapter 32. The water friends are enchanted. The reality of the code brother in Bushioji. Precisely, I suspect the company behind Under the Divine has already mastered thought acceleration technology. They are merely in the experimental phase and have not yet publicized it. See you in 2 air go. Goodness, the server opened at 8 o'clock. Does this not equate to having double the time? What an extraordinary technology. Tianli Sanhua, Xiaogu, you are not deceiving us, are you? This is far more impressive than the boasts of Yi Huifei. I am Qinshi Huang, ahem. Let us not speak of things that do not exist. If this technology truly comes to fruition, its impact would extend well beyond the gaming realm. I am Qinshi Huang. The extension of life is a matter of great concern for all. Rinbushioji, those in this group should be aware of my nature. I would never propagate rumors about matters I am uncertain of. Rinbushioji, if you believe in me, make sure to participate in the next beta recruitment. The earlier we enter, the greater the benefits we shall reap. Lin Xian's influence remains significant. Regardless of the water friend skepticism, many felt that 99 yuan was manageable and expressed a firm intention to sign up. Especially my fish pond is brimming, who, upon hearing that Under the Divine would not employ censorship, clamored to register. There was no need to wait for Lin Xian to drop a bombshell. He found it both amusing and exasperating. Having informed his inner circle of the good news, Lin Xian took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. It was time to produce another video. Before he even began drafting the script, he envisioned the storm that would follow the video's release. This time, he was not merely facing fans. The situation was destined to be far more complex. In the northern regions of Hua country, hundreds of kilometers away from Lin Xian, a young man appearing to be in his 20s lay in bed. Adorned with a gaming helmet, he looked rather comical, yet seemed to be sleeping soundly. At last, the individual stirred. Wang Zhan propped himself up with one hand, gradually shifting, struggling to rise. His right sleeve hung empty. He removed the gaming helmet, revealing a pair of gloomy eyes. His once strong and resolute features now appeared a decade older due to the shadows in his eyes and the deep lines etched on his forehead. Wang Zhan, or as Lin Xian referred to him, the code brother, turned his body carefully and placed the gaming helmet on the nightstand. The action appeared exceedingly laborious, taking considerable time to accomplish. This simple motion triggered a cascade of repercussions. As pain surged from his spine and rapidly spread throughout his body, Wang Zhan's brow furrowed deeper. A bitter smile emerged at the corners of his mouth. Cough. After merely a day of gaming, I can hardly endure the suffering. Though his expression suggested amusement, it was laced with profound bitterness. He had not experienced the lifelong neuropathic pain resulting from spinal cord injuries for the past 14 hours. How wonderful it is to possess a healthy body. Wang Zhan gazed forlornly, as if he had been granted a second chance at life, a new possibility of existence. He attempted to don the gaming helmet once more, only to find himself unable to enter. It seemed, as indicated by the game interface, that he must await the conclusion of his character's fainting state before logging on. It was all Yi Huifei's nonsensical reasoning. He insisted that the speed of magic consumption training surpassed that of meditation and appropriate training. This misguided notion exhausted the three of them to the point of collapse, forcibly disconnecting them. Wang Zhan found it somewhat amusing. It was clearly a dubious suggestion, and yet he had agreed. I am truly losing my faculties. Clatter. A plate fell to the floor. Wang Mama stood at the door, her eyes brimming with tears. Wang Zhan looked up and immediately struggled to rise from the bed. Mom, what is wrong? No, I'm fine. Wang Mama quickly entered, urging him to return to bed and rest. I'm just too happy. Wang Mama wiped the tears from her eyes, recalling the smile that had involuntarily graced Wang Zhan's lips upon her entrance. How long has it been? How long has it been since she last witnessed her son smile? With amputations below the knees, the complete loss of his right hand, and paralysis below the waist. Since that fateful day 3 years ago when Wang Zhan sustained severe injuries and was forced into retirement, she had not seen her son smile again. A pang of sorrow washed over Wang Mama. When Wang Zhan returned, He brought with him not only a partially broken body but also a box of honor certificates and a substantial sum of money and compensation bestowed by the state, sufficient for him to live comfortably for a lifetime without lifting a finger. Among these treasures, the most striking was a copper-gilded medal shaped like a five-pointed star. Due to confidentiality issues, Wang Mama was unaware of the circumstances surrounding it. Yet, these items were enough. She knew her son had silently rescued countless families and would forever be the pride of their family. However, Wang Zhan could not escape from this reality. His family had a long lineage of military service, dating back to his grandfather. His grandfather was a retired major general, his uncle a naval rear admiral, and his father a colonel. While his mother was also a military doctor, it could be said that Wang Zhan grew up steeped in the ethos of the military. Thus, he became a special forces soldier. Therefore, after becoming a useless shell of his former self, he could not tolerate being devoid of purpose. Watching his parents' graying hair, he found himself unable to fulfill his filial duties. And instead, his parents were left to care for him. He could not bear this version of himself, like a burden. Wang Mama observed all of this. Her once confident and radiant child had gradually succumbed to despair. Neighbors and relatives had come to offer their counsel, and she had tried every method. Yet, all she achieved was to hasten his descent into despondency. There was even a time when Wang Mama discovered a fruit knife beneath his pillow. To avoid any harm befalling him, all sharp objects in the house were placed out of Wang Zhan's reach. Wang Mama had no idea how he obtained it, but this incident terrified her into never inviting anyone to counsel him again. She could only watch helplessly as Wang Zhan sank deeper into despair day by day. But now, Wang Mama had actually seen her son smile. What a good omen. Wang Mama gazed at the gaming helmet on the nightstand. Adjusting the pillows behind Wang Zhan, casually, she inquired, "Have you made new friends in the game?" A smile involuntarily crept across Wang Zhan's lips. Something like that. I discovered a fantastic game, Mom. I realized that the martial arts I learned previously were not in vain. I can still utilize them in the game. As he spoke, Wang Zhan recounted in vivid detail his battle against the red-skinned earthworm, his excitement palpable. Wang Mama watched her son, animated and exuberant, nodding occasionally, her eyes growing increasingly misty. She understood that rather than him merely describing the game's content, he was, more significantly, recounting the experience of his unencumbered self within the game. Wang Zhan lifted his gaze, filled with longing for the future. Once this game is publicly launched, I should be able to earn money through gaming, alleviating your burdens. Silly child, raising you is not a burden. Have you forgotten the prize money you brought back? Mom, please do not deceive me. The prize money is certainly sufficient for my own living expenses, but it could never purchase such an advanced wheelchair. Wang Zhan raised his hand, and the wheelchair by the wall automatically approached. The frame of the wheelchair emitted a silver sheen, adorned with various high-tech functional modules, clearly of significant value. Chapter 33. Updates on divine power, substantial influx of funds. Changes induced by the power of faith. Wang Mama was rendered speechless. Mom, I was already aware of this. You need not deceive me with supermarket lottery giveaways. Wang Zhan caressed the armrest of the wheelchair, his expression remarkably tranquil. This wheelchair had once been a thorn embedded in his heart. He pretended not to notice, as did his family. But now, he could finally confront his inner turmoil, resolved to remove the thorn. Wang Zhan grasped his mother's hands, his expression earnest and determined. I have faith in this game. It will undoubtedly help me earn enough for my first, second, and 10th wheelchair. I will surely provide you all with a good life. All right. Your intention alone is enough to satisfy me. Wang Mama blinked. Concealing her tears, gurgle. Wang Zhan glanced at his stomach, feeling embarrassed as he bowed his head. That sound was rather ill-timed. Wang Mama clapped her hands. Oh dear, I wondered why I felt there was something left unsaid. I noticed you had not logged off for a meal, so I came to bring you something to eat. In the moment, I completely forgot. Turning her head, her gaze fell upon the food scattered on the floor at the entrance. Wang Mama's face flushed red. Ahem, wait a moment. I will bring you another serving, and no need. Wang Zhan supported himself as he shifted toward the edge of the bed. Wang Mama hurried over to assist him. Once seated in the wheelchair, Wang Zhan looked up at her. Let us go, Mom. We shall eat downstairs together. Wang's mother was taken aback, nodding incessantly. All right, going downstairs is fine. My son has finally expressed a willingness to venture out. She gently pushed her son forward, carefully maneuvering around the debris at the doorway, her steps imbued with a sense of urgency. She could hardly contain her excitement to share this delightful news with her husband. Meanwhile, in Athelia, Sweetwater Town, 3 players lay sprawled on the ground, their heads striking the earth with a dull thud. Although Yiji had long since passed away, such a fate would no longer befall him. Nevertheless, upon hearing the sound, he felt a twinge of pain at the back of his head. If his conjecture held true, each of the three players would soon find a lump the size of a chestnut at the back of their heads when they logged in the following day. Yiji mused, hoping that the players who had learned the Holy Light spell possessed sufficient magical energy. The depletion of magical power was certainly not a pleasant experience, even if the connection between the players and their physical bodies was merely a projection of consciousness. Once the threshold of pain was reached, the sensation would cease to transmit. Yet, the pain they could endure would be more than enough to leave them in distress. The exhaustion of magical energy was not a trivial matter. Yiji instructed Edgar to carry the three players' bodies into the church. He had deliberately set up a defensive formation inside, strewn with hay, to serve as a temporary offline resting place for the players. Although the players' bodies lacked consciousness, spending a night on the ground could still lead to illness. If things went awry, it would become yet another deterrent. Yiji maintained a strong vigilance regarding any issues that could affect the game's early stages. Outside the church, Yiji retrieved a stone pillar that Edgar had recently hewn. This area at the church's entrance was where the flow of magical energy was most stable and abundant, making it ideal for healing his wounds. Moreover, it facilitated the absorption of the energy emanating from the realm of the gods and the moon goddess palace. Indeed, in Blue Star, this would be referred to as the sun and the moon. Seated alone outside, Yiji gazed up at the vast starry sky, letting out a sigh reminiscent of the undead. After all, a skeleton could not truly sigh. Being a game planner is no easy feat. Just 3 players had already given Yiji a headache, reminiscent of the early days of establishing the Watchers. However, players were even more troublesome. With the Watchers, one could simply deceive the members, but with players, not only did the internal testers require persuasion, but one also had to heed the feedback from online cloud players. Extending his bony hand, Yiji made a sweeping motion, conjuring a magical scroll and a feather pin from thin air. When the players next logged in, he would need to find a way to guide them to build houses. He noted this down, realizing that keeping the players confined within the church was not a sustainable solution. As the player base grew, the church would become increasingly inadequate to accommodate them, potentially to the extent of having to remove the statues. Midway through his notes, he paused. Wait, how long would it take for 3 players to construct houses? They would either need powerful magic or sufficient numbers. Unfortunately, the 3 players possessed neither at present. The plan for house construction would have to be postponed. Yiji marked this task as temporarily on hold, allowing them to roam freely and gather more resources for the time being. Perhaps in the future, he could find a dwarf craftsman or a player studying architecture. Casting a glance at his 23 points of divine power, Yiji's daydreams were abruptly shattered. With his current divine power, he could only summon 2 new players, leaving him no room for choice. In the night sky, a silver arc streaked across the horizon. It was the chariot of the moon goddess. Though the moon goddess had long since fallen, each new day, the chariot would still follow the rules she had established, soaring from the moon palace to the realm of the gods, welcoming a master who would never return. Day after day, it was the second day. Yiji felt a surge of joy. Xiao Ming should have successfully transformed the power of belief into divine power. He reopened the system interface, and sure enough, the divine power points had quietly changed. Moreover, a new item had appeared in the special items section. Name: Yiji, Ji Mifisit Kalinyi. Divine power: 365. Followers: 3. Special item: Dimensional, Network, Spirit. Divine contract, inverse. Under the Divine Game Console. Status: severely injured, weak, frostbite, burning, poisoned, mental collapse. Summary: dying undead, survival time: 8 days 13 hours 14 minutes. Lin Xian's gaze fell upon the word followers, which seemed particularly glaring. With a wave of his hand, that line of text instantly transformed into players. 3. Yiji nodded in satisfaction. Now that feels right. He then turned his attention to the other information. His divine power had surged by 342 points. The divine power required to create bodies for the players in the game interface had been recouped in an instant. Before he could revel in his joy, his attention was immediately drawn to the newly acquired special item. Under the Divine Game Console? Wow, it had come so quickly. Although Yiji had anticipated that he could mislead players to generate erroneous belief power that would alter divine authority and yield game-related items, he had not expected progress to occur so swiftly. In just one day, there had already been developments. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from within the church. The emotion was akin to that of a decent man being sent to the palace. Awakening in the cleansing room only to discover he had become a eunuch, Yi opened the door, and a light golden projectile came hurtling towards him. Look, how have I changed? Chapter 34. Xiaoming wears a skirt. Under the divine game console, Xiaoming anxiously paced in place, allowing Yi to clearly observe its current state. The once perfectly sized orb of light now seemed to have expanded considerably. Its hands and feet, still inconspicuous on its round body, had grown slightly. Most notably, a frill had suddenly appeared around its body, positioned precisely between its hands and feet, resembling a skirt. Xiaoming, in a panic, tugged at the frill, trying to tear it off, only to yelp in pain. Yi stopped it. Don't pull at it. That should be considered part of your body. The source of the transformation was clear to Yi, belief power. During the day, he had overheard the three players refer to Xiaoming as the child form of the goddess. This was likely the reason for its gradual transformation into the likeness of a goddess statue. After sharing his conjecture with Xiaoming, Yi couldn't resist a bit of mockery. See? This is what you eagerly desired, the power of belief. Typically, the influence of belief power on deities does not manifest so rapidly or distinctly. However, given the scarcity of divine power within the orb, the belief power had taken precedence in the transformation. Xiaoming trembled all over upon hearing this. What do? I don't want to change genders. Logically, you've merely accepted Oral's memories as a deity without a fixed gender. This does not constitute a change of gender. No? No way. Xiaoming's fur bristled, its hair standing on end like a porcupine. In any case, I refuse to become a goddess. As it spoke, its voice grew choked. You promised that as long as I served as the mascot of the game, you wouldn't turn me into something resembling a goddess. You said the settings were all fake, right? Yi gazed at it with a benevolent expression. While I am pleased that you have finally acknowledged your identity as the game's mascot, you should know better than I that the effects of belief power are nearly impossible to alter. Xiaoming's eyes widened. You clearly promised me. Yi spread his hands. But I am merely an undead. I lack the power to change the effects of belief power. Furthermore, I am a dark sorcerer, and as is well known, dark magic encompasses all that is wicked and vile, including a lack of integrity. Xiaoming trembled in the air, seemingly crushed by the revelation. You did this on purpose. I was deceived. Yi quietly observed as it cycled through emotions. Fear, anger, resignation to an inescapable fate, renewed anger, and despair. Ultimately, hopelessness. Yi found it particularly amusing. In a wonder, dark sorcerers often derive their joy from the suffering of others. It was indeed delightful. Once he had thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle, Yi finally relented. Ahem, it is widely known that I differ from your typical dark sorcerer, so I certainly wouldn't deceive you. With that, he opened the newly acquired under the divine game console. The familiar programming interface made Yi's head ache, reminding him of the mental strain incurred while designing the game's official website. Fortunately, the online study sessions had proven beneficial, as he successfully located the game icon settings. After a series of operations, Xiaoming was restored to its original orb form. Xiaoming, still with bubbles of snot hanging from its face, stared at its suddenly shrunken body, nearly unable to comprehend the situation. I'm back. It joyfully spun in the air, unable to contain its excitement. Indeed, some things are only appreciated once they are lost. Filled with questions, Xiaoming looked at the undead. How did you do that? Yi had not been mistaken. The influence of belief power was not something that could be easily resolved. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many deities who had perished in the wars of belief. Yi smiled mysteriously. A secret. More importantly, you should remember today's experience and work diligently. Otherwise, the next time a problem arises, I cannot guarantee. Xiaoming's orb quivered. Got it. I was just asking casually. I'm not concerned. In order to substantiate its claims, it swiftly darted into the church, its retreating figure imbued with a sense of frantic escape. Yi cast a fleeting glance before returning to the stone pedestal, tilting his gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle. In truth, he was fixated on the game control panel floating above. The solution to Xiaoming's transformation was remarkably simple. The power of belief did not directly affect it, hence it could indeed be resolved. It was merely a mascot within the game. Players would embellish its image, yet the greater force of belief stemmed from the unwavering conviction that Under the Deity was a game, thus giving rise to the current control panel. As for the aesthetics of the game icons, players were welcome to offer suggestions. Ultimately, however, the final decision rested upon Yi, the planner, and Ji's vision. Yi continued to tinker with the control panel for a while, successfully rendering the interface more user-friendly and intuitive. Game development. Character design. Costs 1 divine power. Realization of game panel. Costs 100 divine power. Realization of game panel data. Name. Costs 100 divine power. Realization of game panel data. Race. Costs 500 divine power. Realization of game panel data. Level. Costs 500 divine power. Realization of game panel data. Experience points. Costs 500 divine power. Realization of game panel data. Sanity. Value. Costs 10,000,000 divine power. Realization of game panel data. Skills. Costs 500 divine power. Realization of game panel data. Inventory. Costs 1000 divine power. Realization of game panel data. Customization. Unlimited divine power. Upon reviewing the array of functions, Yiji felt a pang of dread. After much effort, to find that his divine power had barely surpassed 100, yet the features within his financial reach amounted to merely 2 or 3. How disheartening! In the end, regardless of whether he possessed 1 point of divine power or 100, the only function with any semblance of freedom was to change Xiao Ming's attire. The row of skills available for realization consisted of adjectives Yiji had crafted himself. The current player panel was, in essence, a hollow shell he had constructed based on the characteristics of the deities. The fluctuations in data were merely his covert observations and clandestine modifications, creating the illusion that it could detect player information. Originally, he had planned to rely on the side effects of the power of belief to make these elements manifest, but results indicated that Yiji had perhaps overestimated the situation. The very nature of a side effect implies that its benefits cannot outweigh its drawbacks. Each of these functions required Yiji to expend divine power for manual unlocking, particularly those functions related to monitoring player health. Unlocking them commenced at a staggering 500 divine power points. Though once unlocked, they would provide one-time services, unlike when Yiji constructed the game panel, which necessitated a small expenditure of divine power for every player. A lack of funds rendered progress exceedingly challenging. Yiji sighed deeply, having scoured the options for ages, yet finding no skills he deemed worthwhile. The most futile was the function to realize player names. A mere transfer of the player's registration ID into the game demanded an exorbitant 100 divine power. Chapter 35. Function Selection. Establishing player death penalties. Furthermore, why was the realization of the sanity value function priced so exorbitantly compared to the others? Wasn't this something I casually said? This was the aspect Yiji found most perplexing. Could the fervor of the believers truly be quantified into a sanity value? Yiji sifted through the options on the control panel, eyeing several appealing skills. Point 1 was the realization of the game panel, which effectively amounted to a complete buyout of the game panel's functionality. Though 100 divine power seemed steep, it was more economical than individually crafting panels if the game boasted over 100 players. The second was the inventory. A game essential. It surprisingly came equipped with 5 storage slots. A portable space was indispensable for players. Upon glancing at the price of the inventory feature, Yiji's composure evaporated. 1000 divine power was simply too exorbitant. Early game functions were crucial, and the first selection of features demanded careful consideration. Spending 1000 divine power solely to unlock an inventory was far from prudent. The last feature that caught his interest was the customization function. The operational space within it was expansive, thus the divine power cost could not be fixed. Yiji desired the customization capability to add players' mana value data to the game panel. This desire was primarily influenced by 3 players who had been disconnected due to their mana reserves being depleted. Players were not native inhabitants of Ayutthaya, expecting them to possess an intimate understanding of their own mana reserves. Akin to true sorcerers, was overly demanding. With the dataized mana values, this issue could be perfectly resolved. No longer would players need to fear fainting from mana exhaustion due to their inability to gauge their physical condition. Yiji diligently operated within the customization section, successfully establishing the realization of mana value functionality, priced at 500 divine power. Yiji. As expected, the last glimmer of hope extinguished. He remained unable to afford any functionality. After much contemplation, Yiji finally recalled an important matter. Wasn't my initial intent to address the player's resurrection penalties? Yiji rubbed his smooth skull. With Xiao Ming's sudden emergence, he had completely forgotten about it. The incident with the players encountering the red-skinned earthworms during the day served as a reminder. Although Yiji could readily fabricate new bodies for them upon death, crafting a new human vessel necessitated the use of magical materials. Several components within the magic circle were particularly rare. Given Yiji's current predicament, acquiring such materials would be exceedingly arduous. Every little bit counted. He had no idea when he would exhaust his supplies. Before sourcing new replacement materials, he had to first establish the resurrection penalties. Yiji first examined whether he could customize the game resurrection points. The good news was that the control panel indeed possessed this functionality. The bad news was that the divine power required was an astronomical sum, far beyond what Yi, with his meager 3-digit total, could afford. As for the penalties associated with resurrection after death, Yi retrieved a quill and began to document on the floating parchment. First, there was the resurrection cooldown. Activating the magic circle to create a new body required a full day, which should qualify as a penalty for the players. Then there was the matter of experience points, right? I haven't set any save points for the players yet. Yi held his head in exasperation. Just moments ago, when updating his divine power, he had believed he would recoup his losses swiftly. However, when the time came to utilize it, he truly grasped what it meant for money to flow like water. Let us set the save points aside for now. In any case, upon resurrection, any experience points not saved would be lost. That qualifies as the second penalty. Furthermore, alright, our game lacks any form of currency. Death should incur a monetary penalty. This will be the final punishment. Yi cast aside his quill, meticulously reviewing the player resurrection mechanism he had documented, ensuring there were no oversights. The penalties for death, before, unsaved experience, during, resurrection cooldown, and after, monetary deduction, were all accounted for. Later on, Yi could establish the deducted currency at a significantly high difficulty level, surely instilling a sense of caution in players regarding casual deaths. Yi's expression softened with satisfaction. With the introduction of game currency, novice gear and quest items should also incur charges. Their initial supplies were limited and could not be squandered by players at will. Only by requiring expenditure would they learn to treasure their possessions. Yi continued to toil for a considerable time, successfully marking the necromantic resurrection array as a player's save point using 100 divine power. Consequently, upon a player's death, the new body produced from the array would utilize the data from the player's last save. Next came the creation of game currency. However, crafting currency demanded 500 divine power. Furthermore, it could only yield 10,000 coins. To acquire any surplus, one would need to spend divine power anew. The price left Yi astounded. The other party could easily seize wealth directly, yet instead offered him a plethora of tokens that could only be assigned significance by human intervention. Yi inwardly cursed the laws of the world. When suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. No, the value of game currency could not possibly reach such heights like other functions. Game currency, unlike other features, did not necessitate monitoring player health in comparison. It resembled something priced at 100 divine power. It merely required a special identity definition for items, along with calculation and organization. The creation of game currency involved the act of conjuring from thin air. There must be a way to reduce the cost. Yi resolved, as long as he resolved the issue of creation, allowing divine power to merely endow the finished product with a special identity definition. Wouldn't the price be entirely different? With this thought, Yi promptly resumed tinkering with the game control panel, researching until dawn broke. Finally, he discovered a more economical method for producing game currency, utilizing alchemy to create currency while allowing divine power to solely handle the final anti-counterfeiting certification. Without further ado, Yi rose and entered the church, moving to a corner where he began to clatter away at crafting alchemical equipment. Sparks flew incessantly, rousing Xiao Ming, who had been comfortably dozing atop the statue. From his slumber, is it morning already? It blinked its tiny green bean-like eyes, gazing out at the dawn's early light. Xiao Ming. With this kind of light, I seriously suspect I've only slept for less than 4 hours. Suppressing its morning grumpiness, it flew towards the culprit, firmly demanding, "What are you doing? Can't you let me sleep?" "Alchemy," Yi replied nonchalantly. "What else would I be doing? You can do alchemy?" Xiao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, even if you can, why can't you do it during the day?" With a sharp motion, Yi tossed aside the iron funnel he had been holding. With hollow, skeletal skulls fixed upon it, the azure flames of ethereal souls blazed intensely within, emanating a chilling aura. "If you possess the capability, why not assist me? As a gravely injured individual, I have not only been deprived of sleep, but have also been laboring tirelessly for our future. Have I uttered any complaints?" Speaking thus, Yi activated the system panel, primarily illuminating the figure representing his remaining lifespan. Remaining lifespan: 8 days, 20 hours, 24 minutes. Chapter 36, The Rune Furnace, Crafting Game Currency. The luminous orb suddenly faltered. It stammered. "This, and look at Edgar. Despite his numerous wounds, he remains undisturbed." Yi gestured towards Edgar, who had constructed a makeshift personal space with the rudimentary bricks and stones available in the town. Even amid the cacophony from Yi's side, Edgar remained completely stilled. Why? Yi turned and queried. As the sole individual among us with no injuries, do you not feel a twinge of shame? When faced with challenges, one should often introspect. Could it be that your daytime endeavors are too effortless, leading to your sleepless nights? Xiaoming stood frozen. Is that truly the case? Absolutely, Yi asserted emphatically. I require no assistance from you. Now, return to your rest. Xiaoming, feeling abashed, lowered his head. His previous arrogance evaporated. I apologize for interrupting your work. He then dutifully returned to the palm of the statue. Yi turned back to his task. Having lived for 700 years, he possessed a smattering of every magical art, and alchemy was no exception. However, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Previously, during the icy winds on the plains, those two naive monks had shattered his storage bag. Now, his magical resources were woefully scant, with alchemical materials even more pitifully few. After much deliberation, he could only create a hardened disc from earth, transforming it into a rudimentary form of copper. Yi named it the rune furnace. The rune furnace featured 3 material input ports. After passing through the reaction chamber and conversion matrix, it led to 3 distinct outlets. The alloy discs produced from these outlets varied in size and pattern. Designated from smallest to largest with values of 1, 10, and 100, the shell was complete. Yet one final step remained. Activating the conversion matrix at the furnace's core, a golden red light coalesced within Yi's palm. Casting a sanguine hue upon his skeletal hand, with a resonant shout, "Seal!" the entire furnace quaked violently, its color shifting from pure black to a warm brass. Cough, cough. Yi's form suddenly collapsed to the ground. Reduced to a mound of bones. 3 seconds later, the bones reassembled. Leaning against the wall, Yi straightened his head with a sigh, lamenting, "Alas, it appears I have overexerted myself." He summoned the system panel, observing a decrease in his lifespan. Remaining lifespan: 6 days, 19 hours, 56 minutes. The already limited time had diminished by nearly a quarter. Yi glanced at the numbers, as if they were mere commonplace digits, then promptly closed the panel, simultaneously calculating the magical energy expended. The fireball spell used to aid 3 players had only reduced his time by 10 minutes, while crafting the alchemical item had consumed 2 days. I must be more prudent in my use of magic. Gazing at the squat, plump rune furnace, Yi accessed the currency function, successfully lowering the price to 100 divine power points. His eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent. My 2 days of effort bore fruit. It merely transformed into 400 divine power points. He immediately purchased the currency function and commenced an experiment. 10 minutes later, Yi held aloft a freshly minted game currency. The front bore the denomination of 100, while the reverse showcased an artistically rendered chibi skeleton head. Both sides of the currency were edged with serrations and adorned with intricate patterns, giving it the appearance of currency used by the malevolent faction. Yi quipped, "But who cares? As the designer, I find it pleasing. Given my undead identity, the Watchers organization has already been relegated to the realm of evil." Simultaneously, Yi's game panel emerged. New game currency acquired, 100. Wait, is the currency indeed called game currency? Yi hastily accessed the GM permissions control panel to rename it. Let us call it undead coin. No, magic coin. After all, it is a product of magical alchemy. Yi carefully stowed the 100 denomination magic coin and, cradling the half-man-high rune furnace, traversed the expanse of the church. Knocking on Edgar's makeshift wooden door. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing Edgar, neatly attired. Before Yi, it is still not yet time for work. The outside world was enveloped in a misty blue haze. At least 2 hours remained until the dawn of the gods would fully rise. Yi replied without a hint of hesitation, "Even so, you are awake now, are you not? Moreover, dear Edgar, you ought to acclimate yourself to the current time disparity. Once more players join, they will not concern themselves with the hour and will incessantly pound on your door." Edgar, I suddenly believe we ought to reconsider our plan to restore the Watchers. I refuse, Yi declared resolutely. Are you certain you will not invite me in for a moment? Edgar stepped aside. Given that this was a makeshift resting area, the room was quite cramped. Aside from the bed, only half a space remained for standing. With both an individual and an undead present, it was already rather crowded. Yi tossed the hefty rune furnace to Edgar, explaining its functionality. From this day forth, you shall serve as the treasurer of the Watchers organization. This item shall remain with you. I trust you will safeguard it diligently. Edgar gazed down at the alchemical apparatus thrust into his hands. Although the materials were largely ordinary, the intricate design spoke volumes of its exceptional nature. Judging by the craftsmanship alone, It warranted careful preservation. Yet, leader, I believe you are aware that merely 4 days ago, you appointed me as the Chief Administrative Officer. This entails assigning tasks to players and settling their accounts. Now, you wish for me to oversee the finances as well? This workload seems rather excessive, does it not? Ahaha, is that so? Yishi chuckled awkwardly. Then let this item remain with you. After all, you possess the highest cultivation among us, making you the safest custodian. This is 100 divine power points. With both of us weakened and Xiao Ming entirely incapacitated, although Edgar had lost much of his power during his defection, he had nevertheless regained considerable strength over time. It would not be prudent to entrust the safeguarding of this item to Yi, who was now merely an intermediate mage, or to Xiao Ming, who lacked any combat capability. Soon, the tasks would include rewards in magic coins. Placing the item with you would facilitate the settlement of those tasks. Would it not? Yi quickly formulated reasons for Edgar, patting his shoulder with a sense of importance. Little Edgar, the organization has faith in you. Once we have more personnel, I will ensure you receive additional assistance at the earliest opportunity. Edgar paused momentarily, ultimately yielding. Very well, but the matter of assistance must be expedited. Of course. The moment a hapless soul wanders near Sweetwater Town, I will promptly bring them back to assist you. Yi, confident in his undead nature, made grand promises without a hint of hesitation. Beyond this, Edgar's expression shifted to one of wariness. What else do you intend to do? Pushing a paladin, educated in the virtues of righteousness, to the brink of paranoia, he exhibited a demeanor of protest akin to that of an overburdened worker. Yi could not help but reflect. Have I perhaps overstepped my bounds? Chapter 37. Filming the game version 1.x promotional video. Player resource crisis. Impossible. I am the most approachable leader. Yi resolutely dismissed this possibility from his mind, fixing a gentle and amicable gaze upon Edgar. Fear not, it is not a grave matter. I merely wish to share some good news with you. Just last night, our plan achieved a monumental breakthrough. Yi relayed the information regarding the player's potential to provide substantial divine power. As expected, Edgar's expression shifted to one of astonishment and disbelief, particularly upon learning that Yi had successfully addressed the adverse effects of faith power on Xiao Ming through the game control panel. Edgar's gaze hardened with determination. Lin, perhaps you are indeed correct. If divine power can rid us of the side effects associated with faith power, it is certainly the optimal choice for realizing the Watcher's ultimate objective. Given this, a slightly increased workload is bearable. Edgar resigned himself, closing his eyes. Please, continue speaking. Truly the most formidable and sagacious Dawn Knight of the Radiant Church in the post-Godfall era. Yi did not hold back in his praise. Seamlessly transitioning, I do have another matter that requires your assistance. Edgar adopted a look of inevitability. Yi raised a bony finger. You are aware of the game promotional video? Yes. Yi had been closely monitoring the news on the Blue Star Network. He was well aware of the most pressing public sentiments regarding Beneath the Divinity, primarily revolving around the scarcity of internal game information, leading to widespread skepticism among netizens. If we could release a promotional video for Beneath the Divinity, such doubts would diminish significantly. After days of relentlessly channeling magical energy to the blue light orb, Yi had amassed sufficient power to upload a 10-minute video to the official site. Acquiring the capability to upload a video had proven to be quite a challenge, merely highlighting the considerable potential for further development of his golden finger. Yi meticulously elucidated to Edgar the concept of a game trailer. After listening, Edgar pondered for a moment. You wish to transform my image into a visual representation for your players to behold. I have no objections. Is it truly that easy to persuade you? Yi inquired, somewhat taken aback that I recall you previously exhibited considerable resistance towards recording props. After all, once an image is released into the wild, the manner in which it is treated by users is beyond one's control. With the current reputation of Under the Deity being rather dismal, should the first trailer uploaded be discovered by detractors or competitors, it is conceivable that Edgar's likeness could be featured in a parody video. Thus, Yi sought Edgar's counsel, and indeed, he proved to be an admirable superior. Edgar placed the rune furnace by the bedside and turned, his gaze calm. Based on the 3 players you brought, it is evident that their conduct is rather peculiar, which is quite unsettling. It is difficult to ascertain how they would treat the footage once it is in their possession. However, let us not forget that since meeting you, I have already endured such treatment. Previously, Edgar merely disliked being filmed, but as a member of the Radiant Church, he could not completely evade social engagements, leaving behind a few recordings. These images, following his defection from the Radiant Church, became incriminating evidence against him. He could not fathom how many hands they had passed through or how many had misused them. What else could Edgar do but accept his fate? Joining the Watchers meant preparing for the inevitable backlash. Yi cleared his throat awkwardly, shifting the topic. Since you have agreed, let us find a clear space to commence filming. Is Dawn's Judgment still usable? Dawn's Judgment was a signature skill created by Edgar at the age of 14. The very source of his title as the Dawn Knight. While the power of the skill could be temporarily set aside, its ability to impress was undeniable. This young man had ascended to the position of Knight Commander upon reaching adulthood, largely thanks to the support and admiration of his followers. His popularity stemmed from the effects produced each time he wielded Dawn's Judgment. The skill's stylish movements, extensive range, and built-in holy light effects undoubtedly made it a major selling point for their game trailer. Edgar's expression turned complex. I currently possess less than 1/10 of my powers, and of course, I cannot utilize it. Are you unaware? Not to mention Dawn's Judgment, I am unable to use any advanced skills at all. Yi momentarily faltered, astonished. The last time I saw you, had you not already regained 30% of your strength? Some incidents occurred along the way. Oh, Yi refrained from probing further, for given their current states, any inquiry would be futile. Silence enveloped the room. Yi sighed. 2 injured individuals, each sustaining increasingly severe wounds. His powers were even lower than Edgar's, rendering him unable to discern Edgar's condition accurately. Consequently, he had misjudged the severity of Edgar's injuries. In light of this, the task he assigned Edgar seemed rather burdensome. Yi felt a twinge of guilt, albeit fleeting, as the undead lacked a heart. Thus his discomfort lasted but a mere 0.1 seconds. No worries, simply showcase your most flamboyant skill that you can muster, and we shall set off. Wait, Edgar called out to him. What now? Just to clarify, I will not accept any second thoughts. Edgar shook his head. This is not a matter of reconsideration. You just informed me that the purpose of the game trailer is to showcase the splendor of Ertia, thereby attracting more, well, players to join our ranks. You intend to utilize this footage to seek new players, correct? Yi nodded. He currently possessed 164 points of divine power and indeed had intentions of recruiting new members. 3 players were simply insufficient. Relying solely on them, it was uncertain how long it would take to depart from Sweetwater Town. Naturally, acquiring more players as soon as possible was preferable. Yi planned to release the game trailer alongside a new round of internal testing recruitment announcements to see if he could entice a few new players. Edgar understood Yi's approach but felt compelled to remind him, we are somewhat lacking in equipment prepared for the players. Welcoming new players not only requires divine power but also consumes resources for novice gear and task tools, which is a significant expenditure. As both the Minister of Internal Affairs and the Minister of Finance, I must inform you of our current financial situation. We are currently in dire need of both tools and novice gear. Especially the latter. Initially, I only brought back 10 sets. The players used up 6 sets in one go after being caught in the rain yesterday. It remains uncertain whether there will be further losses. If we do not address this issue, new players arriving in Ertia may very well find themselves running around in the nude. Yi winced at the thought. You cannot once again resort to raiding the wealthy in Naily Town. Oh, right, your strength is insufficient. Previously, he had assumed Edgar had pillaged a farmer's warehouse in Naily Town, but now it appeared that Edgar had merely procured clothing and tools from abandoned households in the vicinity, where no militia patrols were present. No wonder the garments were ill-fitting. Edgar, lacking sufficient power, replied, I choose to ignore your last remark. As for the farmers, their lives are not much better than ours. 10 sets of clothing is the utmost I could procure with the radiant coins I exchanged with them. Radiant coins, widely accepted currency under the influence of the God of Light, had its minting rights held by the Radiant Church. Any additional funds would disrupt their livelihoods, and no amount of money would entice them to part with more. Chapter 38. Under the Deity Testing Server, version 1.1 hot update announcement. Those who can survive in Ertia are certainly not fools. It goes without saying that Edgar's funds should not be used lightly. Farmers would likely need to conceal radiant coins for an entire year before daring to venture to neighboring towns to spend them, should the provisions provided to Edgar adversely affect their livelihoods for half a year. The farmers would be utterly discontented. Yi stroked his jawbone thoughtfully. Indeed, this poses a problem. Even if we resolve the issue of clothing for the new players, the scarcity of resources will continue to resurface until our powers are restored. Therefore, in addition to architects capable of constructing houses and blacksmiths skilled in toolmaking, we also require tailors to sew novice attire. Aside from players, Yi needed to recruit some locals to assume the roles of item creators and serve as guiding NPCs for the players. Yi made a decisive statement. Let us proceed with filming the trailer first. I will endeavor to resolve this issue as swiftly as possible. The filming of the trailer progressed quickly. After all, the lens was simply Yi's eyes. and the skills and magic utilized by Edgar did not require special effects to enhance the final product. Yi even summoned the slumbering Xiaoming. The original plan to film air punches was altered to seek out a hapless monster outside the town. The sense of urgency and the thrill of real combat would undoubtedly create a more impactful visual. Upon completing the shoot, the morning dew had just evaporated. The three players remained in slumber. Yi approached to check on their conditions and discovered that the aftermath of their magical exhaustion was quite severe. They were still in a state of unconsciousness. It was likely they would not fully awaken until the following day. This meant that throughout the day, no players would visit Ertia. Xiaoming had successfully secured a day off. Edgar attempted to step outdoors in hopes of acquiring a few unwanted garments from other farmers. Regardless of whether Yi could find a tailor, it was imperative to address the current issues first. Yi remained in the church, focusing on resolving matters related to the Blue Star Network. After some effort, he successfully edited and compressed a 10-minute video down to 6 minutes. After thoroughly reviewing it multiple times to confirm its accuracy, he set it aside temporarily and began crafting the game announcement. Under the Deity Testing Server version 1.1 Hot Update Announcement, Key Updates. 1. Currency System Activation. 1. The Watchers will no longer provide free starter meals or novice clothing. Players will need to purchase items using the Watcher's currency, magic coins, which can be obtained through task completion and other means. 2. Trading functionality is now available. If needed, players can purchase various new products from Knight Edgar. 2. Resurrection Mechanism Enhancement. 1. Upon player death, a certain amount of magic coins will be deducted. 2. Resurrection cooldown time. Due to injuries sustained by faction leader Yi, each time he forges a new body to guide players back to Ertia, a cooldown period of 12 hours is required. 3. Addition of save point functionality. Player body data upon resurrection will be based on the last save, with the first save point being the initial church in Sweetwater Town. The game is not easy. Please cherish your characters' lives. 3. A completion of the biological encyclopedia surrounding Sweetwater Town. New biological record. Red-skinned earthworm. 4. Infrastructure activities in full swing. Following the game update, tasks related to house construction will receive additional experience point bonuses. Additional magic coin bonuses. Purchase land channels now open. For specific information, please consult Knight Edgar. Create your dream home and collectively build a thriving and vibrant Sweetwater Town. Other content. 1. Game art style optimization. 2. Game physics engine adjustment. 3. Bug fixes. Yi reviewed everything once more to ensure there were no issues and then set it aside. Next came the announcement for the official website. Under the Deity official website update announcement, key updates. 1. The reservation testing channel for Under the Deity is once again open. The registration information page has been updated to include a new entry for player specialties, providing exceptional players with additional avenues for selection. 2. A promotional video for the 1.0 version of Under the Deity has been added. 3. A new forum discussion module has been introduced for players to engage in deeper exchanges. 4. A game compendium module has been established, which will periodically update background information and bestiary entries related to Under the Deity. 5. The layout of the official website has been optimized. With a sense of accomplishment, Yi clicked send, simultaneously posting the 2 announcements and the promotional video on the official site. As he gazed at the increasingly polished web page, his satisfaction grew. What is the big deal? It's not like he hadn't coded in 682 years. Surely he could pick it up again with ease. With that thought, Yi casually changed the game icon to a sleeping photo of Xiaoming. The chubby orb filled the entire image, complemented by its limbs and wide-open mouth. The colors were far from the monotony he had anticipated, striking a perfect balance. Indeed, this little creature was destined to be a mascot. Yi reaffirmed his discerning eye. Just look at how fitting this being is as a game icon. Just as he was about to close the webpage, a registration notification suddenly popped up. Yi. During the last internal test, he had taken on the role of a shill, keeping the registration information posted for several days before finally attracting 3 players. How was it that this time, as soon as he sent it out, someone had already signed up? Not only that, ding ding ding, notifications of registrations kept appearing in succession. In no time, Yi had 6 new player registrations in hand. He opened one registration from a player named Tianli In the message section. He saw a line. Recommended by Xiugu, seeking some insider info. Xiugu. Could it be that player known as Renbu Xiuji? Yi's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had recommended Under the Deity. Yi immediately opened a web search for this name and, as luck would have it, found a game blogger with the same name. Coincidentally, the individual had just released a new video an hour ago. Do virtual reality games truly lack a future? No, the future is here. The title was all too predictable. Among the virtual reality games generating buzz online, there were only two, Under the Domain and Under the Deity, riding on the discussion wave. Without hesitation, Yiji clicked on it. Hello everyone, I am Rinbushio-ji, and if I don't showcase myself, I might as well be a spring water idol. The topic of virtual reality games has been particularly heated in the gaming community lately, and as my loyal viewers should know, I am also an ardent fan of virtual reality games. Everyone is debating whether Under the Domain can truly be considered a virtual reality game, but I, Shogu, have secretly obtained an internal testing slot for another game of the same genre. By now, you should be able to guess the name of the new game. That's right, it's Under the Deity. Since the game cannot be recorded yet, I will only use the promotional images and other materials from the official website to create the visuals. By the way, the official website of Under the Deity is utterly dreadful. I could place rice on my keyboard and produce a better page than this. I suggest the game company pay me 50, and I'll find a college student to do it. Yiji, why the personal attack? What is wrong with the website? Doesn't it have all the basic functionalities? It might not look very appealing. Load a bit slowly and have a few bugs. In any case, it's being optimized. It's being optimized.jpg Chapter 39 Lin Xian's Game Review. A cross-century masterpiece. Yiji clicked to continue. This was a game review video? And to summarize, it is a cross-century game that should have been born several centuries later. The greatest game, the god of games. None of these descriptions do justice to Under the Deity, nor do they adequately express the shock within my heart. Thus, this is also a promotional video. Due to insufficient materials, I, Shogu, want to delve into excessive arguments or defenses. I will merely share my experience from the first day of internal testing. A 14-hour gaming session. From the inception of the concept of virtual reality games, it has served as a pilgrimage site for numerous gaming enthusiasts, embodying lofty and mature expectations. Therefore, after the advent of brainwave reading technology, VR games branded as virtual reality have faced resistance from many players. But I assure you, regardless of your expectations for virtual reality games, Under the Deity has fulfilled them all at the start of the game. Players awaken in a dilapidated church. Below their feet lies a massive magical array, roughly the size of a small living room or bedroom, which is why they initially couldn't see other players. The attention to detail in the game is remarkable. The intricacies of the magical array are so precise that I had to lie on the ground to see them clearly. I cannot fathom how long the talented artists must have spent crafting such an initial point. Hats off to the artists, pray. Following this, there is an opening narrative. Although players awaken in a church, little do they know, we are part of the anti-deity faction. Laugh. I haven't quite grasped the specifics of the background yet, so I'll put that aside for now. Let us talk about the NPC system and the art style of the game. When I saw the NPC push open the door and enter the church, to be honest, I felt a moment of fear. The game's art style is incredibly realistic. Even among online AAA titles that mimic realistic styles, none achieve the level of realism found in Under the Deity. It feels like stepping into another world. The advantage of such an art style is evident. It immerses players deeply. However, the downside is equally clear. The more delectable a cake, the more conspicuous a single speck of mouse droppings on top. In an environment of extreme realism, any hint of unreality becomes glaringly incongruous. Humans often find animals that exhibit human-like behaviors endearing, such as dogs using pillows or Totoro eating with a spoon. Yet, if something resembles a human too closely, it can evoke fear, as seen with certain dolls. This phenomenon is known as the uncanny valley effect. When I saw the NPCs, I was apprehensive about this, especially one NPC who resembled a knight straight out of the Middle Ages. If they spoke with an overly artificial AI voice or displayed responses that seemed unnatural, it would undoubtedly be as terrifying as encountering a swarm of fake humans. Fortunately, my worries were completely unfounded. Although one out of the 3 NPCs couldn't speak, the other 2 could, though they preferred silence. Their reactions demonstrated an astonishing level of intelligence, almost indistinguishable from reality. Moreover, the personalities and responses of the NPCs varied greatly. Our faction leader, Yiji, is a skeletal being, essentially a skeleton. According to the lore, he is a fellow villager of the players, which means no matter how the 2 other internal test players behave, he always maintains a skeletal smile reminiscent of a grand villain. Shivers, the other knight NPC, Edgar, is a pure native and has the deepest interactions with the players, often displaying a range of complex expressions towards us. Ha ha ha, it's a pity the game doesn't allow screenshots. Otherwise, I would surely gather a grid of Edgar frowning, for everyone. His promotional image is also featured. Look, it's this one. The video appropriately showcases the only 2 promotional images of the game. After the opening narrative, We followed the procedure to receive our tasks and task items, and upon exiting, we finally got a glimpse of the scenery outside the church. The novice village is nestled on the outskirts of a forest, surrounded by lush greenery, while the village itself is rendered in grayscale. I previously mentioned that the church was dilapidated, but compared to other buildings in the town, it is rather luxurious. It even has a roof. The walls aren't crumbling at the slightest touch. The streets of the novice village are riddled with potholes, littered with undisturbed refuse, resembling a garbage dump that has been abandoned for many years. It is said that this was a town devastated by a magical tide, leaving behind so much rubbish, luggage, that it's truly terrifying to consider the power of that magical tide. Thumbs up, according to our faction leader, Oldie, the magical tide is approaching, though it's uncertain when. Yikes, how frightening. Subsequently, we spent the entire day chopping trees and gathering materials to withstand the magical tide. I quite enjoy how every action taken by the players influences the main storyline of the game. This is the true essence of being a participant in the narrative. Unfortunately, this kind of gameplay entails a significant amount of work and unpredictability, which is why most games shy away from it. The tools for tree chopping in the game are also quite unique. They consist of a type of leaf called broad thorny leaves, which can slice through iron like butter. The tree chopping feature in the game is incredibly satisfying. The sound of the leaf against the tree trunk is more soothing than ASMR. In reality, I am quite sedentary and have rarely engaged in physical activity. Yet thanks to the stamina restored by leveling up occasionally, I managed to chop trees all day. Looking at the row of stumps I had felled and my manually expanded field of vision, I felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. Why did I emphasize the broad thorny leaves' ability to slice through iron? Because I was about to put it to use. Smile. In the evening, it began to rain heavily in the game, and the three of us encountered our first monster, a gigantic red worm fit to be a boss in a biological disaster film. At that moment, I executed a retreating step, twisting my body. I charged towards it, ahem. I may have said too much. In any case, the three of us players combined our efforts to cleave the colossal earthworm, which required at least two individuals to embrace. Into two segments, we wielded a broad, thorny leaf that was as thick as a thumb and half an arm's length. If only I could record the screen, I would have certainly downloaded that footage and preserved it as a magnetic card collectible. To my astonishment, the earthworm was still alive, and it had split into two separate worms. Had it not been for the timely appearance of an NPC, my first character death would have been attributed to it. Laoya's fireball spell was exceedingly spectacular. It made me feel as though I were witnessing a 5D blockbuster on a movie set. Upon leveling up, I chose fireball as my initial skill as well. I welcome new players to seek me out so we can incinerate earthworms together. Chapter 40. Virtual reality games? 100 realism? A farce. Thus, my day of gaming was drawing to a close in my eagerness to experiment with the newly acquired magic. I was so exhausted that I couldn't even recall the taste of dinner, which was truly regrettable. After all, it was my first sumptuous meal in the game, having finally located a game boasting 100 realism. I lamented not being able to fully indulge in my culinary desires. Alas, this day had been richly fulfilling, from the opening narrative to exploring the novice village, upgrading tasks, battling monsters, and learning magic. These experiences alone were sufficient to outshine 99 of the games available on the market. Yet, it was not over. Upon exiting the game, the true essence of Under the Deity awaited. The ratio of game time to real time is 2:1. 1 hour in reality equates to 2 hours in the game. The gaming company behind Under the Deity has developed a thought acceleration technology. Exiting the game felt akin to waking from a rejuvenating slumber. Invigorated? These two aspects alone transcend the realm of gaming, serving as an alternative method to extend human lifespan. Aside from telomere research, sleep time could be utilized, and it could yield double the value. Under the Deity essentially grants us a new life in another world. Upon reading the last sentence, Yi Ji's eyes flickered with the flame of his soul. That was close. This fellow nearly grasped the truth. Fortunately, even Lin Xian, who uttered those words, did not take it literally, viewing it merely as a metaphor. Otherwise, Yi Ji would have to devise a way to reduce the other's sanity to a reasonable zero and revoke his qualification for the closed beta test. Yi Ji glanced at the sky. The time in Elsha was still not yet noon. This meant that on Blue Star, the players had been offline for less than 6 hours. The other party had already produced a review video. Were they truly grinding out a video immediately after logging off? Yi Ji murmured. The action was truly astonishing to the undead. He opened the comments section. The comments below were sparse, indicating that this individual Not showing off was not faring particularly well. Yet, there were numerous passers-by who, due to the recent events surrounding Divine Domain, accidentally clicked on the video. Their attitude was predictably filled with skepticism. Virtual reality games? 100 realism? A deception. In the thought acceleration technology, did the poster invent that term? Have they applied for a patent? Finally, I found a comment section belonging to Under the Deity where I could unleash my tirade. So, the poster spent over 10 hours chopping trees in the game? How absurd. Was that even enjoyable? No one believed the so-called bombshell feature that not showing off touted. In fact, the ridicule stemming from his day of tree chopping was far more prevalent. Some of his longtime viewers left comments expressing their disappointment, having initially thought that Shogu was a breath of fresh air in the gaming community, only to discover that he had fallen prey to a subpar game. They dismissed it as a baseless recommendation and unfollowed him. Even though a few scattered comments supported him, they were quickly drowned out by a tide of dissent. Not showing off likely foresaw the direction of public opinion. After pinning a comment containing the official game link, he quietly faded into the background. Yi felt a mixture of emotions after reading this. His intentions were good, but the effectiveness was likely limited. In an era where even images do not guarantee truth, it was overly unrealistic for not showing off to believe he could promote the game with just 2 promotional images. Had he waited a couple more hours to see the newly uploaded promotional images by Yi, the situation might have been more favorable. Moreover, the mention of differing time flows between the 2 worlds was revealed. Yi had deliberately chosen not to disclose this feature on the official website to avoid unnecessary complications. Now, with not showing off's video promoting it, the matter of time flow would no longer be a secret. Who knew what kinds of trouble might ensue? Yi felt his plans disrupted but remained relatively calm. The discrepancy in time flow was a full 2-fold, and it was only a matter of time before it was discovered. Now, it was merely a matter of accelerating its exposure to the public. After some contemplation, Yi decided to let the video develop organically without interference. The game had just launched, and the number of players could still be counted on one hand. Even if trouble were to arise, it was still early. The view count was already in the thousands. There was no need to worry about attracting new players. Yi closed the internet with a sense of relief. Perhaps I could still enjoy the privilege of having too many players and needing to be selective. TSK, what a dilemma. With the online matters resolved, all that remained was to wait for time to work its magic. Yi stood up and stretched, the joints in his body cracking audibly. The side effects from crafting the rune furnace in the morning had nearly healed. At last, I wouldn't fall apart after a few steps. It was time to leave the church and take a stroll. What to do in the afternoon, right? I could venture to the outskirts and see if I could find a few unfortunate souls who had wandered into the great oak forest. If I didn't seek out some new NPCs, the townsfolk of Tinshui Town, Edgar would surely go on strike. Yi left the statue of Xiao Ming, who was fast asleep, and closed the church door. Creak. On Blue Star, Lin Xian removed his gaming helmet, his eyes filled with disappointment. Still unable to log in, his account remained in a forced logout state. He anxiously examined the helmet in his hands, the worry evident on his face. Having only been offline for 7 hours, the game's phase reaction was already beginning. Unable to log in, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. After finally learning magic, it would have been delightful to log in and enjoy it, he lamented in the empty room. Defeated, Lin Xian placed the helmet on a nearby bookshelf, muttering to himself, "It seems I must conserve my magic power from now on. The consequences of depletion are too dire." Lin Xian opened his computer, and a barrage of 99 unread messages popped up. Just glancing at the snippets of the latest messages revealed a plethora of insults and personal attacks. These were the private messages and comments generated by Lin Xian's latest video. As expected, the storm had arrived. Lin Xian deliberately ignored the red notification dots and dismissed the message alerts. However, in a moment of distraction, his mouse inadvertently shifted to the left. Instead of closing the unread messages, he accidentally opened the backend of his Kuaishou account. The top, his follower count had just dropped from 100,000 to 99,900. A pang of pain struck Lin Xian's heart. Although he had anticipated a drop in followers, seeing that visual representation felt excessive. His follower count had exceeded 100,000 just 4 months prior. Yet, after posting a video, it had plummeted back in less than 2 hours. He had yet to receive the commemorative plaque for reaching 100,000 followers from Kuaishou, and he was now uncertain whether it would even be sent. Lin Xian, already in a less than stellar mood, felt even more dejected. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine. This is just an initial investment. Once Under the Deity opens up for subsequent closed beta testing, it will undoubtedly become a sensation. The followers lost due to this video will return in multiples. He would prove that he was not merely cashing in on a failing game or being lured into a pyramid scheme. Using a skin-deep game to launder money, Chapter 41. The power of the promotional video. Lin Xian's fangroup explodes. Yet, Lin Xian sighed. Under the deity, you must hold on until the large-scale testing phase. He was not worried about Under the Deity failing to gain popularity because he had genuinely experienced the game. However, he was concerned that the game company might run out of funds. There were so many commendable aspects of Under the Deity. Yet, its high quality was such that every additional minute Lin Xian spent in the game heightened his anxiety about the company's potential bankruptcy. If the game were to run out of money midway through development, Lin Xian's gamble would have been in vain. Ding! The sound of a notification from QQ echoed. Lin Xian clicked it open and found a mention from his fangroup. The members of the fangroup were all old friends, so he certainly wouldn't ignore them. As his mouse hovered over the group name, he noticed that the number of members had decreased by more than half since yesterday. Lin Xian let out a bitter smile. Despite having given a heads up in the group yesterday, half of his loyal fans still departed. These loyal fans had accompanied him from a few hundred to a few thousand, and finally to over 100,000. Now they had scattered. The thought crossed his mind momentarily before he clicked, and several comments tagging him flooded in like a torrent. Village head ergo. Is Shogo asleep? Not showing off, my goodness. How can you sleep at your age? Tianli Sanhua. Not showing off. Shogo, come out quickly. Is the game promotional video real? Ah, I'm so excited. Shaosheng's fish pond is full. Oh no? Did Shogo really stumble upon a treasure? Renbu Xiu Ji. I am Qin Shi Huang. Old Xiu, Shogu, Shou Dad. Why don't you reply? Renbu Xiu Ji. What's the matter? What do you need from me? Village head ergo. My fish pond is finally full. Tianli Sanhua. Oh dear. Don't spam the group. Shogo. Take a look at. Video link. Can we truly experience the scenes within the game beneath the divine? Village head ergo. Urgent. Please clarify. Lin Xian furrowed his brows and opened the link provided by Tianli Sanhua. The sluggish loading speed of the webpage, coupled with the video player pilfered from other sites, felt as if it were some sort of anti-counterfeiting verification. Without even clicking to view, Lin Xian could ascertain that the video indeed originated from the official game site of Beneath the Divine. The official site had actually been updated. Closing the video, Lin Xian gazed at the newly revamped webpage, feeling a peculiar sense of cyber disorientation. Teacher, is this truly their official game website? Did I mistake it for something else? It appeared as if it had evolved from a half-hearted, neglected webpage to something akin to a college student's final project. Furthermore, it seemed to have been crafted by third-year students, potentially fetching 100 or so on an online marketplace. Relying on his own registration information left on the official site, Lin Xian finally confirmed its authenticity. The right sidebar of the webpage displayed two prominently bolded announcements, just as he was about to click to read more. He noticed his Penguin account was on the verge of being inundated with notifications. He slapped his forehead in frustration. Oh no! The official site is loading too slowly, and I Haven T responded to messages. My gaming buddies must be beside themselves with worry. He immediately returned to his Penguin account. Why fish pond is finally full. Bro, where are you? If we don't get a reply soon, we'll die of curiosity. I am Qin Shi Huang. You introduced us to the game. If we perish, we'll drag you down with us. Evil. Renbu Xiu Ji. Ahem. Sorry for the late response. You know how the server Under the Divine works. Tianli Sanhua. Ah, Shogu. You're finally back. Village head ergo. You sly old thief. Quickly tell us everything you know. Renbu Xiu Ji. If the promotional video mirrors the style of the promotional images, there's no need for concern. That represents the authentic scenes we can experience in the game. Renbu Xiu Ji. Have you seen my new video? Trust me, that's all that matters. Renbu Xiu Ji. There's no need to fear that the promotional video is merely a FAOD crafted from real-world scenery, Lin Xian typed rapidly. Without even watching the promotional video, he could discern where the cloud player's interests lay. The devastated appearance of the novice village indeed bore a narrative quality, even possessing a hint of a post-apocalyptic vibe. The vast and boundless giant oak forest, when viewed from an upward angle, was indeed awe-inspiring. Don't ask how he knew, as he had climbed trees within the game to see. The giant oak forest resembled a thriving emerald sea. The closer one got to the central area, the more ancient trees there were, towering like colossal pillars that shielded the sky. Tianli Sanhua. Why would we doubt that it's a photograph of the real world? Village head ergo. Precisely that scene, if called CG, would still earn high praise for its quality and expense. I am Qin Shi Huang. We want to inquire about the combat system. Combat system? Lin Xian felt perplexed. Did beneath the divine record footage of them battling the red-skinned earthworms for the promotional video? Renbushio G. Don't rush, let me check the video first. With that, Lin Xian disregarded the penguin message notifications and clicked on the video. An ethereal and translucent hum served as the background music, setting the stage for the promotional video. Despite the absence of lyrics, the unique rhythm of the female voice conveyed a profound sorrow. Within it lay a blend of unwillingness, despair, and a glimmer of hope. Lin Xian closed his eyes, enraptured by the melody. How beautiful! This music undoubtedly stemmed from the hands of a master. Not only was the composition exceptional, but the vocal performance also surpassed the realm of mere excellence. Indeed, the opening music of the promotional video was a remnant from a kingdom that thrived over 500 years ago. A lament of a fallen nation passed down through the tales of bards. Naturally, it was delightful. The singer was Claire, a member of the Watchers. The siren's voice served as their weapon in battle. Thus, other members of the Watchers carried, to varying degrees, the melodies recorded by Claire. It was at this moment that it proved remarkably useful. Lin Xian continued to watch, as the screen illuminated. A vibrant game scene unfolded before his eyes. Beyond the endless expanse of forest, towering snow-capped peaks undulated in the distance. A small stream cascaded down, ultimately merging into a tumultuous river, surging beyond the edge of the screen. The first rays of morning sunlight bathed the river's surface, shimmering and reflecting the nearby gray and white architecture. Lin Xian's spirit soared. It's Sweetwater Town. How astonishing it is to gaze down from a vantage point even higher than the trees. The camera zoomed in, sweeping over the vicinity of Sweetwater Town, including a series of locations such as the town and church. Lin Xian watched with rapt attention. Suddenly, the tone shifted, and the music grew fervent. The colors of the scene darkened dramatically. The camera focused on the area beyond Sweetwater Town. Purple mist, bubbling brown marshes, and enormous caves, along with the grotesque figures of monsters lurking within. Pairs of blood-red eyes fixated on the camera, then surged towards it. At every such moment, the camera would automatically transition to the next scene. Chapter 42. Edgar's strength begins to show. Coach, I want to learn this. Time and again, monsters lunged at them, accompanied by the still clear sounds of their roars beneath the background music. Lin Xian felt goosebumps rise all over. Goodness, is this the true nature of monsters? In comparison, the red-skinned earthworms they faced on the first day were merely pests. Clang! The sound of metal clashing shattered the silence, abruptly cutting off the harmonious background singing. A knight clad in silver armor stood not far from the marsh. His longsword reflected a chilling light under the sunlight. In the next moment, a rock-like monster concealed within the marsh lunged at the camera. It bared its mouth full of sharp teeth, drool dripping onto the ground, corroding it into pockmarked holes. The silver knight moved with a swift grace. Appearing like a specter behind the monster, circles of blue light flared beneath his feet, harmonizing with the gleam of his sword, forming a resplendent magical array. The knight exerted force with the tips of his feet, thrusting his sword towards the sky, its brilliance intensifying and splitting into countless smaller blades, all aimed at the monster's rugged, rock-like hide. The sword light resembled a dragon, slicing through the air with a whistling sound and dazzling blue light. It felt as though the air was torn apart by the sword light, leaving behind visible rifts. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. One moment, the knight was at the forefront of the camera. In the next, the monster's roar abruptly ceased. Black blood splattered forth, and the monster's massive form was instantly reduced to a heap of fragments. The silver knight slowly sheathed his long sword, his expression devoid of any turmoil, as if everything that had just occurred was merely a trivial task for him. Holy moly! Holy moly! Holy moly! A barrage of swords unleashed. Lin Xian's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to close his mouth. Such dazzling magic, such impressive skill, such grotesque monsters. All the elements he adored. The Silver Knight in the video could not be anyone other than their quest NPC. Absolutely incredible. Lin Xian trembled with excitement, his hands quivering. No way. I must watch it again. However, the incessant notifications from Penguin seemed to time themselves perfectly to interrupt Lin Xian's viewing, pulling his finger back from clicking replay. The notification sounds escalated like an air raid alarm. A clear indication of the urgency from the other party. Without a doubt, it must be his gaming buddies. Lin Xian reluctantly cast one last glance at the video, resignedly opening the fan group. Village head Ergo. Shogo must have finished watching the video. Hurry up and tell us if we players can reach the level shown in the video. I am Qinshi Huang. Can we choose our profession in the game now? Is becoming a knight the most promising option? Tianli Sanhua. Urgent, urgent. I am the urgent king. With the group nearly in a frenzy, Lin Xian swallowed hard, typing with his still trembling fingers. Runbu Xiuji, brothers. The promotional video is phenomenal. Tianli Sanhua, bro, look at how unaccomplished you seem. Village head Ergo. How infuriating. We sought to hear different perspectives from the beta testers, yet one by one, they seem even more naive than us. Rinbu Xiuji, 8-foot-tall man shedding tears. You have no idea how difficult the game's operating system is. It feels just like battling in the real world. Where have I ever witnessed blink and aerial acrobatics? Rinbu Xiuji, if I could do that, would I have been tormented like a dog by just a single earthworm during the day? Wipes nose, I am Qin Shi Huang. Were you being chased by monsters? How come it differs from what was shown in the video? Rinbu Xiuji, ahem, artistic processing by the way. I can fly, you know? I am Qin Shi Huang. Enough already, that monkey is even more clueless. After howling in the group, he said he was logging in and hasn't he spoken since. Village head Ergo. We inquired about the authenticity of the promotional video, yet none of you seem reliable. I am Qin Shi Huang. Old Xiao, didn't you have interactions with the NPCs in the video? What was the experience like? Did they exude an aura of strength? Rinbu Xiuji, not at all. The 2 NPCs already implemented have heavy injury buffs. Rinbu Xiuji, if I hadn't watched the promotional video, I wouldn't have imagined them to be so formidable. One can only say that real people do not reveal their true capabilities. Tianli Sanhua, I know about this. Newbie NPCs are always imbued with power seals to facilitate subsequent power bursts. At the village's edge, Ergo remarked, we are part of the anti-deity faction. Who knows, the opposing side might defect yet again, transforming into the ultimate boss. The emperor, identifying himself as Qin Shi Huang, replied, indeed, upon seeing his thick brows and large eyes. It's evident he possesses the qualities of a villain. Sanhua in the fields commented, to be honest, his appearance truly embodies that of a villain. Even if players anticipate a twist, the effect will be spectacular. Rinbu Xiuji cautioned, be careful everyone. The NPCs exhibit a high level of intelligence, and they manage our mission settlements. The emperor interjected, by the way, Lao Xiao, you've learned magic in the game, haven't you? Ergo added, yes, yes, how does it feel? Is it as impressive as in the videos? Rinbu Xiuji hesitated, well, since we are new accounts, we still need time to develop. Rinbu Xiuji continued, however, I have witnessed Lao Yi using magic. His fireball spell appears identical to mine, yet the effects are entirely different. Lin Xian gushed over the fireball that engulfed half a worm. The oppressive presence beside him was even more terrifying than watching Edgar battle in the videos. Not only could it attack, but it also accounted for environmental damage. The transformation of wetland into dry land was simply astounding. After a long while, Lin Xian reluctantly ceased his admiration. Rinbu Xiuji asserted, trust me, the effects in the promotional video must be genuine. The emperor exclaimed, at last. This is precisely what I wish to hear. I am claiming my spot for the closed beta. Sanhua in the fields gasped. Goodness, how terrifying. What an extravagant expenditure. Ergo remarked, such a degree of computational power is unattainable by hundreds of servers. Ergo speculated further. It's likely their company's data center for housing servers occupies 3 to 4 floors of office buildings. The emperor added, not just that, they probably need 2 dedicated air conditioning and power systems to ensure the servers operate smoothly. The emperor continued, otherwise, with this structure, the data center would be hosting barbecues in no time. Sanhua in the fields questioned, does that mean they would need to purchase an entire building? Ergo affirmed, of course. If virtual reality games weren't costly, they wouldn't bear such a name. Lin Xian was left speechless. After hearing his friend speak, he genuinely felt the daunting presence of the company beneath the deity. The 99 yuan spent on the gaming helmet likely wouldn't even cover the electricity needed to keep the game running. After a moment of silence, Lin Xian spoke, his voice unexpectedly hoarse, filled with disbelief. The gaming company must be engaging in charity. He grew increasingly concerned that beneath the deity might not survive to the next round of closed beta. Without a license, the game could not incorporate paid items for profit. If all else fails, the company could simply triple the price of the helmets. This was the first time Lin Xian wished to spend money on a gaming company but found no avenue to do so. Chapter 43. The 4th player to obtain closed beta qualification. The chat records in the group continued. Sanhua in the fields asked, by the way, who is Lao Yi, the one who can cast fireball spells? Ergo responded, our faction leader, Yi Ji. Since he is designated as one of us, he is the only NPC with a Chinese name in the game. The emperor chimed in, so, without even having game qualifications, he is considered one of us? Clearly, He is the leader of Mai and Lao Xiu's faction. Xiao Sheng's fishing pond overflowing. Screenshot of obtaining closed beta qualification for Beneath the Deity. Xiao Sheng's fishing pond overflowing. Haha. Brother, I am also a closed beta player now. San Juan the Fields responded. Ergo exclaimed, what the hell? Where did you get that closed beta spot? There are only 3 players in this game right now. Xiao Sheng's fishing pond overflowing replied, ha ha ha, I wrote a 10,000-word essay in the comments section of the application form. Xiao Sheng's fishing pond overflowing added, not long after I submitted it, the spot came through. What can I say? My luck is just that good. Winks, the Emperor scolded, you rascal. I wondered why you suddenly disappeared from the chat. You were secretly profiting. Ergo exclaimed, the planner is actually online. I'm going to reapply right now, San Juan the Field said. I feel my application information isn't complete enough. I'll go revise it. The group erupted into playful banter. The newly qualified Xiao Sheng's fishing pond overflowing was elevated to the status of a celebrity. Friends eagerly sought his insights on how he obtained the closed beta qualification. Everyone submitted their application information. Why was it only you who succeeded? Consequently, after securing his qualification, the fishing pond became boastful, prompting the others to swiftly change their demeanor and mute him. Ironically, the fishing pond, being a manager, lifted his own mute status and continued to revel in his triumph. The group descended into chaos. Lin Xian found it utterly delightful and couldn't contain his laughter. Suddenly, a user named Just Pretend I'm Blind interjected into the conversation. Just Pretend I'm Blind said, ha, a bunch of water army having fun on their own? Just Pretend I'm Blind continued, with the 99 yuan scam money, how much can each of you pocket? Just Pretend I'm Blind concluded, to even indulge in such unscrupulous money-making, I truly misjudged you. Renbushio Ji, Just Pretend I'm Blind has exited the group chat. The group fell silent. Lin Xian's smile froze on his face. This user, known as Blind, was also one of his longtime fans. Given his flamboyant speech bubbles, it was impossible for him to pretend he hadn't seen it. Not only that, but one after another, several more exit messages appeared as if prearranged. May there be no online fraud has exited the group chat. The internet is not a lawless place has exited the group chat. Has exited the group chat. It took a while for it to cease. San Juan the Fields reassured, it's all right, Shogu, we believe in you. Ergo added, if you truly wanted to scam money, you should have joined last year when various bloggers were promoting blind boxes. Xiao Sheng's fishing pond overflowing stated, I've been a fan for 4 years. Don't worry, the Emperor declared, I believe a company capable of producing the combat effect seen in the promotional video wouldn't lack the 99 yuan scam money. Xiao Sheng's fishing pond overflowing concurred, exactly, I just checked. There are only 12 applicants now. If they were truly a scam company, they would undoubtedly be at the bottom of the industry each month. Lin Xian felt warmth in his heart, tears of gratitude filling his eyes. Renbushio Ji reassured, it's fine. Time will reveal everything. The current situation is much better than I imagined. Renbushio Ji added, it's getting late. Everyone, good night. The Emperor responded, all right, Lao Xiu, rest early. Soon after, Lin Xian's avatar turned gray. San Juan the Field sighed, alas, Shogu must be hurt. It's only 10 in the evening, and he's already saying good night. Ergo quipped, he's probably hiding under the blanket, secretly shedding tears. Xiao Sheng's fishing pond overflowing lamented, oh, the tender-hearted youth. Meanwhile, the real Lin Xian swiftly opened the promotional video for Beneath the Deity, which he had never even closed. Wow. Oh, so cool. Lin Xian, filled with excitement, gazed at the unedited black blood and monster fragments on the ground. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Each viewing revealed new elements in Lao AI's combat movements. It felt as if he had practiced those battle techniques since childhood. The magic segment of the promotional video featured exceptionally well-crafted effects. The physical combat portion, adhering to realistic logic, was equally impressive. Even as a dedicated gaming blogger, he found no flaws. Rather, it felt akin to watching a combat tutorial. Lin Xian licked his lips, grinning mischievously. Finally, the chatter in the group subsided, and he watched the promotional video once more. Click, play. After several repeated viewings, Lin Xian could even hum along to the background music. Only then did he feel satisfied. This is the sensation he craved, pure joy. Glancing at the time, he realized a new day had dawned. How swiftly time had passed. Lin Xian clicked his tongue in disbelief. He retrieved the gaming helmet, only to find he still couldn't log in. Frustrated, he set the helmet aside. If he couldn't log in tonight, by the time he woke up tomorrow, 2 days would have passed in the game. He wondered if his game character might starve. Lin Xian reclined back, sinking into the chair's embrace. writhing like a caterpillar. Ah, it felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling all over him. Without beneath the deity, he felt he might perish. He longed to play the game. Elthiot, on a tranquil afternoon devoid of players. Dappled sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting an array of bizarre shadows. Edgar, entwined in creeping vines, pressed onward at last. As the final shadows of the dense forest faded behind him, his vision expanded into clarity. In the distance, traces of human activity emerged. After a long journey, he had finally escaped the great oak forest. Chapter 44. The refugees on the wasteland. Prison Blade. The interior of the great oak forest was teeming with magical creatures. Its center an absolute forbidden zone dominated by high-level monsters. Yet, the abundant magical resources and the buried treasures from the ancient era attracted countless adventurers and mages who disregarded the peril to venture forth. Where there are people, there are city-states, thus the establishment of Naily Town and Dis City. However, not everyone could don fine attire, reside in the city center, and enjoy the protection of the city guards. A significant portion of the lower-class populace could not afford the exorbitant taxes of the urban area, opting to live outside the city-state. They cultivated land near the great oak forest, where taxes were lower, accumulating currency to secure a ticket for themselves and their families to take refuge within the city when the magical tide arrives. Resilient grass blanketed the hillside, swaying in the breeze, resembling a constantly shifting gray cloud. Only a few patches of land lay bare, revealing fields where crops had just begun to sprout, or showcasing rudimentary wooden huts. It resembled a tidy piece of fabric marred by several holes. Edgar skillfully traversed the hillside, seeking refuge behind the windbreak where he discovered a makeshift dwelling constructed of thatch. Knock, knock, knock. His fingers rhythmically tapped 3 times on the door, yet, within, there was an oppressive silence. Devoid of any response. Edgar's expression remained unchanged as he spoke in a low tone. Stop pretending. I know you are inside. However, the only reply was the deathly hush that lingered. Taking a deep breath, Edgar infused his voice with a hint of resignation and sincerity. What I bring this time is more than just the Qiang coins. As soon as he finished speaking, a soft click echoed. The tightly shut door creaked open, revealing an old man, gaunt and sharp-eyed like a wolf, who cautiously peered out. After scanning the surroundings for safety, he visibly relaxed. The old man's name was Qiudao, a moniker that might not sound like a proper name yet conformed to the common naming conventions among the lower echelons of Elsha. In fact, Qiudao's name was relatively pleasant, at least not as arbitrary as calling him Little Stool or Blackfoot. Edgar had met him a few days prior. Qiudao was a local power, having lived in the area for 5 years and earned considerable respect. Edgar had previously purchased 10 garments made from resilient grass and a collection of practical farming tools from him for 20 Qiang coins. The resilient grass grew abundantly in the wind, and due to its sufficient toughness and low moisture content, crafting garments from it was remarkably easy, making it the most common attire among the lower class, in the kingdom of Yuan, to which Naily Town belonged. The common currency was called soul. The price for garments made from resilient grass typically ranged from 1 to 5 soul. 1 Qiang coin was valued at 100 soul. While it seemed Edgar had made a poor deal, Qiudao would much prefer to receive 100 soul rather than 10 Qiang coins. Such precious currency felt more like a hot potato in hand. Given Edgar's status, he could hardly spend that money. Thus, the transaction from days ago was a mutually beneficial arrangement within acceptable limits. Now, Yiji wanted him to seek out more beginner gear for players. Edgar's immediate thought for a trading partner was still him. Qiudao stepped aside, revealing a pitch-black room. Come in. Edgar crossed the threshold, and the door promptly shut behind him. The interior was dim, as even in daylight, it remained shrouded in gloom. Qiudao fumbled to light an oil lamp, and the flickering yellow glow barely illuminated the sparse surroundings. The room could be aptly described as barren. Apart from a table, a rickety bed, a 3-legged stool, and a few jars tucked in the corners, there was nothing else. Edgar surveyed the space, now even more stark than before, and found the pretense of poverty somewhat exaggerated. Qiudao scoffed. How could the esteemed knight truly understand the lives of us common folk? He shifted a square stone from the corner to prop up the 3-legged stool, which, though still unstable, was an improvement over its previously wobbly state. Qiudao plopped down onto the stool, crossing his legs, his gaze revealing a hint of defiance. Come now, the once glorious Knight of Dawn, who propelled the radiant church to the pinnacle of the age of divine fall, only to strike it down as a traitor. The infamous fallen sword, Edgar Reno. What do you wish to trade with this old man this time? Edgar lifted his gaze, a flicker of sharpness crossing his eyes before settling into an unfathomable calm. Impressive intelligence. Edgar scrutinized Qiu Dao with greater intensity than during their first meeting, internally astonished, and no matter how one looked at it, Qiu Dao was utterly ordinary, untouched by any magical enhancements, and soon to step into the final chapter of human life. Yet, he had managed to uncover Edgar's true identity within a mere 2 days. Edgar's tone carried an air of inquiry. This is not information one would expect from a mere wanderer of the wasteland. Who exactly are you? Qiu Dao chuckled, a rasping and somewhat mournful sound that was far from pleasant. Heh, thus the esteemed knight does not comprehend our struggles as commoners. Living next to monsters for 5 years. One must learn a little cunning elsewhere. We may lack magic, but we have honed our skills in reading people. He then shifted his tone to one of caution and pleading. I have heard of the Watcher's situation. We share a common plight, so I hope for mutual understanding. We all have it tough. This is the last transaction. After this, please do not return. In the face of powerful sorcerers, it is the ordinary folk who are most easily affected. The enigmatic magic and the future of any epoch are of no concern to them. They simply wish to live peacefully. Edgar's gaze narrowed slightly, feeling somewhat taken aback. Qiu Dao's demeanor was far more accommodating than he had anticipated. His neutral stance towards the Watchers was entirely unrelated to the so-called commoners he referred to. Surprise was merely a fleeting emotion. Just as Qiu Dao did not inquire about the purpose of the traded items, Edgar too refrained from probing into the other's background. Edgar produced a prepared list of items. I require a substantial quantity of resilient grass garments, as well as agricultural and construction tools, whatever quantity you can muster. Qiu Dao's forehead twitched as he surveyed the extensive list of tools. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Theo called this a transaction. Edgar is indeed unreserved. Though the items were basic tools, their variety was overwhelming. Even a visit to the most prosperous shop in Neili Town might not suffice to gather them all in one go. The more he examined the list, the more regret washed over Qiu Dao. Had he known he would meet such a formidable figure today, he would have sought refuge in town. No, upon discovering Edgar's true identity, he should have packed up and relocated overnight. The further he read, the more alarmed he became. The list contained an array of iron weapons, which he could not even pretend were farming tools. There was no room for subterfuge, making it difficult for him to maintain his facade. Chapter 45. Recently, have there been an increase in the number of wanderers on the wasteland? In the end, Qiu Dao slammed the obviously dubious list shut, closing his eyes to suppress the turmoil within. Edgar truly did not regard him as an outsider. These items clearly indicated that the Watcher's stronghold was nearby. Moreover, they were actively constructing it. Having such a neighbor was far more perilous than a few lowly monsters occasionally wandering out from the great oak forest. Qiu Dao opened his eyes, gritting his teeth. I have stone picks and iron hoes, but iron swords, and all subsequent tools, I possess none. His tone bore a mix of helplessness and determination, a clear indication that there was no room for negotiation. Although the weapons on the list were trivial compared to the strength of the Watcher's members, they hardly qualified as weapons, merely sharp pieces of iron. However, the church would not see it that way. If he were to trade with Edgar, they would effectively be boarding the Watcher ship of doom. That would be tantamount to courting death. No, even if it might provoke Edgar's ire, Qiu Dao could not acquiesce. Disappointment flickered in Edgar's eyes, but understanding the environment Qiu Dao inhabited, he could empathize. The quantity of items he sought was considerable. Qiu Dao alone could not possibly gather them all. He would need the assistance of nearby farmers. This was precisely why he sought out this local power. Had the farmers possessed enough resources, they would not be wandering the wasteland. The fact they could spare extra clothing and tools to sell was already a significant concession. It was unreasonable to expect a comprehensive array of items from the trade. Edgar pondered for a moment before conceding. What about the triangular ruler? I can forego the other items, but the triangular ruler is non-negotiable. The triangular ruler was one of the essential supplies Yi had insisted he procure before departing. Currently, Sweetwater Town lacked surveying tools for constructing houses. Relying solely on intuition would jeopardize the stability of the structures. The triangular ruler was indispensable to as for the other non-essential tools. Yi had mentioned they could be left to the player's discretion. And for the resilient grass garments, we need at least 6 sets. Qiu Dao closed his eyes and took a deep breath, reminding himself not to lose his temper. Edgar was not someone to be trifled with, even if the intelligence suggested that the fallen sword was gravely injured. With only a fraction of his strength remaining, he was still not an entity Qiu Dao could provoke. I truly apologize. Before he could finish, A sudden thud interrupted him as a heavy object fell to the ground with a thump. Edgar turned slightly, producing a bamboo backpack that reached his thigh from his storage space. It was filled to the brim with bright red wild fruits, each the size of a baby's fist. These were the same fruits he had provided to the players for lunch just the day before. As soon as he unveiled them, the aroma wafted through the air, instantly filling the room. "Will these sweet fruits suffice to trade for all the supplies I mentioned?" Edgar inquired. The sweet fruit trees were quite common in the great oak forest. Their flavor was a delightful balance of sweet and sour, providing substantial satiety, bearing fruit year-round in abundance. They constituted a staple for many of the forest's monsters. Dealing with the peripheral creatures was relatively straightforward for Edgar. This bamboo basket of sweet fruits represented a resource without cost. Xiaodao's attention was immediately captured by the overflowing bounty, his eyes glinting with both greed and surprise. "Absolutely. That's more than enough. The triangular ruler and the resilient grass garments, I shall prepare them for you right away," he said, dashing out the door without a second thought about Edgar's potential machinations within the room. In his haste, he even snuffed out the oil lamp's wick. Edgar, with his strength, he could see his surroundings without the lamp. However, Xiaodao's decisive action of extinguishing the lamp was so instinctual and natural that it was impossible not to take notice. He surveyed the desolate and nearly empty room, now devoid of any presence. After a brief pause, he slowly exhaled and murmured, "You truly guessed correctly." Prior to his arrival, he had anticipated that Xiaodao would no longer be inclined to accept Qiyang coins. Thus, he was prepared to trade a life-preserving magical item with the other party. However, the backpack filled with sweet fruits had been given to him by Yi Ji before his departure, who insisted that food was unequivocally a more reliable form of currency than magical artifacts. When he left, he was somewhat skeptical, but it now appeared that the outcome was unexpectedly favorable, saving him a great deal of verbal dispute. As he pondered this, a flicker of confusion passed through Edgar's eyes. It was currently summer. Although the autumn harvest had not yet arrived, food was certainly not as scarce as it would be in winter. Had something unforeseen occurred outside? The significance of the triangular ruler differed from that of the previous tools. Edgar clearly discerned that the other party had initially been reluctant to assist them. Yet, for a backpack full of sweet fruits, Xiaodao had promptly changed his mind, highlighting the importance of food. Although sweet fruits were highly filling, their storage time was limited. With so many sweet fruits, it was impossible for Xiaodao to consume them all alone, indicating that other farmers must share the same need. Were there truly that many farmers near the great oak forest? Edgar muttered to himself. Just 2 days prior, when the farmers had attempted to gather 10 pieces of tough grass clothing, they had spent an entire afternoon doing so. Now, when he requested an additional 6 pieces, Xiaodao had readily agreed. The disparity was remarkable. After waiting for approximately half an hour, a faint creaking sound heralded Xiaodao's entrance as he stealthily carried a large, bulging sack that seemed almost to bury him. As the door closed behind him, he dropped the sack onto the ground, producing a cacophony of clinking noises. "Here, everything is right here," Xiaodao said, leaning against the table and gasping for breath as he settled back onto a 3-legged stool. "Oh dear, moving so much at once has truly exhausted these old bones of mine." Edgar raised his hand to the backpack. Initially filled to the brim with sweet fruits, it now bulged further. "Is this enough?" He observed that any additional fruits would soon spill out of the backpack. Xiaodao immediately straightened up, grinning to reveal a yellowed front tooth. "That's plenty, plenty. This old man is suddenly not tired at all." Fortunately, the 2 new migrants had previously been tailors and brought with them a good amount of tough grass and tough grass clothing. The surplus was merely a token of goodwill from the farmers of Zabupo. "All given to you?" Edgar stepped forward, meticulously inspecting the items within the sack, confirming everything was in order. The other listed items matched in quantity. The processed tough grass and tough grass clothing occupied half the sack, enough to create about 30 to 40 pieces. Edgar greatly appreciated this gift. Swiftly, he retied the sack and deftly stored it in his personal space. Subsequently, as promised, he pushed the backpack filled with sweet fruits toward Xiaodao, who immediately beamed with joy. Pulling the backpack into his embrace and busily counting the fruits within, during this time, Edgar casually remarked, "It seems there have been quite a few more migrants in the wasteland recently." The smile on Xiaodao's face faltered for a moment before returning to normal. He continued to count the sweet fruits leisurely, his tone relaxed. "Nothing particularly special. It's just that the number of migrants I have seen this year has multiplied several times compared to the past 5 years. Soon the wasteland will be completely overrun by them. Perhaps one day we could establish Zabupo town, and I, Xiaodao, could even become the mayor. Ha ha." He continued counting the sweet fruits naturally. Edgar slightly furrowed his brow. This wasteland, referred to as Zabupo by the migrants, was the closest human activity area to the great oak forest. The meaning was quite clear. One must halt and turn back here. Venturing further would mean truly encountering magical creatures. Typically, only those who had nowhere else to turn, unable to afford even the cheapest outer lands of Naily Town, would opt to clear this wasteland, which had not yet been claimed by Naily Town. It was the migrants who had been ousted from elsewhere that found themselves in this most perilous part of the wasteland. The land of Zabupo bore no taxes and offered no protection. Although the militia in town was lazy and rarely patrolled, having any presence at all was better than none. Here, the migrants could only rely on fate and past experiences to evade the occasional magical creature that wandered out of the dense forest. While also seeking opportunities to cultivate land and plant crops, life was arduous and fraught with fear. Generally, even if someone ended up here, the number should not exceed 20, with so many people gathered. It was practically a banquet inviting magical creatures to leave the forest. Recalling Yi Ji's admonition to pay attention to the larger happenings outside the forest before his departure, Edgar initially intended to drop the subject, but he found himself asking once more, why has the number of migrants increased? Although he believed it would be a long time before they could successfully establish Sweetwater Town and explore beyond. Perhaps by then, this matter and its consequences would have long since concluded. Yet, he was merely responsible for carrying out tasks. Ultimately, it was a simple matter with no harm done. A flicker of sharp insight flashed across Qiu Dao's eyes before vanishing. He chuckled as he continued counting the sweet fruits, his tone laced with self-deprecation and resignation. What else could it be? The number of migrants is determined neither by me nor by the migrants themselves. It all depends on what the town mayor does, who would choose to risk their lives in the wasteland if they could live in the city. He then began to recount recent jokes about Naily Town. First, the mayor's beloved pet dog had died. The mayor then had a moment of enlightenment. To ensure the townsfolk recognized the importance of the low-intelligence animals around them, urging them not to regret their loss too late. He declared that all livestock in the town would incur an additional tax, under the pretense that money cannot replace affection, but it can heighten awareness of each other's importance. Heaven forbid. How could the townsfolk afford pets? The animals they owned were cows, horses, sheep, those that could serve as transportation and participate in labor. The farmers relied on them year-round, hoping they would produce milk, grind grain, and bear offspring to survive the winter. They were the lifeblood of the family. Who would not value them? Who would dare to overlook them? Clearly, when purchasing, the mayor had already collected a livestock tax, and now he sought to impose an additional maintenance tax. Added to the everyday costs of livestock feed, it was pushing people toward ruin. Then, the mayor suddenly decided to celebrate his 52nd birthday and insisted that all town residents attend to share in his joy. This was hardly sharing joy. It was a blatant demand for gifts. Townsfolk who lacked money or whose gifts were deemed insufficiently thoughtful would find themselves penalized with increased residence taxes after the birthday celebration. Those unable to bear the burden would be expelled from Naily Town after exhausting their finances. These were just two of the most ordinary recent actions taken by the mayor. Various taxes emerged one after another. How could there not be an increase in migrants? Recently, he had ordered all farm owners to fully utilize their contracted wasteland, urging them to cultivate it as soon as possible to plant another crop before winter arrived. Qiu Dao's smile turned sardonic, his tone tinged with mockery and melancholy. Heh. He must have forgotten that the origin of those wastelands was that the farm owners had initially planted delicate magical herbs there to please him. After a year of such treatment, the lands, not situated at any magical node, yielded little. Instead, they had drained the soil of its nutrients. Without a period of restoration, how could anything grow there? Yet he pretended not to know. Insisting that these wastelands should be taxed just like any normal land, with a rate that had recently increased by 60%. As Qiu Dao's tone grew increasingly cold, Edgar listened quietly. Once Qiu Dao finished speaking, he gently nodded, his tone laced with sympathy. I wish you a swift resolution to your challenges. Since the count of sweet fruits is accurate and the transaction is complete, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Qiu Dao's expression stiffened. Seeing that Edgar truly harbored no other intentions and was leaving decisively, he grew anxious. He hastily dropped the backpack he was holding, leaping up to block Edgar's path. Hold on. Aren't you curious about why? His voice took on a note of urgency and expectation. Edgar paused in response, his gaze calm and devoid of any emotion, as if the flicker of reluctance from earlier had merely been a figment of Qiu Dao's imagination. Earlier this year, in early spring, a section of the great oak forest collapsed, and numerous magical creature corpses flowed out along the Wooland River, tainting its waters black. This foretells the impending surge of magical creatures. And if nothing changes, this winter may prove to be quite unbearable. Everything happening in Naley Town is preparing for the magical surge, isn't it? There exists a strong hierarchy among magical creatures. A high-ranking magical creature typically dominates a region within the Great Oak Forest. Now, with the death of such a creature, at first, there may not be immediate chaos. However, when winter arrives and food runs scarce, these leaderless creatures will surely venture beyond the forest. Edgar crossed his arms. Recounting the current state of Naley Town as though telling a story, as the town closest to the Great Oak Forest, it would inevitably be engulfed. It had long existed in a state of semi-autonomy. Having been abandoned, regrettably, the mayor of Naley Town, Abel, was a mere sybarite. He relied solely on the adventurers passing through the Great Oak Forest to maintain a semblance of affluence. He showed no interest in governance or militia training. And Naley Town lacked the strength to withstand the magical surge. Each time the surge approached, they could only rely on aid dispatched from the royal city to barely endure, correct? Edgar had only recently arrived in the kingdom of Yuan. It is thanks to Yiji's persistent reminders that I have come to know this. It is said that the corrupt Naley Town, plagued by small-scale magical surges due to the conflict with magical creatures, is the most suitable place for players to hone their skills. Qiu Dao let out a bitter laugh, his mood weighed down like a stone. Indeed, this year the mayor sought assistance from the royal city as he had in years past, and the royal city duly dispatched 2 clerics of the Radiant Church. However, not long ago, they encountered an unfortunate incident on their journey. In any case, their remains are now en route back to the royal city. The kingdom of Yuan will not easily relinquish a piece of its territory. Hence, Abel sought to leverage his connections to request aid from the royal city, which he accomplished with relative ease. Yet, the kingdom of Yuan would not place much importance on such a town destined for annihilation. With the support withdrawn, no new assistance would be forthcoming. Chapter 47. Why is the script so utterly different from my expectations? Qiu Dao slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. The clerics Glyza and Shilin, both of whom were archmages, should have easily dealt with a minor magical surge. Similarly, the kingdom had only sent these 2 individuals for assistance this year. Now, with both archmages deceased, the town's only hope of surviving the magical tide lay in alternative means. Not only was the royal city refusing to send reinforcements, but they were also urging the mayor to promptly pay the aid fees, which had ended up in the hands of ordinary citizens. Despite not receiving any benefits, they were still burdened with exorbitant aid costs. Then they were left to face the impending crisis of the magical tide. Qiu Dao's anger grew with each word. How could 2 esteemed archmages perish while traversing the Linfeng Plain? It was simply... The subsequent curses he uttered were too vulgar to voice in front of Edgar. Edgar fell silent for a moment. 2 archmage clerics of the Radiant Church, the Linfeng Plain. Such familiar terms. It dawned on him that the crisis in Naley Town could be considered a consequence of their actions as well. Noticing Qiu Dao still cursing the inadequacy of the archmages, Edgar suddenly realized that perhaps the other party's sources of information were not as extensive as he had imagined. Edgar cleared his throat. The only solution for Naley Town was to prepare another aid fee and seek assistance from another faction, which was why the mayor had resorted to imposing harsh taxes. Now, in the middle of summer, they could not rely on the royal city. By the time reinforcements arrived, Naley Town would likely be in ruins. The best course of action would be to seek refuge from the nearby Ironstone city. If the defenses of Naley Town were breached, that city would find itself in a similar predicament. Therefore, if Naley Town could offer sufficient compensation for aid, Ironstone City would certainly agree. Qiu Dao gazed at him in admiration. Indeed. Recently, the ties between Naley Town and Ironstone City have indeed grown increasingly close. However, receiving assistance from Ironstone City would only grant them a slim chance of survival. This winter was destined to be exceedingly harsh in the eyes of most Naley Town residents. Aid did not guarantee that the recipient would fight for the survival of Naley Town. Ironstone City was also within the reach of the magical tide and could not deploy all its forces to assist Naley Town. As a border town of the Kingdom of Yuan, Ironstone City had few mages at its disposal. Optimistically estimating, after winter, Naley Town, with a population of 900, would be fortunate to have half of its inhabitants survive. And now, the mayor was in the process of selecting those who were destined to perish, expelling them early. The magical tide harbored creatures capable of spreading infectious viruses. Ordinary people, who lacked combat abilities, would only become a burden in the face of the magical tide. Qiu Dao let out a long sigh. There were still too few individuals with magical talent. Humanity was doomed to be utterly vanquished beneath the tide. Magic, after all, was a power held in the hands of a minuscule elite. Ordinary folk were utterly powerless against the tide. They could only migrate and cling to life in the increasingly harsh environment of Elsha. Edgar remained silent for a moment, his expression touched. Perhaps they should try heading west, crossing the wasteland and the Woland River, to reach the city of Dis in the neighboring duchy of Ethery. His words carried an undeniable conviction. Though Dis would also face the magical tide, as a renowned mercenary city, they possessed considerable combat strength. If they could successfully make it there, they would surely survive the winter. A bitter smile crept onto Qiu Dao's lips as he shook his head. The creatures wandering the wasteland and the dangers lurking in the Woland River were hardly challenges that ordinary people could overcome. How could one know without trying? Edgar countered. He circumvented Qiu Dao and pushed open the creaking wooden door. The last rays of the setting sun spilled across the ground. I am merely offering a suggestion. Whether or not you choose to heed it is entirely up to you. With that, he stepped completely through the door. Wait, my lord. Qiu Dao called out urgently several times, but received no response. Edgar had already ventured far away. He angrily slammed his fist against the wooden door. Damn it! The already fragile wooden door groaned ominously as if on the verge of collapse. Qiu Dao furrowed his brow, confusion and disbelief swirling within him. Why had the plan gone awry? Why would he not shelter the refugees? Qiu Dao racked his brain but could not comprehend what had gone wrong earlier. If the other party truly was the Radiant Knight Edgar Reno, this reaction was entirely unexpected. The former glory of the Radiant Knight and the heavy shadow of the fallen sword lay like an insurmountable chasm between them, rendering the name Edgar Reno a complex and ambiguous symbol in the eyes of the world. To ordinary people, he was a treacherous scoundrel, though those who devoutly worshipped the god of light, he was an unforgivable traitor. Yet Qiu Dao was different. In his childhood, he had the fortune to witness the last glimmer of the Radiant Knight before his fall. It was during an ordinary church baptism. As the target of the baptism, he had a brief interaction with the knight, deity that time. The knight embodied every ideal that people held of chivalry: humility, honesty, compassion, bravery, justice, and strength. Like a lighthouse that would forever guide followers back to the god of light and the divine era, he had already begun to assume the role of the cornerstone of the Radiant Church. Although he did not know why the knight had turned away from faith, upon their reunion, the knight's demeanor remained unchanged, his gaze still resolute and clear. He was still the Radiant Knight of yore. Yet, how could a just knight choose to turn a blind eye to the suffering of the populace? No, something must have gone awry. Qiu Dao shook his head repeatedly in denial, unable to affirm his inner suspicions. The knight showed no concern for the events unfolding in Naley Town, appearing indifferent as though it were none of his business. Although it was indeed none of his business, it was not something a knight committed to the 8 great virtues would do. This was especially true considering the list of items he had presented was filled with requests for assistance. Was he truly, as the rumors suggested, a thoroughgoing apostate? Qiu Dao murmured in disbelief, his tone laden with complex emotions. He had long struggled amidst the throngs of refugees, scoffing at the lofty notions of justice and kindness espoused by the privileged. Lives at the bottom were being extinguished, while a group of elite individuals, untouched by hardship, accused them of being cunning and sly. In Elsha, compassion was the most useless of qualities. Yet, for Edgar, who genuinely walked the path of knighthood, he held a measure of respect in his heart. He could not achieve what Edgar had done, but he respected those who could. Alas, it seemed that even Edgar could no longer fulfill that role. Witnessing the downfall of a once glorious human figure felt akin to encountering a tragic tale of despair. After witnessing it, one could not help but feel a profound sense of emptiness. Qiu Dao clasped his hands together and closed his eyes in prayer. O Lord of insight and the weaver of fate, is there truly no path for humanity? Even the Radiant Knight has turned his back on faith, is humanity indeed, as the declarations of the gods proclaim, an inherently intolerant race, doomed to conflict and destruction through its own strife? Chapter 48. A new NPC candidate delivered to our doorstep. The magical creatures, born from the remnants of the gods after their fall, exhibit peculiar traits. They are often characterized by immense magical power and exceedingly low intelligence. Typically, after establishing nests in certain locales, they rapidly alter the local environment to suit their survival needs. With these characteristics, they have flourished over the 6 centuries since the gods' fall, gradually overtaking more than half of Elsha's territory. Even dragons find themselves helpless against these creatures, which are more difficult to slay than cockroaches and adept at reproduction. A careless encounter could leave one grievously wounded. The good news, however, is that magical creatures are not entirely without flaws. For instance, their mobility is highly restricted. Generally, barring extraordinary circumstances, most magical creatures will not venture beyond the confines of their nests. As long as ordinary individuals understand to avoid magical nests, they can evade 99 of encounters with these creatures at times other than during the magical tide. Unfortunately, if everyone adhered to such caution, the profession of adventurer would not exist. The increasing mortality rate in the Great Oak Forest year by year would be unrecordable without this group of individuals. On average, one mercenary squad perishes every week in the Great Oak Forest. In a sense, the periphery of the Great Oak Forest is more bustling than many small towns and human kingdoms. Perched upon a tree trunk that required 4 individuals to encircle, Yiji sat, letting out a heavy sigh. I indeed stated that I came out to capture a few reckless youths to serve as NPCs. But is the speed of finding candidates not too swift? Almost as soon as he stepped beyond the boundaries of the Sweetwater town's magical array, he discovered bloodstains and numerous footprints nearby. Following the tracks, he found a group of over a dozen individuals. Moreover, the lowest among them were intermediate-level mages. Look, just not far beneath the tree. Yiji was truly troubled. When did the number of mages in the outside world increase so significantly? Had they all run to the Great Oak Forest to meet their demise? He muttered to himself, at present. Yiji was capable of wielding only the power of a mid-level mage. Not to mention capturing the opponent to bring back to Sweetwater Town as an NPC. Merely escaping without losing his own life would be a fortunate outcome. To avoid being implicated, he could only temporarily take refuge in the trees, observing the developments below. Beneath the tree, Ailian was in tatters. Her face smeared with blood and resentment. She attempted once more to chant a spell, but waves of agony coursed through her body. Suddenly, Ailian coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling even further. The figures in black robes surrounding her recoiled in disgust, stepping back from the pool of blood. The leader among them disdainfully brushed off his robe. Give it up, Ailian. Do you still believe you are that magical prodigy from before? You are now nothing more than a pitiful wretch who dabbled in the forbidden magic of heretics, suffering the backlash and reduced to an ordinary person. Save your strength and simply savor the last moments of your life. A nearby figure in black crossed his arms, watching Ailian's plight with derision. Look at her. She still refuses to accept her fate. In my opinion, the Lord's punishment of merely exiling her to the outskirts of the Great Oak Forest is far too merciful. She should be sent directly into the lair of the beasts. Leave her no chance of survival. Heretics deserve to be burned alive. Alas, despite being the Lord's adopted daughter, there was a semblance of affection. What a pity, to have raised such an ungrateful wretch. Ailian lowered her head, showing no reaction to their words. She sensed the shattered pathways of magic within her. Once a powerful source of magic, it now resembled a dry, empty well, unable to yield even a drop of power, only causing her further pain. It was not until the black-robed figures grew increasingly excessive in their taunts that Ailian lifted her head. Revealing her uniquely colored eyes, one of them stepped back in revulsion, muttering a curse about the dual nature of heretics. Ailian licked her cracked lips, parched from a lack of water, and uttered her first words since being brought here. I did not. Fearing that someone might not have heard her clearly, she reiterated. I did not practice the magic of the foreign gods. Her voice was dry, as if it contained grains of sand. What? One black-robed figure exclaimed in disbelief. The evidence is irrefutable, and even now, you refuse to confess? Another chimed in. Indeed, we have witnessed you wielding the magic of the storm god. Are we to believe that we all imagined it? The leader of the black-robed figures smiled without a word, waiting for their insults to subside before he spoke. Enough, we cannot linger in the Great Oak Forest. Now that the task is complete, we should depart swiftly. Wait, Carl, Ailian exclaimed with an odd tone. What if she manages to escape? Indeed, I must be here to witness the inevitable downfall of this cursed heretic. Just as those words left her lips, a faint roar of a beast echoed from afar, seemingly approaching their direction. The previously fervent crowd fell silent, as if a hand had clasped around their throats. Witnessing the heretic's end was one matter, but facing genuine peril was another entirely. Chapter 49. Foolishness is foolishness. Even from such a distance, the sounds of the magical beast could be heard. It was evident that the creature was in the process of relocating its lair. Should any unforeseen events occur along the way, a minor magical tide could very well form. The crowd began to stir restlessly. The few novices among them could only rely on the magical equipment they possessed to navigate the very edges of the Great Oak Forest. To ask them to confront magical beasts, let alone a magical tide, would be asking too much. Carl smiled gently, I understand your desire to rid the world of heretics for the Frost Moon Goddess. But this is not a place to linger. How about this? We shall leave one representative behind to monitor Aelian and relay her fate back to us. Moreover, with only one person remaining, the target is smaller and less likely to attract the attention of the magical beasts. The group quickly seized upon this suggestion, voicing their agreement. Excellent idea. I concur. Yet, despite their support, no one dared to be the first to speak up about who would stay behind. Everyone knew the adage about the bird that sticks its head out being the first to get shot. Carl cleared his throat lightly. I am the most skilled in stealth among those present. For me, safely departing the great oak forest is not a concern. I shall remain. The others eagerly showered Carl with praise. How could one who was also the Lord's adopted son be so vastly different from the others? Seizing the opportunity, they derided Aelian, believing that such actions would obscure their own dark thoughts and present themselves as paragons of righteousness. Having finished speaking, they hastily cast their spells and fled faster than rabbits. Once the area was devoid of witnesses, Carl no longer felt the need to maintain his facade of gentility. He stepped closer to Aelian, mercilessly trampling over her fingers with shoes made of unknown magical beast hide. Ah! The sound of bones cracking echoed, accompanied by Aelian's agonized groans that resonated with despair. A chilling smile crept across Carl's lips as he looked down upon her. Aelian, did you ever think that 3 years ago you would find your bones crushed beneath my heel? Aelian's head shot up, her eyes a tempest of shock and fury. Carl, was it you who conspired against me from the shadows? The rumors within the territory, the forbidden tomes in my room concerning the storm god, the inexplicable emergence of taboo magic, was it all your doing? What have I done to deserve such treachery from you? Carl chuckled lightly, his smile devoid of warmth. Why should I tell you? Isn't it far more amusing for you to die filled with doubt and resentment? Aelian's heart turned to ice. She had considered many possibilities, even suspecting her adoptive father, but never him. Despite their current rivalry, had it not been for Carl, Aelian would have long been cast out into the wilderness for failing her assessments, with no chance of ever becoming a mage. Now, after all this time, what was his true intention in ensnaring her? Aelian gritted her teeth, memories flashing through her mind. 3 years ago. Was it because she had defeated him in the territory competition, causing him to lose a vial of talent-purifying potion? 3 years prior, there had been many adopted sons under the Lord's care. The resources allocated to each were scant, making the rewards of the competition all the more significant, particularly the vial of rejuvenation potion that the Lord had procured from who knows where deity that time. Carl had been the most talented among the adopted sons, his potential soaring above the rest. Victory seemed assured, yet Aelian had emerged as a dark horse. She had breezed through the preliminary rounds against weak opponents and, during the finals, had unexpectedly triumphed over the exhausted Carl in a stunning display of power. The potion had not greatly enhanced Aelian's abilities, and for a time, she suspected it to be a counterfeit. Nonetheless, following that competition, her latent talent in physical combat became evident, steering her toward the path of the magic swordsman. Gradually, her power began to rival Carl's, and their training sessions yielded nearly equal results. Aelian's eyes brimmed with disbelief and indignation. Is this why you wished to see me dead? Though their strengths were comparable, the Lord clearly favored Carl. To him, she was merely an adopted daughter, akin to a mere tool. She could not believe that he was unaware of her desire to free herself from the organization. Of course, Carl replied with a smile. That's not it. Aelian's expression froze in anger. What do you mean? Had she misjudged him? Amusement danced in Carl's eyes as he laughed heartily. You seriously believe that? You found such an absurd reason to justify my actions? His laughter echoed, merciless and mocking, each burst of mirth accompanied by Aelian's anguished cries and the sharp sound of bones fracturing underfoot. Ah! Aelian's forehead glistened with cold sweat from the pain. Carl wiped away the tears of laughter at the corners of his eyes, his voice growing cold once more. But really, how could a fool like you ever be considered as an heir? Isn't that laughable? Aelian, enduring the excruciating pain, lifted her head in defiance. I had no knowledge of such a thing. How could he possibly choose me as his successor? Indeed, how could that be? Carl maintained his smile. So my statement was also a fabrication. Aelian's eyes widened in bewilderment. Carl chuckled softly. See? You believed it again, didn't you? You may claim disbelief, but your foolish eyes betray you. If I kill you, the position of heir will be mine. You would eagerly accept it as truth. Aelian felt a surge of intense humiliation and rage within her. At that moment, she yearned more than ever to rise. to seize Carl by the collar and deliver a blow to his hypocritical face. Yet, she found even moving a finger to be a Herculean task. Her lower body was entirely numb, leaving her at the mercy of her captors. Aelian turned her head away, unwilling to meet his gaze or respond to any further questions. Carl forcefully turned her face towards him, a malicious grin spreading across his lips. "Oh no, let's continue our little chat. From the very moment the plan was initiated, I eagerly anticipated the expression of despair upon your face. Since we are destined to perish, would it not be more delightful to provide me with a bit of amusement?" Although Arian remained silent, he can certainly engage in self-dialogue. Carl scrutinized Arian, drenched in blood and resembling a malevolent specter, and spoke slowly, word by word. "You claim to possess superior cultivation, yet I am not inferior to you. As for cunning and capability, you have none whatsoever. What, pray tell, does that ancient wretch see in you? Could it be?" His gaze lowered, resting upon her chest, which he strained to elevate against the ground. Then it descended further. Chapter 50. Betrayal. "You are now perceived as the traitor by all." Arian's eyes blazed with fury as she growled, "Get away." She would no longer believe a single word uttered by the opponent. However, the lewd gaze directed at her ignited an uncontrollable rage within her. For the first time, Arian loathed her own inability to articulate her feelings. She could not even find the adequate words to vent her anger upon him. Moreover, she feared that speaking might lead to mockery and derision. Carl feigned ignorance, allowing his gaze to descend further, forcefully parting her left hand that had escaped being trampled. The deep claw marks in her palm were horrifying. Upon revealing it, blood dripped down. Carl's laughter grew even more reckless. "Look at you, a fool who can only harm herself in anger. Those imbeciles still believe you can escape the great oak forest alone? If a wandering mage were to encounter you, they would likely regard you as a burden." Arian clenched her teeth, nearly shattering them. She exerted every ounce of strength to move, yet it was in vain. Despair surged around her like a tidal wave, and she shut her eyes tightly. A foreboding sense had already taken root in her heart. Yet Carl suddenly released his grip and stepped back. A mocking smile plastered across his face. "What, do you think I am interested in your body? I have no desire for a scar-laden tomboy. Even touching you feels like a nuisance." He clapped his hands as if he had just completed a tedious task. "Those fools are easy to deal with, but the ancient wretch is another matter entirely. I will not allow you to die by my hand. I merely wish to reassess your cultivation, but it seems that was unnecessary." Carl scoffed. "How could I be concerned about a fool having a hidden backup plan while appearing to weaken? If that is the case, he ought to eliminate his only piece of evidence." A magical beam of light coalesced in his hand. Arian's shattered right hand, along with her entire palm, was mercilessly sliced into fragments by a raging wind. "Ugh," Arian bit her lip, suppressing a moan that nearly escaped her. Her expression was even more shocked than when she discovered that Carl was the mastermind behind it all. "Gale Scythe. Advanced wind magic. You truly have allied with the god of storms?" She summoned all her strength to scream. "You are the true heretic." Arian had originally believed that Carl's actions were solely to frame her, to tarnish her reputation for worshipping other deities. Little did she know, Carl had gone to such extremes. Before everyone, the spell she cast was not an illusion or disguise. It merely had another caster. Arian's voice trembled with fury. "I asked the magical backlash I am experiencing also you're doing. If it were not for this inexplicable magical backlash, she would not have fallen to such depths. She had meticulously prepared for years to escape. Even if the plan was rushed, the likelihood of success should not have been low." Carl regarded her with a look of approval. "After so long, you finally guessed one aspect correctly, but alas, you realized it too late. Only the truth serves as the most exquisite trap. Otherwise, do you think that ancient one could be easily deceived? Of course, only the emergence of a genuine heretic could solidify Arian's title as a heretic, eliminating all her avenues for retreat in one fell swoop. Then, he would cripple her cultivation, extinguishing any possibility of her resurgence. "You have betrayed the Frost Moon Goddess, and one day you shall face retribution," Arian roared. "Betrayal? Now you are the one regarded as the traitor." Carl sneered. "Even if I do face retribution, you will never witness it." "I shall be the first to witness your demise. Rest assured, within half a day, I will have left this cursed place. Can you guess why?" "Ha ha ha ha." In the trees, Yiji listened to the increasingly grating laughter below and yawned with boredom. He remarked dismissively, "Another villain who meets their end due to excessive chatter. However, this one has talked far too much. I am growing weary just listening. Yi shifted into a more comfortable position, careful not to let his bones slip and betray his presence. What a tedious tale. Let it conclude swiftly so I may descend sooner. It is indeed unfortunate for that advanced mage named Karl, whose overly cautious nature leaves much to be desired. He claims that Arian will never rise again, yet he remains stationary, eager to witness her death firsthand. This predicament forces me to remain in the trees, listening to a story with such a stark imbalance of power between protagonist and antagonist from start to finish. Below the trees, Karl's laughter did not last long. The sounds of monstrous collisions in the distance grew louder, with the emergence of a second, then a third beast echoing through the air. His smile froze at the corners of his mouth as he swiftly turned to gaze in the direction of the noise. Seeing the trembling treetops, Karl's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it truly be a migration of monsters? Initially, when he witnessed others flee at the slightest commotion, he had scoffed disdainfully in his heart. Mocking their cowardice, he thought it would provide him with the opportunity to clear his tracks. Yet, the monsters were indeed heading toward their location. Reluctantly, he cast a glance at the feeble Arian on the ground, gritting his teeth. Very well, you cannot escape. To perish in the jaws of monsters would be a fitting end for you. He then turned and swiftly disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. While the cacophony of monstrous activity escalated in the distance, Arian's consciousness, however, grew increasingly muddled from blood loss. An overwhelming sense of unwillingness consumed her. Is this truly my final fate? She murmured in despair. In that moment of chaos, clarity struck her mind. No, I refuse to accept this. An unprecedented desire to survive surged forth, breaking through the shackles of her body. Arian reopened her eyes, her left hand struggling to reach forward. She grasped the ground with all her might. Her fingertips carved deep, horrifying grooves into the rugged earth. Unfortunately, her body remained immobile, her position unchanged. Arian did not yield. She blocked out the increasingly close cacophony, persisting in her efforts. Gradually, the range of motion in her left hand expanded, and more parts of her body became active. Arian extended her right hand, now void of a palm. With a final effort, rivulets of deep azure blood flowed continuously from the wound on her wrist. I must survive. Arian screamed with every ounce of strength, her voice barely a whisper. She used her right elbow to prop herself up. Attempting to crawl forward, a strange voice suddenly broke through. Oh, arteries have ruptured, and yet you're still crawling. Chapter 51. Blood of the Dragon. Arian's vision, blurred by blood, failed to overflow with despair. Had she been deceived again? Was there truly no monster, merely Karl's cruel jest? He must find her pitiful state utterly amusing. Yet when Arian lifted her gaze, she was momentarily stunned. The speaker was shrouded in a black robe, fully concealing their figure. The same color of the robe, worn by the individual, felt entirely different from that donned by Karl. Moreover, their stature was somewhat taller than Karl's. Gazing at the sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure, Arian demanded, "Who are you?" She could sense the formidable aura emanating from them. Not from magical fluctuations, but a profound essence that radiated from within. It was the air of an ancient being, a true master of magic. Realizing this, Arian's eyes sharpened with caution. Meanwhile, the newly landed Yi remained silent, bending to scoop up a trace of blood from the ground, scrutinizing it closely. The blood still flowing bore a distinct boundary of red and blue. Though the blue blood was scarce, it showed no signs of merging, resembling a continuous thread. Initially, Yi had no intention of involving himself with Arian. He had eavesdropped in search of a laborer with potential for cultivation. However, throughout the ordeal, he was left with a singular thought: Arian's downfall to such a state was not without reason. Elteria does not tolerate those who possess power but are naively virtuous. Bringing such a person back would yield more harm than good. Laborers can be found anywhere, but she cannot bring trouble to the Watchers. With the only threat to Yi, Karl, having departed, it was time for him to leave as well. Yet, astonishingly, Arian was able to move. Yi extended his magical tendrils into the blue blood, muttering to himself. Paralysis, magical exhaustion, mental collapse, weakness, infection, excessive blood loss, dizziness. In such a state, you can still move? And you haven't succumbed to your own torment? Yi clicked his tongue in intrigue. In Blue Star, a simple wrist-cutting injury would be enough to claim a life. Yet Arian, who had lost an entire hand, could still be considered to be moving about, albeit precariously, without any form of first aid. In fact, according to the standards of Elteria, A mage should have long since succumbed to unconsciousness and death from such an injury. Yi instinctively sensed that there was more to this than met the eye. After about 10 seconds, Yi flicked away the remnants of blood from his hand, his eyes shimmering with an ethereal blue flame. Blood of the dragon? No wonder her physical constitution is so remarkable. It turns out she has just activated the latent bloodline talent within her. Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Thus, I say, one should refrain from bestowing a fury buff upon one's enemies. And now, it seems, trouble has arisen, has it not? Dragons, by their very nature, are creatures of volatility and rage. In such a fit of anger, their bloodline has been ignited. Fury, Bafu. A momentary look of confusion crossed Ailian's eyes, but she quickly regained her resolve. What are you talking about? I cannot comprehend. She gazed at the exposed white bones of Yishi's hand protruding from his sleeve, her eyes filled with suspicion. Who exactly are you? In the distance, unsettling sounds echoed, a foreboding sign of impending danger. Yi slowly lowered his cloak, revealing a skull entirely composed of bones. His eye sockets were devoid of eyes, filled only with a pair of ethereal blue flames flickering in the void. Me? I am also the one you refer to as a traitor to the divine, destined to face retribution. Ailian's pupils constricted sharply in shock, then widened in astonishment. A sentient undead. You are Ji Feast Kailuinyi. Ha! Such a lengthy name. I can hardly remember it myself. Only a few churches will keep it in mind. Yi donned his cloak once more. It appears that the forces behind you are rather troublesome. However, it matters not, for you have encountered me by chance. At present, I am in need of NPCs, particularly a vocational mentor capable of teaching players the language of dragons. To find a dragon's bloodline in such a remote town is hardly a concerned, kind-hearted and naive, yet powerful. This is what one might call obedient justice, robust strength. Truly, you are suited to serve as an NPC in my game. Yi's previously rigid stance softened considerably as he regarded Ailian. He waved his hand, and a parchment scroll materialized before her. This is not a secure place for discourse. The creatures behind us are drawing near. If you wish to survive, sign here. A master-servant contract? Ailian instantly recognized the function of the scroll, evident struggle reflected in her eyes. It was only natural. If there were no benefit to be gained, how could the dark sorcerer before her possibly save her? Was she truly prepared to forsake the frost moon goddess and solidify her identity as a renegade? Yi turned his gaze toward the source of the unsettling sounds. The monsters would likely arrive in approximately 2 minutes. I shall grant you but a minute to ponder. His tone was calm, as though Ailian's decision bore no consequence for him. Ailian's complexion had turned an ashen white from blood loss. She glanced at her immobile body, her mutilated right hand, then raised her gaze to the unyielding figure of Yi. Fear and resentment intertwining in her eyes. 50 seconds remain. Yi calmly counted down the time. From the dense forest behind, the sound of snapping trees echoed ominously. 45 seconds. The roar of beasts grew closer, reverberating through the air and rattling Ailian's heart. 30 seconds. Ailian stared at her inexplicably bluing blood, recalling all the knowledge she had learned, yet finding no answers. You saved me because of my blood. She attempted to negotiate. 25 seconds. Am I of significance to you? 15 seconds. What? How much do you know about my secrets? Who am I truly? 10, 9, 8. I agree. Ailian exerted all her strength, pressing her bloodied hand onto the contract before the countdown concluded. The magical pact would not be rendered void due to her injured fingerprint. At the moment Ailian withdrew her hand, the parchment erupted in a radiant white light, transforming into 2 streams of luminescence that flew toward the wrists of both her and the undead. The contract was sealed. Yi regarded the newly appeared contract information on his system panel, nodding in satisfaction. Now, do not move recklessly, for at my current strength, I cannot fully guarantee your safety with that. He bent down, gently lifting Ailian's dirt and blood-stained black robe. A series of magical runes flared to life beneath his feet, radiating brilliantly, akin to a gathering of stars, as the monsters arrived. All that remained on the ground was a pool of blood intermingled with unusual hues. Drawn by the warmth of the blood, the creatures came to an abrupt halt in their frantic charge. Their massive heads lowered, greedily sniffing the air for lingering scents. Then they looked around, confusion and bewilderment evident in their crimson eyes. There was a distinct scent of prey, yet the source eluded them. With a frustrated roar, they ultimately chose a direction at random and continued their pursuit. Chapter 52. Return to Sweetwater Town. Alien's origins: an abandoned town submerged in forest. Despite having been tended to for several days, the traces of time, now covered in vines and moss, remained uncleaned. Before the grand banyan tree at the entrance of Sweetwater Town, white runes suddenly illuminated the ground. Two figures descended from the sky. Thud. Alien, already weakened from blood loss, coughed up another mouthful of blood as she fell. Cough, cough. After 2 fits of coughing, she fainted once more. Crash. The sound of Yixi's skeletal structure disassembling echoed. After a while, he reassembled his bones and stood upright. He opened his system panel and saw that his survival time had indeed decreased by over a day. Survival time: 5 days, 13 hours, 28 minutes. Yixi helplessly closed the panel and donned the wizard's robe that had fallen apart due to his disassembly. Alas, I must use fewer high-level spells next time. Otherwise, I might truly lose my life to this chaos. After nurturing this body for so long, my injuries have only worsened. Yet the effects of mid-level spells are only significant during performances. They cannot activate the teleportation array. A fragile undead like me cannot possibly carry a living person while evading the twin-headed howling wolves' keen noses. Yixi reattached his loose ARMs.as for seeking new NPCs. He would leave that task to Edgar next time. Given his current physical condition, it would be best to remain in the church to recuperate. Glancing at the church not far away, Yixi resignedly dragged the unconscious Alien toward it, muttering to himself, "After all, she is a dragon. A few scrapes should hardly be a grave concern." With that thought, Yixi felt increasingly justified in his actions. Fortunately, when players had been running amok in Sweetwater Town yesterday, they had completed a street cleaning task, clearing the path from the town entrance to the church of debris and stones. Although various weeds still grew, at least there were no significant obstacles. By the time Yixi dragged Alien to the church entrance, the wound on her severed right hand had already begun to scab over. Truly remarkable for a dragon. Yixi gazed enviously at Alien's injuries. If only her regenerative abilities could be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly cultivate a formidable force capable of sweeping through Elthia. With this thought, Yixi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it could be possible. The forced fusion of foreign bloodlines carries significant side effects. However, what if one possessed dragon blood from the very beginning? Ordinary individuals cannot, but players can. If I can create a human, why not a giant dragon? Yet, some experiments are still needed to ascertain feasibility. As dusk approached, Alien regained consciousness from her stupor. Her vision was hazy, as though the entire world were gently swaying. Her throat felt as if it were filled with burning crimson embers, every swallow accompanied by intense pain. Water, water. She strained to comprehend her surroundings, realizing she was in a church. The surface beneath her felt like a stone bed. Yixi sat not far away, quickly snapping back to reality upon hearing her voice. "You are awake?" Noticing Alien's feeble state and cracked, peeling lips, he smacked his forehead in frustration. "I nearly forgot. Excessive blood loss can lead to dehydration. Those people likely didn't provide you with any sustenance before taking you into the great oak forest. Xiao Ming, fetch a cup of water for our guest." A luminous orb floated down from above Alien, its tone laced with reluctance. "All right." A cup of water slowly made its way down her throat. Although her stomach still felt ablaze, it was much better than when she first awakened. Alien managed to sit up and surveyed her surroundings. Judging by the nearby decorations, it was indeed an abandoned church. This was the prayer room of Sweetwater Town's church, the only room that remained relatively intact. Originally intended for repairs to serve as a changing room for players, it would now temporarily serve as a place for your recovery. Yixi approached, assessing Alien's condition while stroking his chin. Truly, the regenerative abilities of a dragon are impressive. Just a few ordinary holy light spells have significantly healed your external wounds. The remaining issues will simply require time to mend. However, this pertains only to external injuries. Internal injuries. Now that presents a challenge. Alien gazed down at her bandaged right hand, then lifted her head, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Are you truly Ji Mei Feast Kailuanyi?" Even now, she found it hard to accept as for that name. Let us not dwell on it. My current identity is the Lord of Sweetwater Town. I nearly forgot. Your adoptive father is also a lord from somewhere. Yixi temporarily changed his wording. You may refer to me as leader. From this day forth, you shall be a member of our Watchers organization. Watchers? Alien's spirit surged, her pallor diminishing. I know of this. The Watchers are the gathering place for the fallen deities. Looking at the emblem of the Watchers in the shape of the sun and moon, which she had just overlooked on the stone bed, her voice grew resolute. You are indeed the infamous butcher of flesh, Yixi, Who knows how he came to possess so many peculiar titles? Yet, as long as she believes it, that is sufficient. Aelian appeared as though she had witnessed a character from a storybook stepping into reality, her demeanor still half immersed in fantasy, fearing the moment of complete awakening. One might find themselves still lying amidst the dense woodland of the great oak forest, surrounded by lurking monstrosities. In comparison to such a fate, being ensnared by a dark sorcerer might not seem so dire. Aelian expressed her concern, inquiring, "Why is your power so feeble?" She vividly recalled the moment prior to her unconsciousness, plummeting from mid-air through a teleportation array. It was astonishing that her adversary could not even stabilize a short-distance teleportation circle. This was a stark contrast to the formidable image she had gleaned from her readings. Wasn't he supposed to be a powerful and malevolent dark sorcerer, capable of opposing all the churches single-handedly? Where had his might vanished to? Yi cleared his throat awkwardly. You will come to understand that in due course. To avoid further exposure by the rather simple-minded dragon-blooded maiden, Yi hastily shifted the topic. Since we have entered into a master-servant contract, I have several inquiries to make. Aelian promptly nodded. She was not one to disregard the gravity of the moment. Her life remained firmly in his hands. Whatever Yi asked, she would respond to, including questions about her adoptive father and the organization she once served. Initially, when she heard the dark-cloaked figure speak of territories and lords, she assumed they hailed from a minor nation under the dominion of the Berry Empire. Similarly ensnared by the fervently controlling Radiant Church, engrossed in maintaining convoluted noble succession systems. However, the truth was far from it. They were actually from the kingdom of Seren, several nations away from the Great Oak Forest, a vassal state of the Frostwind Empire. Primarily devoted to the deities of war and winter, the so-called territories were merely large mercenary organizations. Chapter 53. The healing was highly successful. You are now an ice dragon. Speaking of mercenaries, Yi was quite familiar with them, a band of desperate rogues with a penchant for bloodshed. While others would shy away from the monster-infested wastelands, mercenaries often thrived in such perilous environments. In times of financial hardship, they too had resorted to this line of work, apart from the life-threatening risks. The monetary rewards were indeed swift. The tradition among mercenary groups was to take in orphans and nurture them from a young age, ensuring that they would grow to become the most formidable weapons in their arsenal. The Ironblood Mercenary Corps, to which Aelian belonged, was somewhat unique. They maintained a fixed base of operations. While other mercenary groups possessed a headquarters, they were often subject to relocation due to shifting interests or minor disputes. The Ironblood Mercenary Corps appeared firmly anchored in the kingdom of Seren. Even as they expanded and became capable of circumventing the kingdom, aligning themselves with the church, their base had never changed. The leader of their mercenary group, Aelian's adoptive father, still referred to himself as Lord and insisted that everyone address him as such. Wow, your adoptive father has issues, Xiaoming interjected emphatically, nearly spilling the cup atop his head due to the vigorous movement. Despite hailing from a background that was least concerned with noble etiquette, he placed undue emphasis on a grandiose title of Lord. One might mistake him for someone from the Berry Empire. Yi gently removed the ceramic cup from Xiaoming's head and set it aside. Sure, let others tell their stories without interruption. He did not perceive any faults with the Ironblood Mercenary Corps. In this world, any mage who managed to survive without succumbing to madness from magical corruption had to possess some degree of insanity. According to a high-ranking mage named Carl, Aelian's adoptive father was quite advanced in years. It was only natural for him to be slightly unhinged. After all, what was the harm in a little obsession with role-playing? Yi had encountered many who exhibited far more extreme and irrational ideologies. Aelian bitterly retorted to Xiaoming, "We are merely the blades of the core. How could we pry into the thoughts of our lord?" Aelian continued her narrative, detailing her knowledge of the Ironblood Mercenary Corps, her childhood experiences, and the events leading up to her sudden betrayal. She had merely traversed the Wolens Mountains to undertake a long-distance mission. Upon her return, within a month, everything had spiraled into chaos. Leaving her no opportunity to react, the thought of her recent treatment filled Aelian's eyes with fury. Clenching her intact left fist, each word seemed to shatter the name in her mouth. Carl, I will not let him escape. Yet a fleeting expression of melancholy graced her features. I had long desired to reclaim my soul lamp and free myself from the mercenary corps. To think it would come to fruition in such a manner. A special magical plant, upon which the user's heart's blood was dripped, could be imbued with magical assistance to create a soul lamp. This lamp could record the target's condition and cast curses upon them, a means of controlling the undead. Aelian had refrained from taking any rash actions in anticipation of a better life after leaving the mercenary corps. Little did she know that fate would lead her astray, resulting in her being cast out as a heretic. The soul lamp was destroyed before the eyes of all, and instead of achieving her initial desire, she found herself ensnared in yet another den of wolves. Alien's voice gradually diminished. Yi pondered in silence. The kingdom of Saren was not close to the great oak forest, and apart from him, no one had discerned her true lineage. Thus, it seemed that the troubles Alien brought to the Watchers remained within manageable bounds and would not erupt in the near future. Yes, within the risk parameters he had estimated. Yi clapped his hands, bringing an end to this narrative session. Well, I can empathize with your desire for vengeance. The master-servant contract I have established with you is only for a duration of 50 years. As long as you assist me in my endeavors during this period, I will undoubtedly grant you your freedom once the time has elapsed. Alien was taken aback. 50 years. She had anticipated signing a lifelong servitude contract. Yi's expression darkened. You must not have studied the contract magic thoroughly. I would hardly relish the idea of binding you for life. The painful lessons of his past loomed large, reminding him of the terrifying prospect of raising a dragon with a destructive capability surpassing that of a husky and a temperament even more unpredictable. At present, he merely required manpower, and 50 years would suffice. Alien hesitated, stammering, but I do not study contract magic. Contract magic is not within the purview of the Frost Moon Goddess. The magic of foreign deities is slow to learn and prone to backlash. Her innate magical talent was already lacking. It was foolishness that led her to betray the Frost Moon Goddess in pursuit of forbidden magic. Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Having spent too long in the company of those outside the Watchers, he had momentarily forgotten this aspect. Yi's tone turned somber. The gods have been dead for over 600 years. And yet you still adhere to their tenets. However, such was the mindset of those outside. He could not expect to alter Alien's beliefs overnight. He continued, since you have joined the Watchers, forget all that has transpired before, including any prohibitions against learning magic outside the realm of the Frost Moon Goddess. After all, you were essentially unencumbered when you were expelled, so consider this a new beginning for your dragon life. Alien's eyes widened slightly to the new life. She had awaited this phrase for so long. She had grown weary of the mercenary Corvarius assassination missions against nobles and extermination of monsters. She longed for a stable life, free from the necessity of sleeping with daggers bound to her pillow and limbs. That sensation was far too cold and too jarring. To her astonishment, the first person to utter those words was none other than the infamous Butcher of the Undead, who was prominently featured at the top of the mercenary bounty list. Alien wiped away the moisture at the corner of her eyes. After a few seconds, she paused. Wait a moment, did you say? Dragon life? Indeed. Xiaoming flitted before Alien, his pale golden form seemingly radiating a sacred glow. Are you not aware? You possess the bloodline of a dragon, which has recently awakened. The dragon bloodline is dominant. It is likely that you will soon transform into a small dragon. As he spoke, Xiaoming pirouetted in the air with excitement, as if he were the one affirming the bloodline, a dragon. Alien stammered in disbelief. Although she was an orphan, she had lived as a human for nearly 2 decades. How could she suddenly become a dragon? Alien cast a beseeching glance toward the skeletal figure beside her bed. Yi nodded gravely and seriously. The power of the bloodline within you is quite faint. It likely stems from your grandfather's lineage. You are a rare ice dragon, a type not commonly found among dragons, with a long lifespan. Perhaps once the contract concludes, you may venture to the Dragon Valley to find your kin. Alien stood there, stupefied, repeating, Kin? I have family? Chapter 54. Alien's role then. Alien stood as if turned to stone, unresponsive to Yi's calls. Xiaoming circled around Alien several times, his voice tinged with astonishment. You can't process all that in just a few sentences? Hey, snap out of it. Alien remained unresponsive. Xiaoming hovered in midair, half complaining. The intelligence of a dragon truly is enough. Yi lifted Xiaoming, effectively silencing the unfinished thought. Considering the age of dragons, she was still quite young. It was entirely understandable that she would struggle to comprehend such a significant influx of information. After all, she was a mercenary, and her unique healing speed was indicative of her capabilities. Thump, thump, thump. That was the sound of Alien's heart racing. She looked at Yi once more, opening her mouth multiple times yet unsure of how to begin her inquiries. Finally, her voice emerged faintly. If I work for you for 50 years, will you truly allow me to leave and seek my family? Yi, having anticipated a more weighty declaration, produced the master-servant contract and floated a copy toward her. If you had diligently studied contract magic and understood the terms, you wouldn't need to ask such a question. With the contract in hand, Ailian felt the urgency of the agreement coursing through her. Tears welled up in her eyes. I'm sorry. I just, she uttered barely above a whisper. Thank you, Dai. In truth, she yearned to inquire if she truly was a dragonborn, if there were indeed relatives still living. The very thing she had longed for had been so effortlessly handed to her by Yi Ji. It felt utterly surreal. Until the contract was firmly in her grasp, the overwhelming flood of emotions from the immense revelations engulfed Ailian like a tidal wave. Instantly, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She had entered into a master-servant contract with Yi Ji, who had no reason to jest about such matters. Moreover, she had an inkling of the anomalies she had begun to experience. Could it be that she truly had living relatives? Listening to the muffled sounds of her sobs, Yi Ji felt an unexpected pang in his heart. Damn it. He was reminded of his past life with parents. He softened his tone that it is exceedingly rare for dragons to produce offspring. If you do have dragon kin, it would certainly culminate in a joyous conclusion. Wow! Ailian could no longer hold back, embracing Yi Ji and crying freely. Leader, you are truly a good person. The sincerity with which she called him leader was palpable. Why, Yi Ji exclaimed. No, you are the good person, and your entire family as well, however, understanding the emotional turmoil she had just experienced. He did not push her away. After all, no one relishes the idea of clinging to a stiff skeleton. As a creature who had lived for 7 centuries, he was hardly inclined to indulge in tender sentiments. He gently patted her back, whispering, do well in your tasks. If you perform admirably, I might even terminate the contract early. Yi Ji skillfully painted a bright future, earning Ailian's sparkling gaze. Xiaoming quietly leaned closer, only to be silenced by Yi Ji's, just that Ailian woke up and cried. I was merely concerned she might cry herself dry. Once Ailian had cried sufficiently, the rusty iron door of the prayer room screeched open. Edgar stepped through, pausing for a moment in silence. Did I arrive at an inopportune moment? Seizing the chance, Yi Ji stood, his voice brimming with delight, as though he had encountered a savior. Edgar, you have finally returned. This little girl had quite the strength. If she held on any tighter, he feared his ribs would be dislocated. Should he fall apart right there, how could he maintain his dignity as leader? Edgar nodded at Yi Ji, casting his gaze toward the unfamiliar figure on the bed. His brow instinctively furrowed. A dragon? He then shook his head in denial. No, it's a dragonborn possessing a fragment of dragon blood. However, if the dragon blood had already awakened, it scarcely mattered whether she was a dragonborn or not. This made the situation even more intricate. How could a dragonborn be found wandering in the great oakwood forest? Edgar's mind was rife with questions, and he could only look toward the instigator. Why have you brought back a dragon? Well, it's a long story, Yi Ji began, rising to introduce the two. This is Edgar. I trust no further introduction is necessary. Ailian dried her tears and nodded awkwardly. She was all too familiar with the notorious name of the fallen sword. She had meticulously studied his accomplishments prior to his fall from grace, healing the common folk, expelling monsters, reclaiming lost territories. He was the epitome of a perfect knight and had once been an idol for all knights. Then, the blue flames in Yi Ji's eyes flickered with mischief as he proclaimed, Edgar, meet your half-sister, Ailian. What do you think? Surprised? Despite having known Yi Ji for over a century, Edgar still found himself perplexed by the odd jest that occasionally escaped his lips. He chose to ignore it, continuing with his earlier line of questioning. You haven't answered my earlier question. It's all a coincidence. She herself is unaware of her identity. Yi Ji scratched his jaw. In any case, she will be your assistant from now on. Were you not lamenting about the excessive workload of your NPCs? You can delegate half of it to her. Once she fully awakens, she can even serve as a dragon language instructor for the players. What do you think? Satisfied? Edgar scrutinized the injured girl before him, causing Ailian to tense up and nervously clench her fingers. Hello, Lord Edgar Rayner. Edgar nodded politely, then turned to Yi Ji, delivering his conclusion without mincing words. Does she have any other utility? Dragon language magic can only be attempted by at least a high-level mage, correct? Even if your assistants possess unique traits, at their current progress rate, it will take them 3 years to achieve the status of high-level mage. During this time, will she merely be relegated to menial tasks? Yi Ji countered, trust me, they won't take that long. Do not underestimate the potential of the grind. However, he pondered. It seemed somewhat unwise. Yi Ji propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Even if players reached the status of high-level mage within a year, Ailian would still be stuck doing menial work for that duration. The tasks she would undertake would be highly replaceable, and the benefits of sheltering her might not outweigh the magical risks it could invite. Alien's eyes widened, alarm bells ringing in her mind. Earlier, Iji had mentioned that good performance could lead to an early termination of the contract. But what if her performance faltered? The thought of her dragon kin, whom she had yet to meet, filled her with trepidation, prompting her to eagerly volunteer. I can already use ice magic. I can also serve as an ice magic instructor. Are you certain? Edgar's face bore skepticism. Chapter 55. Preoccupied with oneself, how could one spare the strength to protect others? Edgar sensed no magical aura emanating from this unfamiliar girl. He assumed she was merely an ordinary person who had recently awakened. Yiji then recalled something he had neglected to mention. Oh, I almost forgot. She has indeed studied the magic of the frost moon goddess. However, she is currently afflicted by a magic-eating vine, so she cannot utilize it at present. Alien's complexion drained of color. A magic-eating vine? She had encountered that term in her studies. It was a parasitic creature capable of consuming its host's magical energy, extremely dangerous. No one recorded as having been infested by it had survived. She had a monster within her? A monster that was unrelenting. Alien's expression turned blank, as if the sky were crashing down around her. Yiji, observing her distress, felt a headache coming on. My fault. I didn't get the chance to tell you earlier. Your external injuries are manageable, but your internal wounds are also significant. Addressing them will take time. Yiji racked his mind for comforting techniques, recalling that, in truth, the magic-eating vine wasn't as terrifying as one might think. It was far better than a creature that could cause immediate death. The magic-eating vine only drained the life force of ordinary people. As a mage, as long as you held onto your magical essence, it would pose no threat. The name magic-eating vine was indeed alarming, which was why he hadn't mentioned it initially. Yet, the more he reassured her, the paler her face became. He could only reluctantly cease his attempts. Never mind. Perhaps it's best you process this on your own for now. He had underestimated the ordinary person's fear of monsters. This feeling was likely akin to having a demon baby within oneself, ready to burst forth and wreak havoc. Alien would need ample time to recuperate. Any further discussions could wait. It just so happened that Yiji and Edgar had matters to discuss as well. As they exited, Yiji halted Xiaoming. You stay here and take care of her. Why is it always me? The noble lord of the light god protested vehemently. Because you are the least occupied. Yiji declared coldly. With that, he shut the door to the prayer room. Xiaoming, the lord of the light god, issued a strong protest, angrily huffing before returning to refill Alien's water. Outside the church, a gentle breeze rustled through the overgrown weeds and crumbling walls. Edgar retrieved the procurement list. I've secured the triangular ruler. The rest of the supplies are basic tools, and there are surplus clothes. Are you certain that with just these, your assistants will be able to construct the entire Sweetwater town? Yiji reminded him. They are the aides of the entire Watchers. You should refer to them as players. No. NPCs cannot directly address players. Yiji momentarily faltered. Or perhaps according to the setting, they should be called the returnees bearing the supreme mission of saving Elsha? That's a bit lengthy. Yiji set that thought aside for the moment, meticulously reviewing the procurement list, nodding slightly. Very good. The quantity and variety of supplies exceed my expectations, especially the resilient grass clothing. Yiji closed the list and continued to inquire, have the brigands in the wasteland been increasing of late? Given the distance from Sweetwater Town to the edge of the Great Oakwood Forest, Edgar could make a round trip to Nari Town within a day. Edgar's eyes flickered before he nodded. Yes, there have been some developments outside. He then recounted everything he had heard from the prisoners, revealing that the quantity of supplies he had procured far surpassed what an ordinary wasteland drifter could trade. With a credibility rating of at least 70%, Yiji stroked the procurement list in his hands, remaining silent throughout. After a pause, he regarded Edgar with a complex expression. Let us set aside the situation in Nari Town for now. Did you really just turn around and leave? Yiji recalled their initial meeting, when Edgar had undertaken a task of considerable difficulty for the church, leading no more than 10 guards to rescue a village on the verge of being overtaken by monsters. This verge was the timeline reported to the Radiant Church headquarters. Even a slight movement of his toes would have revealed the imminent threat. At this juncture, embarking on a journey across vast distances to rescue a village of ordinary individuals who possess little to no means of resistance seems nearly futile. The likelihood of success is almost non-existent. It is evident that within the church, there are those who harbor ill feelings towards Edgar, deliberately assigning him a task designed to thwart him. They are merely waiting for him to fail so they can hold him accountable. Nevertheless, Edgar accepted the mission and set out that very day. In a wine barrel within a cellar, he discovered the sole survivor of that village, a child. Fortunately, due to the village's dwindling population, he was still deemed a failure, resulting in Edgar facing punishment. Under the sway of fate's wings, when Edgar encountered Yi, both bore wounds, rendering them unable to best each other. Ultimately, they became acquainted. How could such a kind-hearted individual truly choose to turn a blind eye to suffering? Yi expressed skepticism, her gaze making her doubts unmistakable. Edgar cast a cold glance at Yi. I expected you to have a better understanding of the Watcher's situation. We simply cannot accommodate a large influx of refugees. Yi felt a twinge of guilt, coughing awkwardly. It indeed seemed that way. The current state of the Watchers is such that their reputation is at an all-time high, while all other metrics are decidedly negative. Their only sources of sustenance are the red earthworms captured just yesterday and the sweet fruit grove located 2 kilometers away. The refugees lack any combat capability and are incapable of surviving autonomously in the Great Oakwood Forest. Rather, due to excessive human activity, they risk having the magic array exposed, leading to the discovery of Sweetwater Town. As for living arrangements, all members and players are currently huddled within the church. There is simply no space to accommodate anyone else. He has proven to be a woeful leader. Indeed, players who are unafraid of danger and can fend for themselves are far more cost-effective. Edgar continued, what we need at this stage are helpers of the caliber of the ice dragon you brought back. The value of the refugees is simply 2 LOW. Yi smirked. The Watchers already had a poor reputation, and now they would have even more dissenters. However, the resources this time are plentiful. The refugees possess limited goods for trade, and we can only conduct 2 transactions with them. Overall, the negative impact is minimal. Such minor incidents may merely shatter the illusions of a few young individuals still harboring hopes for the Dawn Knights. As Yi examined the procurement list in her hand, she contemplated the player tasks that should be updated tomorrow. Perhaps she could propose additional benefits for the housing construction task. After pondering for a while, Edgar decided to speak up. You mentioned new helpers will soon arrive. How many do you anticipate? Yi considered this. She currently possessed 164 points of divine power. While it seemed a significant increase from the start, crafting the initial body of a player requires 10 points of divine power, and creating their exclusive game panel demands another point. Upgrading to level 2 and bestowing a basic magical blessing upon the player requires an additional 10 points of divine power. Chapter 56. The versatile player approaches. There are also 3 veteran players. Yi intended to grant them a second magical blessing once they reached level 5, or perhaps illuminate a second skill, which also requires divine power. All calculations aside, let us aim for SIX. Yi replied. A new player can reach level 2 in a single day, and the divine power needed for basic magical blessings cannot be spared. In total, that amounts to 126 points of divine power, leaving 38 points as a reserve for emergencies. Otherwise, should Xiaoming perish, he would be unable to muster the divine power needed. Speaking of players, Yi finally had some good news to share. Habitually placing a hand on Edgar's shoulder, he spoke earnestly. We are at the initial stage of our venture, or rather, the rebuilding of our organization, and it's natural for progress to be slow. However, I have found a versatile player who specializes in architecture and is adept in farming and weaving. Soon, we shall be liberated from our current circumstances. Edgar sidestepped Yi's hand, directly rejecting the grandiose vision he had painted. Yi was taken aback. Is my credibility truly so tenuous? Of course, it's all true. I witnessed the enrollment information of that individual while observing Elian's unfortunate situation this afternoon. I investigated thoroughly before finally obtaining the qualification for the internal test. Edgar regarded him with skepticism. The 3 players he had encountered, along with Yi, were all rather eccentric. It was difficult for him to envision these individuals executing the delicate craft of weaving. The intensity of his distrust made Yi question his own confidence. Although he had researched that players' data and all traces available online, the individual indeed demonstrated profound understanding of these 3 skills and had shared various non-illustrated accomplishments. No matter how one viewed it, it appeared genuine. However, in the world of the internet, who can discern reality from illusion, Yi dismissed this concern. Regardless, even if he were a fraud, it wouldn't be too late to expel him later. While Yi could currently create only 10 divine avatars, meaning the maximum number of players he could possess was limited to 10, these avatars could be reused. If one player proved unsuitable, he could simply delete the account and select another. With great power comes great freedom. After discussing pressing matters, the 2 returned to the prayer room. Elian had already succumbed to slumber. Xiaoming stood nervously far from the bed. I truly took great care of her. It wasn't my doing. Yishi placed the fruit Edgar had not yet traded on the bedside. I am well aware. When she awakens, we shall feed her this. She has been fasting for far too long, and it would be unwise to allow her to consume too much at once. They had little else as a staple food. Why Yishi expressed disdain for Xiao Ming's exaggerated alarm. Did he truly resemble a capricious superior who indiscriminately passes judgment? Elian had lost significant blood and had gone too long without nourishment. It was entirely normal for her to faint amidst such emotional turmoil. In any case, once she recuperated, there would be ample time to discuss her accommodation. Wai Ji turned to leave, but paused, recalling something. By the way, when she wakes, you must hand her the player communication manual I entrusted to you. Xiaoming glanced around, taking a couple of seconds to process. Me? Who else could it be? Yiji retorted. Do you think Edgar possesses that manual? It was already quite challenging to teach him a few common phrases. The manual would be of no use. Edgar scrutinized the unconscious Elian on the bed. Are you not going to give her a spiritual imprint? Yiji replied calmly. I am not so foolish as to do that. After all, she is a believer of a deity. It is merely uncertain whether she worships the goddess of Frostmoon or the god of dragon warriors. Believers are not something that can be simply bound by a master-servant contract. Players are Yiji's greatest assurance, and the fewer unstable factors, the better. The phrases in the player communication manual are sufficient for Elian to function as a competent quest NPC, merely requiring her to respond based on a few keywords. Moreover, preventing her from interacting with players is a form of protection, Yiji added. The naive girl of the dragon race might very well fall victim to the player's schemes. There are certain matters that players should remain oblivious to for now. What then? Edgar inquired further. Do you truly intend for her to perform menial tasks? As he spoke, his gaze lingered on the missing hand of Elian. Wai Ji shrugged helplessly. Perhaps we could have her teach water and ice magic. But as for her hand, there will be opportunities to recover it in the future. It will simply take a bit longer. The magic of regrowing limbs is an advanced art in comparison. It is akin to a level of magic where I could bury the subject right after casting. Thus, it requires time, much like having Elian serve as a tutor for draconic magic. The power of draconic magic is immense, making it a rare skill line. With Shilong currently trapped in the Dragon Valley, she remains our best option. This ability can somewhat mitigate the risks associated with her identity and the time and effort needed to care for her. In terms of cost-effectiveness, rescuing her still seems quite reasonable. Edgar reminded him, expressionless. However, she harbors the demon-biting vine within her. You must understand how challenging it is to deal with such a creature. Elian learned of this information from second-hand accounts within the church's archives. To evade the church's manhunt, members of the Watchers often chose to operate in deserted monster nests. Having dealt with monsters firsthand, they certainly had a better understanding of the demon-biting vine. While it is not as hopeless as Elian believed, it is not an easy fix either. They had only succeeded in resolving it once and had utilized numerous precious potions in the process. Where would they find such potions now? Until the demon-biting vine is dealt with, Elian cannot wield magic for even a day, rendering her incapable of being a magic tutor. Leave this matter to me, Yiji said confidently, patting his chest. There are magical power nodes near the church. As long as she remains in Sweetwater Town, she will be safe. Although these power nodes are small, caring for 2 patients is not overly difficult. I merely need half a year to research an improved potion. Edgar expressed surprise. You can actually improve potions? Living long enough naturally grants one a bit of knowledge in various areas. Do you believe I was nearly deified under the name of the god of herbs and healing? Edgar's eyelid twitched, sighing at the unorthodox nature of his leader. But last time you claimed to have almost been deified under the name of forging and smelting. Chapter 57. Returning online. Game planning for internal test players. Is that so? Ha ha ha, then I must have been on the verge of deification with 2 titles. Yiji readily amended his statement. Edgar shook his head, choosing not to waste more time on Yiji's fanciful tales. Returning to continue counting the newly acquired tools, of course, Yiji did not delegate all the tasks to Edgar. He still had to handle player registrations and the refinement of the game panel. After reminding Xiaoming to take good care of Ilian, he went back to screen new players and prepare the array for the new players' bodies. In Yiji's view, the type of players he needed must not be those who merely sought leisure and stress relief. The continent of Ayurtaya had absolutely no connection to such frivolities. What he required were die-hard enthusiasts hailing from traditional online gaming backgrounds, commonly referred to as cyber slaves. They should be adept at resource gathering and farming, capable of constructing armies and besieging cities, with maximum technological points and exceptional adaptability to magic. This, indeed, was the ultimate version of a Fourth Cataclysm player. Moreover, He needed to initially filter for players suitable for farming and resource gathering based on the current situation. As Yi perused the newly emerged registration information, he felt a twinge of astonishment. 56 applications. The promotional video had such a remarkable effect. It had been less than a day since its release, equivalent to merely half a day on Blue Star. How could there be so many players willing to pay $99? Yi was accustomed to the prior situation where no one showed interest even after 3 days, and for a moment, he felt overwhelmed with surprise. He then dismissed the thought. No, it must be due to player-created recommendation videos gaining traction. Regardless of what the viewers thought, whether they genuinely believed in the game or were merely looking to verify its authenticity with $99, it was evident that Lin Xian had attracted considerable attention for him. This allowed Yi to be stricter in his player screening. The following day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the broken stained glass windows, illuminating him. Gazing at the unfamiliar yet familiar church, he sprang up from the ground, filled with immense joy. Finally, I am online at last. At that moment, a voice chimed in beside him. Ha ha ha, indeed, the early bird catches the worm. Oh wait, I misspoke. In any case, I'm just glad I got up early. Lin Xian turned to look and felt even more elated. Grandpa Fei. Xiao, Grandpa can fly. He dashed over with a wide grin, exclaiming, what a coincidence, we logged in together. He glanced around, wondering if Chaos Code had logged in as well. If he were here too, our internal test team would be complete. I'm here. A weak voice emerged from beneath them. Lin Xian and Grandpa Fei were startled by the pallor of Chaos Code's face. Chaos Code? It's you. It's you. How it's you? Lin Xian crouched down, preparing to help Chaos Code up. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, a string of sneezes erupted. With their assistance, Chaos Code wobbled to his feet. Cough cough, it must be because we got caught in the rain just before logging off. My constitution is poor, and now I've caught a cold, he coughed as he spoke. Lin Xian glanced at their sleeping place, where only a thin layer of straw lay above. After sleeping there for a night, no, more accurately a day and a night, it was indeed easy to catch a cold. Lin Xian sneezed while feeling astonished. Achoo. Is it really this realistic? Characters can log off with negative buffs? Grandpa Fei, supporting one player, suddenly realized something. Wait, we all got caught in the rain. Why am I not sick? Chaos Code coughed incessantly, as if he were about to cough out his lungs. You, cough. Did you forget your second tier? Cough, magic selection? Lin Xian covered his mouth and nose, his eyes sparkling. Right, it's you. Grandpa Fei, weren't you casting several holy light spells on yourself before logging off? That's probably the reason. Grandpa Fei widened his eyes. No way. Can the healer cure common ailments? Just wait. I'll give it a try. He experimentally cast a holy light spell at each of them, successfully turning his face as pale as Chaos Code's had been initially. Lin Xian and Chaos Code's complexions visibly improved. They were no longer sneezing or coughing. Now, the roles had reversed, with the two supporting Grandpa Fei. Lin Xian touched his nose, then his chest, in disbelief. Wow, the effect kicked in so quickly. In less than 20 seconds, he went from a moderate cold to feeling completely fine. His real body's resistance was weak, and he always caught colds during seasonal changes. He was thoroughly familiar with the process of falling ill and then recovering. This feeling was far more profound than witnessing Grandpa Fei's sprained leg being healed by a holy light spell. Is this the allure of virtual reality gaming? It feels just like there's real magic in the world. Holy light spells are amazing. Lin Xian gazed enviously. Why is my fireball spell at the beginner level like a lighter, while others have an LED tube? Grandpa Fei weakly raised his hand. No, don't boast. I feel like I'm being drained dry. The two players, still immersed in the afterglow of their magical healing success, suddenly snapped back to reality. They helped Grandpa Fei onto the straw to rest. There was no choice. Yi hadn't even provided a single bench for the players. Lin Xian looked at him with concern. How are you feeling? After resting for a short while, Grandpa Fei's pallor gradually faded. He shook his head. It feels like I just finished a 1,000-meter run. Just pure exhaustion. I feel like the number of times I can use the holy light spell at once has halved. Chaos Code sighed in relief. Thankfully, this game has a pain protection mechanism. Otherwise, the side effects of overusing light magic would be quite the ordeal for us. After resting for a bit, Grandpa Fei became lively again. Throughout this time, neither Yi nor Edgar had appeared. The three players paid no mind. Once the opening plot concluded, it was time for the players to actively seek out NPCs. As the only three internal testers beneath the Divine, they had agreed on the first day to form a team. What to do for the entire day ahead was a significant question. Therefore, they did not rush to head out and accept quests. Instead, they convened a small meeting at their resting point. Chaos Code took the lead. Have you all seen the announcements? Of course. Grandpa Fei immediately responded. You wouldn't believe how excited I was when I saw the announcement. The currency system, the resurrection mechanism, the game events, my goodness. I almost went to sleep in the game helmet. Lin Xian nodded in agreement, not finding Grandpa Fei's description exaggerated in the least. He had almost forgotten about it last night. Remembering it just before sleep, he couldn't fall asleep after reading the announcement. His mind was filled with thoughts of how exhilarating the game would be after its launch. Finally, the game had finally introduced the currency system. Which capitalists adore? Lin Xian spoke up. I just took a glance at the quest interface, and sure enough, there are quite a few new quests, with the rewards including the newly released magic coins. The issuance amount of magic coins for the housing construction quest is astonishingly generous. The experience points are the highest among all quests. Lin Xian swallowed hard. He had nearly been brought to tears by the experience points listed in the quest log. I believe that if we want to level up quickly, this will likely be the best method for a long while. Chaos Code nodded in agreement. I think the same. We can't keep logging in at the church every time. With the event commencing, the game also opened up land purchases. We can take advantage of this and build our houses during the event. Chaos Code had also glanced at the quest log just now. There were dazzling housing construction quests, each offering different experience points for various buildings, from basic residential buildings to taverns, blacksmith shops, markets, everything one could imagine. Among them, basic residential buildings, unlike the Lord's Manor and Edgar's Cottage, do not have designated NPC residents. As long as the house is built within the designated area, the task reward can be obtained. Meanwhile, the residential area also falls within the land that players can purchase. The land purchase rules merely state that buildings on previously owned land incur additional fees. However, after buying the land, it doesn't specify that we cannot simultaneously receive task rewards while building houses. Grandpa Fei jumped up in surprise. There is such a bug? Then let us hurry up. What if the bug gets fixed later? Chaos Code grabbed him. Hold on, there is still one problem. Lin Xian continued from where he left off. Does anyone among us know how to build houses? Grandpa Fei. The three exchanged glances, and each could discern the truth in the other's eyes. Excellent. None of us knows how. Lin Xian sighed, cradling his head. I've built houses in quite a few hardcore games, familiar with the construction structures from tints to wooden houses to futuristic designs. However, this game is far too hardcore. Even combat is authentic. Building houses must be the same at the very least. Lin Xian had not seen any task guidance elements thus far. Chaos Code pondered for a moment. Let us go ask Oldie. He should have a solution. The others agreed it was reasonable. They patted their bottoms and got up to go find him. Yiji was just a short distance away, in a clearing outside the church. He appeared to be basking in the sun, but in reality, he was correcting the game's official website code. Compared to the last time the players had visited, the only change was that he had replaced the hard stone bench behind him with a wooden long bench, using materials Edgar had procured yesterday. Yiji had merely written on it casually, yet it proved to be an unexpected delight. As Grandpa Fei opened the door, he immediately spotted Yiji and exclaimed in awe, "Wow! Oldie has changed his equipment so quickly?" Lin Xian's eyes widened in terror. Is the skeleton sunbathing? Is this some kind of suicide plot twist? From a distance, Yiji remarked, though he lacked ears, it didn't mean he couldn't hear. He wasn't a vampire or a ghost. Why shouldn't he be able to bask in the sun? What kind of prejudice is this against other worlds? Yiji shifted, sitting upright on the lounge chair. The ethereal blue flames gazed in the direction of the three players. Are you looking for me? Lao Yi, do you have any task guidance for us? You know, the kind that helps us build houses. Lin Xian, momentarily dismissing his earlier questions, decided to prioritize the matter at hand. Why Yiji raised his jaw, understanding dawned upon him. Dear compatriots, fret not. Each of you possesses unique talents in order to expedite the reconstruction of Sweetwater Town before the winter magic tide arrives. We shall soon welcome a second batch of returnees. Among them, there happens to be an adept builder. You may commence with gathering materials. Yi Fei appeared dejected, his expression one of disappointment. Huh? Material gathering? So, we're just chopping down trees? The resources currently available in Sweetwater Town were rather rudimentary, and with an abundance of nearby timber, it was only natural that the houses constructed would be wooden. Thus, wood collection would yield a certain amount of additional rewards. However, when compared to the subsequent serious construction tasks, it seemed to offer significantly less experience. Lin Xian nodded in agreement, saying, exactly, why is it always a tree-chopping task? Yiji was at a loss, recalling who had suggested that chopping trees was a stress reliever in the video. It hadn't even been 2 days yet. Had he known, he would have refrained from staying up late to update too many new tasks. The search for new players, laborers, was becoming urgent. Unfortunately, the creation of new players' bodies required the integration of divine avatars, resulting in a slow construction pace. An idea sparked in Yiji's mind, and he coughed lightly. Regardless of the task's magnitude, each is significant. Perhaps at intervals of every 5 levels, Xiaoming may offer new rewards. He almost forgot to release the carrot for the dangling players. Intervals of 5 levels? William pondered aloud. Does that mean when our character levels reach 5 and 10? We can learn new spells? Yiji smiled silently, as if to acknowledge this. Lin Xian shook his collar. I suddenly find the tree-chopping task quite appealing. I shall take my leave. William quickly followed suit. Me too, wait. I'm coming as well. Yifei dashed after them. Yiji quietly observed them as they sprinted away, letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, players remained so easily leds for the time required to level up to 5 and 10. It depended on Yiji himself. After all, the experience required for leveling up was not necessarily the same for each level. Upon walking a considerable distance, Lin Xian opened the game panel and was taken aback. Why does it require 1,000 experience points to reach level 3? Are they robbing us? Is this for real? Shogu, you're not joking with me, right? Yifei followed suit and opened the game panel. After learning magic the previous day, he hadn't even looked at the game panel. Upon opening it, he was indeed shocked. Yifei's jaw nearly dropped. It takes 100 experience to reach level 2, and now 1,000 to reach level 3. Are they robbing us blind? Even though they had just initiated the first event in the game, offering extra experience, at this rate of increase, how many years would it take for them to reach level 5? Habing stared at the nearly empty progress bar, pausing in silence before stating, perhaps we shouldn't say it like that. From the fireball spell that Lao Yi cast, it's clear that the skills the game teaches us can evolve on their own. Right? Lin Xian, being a game blogger, was quick to respond to Willian's point, his face lighting up with realization. Exactly. The magical abilities imparted to us by the game are new skills in our skill bar. If leveling up were too easy, in a month or two, we would have so many skills that they wouldn't fit in the skill bar. Yifei asked in confusion, isn't that a good thing? An all-round player. He could hardly imagine how exhilarating it would be to play in such a manner. Lin Xian wore an expression that suggested he was too naive, walking as he spoke. Browser games tend to clutter the operation panels with skill buttons. Just look at their quality and longevity. Chapter 59. Learning to build wooden houses in the game. William nodded in agreement. The crafting under the gods had required considerable effort. And surely they would not commit such a fundamental error. I suspect they have developed a comprehensive and mature system for skill design. Perhaps in the end, having more skills is necessarily better. It's about quality over quantity. Yifei listened, feeling a bit muddled. So, we don't need to level up? Who says we don't need to? Lin Xian countered, quality doesn't mean just one skill. In a MOBA, you typically have at least 3 active skills and 1 passive. The first skill is essentially equivalent to a beginner's gift, something that can be completed in a day, after which progress slows down naturally. William continued, however, we can't afford to be slow. The sooner we reach level 5, the better. Only then will we have ample time to nurture our skills. Thus, we must hasten to begin our tasks. Near the great banyan tree at the town's entrance, the players encountered Edgar, who was about to leave the town. It seemed Edgar had anticipated which task they would undertake, as he stuffed several broad willow leaves into the trio's arms. He briefed them on the general return time and instructed them to settle their tasks with Yiji before departing in haste. Once his figure had completely vanished into the dense forest, Yifei withdrew his gaze. Edgar was remarkably swift. They hadn't even had the chance to utter a single reply. The NPCs in this game were indeed industrious, evoking a sense of collective effort in rebuilding the city-state. That's how the game's dedication shines through, William replied calmly. Even though there are few NPCs in the game, the immersion and urgency of reconstruction have never dwindled. It relies on this. The broad willow leaves were sharp, and their weight was not insignificant. William tossed the leaves onto the ground for a moment, beckoning the others to select 2 leaves each, leaving the rest behind. After all, there were only a few of them in the game currently, so there was no fear of someone taking them. Their current stamina was not comparable to Edgar, who could effortlessly carry a load. Speaking of Edgar, Lin Xian felt a twinge of admiration. If it weren't for the promotional video, one might not have realized the extent of Lao Ai's prowess, along with the sword he carried. Although Edgar's sword appeared quite impressive, The visible sheath and hilt alone showcased exquisite craftsmanship. Upon first seeing Edgar, Lin Xian had gazed at the sword at his waist several times but hadn't thought much of it. After all, it was quite normal for a knight to carry a sword. However, a sword that glowed like a lightsaber and could create duplicates was far from ordinary. Lin Xian could not help but exclaim, "Is this what they call pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Is it a wounded buff?" Wullian mused, glancing down at the broad willow leaves. He bore the title of seriously injured. Typically, such a situation would greatly diminish one's strength. Yifei sighed, weighing the leaves in his hand. "You know, both NPCs in our faction are injured. If one didn't know better, they might think we were a refuge for the old. Weak, sick, and disabled." Lin Xian recalled the countdown he had seen next to Yi Ji's ID earlier, his voice trailing off. By the way, doesn't the countdown above Lao Yi's head seem to have decreased by several days since yesterday? Yifei looked up in surprise. "Really? When I first saw it, I thought I had misremembered." Wullian furrowed his brow. "Could something unexpected have occurred in the game while we were away?" Lin Xian was intrigued. "The server continues to operate even when players log off. TSK, the game company is really burning money." "Burning money is trivial," Yifei expressed his concern. "The real issue is, Lao Yi wouldn't he happen to play himself to death while we're gone?" "Would he? The faction leader is the only unique NPC. If the program malfunctions and he is gone, the game will have to end the beta test early. Where would we find such an incredible game afterward?" Wullian momentarily paused in his selection. Lin Xian shook his head, saying, "That's unlikely. As long as Lao Yi remains stationary, the countdown will continue to rise. At worst, we can ensure that someone is online every day to keep an eye on him." "I am a game blogger. I have plenty of time to spare." Wullian quickly chimed in. "I can do that too." Yifei looked at them in astonishment. "Wait, am I the only one working a 996 job here?" "You still doing 996? Lin Xian questioned skeptically. "Your online time doesn't seem to reflect that at all." Yifei's gaze darted around, feeling sheepish. "Ahem. I took a leave of absence these past couple of days. I still haven't used annual leave, so I figured I might as well take all the leave I can." As he spoke, he tossed aside the broad willow leaves, growing more animated. "You've all seen how costly this game is. No one knows how long it will be playable, so I must ensure I get my money's worth." Lin Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, then, recalling the gifts the other had given him, he felt a sense of understanding. It was likely that Yifei's job was also one his father had pushed him into, with his salary probably not even matching the pocket money he spent on tipping streamers. No wonder he seemed so carefree. Engaging in light conversation, the three players chose not to venture further to the edge of Sweetwater Town, instead deciding to clear the nearby timber first. Due to the house-building activity, they weren't overly concerned about the size of the timber. They could always transform the wood into planks for settlement later, ensuring they wouldn't miss out on experience. Chopping trees, transporting, segmenting, stripping bark. The morning passed in this manner. Phew. Yifei took a deep breath and then blew forcefully at the assembled timber in front of him. Wood shavings flew everywhere, gazing at the row of cylindrical logs revealing their orange-yellow inner layers. Yifei halted with the broad willow leaves in hand, muttering to himself, "This should suffice, right?" One cannot deny that using rather unremarkable plants as tools is peculiar, yet the broad willow leaves were indeed effective. They vividly exemplified what it meant to maximize attack power. They could do anything. Not only can one fell trees and slay monsters, but one can also utilize a planer to process timber. Even if it becomes damaged, there is no cause for regret. Lin Xian just finished processing the timber from his side and walked over to inspect. He nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Next, we shall leave them here to dry for a couple of days. Fresh timber cannot be used directly to construct a wooden house, lest it shrink and warp due to excessive moisture. This is what I learned from a game I played previously. It should be fairly accurate." Yifei wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. Who would have thought that one day I would learn hardcore building techniques from a game? Doesn't this just mean that seemingly useless knowledge has increased? Lin Xian teased. Not far away, a jumble of characters dragged a pile of timber back, the logs bound together with vines, having undergone a few modifications to allow him to roll them back easily. Once the logs lost their tension, they rolled forward for a moment before colliding with one another. The jumble of characters removed the vines binding them. "This is the last batch." "Great. Well done," Lin Xian called out, glancing at the sun above. "Everyone take a break." He tossed 3 sweet fruits to the jumble of characters, who caught them deftly. Yifei also received a few, looking at the sweet fruits in his hand with a furrowed brow. "Are we eating this again? I feel like I'm going to get cavities. This is the only type of food we have at the moment, and it costs 1 magic coin each." Lin Xian replied helplessly. Chapter 60. The two-headed howling wolf. Lin Xian bit into half of a sweet fruit, finding its taste acceptable. It can only be said that Yi Fei is not particularly fond of sweet foods. If we wish to improve our meals, we must venture out to hunt, Lin Xian suggested while chewing. Or perhaps we might encounter a traveling merchant, he added. The jumble of characters shook his head in disagreement. According to the background story, the forest we inhabit is seldom visited by humans. It may take quite some time for a traveling merchant to arrive. That was merely a suggestion, Lin Xian shrugged. My fireball spell is virtually non-existent. Yi Fei serves as the healer, and only the jumble of characters possesses combat capability. However, as an assassin, his role lacks a frontline, so hunting must be postponed. Yi Fei expressed disappointment. No way, Lin Xian patted Yi Fei's shoulder. His tone comforting. Just hang in there. Yi Fei grimaced as he swallowed the sweet fruit. Fortunately, the feeling of fullness came quickly. Two were enough to satiate him. He took a sip of water, attempting to wash away the cloying sweetness, yet his heart remained unsatisfied. I'll ask old Yi later. I remember we had meat on the first night. Yes, it was that red-skinned earthworm that nearly devoured us. The jumble of characters chimed in. What? Yi Fei's pupils trembled. Lin Xian nodded. When I went to exchange for food, old Yi mentioned the same thing to me. The mere thought of the red-skinned earthworm, towering over him with its mouth full of sharp teeth, made Yi Fei's stomach churn. No, I need to take a breather. He covered his mouth, hurriedly retreating to a patch of grass to retch. Lin Xian observed his distress and chuckled. Your tolerance is quite poor, isn't it? Although he had reacted just as dramatically upon first learning of it, he found amusement in watching someone else suffer. After all, consuming an earthworm, especially a mutated giant one, was unsettling even in game data. The jumble of characters noticed Lin Xian's schadenfreude and explained. Earthworms are not without merit. They have been handled by NPCs, ensuring they are free of parasites, and due to their mucus, they possess a hint of saltiness. They are a rare find for savory dishes. Lin Xian's smile faltered. Thank you, but please refrain from elaborating. If you continue, I might be compelled to vomit as well. That moment, a terrified and trembling shout from Yi Fei echoed from afar. What the hell? Both men looked up simultaneously to see a monstrous creature the size of a truck slowly moving towards the town entrance. Each step caused the ground to tremble beneath it. The creature's appearance was grotesque, resembling a decaying zombie or a mass of human-like flesh tumors, covered in pus-filled blisters. Lin Xian's heart raced as he swiftly pushed himself up from the ground, his tone a mix of alertness and shock. What on earth is this boss-level monster doing here? Compared to it, the red-skinned earthworm we fought 2 days ago seems like a cute, chibi version. We need to move. The jumble of characters grasped a wide leaf and crouched next to the large banyan tree at the town entrance. Lin Xian took a deep breath. We haven't even left the beginner village, and the monsters we encounter are becoming increasingly absurd. With that, he too leaned in. The three of them hid behind the banyan tree. The stench emanating from the monster was almost suffocating. Lin Xian covered his mouth and nose. What should we do now? This creature's size seems beyond our capabilities. Should we seek out old Yi? Yi Fei whispered. The jumble of characters' expression turned serious. Let's observe first. Suddenly, his pupils widened. Wait, it doesn't appear to be a monster. It's old Edgar. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the creature was being carried and moved by Edgar, its massive form dwarfing him. Since he was an ally, there was no need for them to hide, and they all stepped out from behind the tree. However, the monster was too colossal for them to approach and greet Edgar, so they merely nodded in acknowledgement and followed him forward. Lin Xian covered his mouth and nose again. Is this the magical creature from the storyline? Yi Fei nodded gravely. Even in death, it possesses such potent mental attacks. It must be something unusual. He was incredulous that such a being could still be a part of a normal ecological chain. Isn't it too massive? The jumble of characters expressed concern. The previous red-skinned earthworm was already larger than a 10-year-old tree, and this creature was an absolute anomaly, a clear case of size dominance. Although the jumble of characters had never seen it alive, its pus-filled blisters and muscular legs looked exceedingly dangerous. Lin Xian remarked. If every monster is like this, solo players might as well resign themselves to never leaving the beginner village. At least a trio would be necessary for safety. Yi Fei shuddered in fear. Do you all remember in the initial storyline, we were supposed to survive the magical tide? If one magical creature is like this, what would the tide entail? Not quite. Yi Ji interjected leisurely as he walked alongside them. This is the two-headed howling wolf. one of the largest magical creatures native to the outskirts of the great oak forest. It is also a wolf king, hence its larger appearance. Ordinary magical creatures are not this terrifying. There are even creatures smaller than rabbits. However, the danger posed by magical creatures is not necessarily related to their size. The devouring vines are so small they are nearly invisible, yet they remain a taboo subject among adventurers in the wasteland. Yi Fei jumped in fright at the sudden appearance of a specter beside him. Old Yi, when did you arrive? You all have ventured close to the church, Yi replied calmly. Why do you look at me like that? It's not as if you've seen a ghost. I am a specter, not a ghost. Wolf? Lin Xian gaped. This mass of flesh is a wolf? He stepped back, truly discovering two wolf-like heads among the clusters of pus and tumors. They were positioned at either end of the creature's body. Their features grotesquely distorted and pressed together, making them nearly unrecognizable at first glance. Sharp teeth protruded from their mouths, with a mixture of saliva and blood dripping from above. Lin Xian measured, finding that one of the heads was almost taller than his entire body. A shiver ran down his spine. The jumble of characters swallowed hard. Could it be that it has a pack of wolves? Chapter 61. Magical creatures, chosen ones indeed. It does, Yi explained. The remnants of the divine influence affect entire species. It is entirely normal for social creatures to exist. He paused, observing the still twitching veins of the two-headed howling wolf. Though not be deceived by its appearance. The power it possesses is that of a chosen one. It boasts formidable regenerative abilities, a high affinity for magic, and a variety of unpredictable talents. Over the past 6 centuries, the surviving magical creatures have incorporated powers from multiple deities. Even a mere magical creature cub is not something an ordinary person can handle lightly. What is a chosen one? The jumble of characters inquired. Yi explained. A form of entertainment conceived by the gods. Each chosen one possesses the pinnacle talents of their respective species, along with unique and powerful abilities bestowed by the deities. The sentient beings of Elthia can attain divinity through understanding the laws of the world, while chosen ones are nearly equivalent to potential new gods. Their only requirement is to ensure they can breathe. In time, they will effortlessly ascend to demigod status without any hindrance. Wow! What a heavenly cheat! Yi Fei's eyes widened. Is there truly a way to achieve success without effort? The jumble of characters spoke with skepticism, frowning as he looked at the two-headed howling wolf, unable to bear to face it. Creatures that resemble zombies cannot possibly be legitimate deities. They are clearly evil gods. Yi smiled and remained silent. Wait a minute. Yi Fei suddenly recalled a detail previously revealed by Yi. Every magical creature can become a god. But hasn't Elthia gone 600 years without the birth of a new god? Yi had anticipated that they would pose this question. Before Yi Fei could finish speaking, he continued, because magical creatures only carry the powers and talents of chosen ones. But they are not chosen ones themselves. They are not recognized by the laws of the world. Thus, their growth is limited to the demigod level, and that is merely a theoretical demigod. The chosen ones are the fortunate individuals selected by the divine. Yet, the monsters they encounter often absorb the remnants of more than one deity. What fate awaits the polytheistic heretics? Need I elaborate further? Their aspiration to become demigods hinges upon an enormous stroke of luck. Once a monster reaches the level of a demigod, I assure you that even a dozen grand magicians would stand no chance against it. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lanma inquired. Why is that? With so many monsters, is there truly no exception that suddenly ascends to divinity? Yi sighed. It's a long story. The 3 players waited in silence for the continuation, but Yi fell silent. Lin Xian could no longer hold back. And then? Just how long is this tale? If it's that long, why not share it? The subsequent reasoning will have to wait for another occasion. Yi abruptly changed the subject, earning him 3 resentful glares. He remained unfazed. To elucidate the origins of the monsters, one must begin with the War of the Gods over 600 years ago. To discuss the War of the Gods, one must delve even further back to the Faith Wars, which involved all sentient races across the entirety of Ethelia. To recount the Faith Wars necessitates tracing back to the gods' attitudes towards the power of belief, even if one spoke for 3 days and nights. It would be impossible to cover all the foundational concepts. It's far too cumbersome. Thus, Yi gazed at the two-headed howler wolf, his thoughts drifting to distant realms. Living for too long is indeed a burden. Even making storytelling a challenge, the limitations imposed upon monsters could be considered the only benevolent act committed before the demise of the gods. Subsequently, regardless of how the 3 players pressed for answers, Yi refrained from discussing the origins of the monsters. Such matters were beyond the current reach of the players. Damn it, I detest those who speak only halfway, Lanma grumbled. Yi paid no heed, continuing to introduce the two-headed howler wolf. The two-headed howler wolf king possesses 3 abilities: corruption, illusory voice, and split control, categorizing it as a moderately powerful tier 3 monster. Even 3 high-level magicians would find it a dangerous foe. Is this sizable creature truly only tier 3? Lanma exclaimed, his mouth agape. What is the maximum tier, then? The tier of a monster primarily depends on how many deities' remnants its ancestors have absorbed and how many abilities it has acquired currently. There is no upper limit. No upper limit. The 3 inhaled sharply. Does that mean they might witness monsters capable of flight and earth-shattering power? Ultimately, could there be invincible beasts? Yi discerned their thoughts and added, no one knows the circumstances of the earliest occupied monster lairs. Your speculations are indeed plausible. However, the more powerful a monster becomes, the greater the restrictions on its movements, unless an unprecedented magical tide occurs to free them from their constraints. Ordinary mortals will never have a chance to encounter them in their lifetimes. Of course, if you do happen to cross paths with one, I recommend you lie down and await your demise. If you die quickly, you might at least retain a complete corpse. The 3 players. While it may be the truth, was it really necessary to state it so bluntly? Indeed, they were utterly inept. Barely able to contend with a mere red-skinned worm. Yet, they possessed dignity. Why not remove the resurrection cooldown? They were furious, pounding the table in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Lanma, feeling stifled, wiped his face. Thankfully, they hadn't foolishly ventured deeper. The disparity in combat power in this game was far too great. Were such monsters to emerge during a magic tide, he would advise directly fleeing with the faction leader. Meanwhile, Edgar found an open area and laid down the two-headed howler. Thud! The massive carcass of the monster sent plumes of dust into the air. Subsequently, upon contact with the ground, the black blood seeping from the two-headed howler emitted a hissing, corrosive sound. As the area of contact spread, the soil gradually transformed into a dark hue. He turned to look at Yi, who was approaching. Is this monster sufficient? Yi circled the two-headed howler, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, an old wolf king recently expelled from its pack, with far more recoverable materials than I had anticipated. When Yi had brought back Elian yesterday, he had deliberately marked the ground with the remaining blood. As expected, the two-headed howler could not resist the temptation of the dragonborn blood. Becoming tainted by its scent, this successfully allowed Yi to track its movements. Monsters without lairs are significantly easier to deal with than average monsters. Edgar required merely half a day to successfully bring it back. Yi gestured towards the church's entrance, indicating the size of the two-headed howler in comparison. Unfortunately, it was too large and would need to be cut down to fit inside. Fit inside? Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. Old Yi, what do you plan to do with this creature in the church? Chapter 62. Edgar's confusion. Lanma carefully sidestepped the blood oozing from the two-headed howler. The monster's corrosive nature post-mortem was still potent. Wouldn't he that ruin the church's floor? In truth, it would not only damage the floor. Had it not been for the fact that Sweetwater Town had only the church as a habitable structure, Yi would have already dismantled it. The source of the magical nodes lies beneath the church's statue. Only near the statue is there sufficient magic to activate the Flesh Rebirth Array. This course of action was unavoidable. Activating the Flesh Rebirth Array requires a rich magical foundation. Yi explained. The second batch of compatriots, bearing a mission to return to Athelia, is already on their way back. We need to prepare a suitable vessel for them. Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Our bodies are made from monsters? Lanma stepped back, fearfully hugging himself. In a way, our bodies are that disgusting? Yi, kid, you ought to appreciate the fortune you're in. He intends to utilize such a body to reclaim his human identity, yet he hasn't succeeded. I'll ensure that the task of gathering transformation foundations is added to the player's resurrection penalties. After each resurrection, every player must provide a corresponding number of monster corpses. Oh, and they must also supply clothing needed for resurrection. Yi noted this down vigorously in his little notebook before beginning to usher them away. The carcass of the two-headed howler is highly corrosive. You cannot manage it. There's no need for your assistance here. You may leave. As soon as his words fell, the players who had been brimming with questions stood up in unison. Why didn't you say so earlier? We're off, old Yi. Lin Xian. Then it's nothing serious. It turns out it was merely an interlude, not a hidden quest. Lanma, I'm off to complete my task. Before long, the 3 players vanished without a trace. Yi found it both amusing and exasperating. There's no need to be so mercenary. They certainly have abundant energy, Edgar, with a complicated tone, observed the direction in which the three players had departed, his gaze laden with confusion. I saw them hauling back timber along the way. What's wrong? Do you think the players are progressing too slowly? Yi inquired. Edgar shook his head. On the contrary, the progress is far too swift, so rapid that Edgar could hardly believe his eyes at first. Then he counted again in secret, a total of 90 trees. In just a day and a half, the players had felled 90 trees. These materials could construct 4 or 5 wooden houses. If left to the outside refugees, it would take 3 individuals at least half a month to complete such a task. Even if the bodies the players used were akin to divine avatars, representing an advanced form of the chosen ones, no matter how excellent their physique, time is still required for growth, as so far. They remained ordinary individuals. At most, during the process of chopping trees, they might experience slightly less fatigue due to their understanding of natural laws, granting them a theoretical edge in stamina compared to the average person. Yet the players had managed to transform theory into reality. They utilized that surplus stamina to the fullest. It was as if they were perpetually laboring, never taking a moment to rest. Edgar found it incomprehensible. How could anyone willingly engage in such tedious, repetitive labor without any supervision or deadlines, not even harboring thoughts of slacking off or resting? It was utterly beyond his understanding, surpassing even the most fervent zealots he had ever encountered. Contemplating this, Edgar voiced his confusion. Yi felt a twinge of nostalgia and began to recount the tale of the online game's slave simulator. The reason these dedicated players are termed liver emperors lies in their adept time management. To them, halting before depleting their stamina is an absolute waste. As long as their hands can still lift, and their hunger hasn't begun to drain their health, they can keep grinding. This is mere labor. It's an essential skill for becoming top-tier players. Wasting even a minute is a profound disrespect to these hardcore liver emperors. What? Edgar couldn't quite grasp the meaning. Never mind. Just know that they are a group capable of continuously creating miracles. Yi's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. Otherwise, how could they dare to be called the Fourth Calamity? Don't think he didn't notice. Previously, when discussing monsters, the three players had exhibited visible fear of high-level monsters. But could the players genuinely be afraid? Perhaps they were merely waiting for Yi to devise a rapid method for creating player bodies, at which point they could boldly venture into the depths of the great oak forest. Even daring to provoke demigods. Yi left it at that, his mood lifted. When the second batch of players arrives, you will naturally gain a deeper understanding of them. He gazed at the segmented pieces of the two-headed howler. Raising his hand to cast levitation, a decayed wolf head floated beside Yi as he leisurely entered the church. First, he must dispose of the two-headed howler's remains, lest the entire Sweetwater town be engulfed in foul odors for a week. Ah, the incessant hassle of transporting monsters never ceases to vex me. I must seize an opportunity to dismantle Oral's church. Yi murmured softly, gazing at the church door that could only accommodate 3 individuals at a time. Sweetwater town has not seen a single visitor in decades. Amidst the thriving vegetation, a gentle push against an abandoned house caused its final wall to collapse with a thunderous crash. Lin Xian was currently perusing the game panel. Excellent. The task of clearing the ruins has been successfully completed. Today's experience points seem to be accumulating at a faster pace than yesterday's. However, the distance to leveling up remains considerable. The glitch was not encouraging. He wielded a triangular ruler against the wood, deftly slicing with broad brambles at the appropriate spots, and soon the wood was split in twain. The second batch of players is approaching. As the first cohort, it would be rather embarrassing if we cannot maintain a lead over the newcomers, wouldn't it? It would be best if we could complete the 2 tasks that yield the second highest experience rewards before they arrive. The task with the highest reward involves constructing a wall in Sweetwater Town robust enough to withstand the tide of monsters. However, this task is marked gray, indicating it cannot be undertaken at present. It is likely that certain conditions must be met before it can be unlocked. The second highest task entails establishing residences for 2 conversing NPCs. Lin Xian, now with a headache, had just cleared a portion of land, alongside a pile of scattered wood. The only drawback of this game is that tasks cannot be repeated. To avoid being overshadowed by the new players in terms of task completion, they could only intensify their efforts during this period. Yifei yanked a weed that reached nearly to his thigh from the ground, nearly toppling over in the process. The roots accounted for a staggering 3/4 of its total length. He wiped the mud from his face, only to smudge it further. Speaking of which, our progress is quite rapid, isn't it? I took a moment to log off earlier and check the official game announcement. The second batch of players won't be online for another 3 days, which translates to 6 days in-game. Ample time for us to construct 2 wooden houses. Little did they know, the Glitch and Lin Xian both shook their heads in unison. Not enough. Chapter 63. Yifei's new discovery. Lin Xian sighed and patted Yifei's shoulder. Take a closer look at the task description. Yifei opened the game panel and read the task description aloud. Create a temporary lord's residence that satisfies Lord Yiji? The emphasis lies in the word, satisfy. Lin Xian produced the Sweetwater Town map that Edgar had given him, or rather, the reconstruction map of Sweetwater Town. See here, the houses for the 2 NPCs are not only allocated to specific areas, but also stipulate precise dimensions. To submit the task, we must at least fill the entire designated area. The scale of that undertaking is far beyond that of constructing a modest wooden hut for 1 inhabitant. Yifei gazed at the task area, which was at least the size of a 5-room apartment, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is it really that demanding? A temporary residence with such exacting standards? Otherwise, how could constructing a house yield 3,000 experience points? Lin Xian replied, exasperated, raising his hands in surrender. Moreover, the task of building the house does not include the collection of raw materials. Completing both tasks would allow each of them to level up by at least 2 levels. The Glitch stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's not unreasonable, though. To fulfill the task, I specifically inquired about their requirements. Old Yi is injured and spends most of his time near the church. His house is primarily for future lordly receptions. Old AI wishes to regain his strength, hence he needs a sufficiently large training ground, while his personal residence can be a single wooden hut with a fence. Lin Xian slapped his palm in realization. We can directly ask the NPCs about their requirements? How did I not think of that? In previous games, NPC demands were always detailed in the taskbar. Nothing was as intelligent as this divine entity. He gazed at the Glitch with delight. Glitch, are you an experiential player? Well, sort of. The Glitch hesitated. I used to enjoy the thrill of combat, but now I seek to savor the experience. Yifei counted the wood they had transported, a frown adorning his face. Indeed, even with clarified requirements, our wood supply remains woefully inadequate. A lord's residence suitable for receptions and a fully enclosed training ground require a substantial amount of timber. Furthermore, freshly cut wood cannot be utilized immediately. Lin Xian lamented. So we must redouble our efforts. We can only do as much as we can manage. To avoid being engaged in prolonged tasks, they plan to clear the designated areas and exchange them for routine task rewards. Another busy afternoon passed. The 2 task areas near the church were left spotless. The cleared weeds and debris formed a mound of refuse over 2 meters high. Edgar surveyed the players' accomplishments with great satisfaction, generously distributing their task rewards, which included tangible magical coins. 18 noon. As the 3 players hurried to eat, the tasks they submitted were just sufficient to exchange for sweet fruits. Yiji refrained from flaunting the magical coins before them. The Glitch elevated a 100-value brownish-yellow skull coin, closing one eye toward the setting sun. From any angle, the coin reflected a broken chain pattern. Lin Xian approached, amusement dancing in his eyes, still examining it. This is our entire fortune. Don't lose it. Magical coins are even more challenging to acquire than experience points. Some tasks require completion of several others before 1 magical coin is earned. The tree-cutting task yields a ratio of 5 experience points for 1 magical coin. After a day of toil, chopping trees, weeding, and collecting trash, they had finally amassed 100 coins. As the only purchasable items in the game were food and clothing, they had no immediate use for them. Therefore, they exchanged their spare change with Edgar for a lighter-weight 100-value coin, which one person would keep safe. The Glitch carefully stowed the coin, marveling at the game's currency, which boasted a counterfeit prevention system. Lin Xian pondered, could we truly fabricate counterfeit currency that NPCs cannot detect? Oh no. This game is excessively free, too unrestricted. He tossed a sweet fruit through the air. We'll discuss the rest later. Let's eat first. The Glitch caught it effortlessly, sighing as he regarded the sweet fruit. Another meal. I'll have to eat again after logging off. Why are you starting to disdain sweet fruits like Yifei? Lin Xian chuckled. He personally found this food, which could satiate hunger in just a few bites, to be a delightful boon for those who loathe cooking. Lin Xian glanced around, puzzled. By the way, where did Yifei go? Is he hiding to avoid eating? I think our tree-cutting efficiency is too low. I want to create a chainsaw, the Glitch responded. Although broad brambles are effective, they are too versatile and lack specialization. If we could produce a chainsaw, our task efficiency could increase 4 or 5-fold. Now? Wouldn't that be too rushed? Lin Xian disagreed. Our technological progress is still in the primitive stage. Suddenly attempting to create an industrial-era chainsaw in 6 days would be completely insufficient. It would actually hinder our original task progress. The glitch contemplated for a moment. He said, we don't need a motor. A hand-crank chainsaw would also expedite tree cutting compared to broad brambles. Additionally, the materials required are simple. We could complete it during lunch and dinner breaks. Lin Xian's mouth fell agape in astonishment. A chainsaw without a motor? That's quite the inventive thought. However, if they could indeed create such a device, the benefits would be substantial. Lin Xian promptly exclaimed. Where is he? I want to help. I don't know. He mentioned he wasn't sure what materials he needed, so he's just wandering around. The glitch replied, chewing on the sweet fruit. He then relayed the theory Yi Fei had shared with him earlier. The hardness of broad brambles was quite reliable, and Yi Fei intended to repurpose them as replaceable cutting blades for the chainsaw. However, they still needed gears and chains. Ideally, these would be made from iron or alloys. Unfortunately, lacking the conditions, they could only search for alternative plants. Lin Xian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. So we're still in the theoretical phase? What a letdown. The glitch shrugged. If we find an iron mine, I have a way to smelt iron. But that's a big if. Just then, a shout echoed from a distance. Look what I found. Yi Fei came running towards them, his head adorned with a mass of vines, resembling a green-haired specter. Lin Xian nearly choked on his sweet fruit in shock. Hey, where did this monstrosity come from? The glitch helped Yi Fei disentangle the deep green vines from his head, puzzled. Isn't this the vine I used to transport wood earlier? Can it serve as the chain for the chainsaw? Chapter 64. Discovery of iron ore. The glitch was both confused and skeptical. He indeed acknowledged the resilience of the vines. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used them as ropes and left them at the town entrance for continued use the following day. However, the functionality of a chain cannot simply be replaced by a rope, can it? Did you lose it? That's fortunate, Yi Fei exclaimed, beaming with excitement. Glitch, do you remember where you found the vines? Lin Xian interjected, his expression one of incredulity. Wait, are you truly planning to make a biological chainsaw? A biological chainsaw? Yi Fei took 2 seconds to comprehend the meaning behind those words, promptly shaking his head. Chains need to be paired with gears. How can mechanical parts sprout from the ground? I found something entirely different. He dove into a pile of vines, searching fervently. After a considerable amount of time spent searching, drenched in sweat, he finally located his objective, the root system. A vine that can withstand the friction of dozens or even hundreds of pounds must undoubtedly possess a robust root system. The character known as Luanma had grown weary of tending to it and decided to take a segment of the vine's root, still bearing a bit of soil. This small piece, accompanied by the earthy remnants from the town's entrance, brought immense joy to Yi Fei. What do you perceive? Luanma leaned closer to inspect the vine's root system. Recognizing it as his own discovery, if there were anything particularly special about it, he wouldn't have had to wait until now to uncover it. Tentatively, he ventured. Appears greener than an ordinary vine? Lin Xian stepped forward to assess the soil's hardness. It was as solid as stone, which explained why it had remained attached to the root without detaching. Evidently, Luanma had exerted considerable effort in severing it. Incorrect? Utterly mistaken. Yi Fei exclaimed with a grave expression. You have all failed to see beyond the surface and grasp the essence. He angled the vine's root towards the setting sun, and immediately, a faint metallic sheen emerged from its base. The metallic luster, the hard compacted soil, and the tiny metallic particles within. Yi Fei's nostrils flared as he exhaled in awe. This is the scent of iron ore. Iron ore? The two exclaimed in unison. Luanma tore off a clump of soil with tree roots. Inhaling deeply. It truly has a metallic scent. After spending a day in the unspoiled wilderness, this aroma is unmistakable. Yi Fei chuckled with pride. Indeed, you discovered the location of the vine. The surrounding vegetation must be exceptionally lush. Correct? Luanma nodded affirmatively. Although the vegetation in the Great Oak Forest was abundant, Sweetwater Town had become a desolate settlement, with wild grasses only recently taking root. There was a significant disparity compared to a genuine natural forest. Wherever Luanma had found this special vine, the foliage was extraordinarily dense, nearly leaving him without a place to stand. He had assumed it was due to proximity to the river, ensuring ample water supply. Yi Fei's gaze was resolute as he nodded vigorously. Exactly. The mineral content near iron ore deposits is higher, which can sometimes stimulate the growth of vegetation. Lin Xian appeared as if he were encountering Yi Fei for the first time. Exclaiming in astonishment, no way. You can also discern mineral veins? What other surprises are we unaware of? He I did a bit of research online last night, Yi Huifei admitted bashfully. He had long contemplated the idea of constructing a chainsaw. Although he had previously engaged in similar crafts, that did not mean he could produce a chainsaw without any preparation. The first order of business was, of course, to investigate how to locate iron and how to smelt iron. Remarkably, he had just researched this yesterday, and today it had proven useful. Wanma pondered for a moment. I still remember the vine's location. It is near the riverbank, although it is a distance away from the town. And the vicinity may not be safe. He could reach it, purely because the vine was exceptionally long. As he navigated, he surpassed the distance they had encountered the red-skinned earthworm previously. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and nothing untoward transpired. However, if they were to venture out to mine for iron ore, the commotion would undoubtedly be considerable. What might unfold then was anyone's guess. They were uncertain if they could even contend with a red-skinned earthworm of the lowest danger level using their own strength. Moreover, smelting iron would necessitate a container capable of withstanding high temperatures, Lin Xian added. I thought we could mine right away. Yi Huifei's expression revealed his disappointment. He seemed to deflate at once, at this rate. When would he ever begin crafting the chainsaw and efficiently accumulate points? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. While we cannot mine alone, there are others. You mean, Old Yi and the others? Yi Huifei realized. Wanma affirmed his suspicion. With a newfound resource available for extraction, it was imperative to inform the faction leader. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Yi, accompanied by the luminous orb Xiao Ming, was fortuitously strolling in their direction. What better opportunity could there be? Old Yi. The trio of players rushed forward, encircling the individual and the orb, eagerly reporting their discovery in a cacophony of voices. Wait. Yi Ji's head spun from the players' clamorous chatter. After much effort, he managed to extract the key information from their babble. Are you saying you discovered an iron ore deposit near Sweetwater Town? As he spoke the latter part, disbelief permeated his voice. Since the undead lacked ears, the possibility of him having misheard was non-existent. However, how could there possibly be an iron ore deposit near Sweetwater Town? Though it was now abandoned, it had once been a bustling town. If there were truly an iron ore deposit, it would have certainly been discovered. The mineral veins of the Edia continent were not devoid of valuable resources. Not to mention, there was also a magic node nearby. This was of great significance. Yi Ji wasted no time, declaring, "Where is the location? Take me to see." Simultaneously, he instructed Xiao Ming to return and summon Edgar as well. If the distance was too great, they would need a capable combatant. Upon receiving news of a suspected iron ore discovery, Edgar arrived promptly. The group set off along the Woolen River in a grand procession. Within a 1-kilometer radius surrounding Sweetwater Town, there existed a magic array constructed by Yi Ji. The location Wanma guided them to was at the edge of this array. After walking about 30 more steps, they would enter the hunting range of magical creatures. Moreover, this area was perilously close to the unpredictable banks of the Woolen River. The fact that they had traversed this path without incident could only be attributed to Wanma's extraordinary luck. The destination pointed out by Wanma was conspicuously verdant, with intertwined vines resembling a natural green wall. Yi Ji cast a glance before turning his attention to the riverbank, which had been sullied by sediment. He retrieved his black magic wand and inserted it into the damp shallow waters, the shaft briefly shimmering with a golden hue. After 5 seconds, he withdrew it. The wand's base had thickened several folds compared to before. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that it was encrusted with black particles. Edgar inquired, "What is this?" "Iron sand," Yi Ji confirmed, observing the vegetation along the bank. "Indeed, there is an iron ore vein here." Chapter 65. A hidden quest emerges. Yi Ji's emotions were tumultuous. He still could not comprehend how there could be a mineral vein beneath the very nose of Sweetwater Town. However, the iron sand drawn up by magnetism was indisputable. The iron ore reserves of this vein appeared quite substantial. Yi Huifei gazed in wonder at the black magic wand. "Wow, what kind of magic is this?" "No, it is scienced." Yi Ji flicked his wrist, causing the faint golden glow of the wand to flicker and extinguish. The particle-sized iron sand cascaded down, returning to the riverbank. It is a minor spell that grants ordinary objects magnetic properties. Yi Ji turned to him, "But it is merely intermediate magic. You cannot learn it for now." Yi Huifei's expression of delight froze. Does this otherworldly realm also adhere to scientific principles? Handcrafted magnets? Must one be a scientist to learn magic? Why not? Yi Ji countered. The application of magic in science is not dissimilar. For instance, The combination of fire magic and wind magic can manipulate the water elements in the air, creating heat waves. The release of water magic must comply with fluid dynamics to produce varying effects. Since magic exists, it is inherently a form of science. Hearing the term fluid dynamics from an NPC that appeared to be straight out of a Western fantasy setting caused Lin Xian's lips to twitch. It felt excessively realistic. Wanma fell silent for a moment, feeling as though he were in some sort of professional educational course. His academic experience in childhood had been rather lackluster, particularly in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The pressure mounted significantly. Observing the three players' expectedly somber expressions, Edgar reassured them, "Do not be concerned. Even ordinary wizards do not study these subjects, including the earlier magnetic spell, which is a unique magic developed by Yi himself. It is the external wizards who fail to comprehend the scientific principles behind magic cultivation." Yi retorted earnestly, "However, you are different as compatriots. You should be able to evaluate whether what I say holds merit." These concepts were not merely his own theories but the culmination of the lifework of countless predecessors from Blue Star. Yixi's sole objective in sharing this was to correct the players' understanding of magic. Magic is not omnipotent. Idia is not a high magic world. Or rather, beneath the level of the divine, magic is insufficient to resolve all troubles. It resembles an alternative scientific product, serving as a tool similar to technological inventions. Therefore, do not come to him with indirect queries about some overnight spell that could restore all of Sweetwater Town. Yi thought with lingering resentment. If such a spell existed, would he have needed to summon players from another world to assist him? Does this mean the game has truly replicated the laws of physics in reality one-to-one? Lin Xian was left agape, in a world where magic and technology intertwine. How was the underlying code of the game designed? Astonishing! Before the three players could fully contemplate this, Yi shook off the remaining iron sand from his wand and proceeded toward the destination where Wanma had discovered the vine. After some exploration, they indeed found a hollow area. He opened the NPC panel and issued a task to clear the underbrush. The players promptly set aside the perplexing magical principles and eagerly accepted the task. Clearing the surface weeds proved surprisingly easy. Soon, a massive stone slab was revealed beneath. Together, they combined their efforts to lift it. With a thud, the stone slab toppled to the side, unveiling a small iron or entrance large enough for two people to pass through simultaneously. The entrance of the mine had been eroded by time. The remaining rungs of the ladder were merely 2.5 frayed ropes, surrounded by rust that was both mottled and dim. The mine pit resembled a voracious black hole, with feeble rays of light slanting in, failing to penetrate to the pit's depths. Edgar reached down to probe the abyss. The flow of magic seemed normal. Thus, there should be no danger below. Yi nodded in acknowledgement. "That's good. Let us descend and investigate." The three players followed closely behind. Due to the proximity to the river, the walls of the mine were unusually slick, covered in an abundance of moss. The manner in which the three players descended into the mine was increasingly clumsy. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds of their bodies hitting the ground echoed. Just before they slipped and fell, Yi took a deliberate step forward, narrowly avoiding the catastrophe of being crushed beneath them. Observing the three players, now piled together and rolling their eyes in agony, Yi shook his head in frustration. So weak. Today's players are still far too feeble. They struggle even to descend a mine pit. Their dedication to practicing magic is disheartening. Fortunately, the mine was not very deep, and the three players only fell partway down. The injuries they sustained amounted to little more than twisted ankles and minor scrapes, painful, but not grievous. Yi prepared to turn and proceed. A thought suddenly struck him, causing him to pause. Wait. If their gameplay consists solely of laborious tasks, and they are perpetually burdened by various minor injuries that cannot be masked by the pain threshold, how resilient must a masochist be to continue playing? No, he must devise a solution. Yi looked at the player among them with the fastest progress in magic training, the one known as Garble, and an idea sparked in his mind. He raised his wand and used the levitation charm to separate the three. Then, turning to Garble, he inquired, "I recall you have learned the wind control spell. Why did you not employ it just now?" "Me?" Garble, struggling to rise while stifling his pain, replied in astonishment, "The wind control spell can make one fly?" He had merely tried it once during the day. The spell could only act upon one's body, enhancing speed but not granting flight. There was a vast difference between appearing more agile and actually soaring through the air. "Of course," Yi asserted confidently. "The wind control spell is essentially the foundational incantation for all wind magic. To control is to master. Once you have completely mastered the winds, why should you not be able to fly?" Garble was speechless. Wasn't that rather obvious? He could not do that. Furthermore, no one had anticipated that Lin Xian above would slip and inadvertently drag him and the elder down with him. The duration of their fall was brief, while the incantation's casting time was lengthy. Even if he had the capability, he could not react in time. Lin Xian, rising from the ground, appeared somewhat bewildered. What did old Yi suddenly mean by this? The elder, groaning and rubbing his rear, exclaimed, "No way! Are we so pathetic that even old Yi can't bear to watch us?" At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Xian. He nudged Garble with his elbow, silencing whatever the latter was about to say, and urgently prompted, "Quickly, continue along his train of thought. This is a hidden quest." The unexpected topic raised by the NPC was undoubtedly a hidden quest. Garble, realizing this, felt both surprised and delighted, hastily asking, "What do I need to do?" Edgar, a short distance ahead, paused, puzzling over the situation behind him. Yi pretended to ponder for a moment, then remarked, "Ah, I happen to have a guide for practicing basic incantations." "I accept," Garble exclaimed, both astonished and overjoyed. It truly was a hidden quest. So, this game offered more than just leveling up. There were indeed valuable rewards. Simultaneously, a task notification popped up on his game panel. Successfully accepted a time-limited quest. Complete the following tasks within 2 days to receive the following rewards. Basic incantation training manual, etc. Task 1. Use the wind control spell 8 times. Task 2. Complete wood collection. Task 10. Task 3. Upon reviewing the list, Garble could not help but gasp. The density of tasks was overwhelming, far beyond what an average person could accomplish. Utilizing the wind control spell would significantly deplete his stamina, while most of the other tasks required considerable physical exertion. The only advantage was that he had control over when to begin. To complete them, he would undoubtedly need to dedicate an entire day. Utilizing every precious moment of the 2 days, the difficulty of the tasks was so high that rather than feeling frustrated, Garble found himself increasingly excited about the eventual rewards. The stringent conditions for triggering the quest, referring to Yi Ji's extended time spent in town for recovery, made one wonder what hidden rewards could possibly match such difficulty. Garble was filled with an eagerness to embark on his quest and clicked to accept. The elder watched enviously from the side. "Why, Lord, what about me? Is there a task for the holy light spell?" Under the eager gaze of the elder, Yi Ji felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. "So, one only knew to call him my lord when seeking favors?" "No. The holy light spell is merely a basic healing incantation with little transformative growth." "Ah!" The elder's face fell in disappointment. Did this mean the light magic had no future in this game? At that moment, Edgar cleared his throat. The holy light spell is a fundamental incantation that every mage under the Radiant Church must learn. While it may lack versatility, it is closely related to many subsequent spells of the light affinity. If you have questions, feel free to ask me. Upon hearing this, the 4 faces turned blank, +1 luminous orb. As Xiao Ming had not received the mental imprint from Yi Ji, he was unable to comprehend the player's speech, dozing on Yi Ji's shoulder. However, the mental imprint only facilitated mutual understanding of intent. The spoken words remained in their original language. As Edgar spoke, Xiao Ming suddenly awoke. "No, I object." The orb swelled to a pale red hue, voice tinged with anger. "How can spells of the light affinity be taught to an undead being of unknown origin? They lack the reverence for the light god." Yi Ji swiftly pressed Xiao Ming down. "Objection denied. When did you gain the right to speak here?" He then patted Edgar's shoulder with gratitude. "Comrade Renaud, you have indeed not let the organization down. If Edgar is willing to cooperate, the player's progress in light magic will be completely off his mind." He had thought that this task, which was intended to pique player interest, would be deemed a nuisance. Nearby, the players whispered among themselves, "The elder can heal too? Not only can he tank, but he can also deal damage. If he were to switch factions midway, I reckon old Edgar would be quite a handful. Perhaps he'll be nerfed in the next version." The players' voices were not particularly quiet, and everyone present could hear them. Edgar fell into silence, suddenly regretting his earlier decision. Yi Ji smiled awkwardly, deliberately blocking the players' chatter with the common tongue of Elthia. Players are like this. Their thoughts are erratic, and they enjoy speaking impulsively. You can pretend you did not hear them. That I understand. Edgar also muted the players' communication, hoping they would indeed create miracles, as you suggested. For the sake of it, he could endure their antics, which were far less burdensome than what the players were ultimately facing. Having traversed a considerable distance through the damp mine, Yi Ji led the way while the players followed. Lin Xian held the flame on his finger aloft for illumination, cautiously moving forward. Despite Xiao Ming being a light orb larger than a fist, Its glow barely illuminated a meter around it. In contrast, Lin Xian's fireball spell, though currently diminutive, was astonishingly bright, akin to a 30-watt lamp. Moreover, without the intent to enlarge it or throw it away, Lin Xian could maintain it for an extended duration. With a resigned sigh, Lin Xian mused, I didn't expect my skill talent points to be so focused on illumination. Don't be disheartened, my friend. Based on my assessment of the game, the fireball spell will undoubtedly be a major asset in combat mode. The future is promising, the elder encouraged, avoiding puddles on the ground. Lin Xian forced a smile. Let us hope so. Right now, I'm the only one without a clear training direction. Among the two NPCs, only Yi knew the fireball spell. But he had already assigned tasks to Garble and could not simultaneously teach Lin Xian. However, a fierce determination ignited in Lin Xian's eyes. I have seen the grown-up fireball spell in action. I will not give up. Garble glanced at his task list. My task reward is the basic incantation training manual. It doesn't specify that it can only be used for the wind control spell. Perhaps I can share it later. Really? Lin Xian's eyes brightened. What a good brother. Amidst the chatter, Edgar listened, feeling a complex mix of emotions. You truly understand them. You've restored their fighting spirit so quickly. Generally, players possessed an energy level that could be terrifying. Now, their enthusiasm was on the verge of materialization. To be honest, it exceeded my expectations. Yi replied candidly. The tasks he originally intended to issue were nowhere near as challenging as those presented now. It was merely a glitch in the NPC panel, leading to an accidental multi-selection. Yet, Garble and the other players accepted the tasks so readily. Moreover, throughout the journey, the players discussed how to efficiently allocate their 2 days, even strategizing ways to exploit bugs. Their conversations brimmed with determination. Yi contemplated it, seemed he needed to invest more effort into task design, diversifying the tasks to better engage the players' enthusiasm. The air grew increasingly pungent with the scent of rust as the narrow, winding mine shaft reached its conclusion. Yi halted, maneuvering around an abandoned minecart and mining equipment. So soon? He was somewhat astonished, given the depth of the mineral deposits near the Frostwind Plains. This distance, I estimate, is merely the threshold for accessing the iron ore deposits. Yi furrowed his brow as he examined the walls flanking the mining tunnel. He successfully unearthed a few fragments of ore in the corner. What's the matter? Edgar inquired. This is a vein that has hardly been mined, Yi asserted with conviction. Chapter 67. The monster incubation chamber. It is peculiar. Although the technological level of Elsha is not advanced, it has nonetheless entered the Iron Age. Mining iron and silver ores should pose no challenge. With such a substantial vein lying openly at their doorstep, it is inconceivable that Sweetwater Town has not exploited it. Yi picked up the scattered iron ore fragments from the ground and crushed them with considerable force. The stone proved no match for the hardness of his bones, shattering effortlessly. A scent of rust permeated the air. Yi's heart sank gradually. Not only had it not been mined, but the quality of the iron ore was alarmingly excellent. Sweetwater Town has been abandoned for at least several decades, if not a century. Situated near a river, the environment of the mine is damp, making the iron ore susceptible to oxidation and corrosion. Yet, even so, these mine fragments still possess a quality that can be deemed average. With considerable usability, one can only imagine the exceptional nature of this vein. Edgar's expression mirrored his dismay. I shall investigate the mine entrance. With that, he strode past the players who were chatting and pushing each other, swiftly disappearing around the bend of the tunnel. Observing the two NPCs' demeanor, which was akin to facing a formidable foe, Lin Xian's expression turned serious. Is high-quality iron, or not a good thing? He had initially thought this was merely an exploration event for a resource point in a novice village. As for why there would be iron ore near an abandoned town, such questions seemed unnecessary. Surely, they could not deprive players of any resources in a novice village? Xiao Ming, perched on Yi's shoulder, let out a disdainful snicker. Humph, foolish undead from another realm. Though he was unaware of where Yi had encountered these peculiar undead, his observations over the past 2 days indicated that they indeed inherited the trait of low intelligence typical of the undead. Just as he was about to continue his mockery in the Elshan common tongue, Yi silenced him without mercy. Have you forgotten the lessons of the past? He explained to the players, setting aside other factors. The quality of iron ore is, of course, better when it is higher. The center of Sweetwater Town lies a magical node with a gentle flow of energy and a higher concentration of magic. Within its radiance, the surrounding natural resources tend to be more abundant. Furthermore, it is also more likely to give rise to magical stones such as starlight stones and dark iron, which possess magical properties. The ore vein before us undoubtedly meets the criteria for producing magically infused minerals. Even if the magical node in Sweetwater Town is not particularly powerful, the quality of the vein can more than compensate for this deficiency. If we can extract magical or with properties akin to dark iron, it would greatly benefit Sweetwater Town in its current state. Since Sweetwater Town has been chosen as the starting point for players and as Yiji's recuperation site, the winter magic tide is a challenge they must face. Yiji has already posted a task in the game character panel to construct a wall to withstand the magical tide. However, he immediately locked it in the first column, preventing anyone from accepting it. The reason being, they currently lack the necessary conditions to fulfill this objective. He merely listed it to serve as a reminder for the players, to prepare them mentally for the impending tide, lest they be caught unawares and suffer excessively. However, with dark iron, the situation changes dramatically. Dark iron possesses exceptional magical resistance, capable of absorbing and converting most magical attack energy while also boasting considerable physical hardness. It is an ideal material for the first line of defense, the city wall. While Edgar was still investigating, Yiji patiently explained to the players. The three players listened with wide eyes. The principles of the Elshin or vein went in one ear and out the other. But they remembered the final statement. So, if we extract dark iron, we can unlock the task with the most generous rewards for constructing the wall, exclaimed I Can Fly, gripping Yiji's bony hand in excitement. If we can indeed extract dark iron, Yiji hesitated before responding. He merely suggested the possibility of dark iron's existence, not a certainty. Moreover, the smelting of dark iron and the construction of the city wall present numerous challenges that need to be addressed. Nonetheless, setting aside the subsequent task difficulties, it certainly achieves the goal of unlocking the quest. At that point, having such a substantial dark iron mine would serve as a more tangible warning to players about the impending magical tide than the elusive locked quest. Wonderful! I Can Fly exclaimed, eagerly awaiting this affirmation. Lin Xian gazed at him enviously. Not bad, you clever fellow. This mine was worth the search, due to a clump of soil brought forth by vines. They had inadvertently discovered a hidden task, in addition to the prerequisite for the main storyline wall construction mission. Glitch frowned. Don't celebrate too soon. This mine may not be so easily extracted. Right? I Can Fly scratched his head. Oldie, can we mine this ore? The three players looked at him with eager curiosity. Yiji smiled without replying, turning to look behind the three. There, Edgar had returned, his expression graver than when he had departed. He confirmed that there was a sealing array on the wooden board at the mine entrance. However, the mage who set the array was of low level, and much time had elapsed, rendering it ineffective long ago. Edgar had spent considerable effort attempting to restore the traces of the array and discern its function. Yiji pondered. So, it was indeed sealing the magic? Correct, Edgar replied. It seems the caster initially intended to create an array to absorb magic. Yiji sighed. Unfortunately, he failed. I Can Fly listened to their conversation, bewildered. What does sealing magic mean? Does that mean this mine cannot be excavated? Lin Xian surveyed the environment surrounding the tunnel, unable to discern anything unusual. Why does it sound like this place is not a vein but rather some sort of isolated monster? Yet, Edgar had mentioned that the array had failed, and they had been in the tunnel for quite some time without incident. From this perspective, it seemed there was no issue. Unfortunately, they guessed correctly. Yiji stated bluntly. The three players? The three immediately turned back to back, adopting an exaggerated defensive stance. What manner of fiend are you? Show yourself at once, I Can Fly shouted. Lin Xian cautiously held up the flame on his fingertip, fearing that something might suddenly emerge from the shadows and bite his finger. Isn't there a monster nearby? Ugh, a magical creature? Glitch stiffened. Unclear, but there is currently no movement. Yiji fell silent for a moment. The player's understanding of magical creatures was woefully limited, and it was up to him to explain. Right now, there is nothing, but if you dig a little further in, that may not hold true. Magical creatures are diverse in type and variable in ability. Their living habits naturally differ. So, is it possible that some magical creatures prefer to nest within or veins? Glitch speculated. No, magical creatures cannot move long distances, but that does not mean they dislike moving. Restricting their nests to or veins confines them to a single location. Yiji swiftly dismissed Glitch's conjecture, revealing the correct answer. However, minerals rich in magical properties can also be utilized by magical creatures, even serving as sustenance. The ore vein serves as an incubation chamber for magical creatures. Chapter 68. The prophecy of world annihilation truly exists an incubation chamber for magical creatures? The three players' taut nerves suddenly relaxed. I Can Fly wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. What a relief. It's merely unhatched magical offspring. You startled me. What a false alarm. Lin Xian patted his chest. Old Yi? Next time, please say it all at once. After such a breathless moment, they had expected something far more sinister. Glitch let out a sigh of relief. Unhatched magical creatures should have low combat power. Right? He glanced at Yi Ji and Edgar's expressions, his tone gradually losing confidence. Generally speaking, this is indeed the case, Yi Ji replied. Before they successfully hatch, magical creatures are indeed in one of their few vulnerable stages of life. However, upon hatching, they seamlessly acquire their first divine-selected talent, embarking on a path of invincibility among their peers. Compared to true divine-selected individuals who must painstakingly activate their talents, magical creatures, with their absolute absorption capacity for divine remnants, can entirely bypass this step. Furthermore, as time progresses, they will awaken their second and third talents, but that does not apply to the current situation. Edgar interjected. I can fly gasped. In a way, are there magical creatures that can attack while still in the egg? Edgar's words were on the tip of his tongue but were swallowed back by I can fly interrupting him, his expression growing exceedingly complex. Yi Ji nearly burst into laughter. He could sense that Edgar was making every effort to accept the player community. However, the boundless absurdity of the players is not something an ordinary Elshan native can easily comprehend. Yi Ji cleared his throat. Allow me to explain. As previously mentioned, magical creatures can consume minerals possessing magical properties. To be precise, this refers to feeding the unhatched magical creatures. Thus, magical eggs can absorb external energy, accelerating the hatching process. However, aside from minerals, the primary sustenance for adult magical creatures consists of intelligent species. Humans, elves, mermaids, all are included in their diet. The fact that magical creatures have already added humans to their menu while still in their eggs is a grave concern. Should they recklessly mine the vein, and someone inadvertently falls into the magical creature's incubation nest, losing a limb or a leg would merely be a minor inconvenience. What is truly alarming is that if they consume even a small portion of that limb, the magical creature may hatch prematurely. Yi Ji's tone grew grave. I am uncertain about the timeline of Sweetwater Town's demise. After all, the last time I was here was 400 years ago. However, judging by the signs of desolation in the town, it has been no less than 50 years. This implies that the mining vein was discovered half a century ago, along with the hidden lair of the monstrous creatures. This timeline is not far removed from the downfall of Sweetwater Town. After all, with the monsters nesting right at their doorstep, the townsfolk could only resort to sealing off the area. Such a response is hardly characteristic of a prosperous settlement. Yet, 50 years is ample time. Even if the creatures have only just hatched, they would still pose a formidable challenge to the players. In fact, even Yi Ji is not entirely confident of defeating them. Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Does this mean that the monsters within the mining vein could emerge at any moment? Certainly. Having incubated for 50 years, even if they are not fully formed, they would not resemble mere egg whites and yolks. Their combat prowess would be immensely formidable. Grandpa will fly responded emphatically. Yi Ji wished to point out that the eggs of monsters differ fundamentally from chicken or bird eggs. However, this understanding indeed simplifies matters. Once they encounter the actual monster egg, they will surely comprehend the difference, he mused silently, choosing not to elaborate further. Nevertheless, upon learning of the powerful monster lurking nearby, the players' fear and anxiety were fleeting, quickly replaced by boundless excitement. A monster that has been incubating for over 50 years. This is precisely the first significant boss for novices, isn't it? Although they may not yet be capable of defeating it, that does not prevent them from pestering Yi Ji for detailed information about the creature. In preparation for battling the boss, gathering strategies is always prudent. These insights were inherently what Yi Ji intended to share, and he naturally included them. For instance, how does a monster egg consume meat within its shell? One could refer to the corrosive blisters found on the two-headed howling wolf, which dissolve flesh into a nutrient-rich broth suitable for absorption. While monsters lack familial bonds, their instinct to protect their offspring remains. Before departing after laying their eggs, they ensure to provide sufficient safety and nourishment for their hatchlings. Yi Ji stroked his chin, speculating. The previous inhabitants of Sweetwater Town likely sealed the mine hastily upon discovering traces of the monsters, fearing that the incubation chambers would occupy the entire vein, a creature that an entire town cannot contend with? Ganma felt a surge of apprehension. He gained a clearer understanding of the power disparity between ordinary people and monsters within the game's framework. Would the combat experience he honed in reality prove effective against monsters? The vague sense of superiority he cultivated from battling the red-skinned earthworm began to dissipate. This game is even more hardcore than he had imagined. Lin Xian furrowed his brow, contemplating. Is there a profession that could tame monsters to serve as tools? In reality, many carnivorous creatures include humans in their diet. Yet, that does not imply that peaceful coexistence is utterly impossible. Domestication and training have always been the forte of beast tamers, no? Yiji replied decisively. Monsters can only be enemies. They are fundamentally different from ordinary animals and cannot be communicated with. They are the crucial catalyst for the apocalyptic prophecy. Indeed, the prophecy presented to players as an introductory narrative is the most genuine among the multitude of lies. 600 years ago, the fall of the gods altered countless realities. Only species devoid of wisdom can absorb the remnants of deities and transform into monsters. Moreover, the dietary habits of monsters invariably consist of intelligent races. Without exception. Unlike other species, monsters' lifespans diminish over time, leading to a gradual decline in intelligence until they ultimately suffer brain death. They can only extend their lives by consuming intelligent beings, stealing their wisdom. This contradiction cannot be reconciled or altered at its core. Thus, the notion of monster tamers is utterly unfounded, Ganma realized. Weighing wisdom against power and lifespan, it's no wonder you do not classify them within the ecological chain. This method of growth and survival resembles not a biological entity but rather a mechanical life form programmed with extreme parameters. Why? What could account for such a peculiar creature? Grandpa Will Fly was utterly confounded. Who knows? Yi Ji shrugged nonchalantly. After all, it simply exists. Perhaps it is related to the fact that the goddess of wisdom perished the earliest among the deities. Chapter 69. The reward for discovering the mining vein. The abilities and talents of monsters stem from the gifts of divine remnants. The goddess Alona, who presided over knowledge and wisdom, perished before the divine war. Since the gods were responsible for her demise, Alona left nothing behind, thus rendering her incapable of endowing monsters with corresponding abilities. However, this remains mere speculation without any factual corroboration. Alona died before the divine war? Edgar was taken aback. How do you know? Oh, did I not mention it to you? Yiji replied, scanning his mind for memories of having shared this detail with others. Given the daily reputation of the Watchers organization in Eltia, it was unlikely anyone would approach him to discuss the principles of monster formation. Having lived for 700 years, it is only natural to forget a few details. Yiji easily disregarded his forgotten question, redirecting instead. The collusion to murder the god of wisdom is indeed disreputable. The gods would never allow the truth to circulate, though you truly believe. Like those fanatical lunatics from the revelatory church, that he is still alive. Edgar fell silent for a moment, slowly shaking his head. No, it's just that the death of deities prior to the divine war is simply at odds with the education I received. Even though the gods have fallen for 600 years, the public perception of their immortality remains unchanged. Tio claimed that a deity perished before the divine war. Especially one of the 13 ancient gods would undoubtedly be deemed heretical by the ancient god church, leading to a bounty on your head throughout all of Eltia. What? The Watchers have long been hunted by both the new god church and the ancient god church? Edgar sighed in relief. Then it's no concern at all. He fixed a serious gaze upon Yish. I am now very curious as to why you were present at that time. Since joining the Watchers, Yiji had continually reshaped Edgar's worldview. The critical point was that no matter how outrageous the perspective, the other party always found a way to present evidence or reasoning to persuade him. The silenced Xiao Ming jumped twice on Yiji's shoulder, signaling its own curiosity. Why? Yiji cast a glance at it, staring into the void, and sighed. Well, it's a long story. The players whispered among themselves nearby. Grandpa Will Fly. Here it comes again. I bet old you will find an excuse to gloss over this, Lin Xian. Every time he speaks, he only shares half the story. Sooner or later, someone will catch him in a bind. Ganma. Is drawing aggro a trait of the undead? Yiji, some things cannot be said aloud, you know? Since the players had already disrupted the conversation, he chose to forego even seeking an excuse and directly jumped over the previous topic. Ahem. Yiji looked at the players, his tone serious. Although the monsters within the mining vein cannot be dealt with at the moment, it is certainly preferable to discovering them only after they have fully hatched. The Watchers will remember your contributions. As soon as he finished speaking, a message simultaneously popped up on the game panels of the three players. Would you like to accept the gratitude of Watcher leader Yiji? The three players' eyes brightened. Only a fool would choose the second option. Accept, accept, accept. Congratulations. You have received the following rewards. 1. First exploration rights of the mining monster lair. 2. Assistance from leader Yiji 1. Can be exchanged for 1 mid-level or lower spell effect. Lin Xian excitedly grabbed the person next to him. It's the exploration rights to a dungeon. We hit the jackpot. This is the game's first large-scale dungeon, and it is connected to the main storyline. If used wisely, this could be the key reward that sets them apart from other players. The second reward's utility was still unclear, but having the faction leader offer assistance is a significant advantage. Grandpa Will Fly rolled his eyes at the tightness of his clothes. I know, but just so you know, if I get penalized for resurrection, I want to profit from this. Lin Xian sheepishly released Grandpa Will Fly's sleeve. Chuckling awkwardly, sorry, haha, he had gotten carried away in his excitement. Given the proximity of the monsters, it was indeed unsafe. After resolving the player's exploration reward issue, Yiji led them out of the cave, sealing the entrance once more. Until they found a way to eliminate the monstrous incubation lair, it was best to prevent novice players from stumbling in. The three players, seeing there was no further plot development, quickly slipped away to complete their quests, leaving one person, one ball, and one undead behind to continue lingering by the banks of the Wooland River. Xiao Ming's silence was lifted. After holding back for so long, it felt as though it was about to burst. Truly foolish undead. They were so easily placated. Holding on to a few trivial favors, they handed over the rights to exploit the entire mining vein to Yiji. After all, they had discovered the vein themselves. Yiji spoke calmly. I suggest you adjust your mindset, which has been affected by Oral's memories, sooner rather than later. In a sense, they are your followers. How you appear in the future will be determined by them. It remained silent, and Yiji nearly forgot to confront it regarding its misdeeds. Xiao Ming, possessing only fragments of the God of Light's memories, exhibited a personality akin to an extreme advocate of the ancient gods. It adhered to the doctrine of magical chastity, believing that only the followers of certain deities could learn corresponding spells. It also maintained a rigid control over its followers, viewing players as its subordinates. If it cannot amend this behavior, Yiji would seriously consider diminishing its intellectual capabilities to prevent future complications. From this unvaried dialogue, Xiao Ming sensed an ominous undertone. Its spherical form trembled involuntarily, yet its tone remained defiant. Who says I've been influenced? The gods can't be wrong. It was one thing to make it run errands, but now it sought to control its thoughts. This is rather excessive. Xiao Ming stood with his hands on his nearly non-existent waist, exuding an air of absolute unyieldingness. When he initially established the one-sided contract, he had never considered the thoughts of the other party involved. Even though he now found himself living within a heretical organization, he had never been an outsider. One day, he would certainly devise a way to escape and regain his freedom. A deity cannot err? Yishi chuckled softly as he gazed down at him, suggesting he maintain his current demeanor. It appeared that when an opponent reached a level of foolishness, their anger could become endearing. If the deity's faction were to be this foolish, it would indeed be a fortunate circumstance. Yi casually tossed him onto the stone slab at the entrance of the mine. After all, he bore the divine essence of the God of Light, and his passive purification attribute was perfectly suited for enchanting the ceiling array. It was always prudent to add an extra layer of protection to the array. Edgar gazed at the distant, diminishing figures of players, his tone tinged with nostalgia. However, he was right in one regard. Your assistant is indeed easy to handle. Had it been the natives of Elthia, the mining vein would have likely changed hands several times before the arrival of the territory owner. The majority of Elthian citizens had no concept of public land. Whoever could seize it, it belonged to them. Players, indeed, hailed from a world of impeccable order. Chapter 70. Divine power value updated again. It seems you hold a favorable impression of the players. Yiji remarked with a smile. Edgar typically did not frequently comment on matters unrelated to himself. The territory's resources being owned by the faction is a universally accepted premise across various games. Moreover, given that this is the early phase of the game, if the players were genuinely tasked with managing a mining vein, they would likely be quite reluctant. Yiji stretched lazily. Let us go. There is much to attend to upon our return. In the vicinity of Sweetwater Town, there existed a monster incubation chamber. It appears the number of monsters in the Great Oakwood Forest exceeds their initial estimations. The prior inspection of Sweetwater Town had been insufficiently thorough, leading to such a significant oversight. Upon returning, every inch must be examined thoroughly. Once Xiao Ming completed the enchantment of the array, Yiji swiftly lifted him and tossed him onto his shoulder. He cast one last glance at the mine. The external understanding of the Great Oakwood Forest seems somewhat outdated. Even the density of the outer monster nests had been reduced to a 1-kilometer radius. It is likely that the next tide of monsters will coincide with the expansion of the Great Oakwood Forest. Players frolicked until dawn, gradually logging off for meals. The moonlit carriage, unoccupied, transformed into a silver arc at midnight. Slicing through the sky. At the same moment, Yiji's system template was updated. Name, Yiji, Divine Power Value, 170. Players, 3, M. The previously languid Yiji suddenly became alert. What is this? Why has the divine power value only increased by 6 points? Yiji had initially planned to wait until the following day to allocate the divine power accrued to rectify the talents of the second batch of players, while also setting aside a portion for healing. Yet, this mere 6 points left him with no operational leeway. On the first day, it had increased by over 300 points. This disparity is rather significant. Isn't it? In pursuit of the truth, Yiji spent the night rousing the slumbering Xiaoming from the statue. I ask you, what is the cause of this anomaly in the divine power value? Xiaoming, who had been sleeping soundly, opened his eyes to find a skull with blue light emanating from its eyes hovering above him, nearly causing his heart to leap from his chest. Ah, silence. Yiji adeptly silenced him, gesturing towards the divine power value on the system panel to explain. Xiaoming, feeling aggrieved, averted his gaze. How could he have been so foolish as to provoke this undead creature? Upon noticing the increase of 6 points in the divine power value, Xiaoming quickly grasped the situation. Oh, so it is this matter. Understanding the reason, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief and casually remarked, of course, it is because the faith of those 3 undead beings is not sufficiently strong. The faith power provided by extreme zealots differs vastly from that of ordinary believers, and thus the conversion to divine power is not the same. Such trivial matters are hardly worthy of alarm. However, this thought was one he could only entertain internally. Yiji rephrased Xiaoming's explanation. Essentially, the player's affection for the game amounts to a mere 6 points of divine power. The over 300 points accrued on the first day were fixed earnings from new believers, a one-time benefit. Had Yiji not facilitated the players' breakthroughs, enabling them to become magic apprentices without any extraordinary events to strengthen their faith, each player could only provide a single point of divine power per day. Yiji felt a wave of frustration. Is divine power truly so challenging to amass? At this rate, how long must he wait to heal his wounds and nurture a game deity? Indeed, the power of faith is already the fastest route to cultivating divine power. Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Were it not for the tedium of cultivation, all ancient deities would not have set aside their heirs to collaborate with new gods in establishing earthly churches. Following the path of faith power, Yiji had never anticipated that just days ago, he lamented the low purchasing power of a single point of divine power. Now, he found himself fretting over 1 or 2 points. The boomerang of fate returned with astonishing swiftness. After confirming that there were no other methods to enhance the speed of divine power acquisition aside from brainwashing to strengthen faith, Yiji unceremoniously tossed him back into the palm of the statue. Very well, continue your slumber, Xiaoming. He endured. Xiaoming turned over, grumpily closing his eyes to sleep. In his irritation, he soon succumbed to slumber. Yiji returned to his chamber, reopening the game panel to ponder his troubles. The path of strengthening faith cannot be taken. Otherwise, he would truly become a malevolent dragon. Using the game for proselytization bears no distinction from the ancient god churches or new god churches. The player's current affection for the divine is just right. However, this pace is far too slow, and he can only strive to improve the divine power from the new believers, 100 points. Reflecting on this, Yiji felt a sense of unease. No wonder various churches are so fervently engaged in proselytization. A new believer yields more divine power than an old believer who has been a member for over 3 months. It is an exceedingly profitable venture. This success has resulted in Elthia having significantly fewer individuals with concrete faith than endangered rare magical creatures. Yiji retrieved a sheepskin scroll and a feather quill from his storage space, beginning to document his upcoming plans. The slowing pace of divine power accumulation would, to some extent, impact his future strategies, though the effect would be limited. What truly instilled urgency in him was the unhatched monsters discovered in the evening. The optimal solution would be to eliminate them and their incubation nests before they fully formed. Therefore, he must hasten his recovery and accelerate the collection of divine power. The number of players is also limited by the characteristics of the divine avatar. Currently, he can only accommodate a maximum of 10. This implies he ought to cultivate indigenous believers. Upon reaching this point, Yiji paused his writing, feeling increasingly despondent. This dilemma is far more troublesome than finding 10 players from Blue Star. Firstly, there is the matter of sustenance. The sweet fruit forest outside the town is not infinite. It is manageable during the summer, but once winter arrives, Sweetwater Town will face a dire shortage of food sources. Most monsters are hardly edible, surely. One cannot survive an entire winter on red-skinned earthworms. Once winter passes, the red-skinned earthworms of the great oakwood forest will likely be extinct as well. The second issue is faith. It is simple to find willing natives to come to Sweetwater Town. There are plenty of vagrants outside. However, persuading them to convert their faith is more challenging than killing them. Yi, having spent time among the vagrants, knew that those who manage to survive in the wilderness are the least likely to possess rigid principles. To survive, they would certainly be inclined to cooperate with conversion efforts. Yet, the defenses established during their time wandering the wasteland, coupled with their upbringing in a church, would render progress exceedingly arduous. For the vagrants, faith has become one of the driving forces keeping them alive. Yi rested his head on his hand, letting out a deep sigh of distress. Considering this, it seems that adventurers who inadvertently wander into the great oakwood forest are far easier to manage. Although Yi was reluctant to admit it, the truth remains. A life of comfort and the audacity to explore regions teeming with monsters have endowed adventurers with a more liberated mindset, leading to deeper contemplation. Chapter 71. Player Experience Diary. The unusual occurrences in the great oakwood forest have not gone unnoticed by the nearby city-states. Only a fool would choose this moment to explore the great oakwood forest. Should any mishap arise, and the tide of monsters surge prematurely, their lives would be forfeit. The quill tip stained the sheepskin parchment with droplets of ink as Yi exhaled. The only course of action is to venture out and see if fortune smiles upon him. Perhaps the recent state of the great oakwood forest is conducive to erasing evidence. After all, wasn't that how Arian was brought in? Yi documented his plans on the sheepskin scroll, simultaneously outlining the task system for the players. It is imperative to prevent the second batch of players from becoming overly engrossed in the tree-chopping activities that yield the highest experience points. Once a simple resting area is constructed, it would be best to assign some players to till the land, to see if they can cultivate a short season crop before winter arrives. Furthermore, today's hidden tasks yielded excellent results. Yi must ensure that Edgar and Xiaoming also seize the opportunity to issue tasks. Tasks that necessitate dialogue for acceptance are undoubtedly more engaging than those merely listed in the taskbar. The player's desire to explore Elthia is soaring, and Yi cannot confine them to Sweetwater Town indefinitely. Such restrictions would likely lead to player attrition. Yet, the genuine monsters remain beyond the player's current capabilities. Yi stroked his chin in contemplation. Should he venture outside to capture a few red-skinned earthworms to satiate the player's combat cravings? Regardless of whether they can defeat them, they could serve as a carrot to dangle before the players. Yi meticulously recorded these stipulations. Gazing at the page filled with notes and tasks awaiting completion, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Being a planner and a faction leader is no easy feat. One must consider the current state of Sweetwater Town while guiding the players to assist in its reconstruction, all the while contemplating the players' enjoyment. Laboring endlessly, how can one maintain a sense of joy? Having completed these tasks, Yi stepped outside, arriving before the resurrection array. With a gesture, he expended 66 points of divine power, commencing the creation of bodies for 6 incoming new players. The magical energy and transformation base provided by the two-headed Howling Wolf King were more than sufficient for crafting the 6-player bodies. Soon, the array began to emit a gentle white glow. In just one day, 6 extraordinarily gifted chosen ones would have their bodies successfully crafted. The night was long, and many decisions would have to wait until dawn to be implemented. Yi decided to step outside, basking in the moonlight to heal while browsing the Blue Star Network. Thanks to Lin Xian's promotional video, the official website for Under the Gods had recently seen a surge in attention. Although dozens or hundreds of clicks might barely cover the rental fees for other game websites, it was more than enough for Under the Gods. Regardless of how many players registered, Yi could only offer 10 slots. He promptly checked the website's backend. Excellent, the number of signups remained steady at 20, unchanged since his last visit. Fool, why hasn't the registration number moved? It had only been a mere 10 hours since Lin Xian released the promotional video. And the promotional effect had waned so rapidly? Upon investigation, Yi discovered that not only had the promotional effect faded, but the entire video had also vanished. Yi, gazing at the backend feedback. Target video suspected of fraud. Locked on 21-year month-day-hour-minute. Yi fell into deep contemplation. He had anticipated various obstacles for Lin Xian's promotional video, but he never expected such swift repercussions. It was almost apocalyptic. Within less than a day, the video had been banned. To be honest, Lin Xian, as an experienced game vlogger, had demonstrated remarkable editing skills. With just 2 promotional images from the official website, he vividly depicted the entirety of Ertia's environment. It was evident that he had invested considerable effort. Its removal was indeed a pity. Yi shook his head. Alas, young one, setbacks are a part of growth. There was nothing he could do about this, so he resolutely pushed it from his mind. Next, Yi prepared to supplement the official website with new images, painting a grand vision. For instance, the two-headed howling wolf from today was an excellent addition to the monster compendium. He also intended to enhance the background information of Ertia and the creature compendium to facilitate new players' understanding. Little did he know, while Yi was dilly-dallying, 3 players had already synchronized this content to the forum module. Hidden update for test version 1.1. The planner has quietly astonished everyone. Such swift action? Yi exclaimed. Did they not even take a break to eat? Having spent 12 hours in the game, they had gone 6 hours in reality without food. It seemed Yi still did not fully grasp the fervor of dedicated gamers. Who cares about eating? Sharing game experiences and crafting strategies was the real priority. Yi felt a jolt at the post title. Setting aside the player's fluctuating definitions of his identity, oscillating between human and anthropomorphic, a 700-year-old undead could hardly bear the title of father. If one were to calculate, could he not be considered the player's ancestor? Ahem, just a jest. Yi continued reading. Such a cheeky title could only have been pinned by I Can Fly. Before playing Under the Gods, the original poster never expected that an update to version X 1 would contain so much content. First-hand experience reveals the game's high degree of freedom. Every player action influences the main storyline and even gameplay modules. Indeed, you heard correctly, gameplay mechanics can be triggered by players. In addition to the currency and event updates listed in the announcement for version 1.1, new narrative exploration gameplay and boss dungeon previews have also been added. Next, the original poster will explain everything from their perspective. As soon as the original poster launched the game in the morning, they discovered that the NPC responsible for tallying task rewards was on leave. P.S. They didn't even leave a shadow clone behind. 0 stars. Though Old Yi appears amiable as a faction leader, he is far too cunning. Table slam.jpg. He is not as easily deceived as old AI. However, this also highlights that after the game update, the NPC's activity ranges have significantly expanded, making them increasingly lifelike, to the point where they no longer evoke the uncanny valley effect. This setting is crucial, more on that later. Then, around noon in-game, the NPC on leave returned, bringing with them the original poster's first encounter with a magical creature named the two-headed howling wolf. Wow, it was utterly grotesque, far uglier than the stone creature that vanished in the promotional video. The original poster believed that the name corpse-eaten two-headed wolf was more fitting. Thankfully, the official site did not feature its image. Trust me, you don't want to see it. Attached is a hand-drawn image of the two-headed howling wolf. JPG, due to length constraints, I Can Fly's post was divided here. Below are some replies from netizens, garbled text, abstract sketch. Soy sauce leader. The drawing skills are beyond words. Banana Yugubunana. Is this post role-playing? Are so many people just fooling around? Chapter 72. The birth of the forum's first featured post. Although only players who signed up for the internal test could post on the official forum, not every registered player believed in or anticipated playing Under the Gods. Many were simply there to observe. Clearly, Banana Yugubu Na was one such individual, having paid that 99 yuan merely out of skepticism. For such a single-minded fool, mere words would not suffice to persuade him. Thus, I Can Fly did not bother to engage. He merely took the time to reply beneath the posts of friends in his known fan group. Village head ergo. Grandson, your drawing skill may be lacking, but presenting it to pollute everyone's eyes is a serious issue. I Can Fly. Roll. Players who did not obtain internal testing qualifications do not deserve to understand my artistic skills. Village head ergo. Is that a deliberate jab? Yi continued to scroll down, finally reaching a few comments that could be considered serious. The pious monk could not resist. Wait, can you haggle with NPCs for task rewards? Each NPC has different evaluation criteria. Do you think you're at a market? Big-breasted chest. You're just ignorant, aren't you? There's a video from a water army that claims this game achieves 100 realism. Every tree grows differently, so the rewards can vary. Gullah gullah. Exactly, they even say the NPC's intelligence rivals that of real people. Take it as a joke. Big-breasted chest. But honestly, original poster, you should practice your drawing skills. If you hadn't said it was a wolf, I would have thought it was some kind of grotesque meatball. Gullah gullah. Indeed, it looks like something out of a horror movie or zombie flick. Lacking any sense of Western fantasy magic, it was evident that among the 20 players who had paid, only a few genuinely believed in the game's existence, including some internal testers and their friends. Yi remained calm as he observed. Everything would take time, but it was more convincing to let them actually experience the game than to say anything further. Once the second batch of players went online, the forum's sentiment should change. However, while Iconfly's drawing skills were poor, he had indeed captured the essence of the two-headed howling wolf, ugliness, demonstrating a talent akin to that of a soul artist. Continuing to read, Iconfly selectively ignored the comments about his artistic skill and pressed on with his writing. The key point is that through the two-headed howling wolf and another matter. When the original poster inquired with the NPC, they unexpectedly uncovered a series of magical creature settings. Over 600 years ago, the gods of Ertia inexplicably conspired to slay the goddess of wisdom, Alona, igniting the war of the gods, which ultimately led to their complete annihilation. The scene was exceedingly gruesome, with the bodies of the gods strewn across the continent, and some ordinary animals consuming them, subsequently evolving into powerful magical creatures. In the background story, the might of these creatures far exceeds that of other species, having already seized over half of Ertia's territory in the span of 600 years. Various races were beaten back to the point of retreating into corners, merely surviving by a thread, competing to see who could last the longest. Yi Ji's expression darkened. Who told him that the bodies of the gods were scattered across the continent? It sounded as if it were raining blood from the heavens, with a buffet of divine bodies laid out on the ground. He could assure that the gods would not leave behind such a tarnished legacy before their demise. The current scale of the various churches could be at least a tenth smaller. Unfortunately, the gods had perished too divinely, enabling the churches to endure for 600 years while still suppressing anti-divine organizations. Perhaps the explosive nature of this backstory had inadvertently drawn in at least half of the pre-registered players. First to respond was garbled text, unable to contain himself. How come this differs from what I heard from old Yi? Iconfly, a hymn, artistic embellishment, soy sauce leader. Are the gods and under the gods all brainless? Tired of living so long, they sought death. Just pretend I'm blind. Agreed. This is the first time I've seen a war where not a single victor emerged. Especially a divine war, banana yugubunana. From this background story, it's clear this is a garbage game. My fish pond is full. I guess the background story is good. But you'll just say Iconfly is imagining it well. Village head ergo. Wait a minute, just pretend I'm blind, bro. Weren't you the one who said you didn't believe in the game's existence and left the group? Why are you back to reserve a spot on the official site? The monk could not resist the allure of women. It took 600 years to conquer merely half of the territory. This monstrous entity sounds quite formidable, the one with a prominent birthmark replied. Indeed. With such a pace, they have instilled fear among the various races, rendering them too intimidated to retaliate. Had they cooperated at any point, the monsters would have posed no threat whatsoever. The one who can fly also noted the last two comments and continued, "Oh dear. Please, do not rush. It is merely a background story. Opportunities to fill in the gaps will surely arise. I have heard that the wise races of Eltia are plentiful, and for the monsters to have seized half the territory is already quite impressive. One the sum of all others. Each individual monster poses a catastrophic threat. If one were to occupy 80 of the continent, we might as well cease playing. The combat prowess of monsters is indisputable. The key lies in their vulnerabilities. Firstly, they cannot move freely. Their strength is intricately tied to their lairs, which is also why their expansion is sluggish. Secondly, their existence and intelligence are interconnected. To become a monster, one must relinquish their intellect, relying solely on devouring other sentient beings to sustain life. Should they be unfortunate enough to be born far from the survival zones of wise races, their demise is swift. However, the casual players were not swayed, each fixated on their unique perspectives. The monk could not resist the allure of women. What the hell? Monsters lack brains. Gala gala. Corrupted bodies, devoid of brains, craving intelligent beings. And they claim monsters are not zombies? Village chief ergo. To clarify, they are zombies. The one who can fly retorted angrily. Can you all not grasp the crux of the matter? It was they who had just questioned the monsters, and now it was still they who were indifferent to the slow expansion of the monsters. Yi Ji observed and felt a surge of joy. The absurd questions posed by the one who can fly were far more numerous than those of these netizens. What followed was a speculation by the one who can fly regarding the iron mine monsters at dusk, along with a discussion on the triggering mechanisms for hidden quests. Yi Ji had already overheard 3 players huddle together, whispering about it in the game. Casting a glance and finding no new information, he chose not to delve further. He swiftly pinned the post and, under his managerial identity, edited a new announcement. Congratulations to the internal tester player, the one who can fly, for his post quietly stunning becoming a highlighted thread since the establishment of this forum. Warmest congratulations, Confetti. Confetti, moreover, the official forum's collection and review function has been activated. Following review, high-quality highlighted post will be selected for inclusion in the game's compendium module, and players will be recorded in the contribution section. Thank you to all players for your participation and support. Chapter 73. Hall of Fame under the deities. After confirming the content was accurate, Yi clicked send and pinned it. If it weren't for the one who can fly seeking recognition, he might have forgotten that players could serve such a purpose. Yi had to balance both game planning and the development of Sweetwater Town, leaving him little time to manage the official site. However, players could. There would always be a portion of players interested in sharing game experiences and creating guides. They could assist Yi in enhancing the content of the information section, aiding new players in better understanding LTA. Multiple players managing together would uncover gaps more effectively than Yi managing alone. For instance, the one who can fly, though his understanding of divine battles was somewhat overly artistic, had a commendable grasp of monsters. He could even infer information that Yi had not articulated, making him quite suitable for direct inclusion in the compendium module. Yi merely needed to serve as a final reviewer, saving himself the effort of generating daily communication content with the players. With this thought, Yi's expression softened as he reviewed the posts. Hardcore players truly are the gods of gaming. They contribute both within the game and beyond. Yi selected the accurate information provided by the one who can fly and placed it all into the compendium module, tagging his ID at the end. He then swiftly created a new page on the official site, crafting a player contribution section. After several days of repeatedly modifying the official site, Yi's coding speed had significantly improved. Using a basic template, he made slight adjustments to the layout, easily transforming the large text in the upper right corner to read Hall of Fame. Completing it without issue, the entire process took no more than half an hour. After inserting the name of the one who can fly, Yi returned to the compendium module, adding the background of the Divine War in Eltia, along with various trivial details that the one who can fly had forgotten to mention, all in one go. Satisfied with the refreshed page, Yi nodded approvingly. There should be no other issues. Task completed. After finishing everything, Yi then noticed a flurry of notifications in the back end. Upon checking, he found it was the announcement he had just sent. Soy Sauce Leader. Front row. I am Qin Shi Huang. Whoa? The planner is actually online. Is it possible to get an internal testing slot? Gala. You have time to browse the forum, yet your website still lags behind in speed. The monk could not resist the allure of women. After much effort, the website transitioned from a narrative style to a more rustic aesthetic, which is now bearable, yet the internet speed remains disheartening. Gala. I can run the game at 240 frames, yet upon entering your website, I am greeted with a loading animation. Yi glanced at the time. It was indeed 4 p.m. on the blue star. He could not comprehend. Do these people not study or work during the day? Moreover, their site only allows 20 individuals to post, right? The active user ratio seems excessively high. Is it that virtual reality game enthusiasts are stubbornly disbelieving while their bodies betray them? Or is it that the 3-minute wait to re-enter the site incurs too great a sunk cost for them to exit? Yi found himself utterly powerless regarding the website's speed issues. Their site was not established through regular registration methods, but rather obtained through the inexplicable infusion of magic by Yi into a blue light orb. It relied entirely on the magic that Yi inputted, and given that it was a net of another world, connection issues were to be expected. Once inside, it functioned properly. Or perhaps, like Yi, they were accessing the internet from Eltia, ensuring there was no latency whatsoever. Noticing several comments criticizing the website's network performance below, Yi pretended not to see and chose to remain silent. Eventually, someone finally discovered the new content he had posted. 3 flowers in the field. I think I noticed that the compendium module has been updated, and there's a new Hall of Fame page. Village Chief Ergo. I saw it too. There's a huge Hall of Fame icon on the homepage. What a swift update. The one who can fly. Haha. Did you not see that I am the only name in there? I am the first player to enter the Hall of Fame under our deity. While others were still vying for internal testing slots, he had already left his mark in the game, allowing all subsequent players to witness it. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Soy Sauce Leader. Oh no, it seems he truly has managed to pull it off. Banana, you don't understand. Imagining a Hall of Fame in the game. What is there to be proud of? Village Chief Ergo. I refuse to accept this. A lucky player can casually write a post and enter the Hall of Fame. What right do they have? Gala. Exactly. Planner, grant me an internal testing slot, and I guarantee I'll write 2 pieces for you on the same day. The one who can fly. He, feel free to slander me. The anger of my rivals only serves to highlight my abilities. Relax and enjoy. As expected, the one who can fly's cheeky remark was instantly met with a barrage of responses from other casual players. Did he offend everyone and still wish to leave? Internal testers are quite impressive. The one who can fly smugly proclaimed, apologies, but internal testers are indeed remarkable. 3 tildes nearly rippled into the sky. The monk could not resist the allure of women. Ugh, gala. Not to that extent. Monk, just vent your anger and move on. The monk could not resist the allure of women. Who said I was upset because of the one who can fly? Did you not see the compendium module? It has been updated with information about the 2-headed howler, complete with images. The one who can fly. Indeed, the information was provided by me. Adjust sunglasses. The monk could not resist the allure of women. The one with a prominent birthmark. Holy cow, that creature. Ugh, so ugly. Gala. Oh my goodness, my eyes. The sketch drawn by the one who can fly is not even abstract. Village chief ergo. That creature's attack method is some form of mental assault. Is it? 3 flowers in the field. No, but evidently, it inherently possesses a layer of mental attack as a passive ability. I soar. Just pretend I'm blind. Does this game even include resistance elements? My fish pond is full. Did you not previously doubt the existence of this game? Just pretend I'm blind. Haha, I merely wish to see how many people you can deceive. Banana, you don't understand. 1. Yiji thought similarly. The number of players able to accept the appearance of the 2-headed howler was still far too few. However, once they had mentally prepared themselves and encountered other monsters, they would likely change their opinions. Observing the active comments criticizing the game's art, Yiji sighed. Youth truly is a blessing indeed. Those who remain unaware of the truth are the happiest. It reminded him of the days shortly after he had crossed over to Eltia. By the following morning at 8 o'clock, 3 players logged in on time, invigorated after a night of rest, and zealously dedicated themselves to the reconstruction of Sweetwater Town. While exiting the church, they engaged in friendly conversation with Yiji. Good morning, Oldie, good morning. Did you not sleep at all last night, Oldie? The undead do not require sleep. Isn't it all right for a skeleton to bask in the sun daily? I am not a vampire. Yishi casually dismissed them, then watched as the 3 players chattered excitedly, their NPC intelligence having increased once more, as they dashed off to Edgar to pester the next NPC. Chapter 74. The second batch of players is about to arrive. Time swiftly passed, and soon 3 days had elapsed. Thus, the time for the second batch of beta testers to go online has arrived. Translated into the realm of Elthia, it has been precisely a week since then. During this week, the players made use of Yiji's assistance rewards twice, enabling them to gather sufficient timber. With a hurried effort on the final day, they settled the rewards for Lord's Manor and Edgar's Cottage. Successfully leveling up to level 4, they find themselves but a step away from receiving the second blessing and unlocking their second skill. Sweetwater Town has undergone a significant transformation thanks to their diligent labor. Throughout this period, Yiji attempted several times to venture out of the town to recruit others, yet returned empty-handed. The players kept a vigilant watch over him, ensuring he did not engage in any self-destructive behavior that they deemed reckless, effectively preventing his demise. His recuperation efforts have proven fruitful. He has now survived for over 20 days, possessing the physical constitution to wield 2 mage-level spells simultaneously. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Yiji himself reflects, aside from still feeling half alive, there is nothing particularly amiss. During this time, Edgar ventured out to replenish the town's essential tools and facilities. He was subsequently besieged by energetic players, tasked with embodying the role of an all-purpose tool NPC, with a workload comparable to that of 007. Indeed, my decision to recruit you was not misguided, praised Yiji, self-proclaimed Lord of Sweetwater Town and a necromancer of dark magic. Xiao Ming had little to contribute, as the growth rate of divine power was limited. Yiji had been meticulously controlling the timing for the players to reach level 5. Without any players seeking to learn skills from him, he risked becoming merely a mascot, languishing on the statue, eating and sleeping. Even when Yiji bestowed upon him 200 magic coins, enabling him to issue tasks, he simply allocated all 200 coins to a single task, asking the players to build him a nest. The task was completed in an instant, and Xiaoming successfully acquired a handcrafted resilient grass nest, while the players reaped a fortune of 200 magic coins. This blow to the already fragile currency system of Sweetwater Town ultimately resulted in Yiji revoking his authority to issue tasks. Indeed, one cannot trust the divine faction, Yiji remarked. He should not have expected a flower deity, who nearly squandered his own life force, to possess any acumen regarding monetary value. The one who has undergone the most transformation is undoubtedly Ailian. thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities bestowed by her dragon bloodline. Her external injuries healed within just 4 days. By the 7th day, she finally mastered the NPC terminology that Yi Ji had emphasized as essential to remember. Seizing the opportunity presented by the impending arrival of the second batch of players, Yi Ji announced the introduction of this new NPC through a version 1.2 update. Currently, the Watchers organization has no fixed positions. Members are assigned wherever needed. Thus, Ailian was temporarily appointed as Edgar's assistant. After exchanging sentiments about the influx of cloud players and beta testers enhancing the game's computational power, no further upheaval ensued. On a dewy morning, Lin Xian deliberately set his alarm clock an hour and a half earlier to log in. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself gazing at the familiar shattered glass dome of the church. Grandpa Fei had just entered from outside, waving at him. "Shogu, you're here so early today. When did you arrive?" Lin Xian exclaimed, astonished. He had assumed waking up at 6:30 was already quite early, yet there was someone more advanced. Grandpa Fei tilted his head and thought, must have been an hour ago. Not just me. Guoma arrived around the same time too. Logging in at 6 means they must have risen around 5, right? Impressive. Though logging in and sleeping felt similar, waking up at 4 or 5 was absolute torture for Lin Xian. It was a challenge he could hardly bear. Grandpa Fei placed the resilient grass he was holding down. "I only have 2 days left of my vacation, so I must make the most of it now. Besides, today is the grand day for the new player's arrival. If I don't come early, I fear I won't receive any tasks later." Lin Xian pondered this as well. Currently, there was only Edgar as a task NPC, which was manageable with 3 players. However, with the player count rising into double digits, the risk of task items being snatched was real. His early login was partially motivated by this concern. By the way, didn't the announcement mention a new NPC? We could also obtain tasks from her. Have you encountered her yet? Not yet. They said it's too early, and the NPC is still resting. I suppose we must wait until the new players arrive for her to become available. Grandpa Fei was well acquainted with such gaming tropes. He placed the resilient grass on a corner shelf. Each day, they logged in and out through the magic circle set by Yi Ji in the church to ensure their game characters remained healthy. The 3 players had tidied up the magic circle and even created a wooden shelf for storing personal items, laying down 2 layers of resilient grass. While they wouldn't actually sleep on the magic circle, avoiding any lingering effects of a stiff neck upon logging in was certainly beneficial. As Grandpa Fei tidied up, Guoma took the opportunity to venture outside the town to chop wood. "I went to complete a water-boiling task and also bought some resilient grass to make a pillow. Having just a mattress feels insufficient." He rubbed his somewhat stiff neck and inquired, "By the way, what are your plans?" Lin Xian rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. "I might also take on a wood-chopping task. I'll aim to reach level 5 first." After such a lengthy period, the wood-chopping task still offered the best cost-effectiveness. However, he also intended to observe the new players upon their arrival, hoping to recruit a few teammates. As 3-player squads felt rather sparse, I agree. Grandpa Fei concurred. In our team, you're determined to pursue the path of a ranged mage. While Guoma is an assassin, my talents clearly lean towards healing, and we currently lack a frontline tank. Although they only had 3 initial skills, Yi Ji had subtly informed them that the Holy Light spell could branch into 2 professions, healer and warrior. Ultimately, the choice was not solely up to the players but rather dictated by their talents. Grandpa Fei could heal once, and it was effective. Yet whenever he attempted to use the Holy Light spell offensively, he failed miserably, inadvertently healing any unknown creatures he caught, thereby increasing the difficulty of their battles. With no other options, he had to abandon that path and focus on becoming a healer. After all, he sought to experience magic. Any form of magic would suffice. Besides, reaching level 5 would allow him to select new options. At that moment, both of their game panels emitted a notification sound. It was the update alert for the taskbar. Chapter 75. Monsters in the Church. Oh, a new task has been added. Grandpa Fei opened the game panel and read aloud the newly displayed green titled task. Time-limited task. Newcomer guidance. It seems we are to assist the newcomers. Lin Xian also noticed it, nodding as he read. This game truly pays attention to new players. There are not only advanced narrative prompts but also guidance tasks. They must be worried that the 2 NPCs are overwhelmed. However, guidance under divine authority certainly has its flaws. Grandpa Fei speculated about the taskbar. After all, we can't set up a direct camera for newcomer guidance like handheld games. The high degree of freedom brings about many issues, as many gameplay elements require players to explore on their own. Grandpa Fei scratched his head. Sounds a bit troublesome. Should we take it? Of course. After all, we all need new teammates, Lin Xian stated matter-of-factly. The guidance task lasts only 1 day. So let us have them join us for tasks. It's a perfect opportunity to evaluate them. This game is indeed incredibly hardcore. If possible, Lin Xian hoped the new teammates would have ample time upon logging in and be able to endure some hardships. Ideally, they should possess a professional skill that might prove useful in the future. Glancing at the time, he noticed that there was less than an hour until the new players would log in. Feeling a sense of urgency, Lin Xian quickly agreed to meet Grandpa Fei at the church before hurrying off to find Edgar to obtain the task items. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m. in the Blue Star Huagua time zone. Amidst anxious anticipation, the server time finally arrived. Yu Bai felt a sudden jolt in his mind, and the world before him descended into complete darkness. A peculiar odor invaded his nostrils, reminiscent of earthy soil but tinged with a hint of blood. Struggling to open his eyelids, he experienced an unsettling sensation of disconnection from his own body. However, as he opened his eyes, this feeling dissipated at an astonishing speed. Yu Bai stared blankly at the vaulted ceiling of the church. Taking a while to find his voice, "Holy crap, I really logged into the game. The light, the ceiling, the texture." Yu Bai felt the hard ground beneath him, his body moving like a rusted machine part. Old Xiao truly did not deceive me. Under divine authority, a virtual reality game has been created. I struck gold. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the AI ardit. Yu Bai turned his head to see two towering figures, each approximately 3 meters tall, embracing one another in terror, gazing at him. His eyes lit up with excitement. Wow! Such realistic NPCs. Their expressions, movements, and even the textures of their clothing are so lifelike. Divine authority is incredible. Just as Yu Bai prepared to approach and touch the NPCs to test the game's tactile system, both giants sprang into action. Quick, quick! The monster is about to attack. Watch me intercept its attack animation. These two lines, brimming with player enthusiasm, finally snapped Yu Bai back to reality. The two were not NPCs at all. He hurriedly shielded his head and fled. Wait. I'm a player. You may be a player. But I'm still the faction leader. Don't think I haven't read the official website's precautions. Players only exist within the human faction. And I haven't even mentioned that you two are far too tall to be human. I am innocent. Biffed you, a 1-meter-tall goblin. Think you can lie? As Yu Bai's mind sparked with inspiration, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered several giants lying unconscious nearby. Lowering his gaze, he noticed his own hands. Rough and bark-like, along with excessively long limbs, it dawned on him where the anomaly LOIT was not that others were too tall. Rather, he had grown too small. A look of dismay spread across Yu Bai's face. "Oh no, it seems I am no longer human," he exclaimed in haste. "This is unjust. I have no idea what is happening." Then he added, "Wait, check your game panels. I have an ID." The two players pursuing him paused. According to posts made by 3 veteran players on the forum, it had indeed been mentioned that players and NPCs from the allied faction would display IDs on the game panel. One player stopped the other. "Hold on, it seems the game's monsters might not be very intelligent. Perhaps we truly misunderstood." "Huh? This thing can be a player?" One player pondered. "Let me try summoning the game panel. I just need to think about it, right? I did it," he exclaimed, looking through the transparent game panel at the name displayed above Yu Bai's head. "Xiao Shang's fish pond is full." The expressions of the two novice players suddenly turned extremely awkward. They helped Yu Bai up, their faces betraying their guilt. "Sorry, buddy, I've never seen someone like you in real life. I inadvertently overreacted." Yu Bai waved his hand dismissively. It's good to know the truth. He was now intensely curious about his appearance. As for the shouting and chaos upon arrival, wasn't he agreed that the player faction consisted of humans? Just then, a voice filled with shock and fear called out from behind. "Oh my, there are monsters in the church?" Yu Bai turned to see a short-haired, blue-eyed youth with wide eyes and fingers glowing white. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he instantly guessed the boy's identity. "Fei. I missed you so much." Feeling the bump on his head that had just been inflicted by the two players, the pain faded away, and he was moved to tears. "Is this a healing light? You truly thought of everything, helping me heal right away." Fei looked at the once downtrodden Yu Bai, now revitalized and glowing, and silently vowed that the next time he used the healing light on a monster, he would be a dog. Disgustedly, he distanced himself from Yu Bai. "Wait, who are you? Monsters can talk now. I am Fish Pond." "Fish Pond?" Fei exclaimed in disbelief, opening the game panel to look at the ID above Yu Bai's head. "What happened to you?" In the prayer room behind the church, Yi Ji led Ailian out. Hearing the sounds from inside, It was clear that the players had logged in. It was time for him to enter and initiate the opening plot. After all, it was Alien's first encounter with players, so Yiji reiterated his warning, and no matter what scene you witness, don't pay any mind. When faced with the incomprehensible, just pretend you cannot see it. Alien nodded anxiously, her heart racing. Though she couldn't comprehend why she should feign ignorance when her eyes were perfectly functional, she trusted Yiji's wisdom, for he was a renowned necromancer. Following his instructions would be wise. After days of recuperation, she had begun to recall fragmented memories of her ice dragon inheritance. Even her draconic lineage was apparent, and there was no doubt that listening to him was the right choice. Yet, she often found herself spiraling into pessimism, fearing she might ruin everything and miss the opportunity to leave after 50 years. I can't use magic right now. Is this truly feasible? She had heard that every member of the Watchers was a legendary figure in their own right. Now, as an ordinary person, she had previously been merely a mid-level mage with average talent, far from being a genius. Would they genuinely be willing to cooperate with her plans? Chapter 76. Has a player reincarnated as a dwarf? Alien gazed at her incomplete right hand, her eyes filled with deep unease. While the power of dragon blood was formidable, she was merely a mixed blood descendant. Dio truly harnessed the strength of a dragon. Who knew how long it would take? In contrast, her incomplete right hand felt more tangible. A common person who had lost their right hand, especially a woman, would typically be discarded in the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, left to wander the wastelands or the streets of enchantment. Well, Yiji was momentarily at a loss for words, leading her around to the front of the church. They belonged to a different category of special talents within the Watchers. Regardless, you won't understand their language. Just follow my predetermined phrases to assign them tasks. Alien obediently nodded. Yiji approached the grand door, noticing Alien's expression remained tense, and he found it amusing. Relax, they are not monsters or demons. He still hoped she would successfully contribute to the recruitment efforts. Players were adept at climbing the ranks, and if they noticed her tense demeanor, Alien would surely face trouble. She needed to be a loyal worker who would put in 50 years of effort. Yiji wanted to be considerate of her feelings. He pondered, if you're really that anxious, perhaps think about the wizard who brought you to the Great Oak Forest. If you can't even handle a simple encounter with players, wouldn't you be just as foolish as he described? Alien's eyes instantly sharpened, each word as if she were trying to bite the name to pieces. Each time her right hand ached from the after effects. It would transport her back to that day in the forest, seeing KR's condescending stance, that disdainful tone. One day, she would exact her revenge. Yiji nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, that's the spirit. Let's head inside. Creak. The rusted doors of the church slowly opened, revealing an array of bizarre players within. Some were attempting to climb the walls, others were fiddling with the materials for the magic circle on the ground, and some had even stripped completely. Xiaoming hid atop a statue, pretending to be part of the sculpture. Yiji, Alien, by the frost moon goddess, my eyes are going blind. Yiji could almost feel Alien's fiery, scorching gaze from behind him. He felt his face burning with embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, Yiji summoned the GM panel. Several pop-up windows appeared before the naked player. Warning, due to your unusual behavior, SAN value decreased by 1. Warning, due to your unusual behavior, SAN value decreased by 1. Warning, due to your unusual behavior, SAN value decreased by 1. The naked player stared at the unclosable game panel in disbelief. What the heck is SAN value? Does this game really have horror elements? Lin Xian, unable to stop the chaotic players, shouted urgently, put your clothes on. If your SAN value hits 0, you'll be banned. What? The naked player, seeing his SAN value plummeting towards 70, hurriedly donned his clothes, cursing under his breath. What kind of rule is this? Exposing players just a way to entice them. Those dog planners are fishing for law enforcement. Yiji, if only he could cast the healing light in the real world, the first experimental subject would definitely be him. Nearby, another player approached Yiji, intrigued. Wow, NPCs can get angry. The game's micro-expressions are astonishing. Another player pondered, if players act lewdly, will they beat us? Let me try. The player attempting to climb the wall stealthily maneuvered behind Yiji and Alien, shouting loudly, hee hee hee. Surprise attack. Alien spun around sharply, her pupils constricting. Her body instinctively wanted to retreat. Yet, recalling Yiji's earlier instructions, she knew she could not show fear when facing players. If Yiji remained steadfast, so must she. Alien squeezed her eyes shut, forcing herself to suppress her instinctive reaction. Bang! The player collided with an invisible barrier midair, sliding down like a cartoon effect. Yi scoffed inwardly. Fool. I set up a barrier the moment the first batch of players entered, specifically to prevent these little antics from disrupting the plot. I didn't expect Lin Xian and the others to be so obedient, waiting until the second batch of players to put it to use. The other players suddenly fell silent, then erupted into fervent discussion. Whoa, an air wall. I knew magic existed in this world. Duh, this is a game, not reality. How can you get confused so quickly? Amazing. Coach, I want to learn this. All the players, who had previously been scattered in various directions, now converged in front of Yi, pressing their distorted faces against the air wall, gazing intently at the duo within. Yi, with a grim expression, repeated the opening lines he had prepared. Welcome, returnees. As you can see, my mission has failed. The conflict between the deities and Elthia is irreconcilable. 600 years ago, the gods initiated the final divine war, leading to their complete annihilation. Elthia is on the path to ultimate destruction. As foretold, Yi recited his lines swiftly. After introducing the motionless Xiao Ming atop the statue, he emphasized the newcomer alien before planning to make his exit. The subsequent events would be handled by the veteran players who had accepted the novice guidance tasks. He had more pressing matters to attend to. For instance, a mere SAN value posed too little threat to the players. He didn't want to be forced to witness the new players' bare backsides every time he initiated the opening plot. He needed to devise a more effective method, one that would instill caution in players without reducing their SAN value to zeroed, just as he prepared to take his leave under the pretense of urgency. The elder known as Yifei called out to him, "Wait, my esteemed leader. I have a friend, nay, a compatriot who has returned with us, whose body seems to be in distress." With that, he pulled out a small creature from his fishing pond behind him. Yi's heart skipped a beat. A dwarf? Could it be that a player had reincarnated as a dwarf? This was not a feature included in his resurrection array. A dwarf? Does that imply he is not a monster? Yifei exaggeratedly patted his chest. You nearly scared me to death. I thought I would have to endure the pain of slaying my kin for the greater good. The fishing pond growled menacingly. Get lost. Don't think I didn't hear your discussion with old Xiao about the rewards for the first kill of a monster. However, seeing that the leader did not display any overt signs of resistance, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his race was not an issue. Chapter 77. The racial talent of dwarves for players who thrive on mischief. Having a second faction to choose from is undoubtedly a delightful distraction. However, the fishing pond merely wished to be a casual player, content to flirt with the ladies. He had no interest in advancing the main storyline. If the second faction were hostile to the first, he would not even be able to encounter the female players of the Watcher faction. He had no place to lament. The situation of the fishing pond was indeed rare, prompting Yi to alter his itinerary and stay behind to investigate the cause. The remaining novice players could not be left unattended. The three veteran players decided that Yifei would take on the guidance task for the fishing pond, while the other players would accompany Lin Xian and Wanma to familiarize themselves with the situation in Sweetwater Town. A group of chattering players, fascinated by everything new, departed, leaving the church unusually quiet. Yi summoned the specific data for little creature's fishing pond is full, and drew a bit of its blood. After multiple verifications, it was confirmed that the subject indeed possessed dwarven blood, rather than an aberration of humanity. What could have gone wrong? Yi approached the resurrection array, waving his black wand. The magic circle suddenly illuminated with a bright white light. Lie down, please. Huh? Oh, all right. Perceiving the sudden seriousness in Yi's tone, the fishing pond grew anxious. Without further inquiry, it obediently lay down in the center of the array and peacefully closed its eyes. Yifei stood by. Worried leader, is there still hope for the fishing pond? Yi replied, please refrain from embellishing the situation. He is not a doctor, and the dwarven player is not suffering from a terminal illness. However, the inexplicable change in race could indeed lead to unforeseen consequences. Yi spoke gravely. Let's observe first. He tapped the ground with his wand, causing the white light in the magic circle to flicker, revealing the intricate runes and totems inscribed upon it. The runes for monster decomposition posed no issues. The material conversion runes were fine. The reconstitution runes were sound. The life infusion runes were intact. Thus, the problem must reside in Yi's gaze fixed upon the runes in the second ring, and a glimmer of understanding crossed his eyes. So that was it. The issue arose during the talent optimization phase, influenced by that 10 points of divine power. The magical beings of Elthia boast a myriad of intelligent species. However, most races do not evolve naturally but are creations of the gods. Dwarves are among them, crafted by Horn, the god of fire and forging, one of the 13 ancient gods. Notably, The fireball spell, available to players at the outset, originates from Horn. Under Horn's dominion, dwarves inherently possess an exceptional affinity for fire and forging talents, making them the favored race of the god of fire. They bear a striking resemblance to the dwarves found within the fantasy species of Blue Star, which is why Yi Ji translated their race name as dwarf. If one were to render it in its true essence, the dwarves would be known as servants of fire. The answer became clear. Humanity served as the foundation for Horn's creation of dwarves. This player, known as the Fishing Pond, for reasons unknown, had a consciousness projection that harmonized remarkably with that of a dwarf. Since it was a talent optimization, it would naturally strive for the most advantageous outcome, thus transforming the fishing pond directly into a dwarf. The only question remained: why could the god of light, Oral, perform an act that was the domain of the god of fire, Horn? Yi Ji regarded the approaching Xiao Ming with a complex expression. The divine war from 6 centuries ago seemed to have been even more intense than he had imagined. The ability to create at its core, passing through another ancient god's essence, is almost tantamount to the death of that deity. This was the work of the other. He had suspected that Oral enjoyed putting on a facade. When it came to ruthless acts behind the scenes, he was undoubtedly more decisive than any other deity. This was likely the crux of the matter. Yi Ji dismissed a plethora of intricate arcane principles and conveyed the essence to the two players. Your body shows no signs of ailment. You may rise. Yi Fei's expression shifted to one of realization. Oh, so the fishing pond has indeed drawn a hidden race. He gave the fishing pond a hearty pat on the shoulder, his tone tinged with envy. Impressive, young man. Why have such fortuitous events eluded me? How was I to know? The fishing pond rubbed his sore shoulder, feeling a sense of pride at his newfound luck. After all, protagonists are inherently unique. Leader, how often does one encounter a situation like mine? Yi Ji shook his head, very rarely. The ability to create dwarves merely passed through Xiao Ming and subsequently vanished elsewhere. At present, he possessed only the powers of life revival and life purification. The fortunate coincidence of creating a dwarf hinged on both luck and the fishing pond's compatibility with dwarven traits. Both were indispensable. Luck likely accounted for 98. After all, the divine powers included in the divine essence are like the touch of a hand that has caressed a gold medal. Whether any elements remain for the next touch depends entirely on the stability of the metal's gilding. Without prerequisite conditions, any compatibility is rendered meaningless. Hearing this, the fishing pond grew even more elated, his nostrils nearly flaring with pride. Ha! Did you see that? I'm practically an S-rarity race. He struck a pose, trying to exude an air of superiority. However, upon standing, he realized he remained the shortest among them. Needing to tilt his head back at an angle exceeding 45 degrees to meet their gazes, Yi Fei looked down in confusion. S-rarity dwarf? Are your eyes deceiving you? Deceiving you, indeed. The fishing pond wiped his face, abandoning his pretense. Leader, is there a way for dwarves to grow taller? Special races are all well and good, but being short is quite the drawback. How could he possibly woo the ladies in such a state? No. Yi Ji answered bluntly. The fishing pond's voice trailed off in disappointment. A what? After all, they are creations of ancient gods. How could their racial traits be so easily altered? Yi Ji thought coldly as he led the two players away from the magic circle. Before departing, he set up a large barrier to prevent players from meddling. Nevertheless, as the first player of a special race, it was essential to provide adequate reassurance. Yi Ji looked at the dwarf, who stood less than 1 meter tall, with a compassionate gaze. Elthia is full of wonders. Just because it is not feasible now does not mean it will not be in the future. It is merely a matter of height. And there is always hope for resolution. Moreover, even at present, your talents should sufficiently compensate for any shortcomings in appearance. Overall, the benefits may outweigh the drawbacks. With that thought, Yi Ji discreetly opened the GM panel and made adjustments to the fishing pond's data. The downside of manually altering the facade is that it cannot predict unexpected situations like that of the fishing pond. Adjustments must be made quietly after discovery. Just as he finished speaking, a semi-transparent prompt appeared before the fishing pond. Ding! Your character information has been updated. The fishing pond hurriedly opened the game panel. Name: Little Creature's Fishing Pond is full. Race: Dwarf. Level: 1 Novice. Experience: 0-100. Sanity: 100. Talent: Forging Inferior. Rage: Non-upgradable. Skills: None. Backpack: Empty. What? 2 talents, the fishing pond exclaimed. What? Your character has talents? Yi Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Show me. The fishing pond, no longer concealing his excitement, made his game panel visible to all. Perfect. You take a look and tell me what these two talents do. Chapter 78. Every gain comes with a loss. The stunned fishing pond. In truth, he was contemplating clicking on the two talents to obtain detailed information about them. The first talent, forging, was self-explanatory. It grants the character a boost in forging capabilities. The initial level of forging is inferior, with progression to novice, intermediate, advanced, elite, master, expert, and legendary forging abilities. With frequent use of the talent, its level can be improved. The rage talent is non-upgradable, and its effect is to enhance one's strength attribute by 25 while in a state of fury. Wow, such extravagant attributes. And it doesn't even require skill upgrades. Yifei's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his previously envious gaze now tinged with danger. Indeed, a lucky one does not meet a good end. Despite the second talent being non-upgradable, the character's physique would still receive enhancements as their level increased. If attributes were improved, then the additional 25 strength would yield even greater benefits, would it not? With proper utilization of this talent, the efficiency of grinding for experience could significantly increase. The fishing pond gazed at the game panel, grinning foolishly. Stay low-key, stay low-key. Internally, he reveled in his good fortune. Truly, the joy of a hidden race lies in witnessing the envious gazes of those less fortunate. However, with so many bugs in the game, I suspect the race was still human before the update and only transformed afterward. This issue remains unresolved. Upon hearing the fishing pond's complaints, Yiji's heart sank. Their luck had run out. They had indeed noticed this issue. The next moment, Yifei pondered for a moment. Perhaps the hidden race is too rare, and the developers have yet to adjust the data. Such documentation errors are quite common. That does make sense. The emotions within the fish pond surged like a tempest. With an exaggerated gesture, he brushed back his hair. What could he do? After all, his race was simply too exceptional. Yiji exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that the player managed to salvage the situation. Once his divine power reached sufficient levels, his first step would undoubtedly be to materialize the game interface. As the number of players increased, he would be unable to tail every single one of them to rectify the glitches in their game panels. The fish pond looked on with delight at his racial talents. Aside from being a tad shorter, he possessed both life skills and combat abilities, truly a remarkable asset for aiding others. Hey, what's that expression on your face? Yifei, attempting to suppress laughter, covered his mouth to stifle the tears of mirth that threatened to spill. Nothing at all. He almost forgot that this fellow was a notorious ladiesman. How could he possibly contain the sudden rush of envy? Observing Yifei's expression, akin to one who had just consumed something distasteful, the fish pond felt an ominous premonition. Had he just heard the NPC mention something about physical flaws? Yiji also realized the implication. You don't know what you look like? Indeed, it was only natural for a new player to be unaware of their appearance, especially without mirrors in the church. Out of humanitarian concern, Yiji thoughtfully pried a shard of glass from the already damaged stained window. The prism of colors reflecting in the sunlight gently descended, landing before the fish pond. You might find this useful. Whoa, telekinesis. Can I learn this from my instructor? Yifei gazed excitedly at the floating glass shard. Just look at my name. I was born to be a pilot. What sort of nonsense was this? Where was the logic? If Yiji had a physical form, his mouth would surely be twitching uncontrollably at this moment. He succinctly hinted, you'll know soon enough is there a skill for learning it the second time around. Yifei's eyes sparkled with anticipation, already answering himself, surely, I adore you the most, my lord, Yiji replied. Perhaps you should focus on unifying your titles before we proceed. As the fish pond reached out to catch the shard of glass, a skeletal hand preemptively pressed down upon it. The matter of mirrors could wait until after Yiji's departure. He had only one vital piece of advice to impart. Welcome to this realm. Prior to your arrival, I had heard whispers of your name. The fish pond looked around in bemusement, pointing at himself. Me? Yiji nodded affirmatively. I've heard you possess remarkable talents in construction, invention, and agriculture. Now, with the gifts of the dwarven race, you are truly versatile. With the impending magic tide just an autumn and half a summer away, we require a sturdy wall. Perhaps you are the key to our salvation. The fish pond's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling overwhelmed. He had long known from the fan group of Lin Xian that there existed a main quest concerning wall construction that had remained locked. Could it be that he was the key player? Was he destined to be the protagonist, the chosen one? I vow to complete the task, he shouted with fervor. This peculiar narrative strongly suggested that only he could undertake the mission. Didn't it? Ha ha ha. Who else could it be? Fear not, leader. I shall strive to elevate my talents. I will not disappoint you. Yiji nodded in satisfaction. Yes, the organization has high hopes for you. Of course, the heavy iron walls could not be constructed by a novice player unacquainted with magical forging. However, he could certainly use this task as a means to inspire ambition. He was genuinely curious to see how far a player endowed with dwarven talents could advance, to avoid any potential anomalies. Yiji concluded his remarks and, without waiting for the two players to respond, exited the church. With matters resolved here, he intended to check on other players' situations. Yifei, filled with envy, exclaimed, "What the heck? Racial advantages come with task bonuses?" The rewards for the wall construction task were substantial, almost blatantly indicating that a slot was reserved exclusively for the fish pond. Now that was indeed tangible. The fish pond reclined with an air of smugness, prepared to speak, when suddenly he was jolted by the shard of glass in his hand. Oh no, I still haven't seen what I look like. Judging by Yifei's expression and Yiji's tone, he had already braced himself for the worst, but as he peered through the reflective glass and glimpsed the humanoid creature within, he was rendered speechless. What in the world was that? How could he possibly see a humanoid goblin in reality? No, even goblins were more aesthetically pleasing. At the very least, they lacked the grotesque visage akin to being torn apart by 5 horses that he now possessed. With dead fish eyes, a hooked nose, sagging and creased skin, and sparse yellow hair, the fish pond felt as if time had slowed as he touched the top of his head. In a wonder, he felt a draft up there upon entering the game. He was bald. Ha ha ha! Snap! The glass shard was shattered in his grasp. Chapter 79. Character design fraud. Please do not misjudge the appearance of the dwarven race based on the fish pond. Yiji, having lived for 700 years, had yet to encounter a dwarf more unattractive than the fish pond. Typically, dwarves might be prone to obesity and ruddy complexions, but otherwise resembled humans closely. As for the fish pond's case, Yiji classified it as the consequence of insufficient divine power. After all, he had allocated his points solely into talents, inevitably sacrificing other abilities. Returning to the present, the fish pond stared blankly, murmuring to himself, "No wonder I was mistaken for a monster at first." Observing the fish pond on the verge of collapse, Yifei suppressed his amusement and offered consolation. "It's all right. It's merely a, somewhat unpleasing appearance, but we have both our life and combat talents maxed out." He echoed the fish pond's previous words for comfort. "And you even secured a main quest. The benefits are substantial." The fish pond could no longer maintain his composure, despair evident in his eyes. But the girls want to team up with a goblin, especially when all the other players are so conventionally attractive. He felt as though he had become a marionette, devoid of spirit. No matter how Yifei tried to persuade him, he remained unyielding. After a moment, he suddenly resolved, his face set with determination. "No. I must ask the developers if I can delete my character and start anew. What is this hidden race talent compared to the drawbacks? They are all insignificant." "What? Just because of your appearance?" Yifei was taken aback. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't mind looks. Yet, people had their own aspirations. He wouldn't impose his standards on others. It was simply a pity to lose a potential special race teammate. Yifei pondered for a moment and realized a blind spot. It seems no one has ever asked the developers if they could delete their character. You might as well give it a try. After all, the player count in this game hadn't even reached double digits. There were 2 potential outcomes for deleting a character. Either one could recreate a character, or they might lose their beta testing privileges altogether. It would be an excellent opportunity for the fish pond to experiment on behalf of other players. If it worked, perhaps future new players could use this method to roll for characters with better attributes. All right, I'll go try it now. The fish pond decisively opened the game panel, preparing to log out. At that moment, Yifei recalled something. By the way, when did you become such a versatile talent? I thought only Sanhua enjoyed farming. The fish pond's gesture suddenly became rigid. Farming? Yes, just now. Old Yi mentioned construction, invention, and farming. Yifei counted on his fingers, but upon reaching the last one, he fell silent, glancing up. He met the fish pond's terrified gaze. Yifei was dumbfounded. Did you falsify your application information? Hush! Keep your voice down. The fish pond lowered his voice, glancing nervously around. If other players overheard, he would be finished. Yifei bent down to whisper, signaling a silent agreement. The 2 conspirators stealthily gathered in a corner. The statue Xiaoming glanced down, bemused by the antics of these mysterious undead. Wait, how did you manage that? Once in the corner, Yifei could no longer contain his curiosity. As someone who had filled out numerous beta game surveys, he had seen plenty of mindless boasting about application content. However, The scrutiny under the divine was notoriously stringent. He had never encountered anyone who had managed to slip through undetected, especially not with someone like I am Qin Shi Huang, who had to rewrite their application 13 times just to get approved. Yet this fellow had not only fabricated an impressive array of skills, but had successfully deceived the officials. Cough, cough. The fish pond cleared his throat, feeling guilty. You see, to win over the ladies, one needs a persona. I have extensively researched the terminology of various professions. Merely skimming the surface, enough to impress outsiders, is hardly sufficient. Yifei critiqued disdainfully. Surely, the game officials wouldn't be swayed by the fish pond's eloquent application essay? No way. Is my title as an online heartthrob just for show? With that, the fish pond puffed out his chest. For this persona, my social media accounts are impeccable, from traces of learning to achievements. I have it all, and without a single stock photo, I am undoubtedly the prime choice for the lovely ladies seeking online romance. Without stock photos, then where did your achievements come from? Yifei inquired. Astonished. Traces of learning could be fabricated, but could someone genuinely invest effort into creating inventions? Suddenly, he had an epiphany, narrowing his eyes. Did you obtain those materials for charming the ladies from our group? The fish pond remained silent, redirecting the conversation by touching the dusty wall. This wall is incredibly tall. Yifei chuckled. Who is in charge of the construction? Isn't at Ergo? Isn't he a civil engineering major? And farming? Sanhua, I borrowed the materials from Ergo. And invention? You got me? With a bewildered expression, the esteemed elder pondered. When did I ever become an inventor? He chuckled. Ah, the art of embellishment. The art of embellishment. The fish pond smiled amiably. Seeking favored, weren't you once fond of crafting machinery by hand? With my eloquence, how could I not be deemed an inventor? The elder took a deep breath, realizing just how deceptive the online realm could be. Even gaming companies could be ensnared by the fragmented personas crafted by others. I was wondering how you acquired your beta testing slot so swiftly. Turns out, it was a compilation of talents from various sources. Upon returning, he would surely relay this revelation to Ergo and Sanhua. Previously, they had relied on someone's persona within their group to attract allies, but now they had been amalgamated. The fish pond murmured nervously, if one can fabricate a persona through skill, why not utilize it? The elder cast a sidelong glance at him. Indeed, the gaming company has done just that, revealing all the capabilities of the beings you have created to the game's NPCs. Are you still planning to approach the planners to delete your account? If they discover this, not only will you not be able to recreate your account, but you will likely be blacklisted. The fish pond fell silent, resigned. Fine, fine. Suddenly, I feel that this character of mine possesses quite admirable attributes. Meanwhile, Eileen accompanied other players in search of Edgar, her heart racing with trepidation. Prior to their arrival, she had braced herself for disdain and condescension. Although she could not comprehend the language spoken by the group known as players, she filled in the gaps in her mind. A burden bearing the mark of a monster is a potential hazard. What can an ordinary person without a right hand possibly accomplish? Not even fit for labor. The Watchers do not accept members of the Divine Church. Every potential remark pierced her heart, leaving it bleeding. Yet, Eileen felt the searing gazes from behind her, causing her scalp to prickle. The chatter behind her had not ceased since she laid eyes on them. Strangely, she sensed that none of them harbored her anticipated thoughts. Having encountered a multitude of individuals, Eileen was acutely sensitive to the emotions of others. The onlookers held no scorn, disdain, or even hatred towards her. There was scarcely any sympathy. It was as if she was destined to endure this. No different from anyone else. This did not imply they were indifferent. Rather, the emotions they projected were of an entirely different nature, one she could not fathom. Chapter 80. The emotional dilemma of the faction leader unbeknownst to her. The skies began to weep. Eileen shivered, shaking her head to cast away distracting thoughts. Although the gazes from behind were not repulsive, they certainly made her uncomfortable from the moment she witnessed the players' boisterous antics. She felt an insurmountable disconnect. Yet, for the sake of her promising future, she would have to endure it. Pretending not to see, Eileen whispered the admonitions of Yi to herself, bolstering her resolve. When faced with the incomprehensible, feigning ignorance sufficed. She tightened her expression, striving to appear unfazed and cold-hearted. The necromancer once proclaimed that one must never show weakness before players. Behind her, Lin Xian propped up a red-dyed garment made of tough grass with a stick. Shouting like a tour guide, "Do not wander off." We shall first seek out the NPC to acquire task items to enhance our efficiency. Yet, his words bore little fruit. The players were fiercely independent. Some even disinterested in leveling up through tasks. Upon noticing the rain, their attention was immediately diverted. Wow! The rain effects are so realistic. I can almost hear the sound of funds burning. Before long, players began to stealthily depart the group for various reasons. Chaos ensued as they maintained order, unable to restrain those genuinely wishing to leave. They claimed to have perused the Forum's strategies and knew Edgar's residence, rendering the guidance of veteran players unnecessary. The chaos continued as Aelian became the new object of their curiosity. A red-haired player scrutinized the back of Aelian's head. The new NPC is surprisingly striking and aloof. I had assumed the assistant role would be filled by a sweet, innocent girl. Isn't that pure girl in the church called Xiao Ming? That statue clearly has a severe demeanor, and she seems to be a nurturing type. Another player donned in a blue coat chimed in. The blue coat was crafted from the last remnants of fabric, resulting in 2 sleeves being omitted. However, the summer heat rendered it hardly unbearable. The red-haired player stroked his chin. True, although Xiao Ming is still just a ball right now, she undeniably embodies the essence of a goddess. Have any of you noticed the alarming scarcity of female beings in our faction? Out of 9 players, every single one is male, with the sole female presence being the new NPC leading the way. The blue coat player pondered. I've heard the NPCs in this game possess high intelligence and authority. Could it be that our faction leader's XP is lacking? That makes sense, the red-haired player exclaimed. Realization dawning upon him, I observed the faction leader's intelligence in the church. He could respond to players' anomalies. Additionally, with the authority to shut down the server upon death, it is entirely reasonable for him to have a significant influence over NPCs. The gaze of the red-haired player fell upon Aelian's missing right hand. Aelian attempted to conceal it, yet stubbornly refrained from donning an adequately concealing garment. Consequently, it was inevitable that players would notice, especially when their curiosity was piqued. So, our faction leader's XP stems from a physical impairment? That's a bit unsettling. The blue coat player nodded affirmatively. It must be. Magic exists in this game, and such injuries are trivial, likely deliberately left untreated. The 2 players exchanged glances, each perceiving a mutual epiphany. The red-haired player rejoiced. We are absolute geniuses. In the background, the disarray left the chaos coordinator perplexed. Is that so? Why does it feel off? Just then, Yiji happened to stroll by. What a coincidence, to arrive just in time to overhear rumors about myself being the protagonist. The chaos coordinator was the first to notice Yi's presence and nodded in acknowledgement. Leader, lord, casual is fine. I don't mind the title, Yiji responded warmly and amiably, then turned to face the 2 players discussing his XP. The 2 players shivered involuntarily. Greetings, Lord. For reasons unknown, a chill ran down their spines. It's nothing. I'm just browsing, Yiji said, nodding at the 2 before continuing past the players. His gaze subtly swept over the red-haired player. If memory served him correctly, this was the player who had previously streaked in the church. Displaying an overly erratic demeanor, Yiji's expression turned contemplative as he walked alongside Aelian, who straightened her back instantly. Master. Yiji stumbled slightly. He had always initiated conversation first, never anticipating her to address him in such a manner. No need to place too much importance on the contract. The Watchers do not accept slaves. You are just like everyone else. Simply call me leader. Yes, leader, Aelian obediently replied, momentarily at a loss for words. The distance of several hundred meters suddenly felt exceedingly lengthy. Just take a turn. There's no need to be nervous though. All right, understanding Yiji's intent, Aelian's face flushed crimson. She hastily adjusted her posture. She was immensely grateful that the players behind them were rowdy enough to dilute the earlier awkwardness. Aelian's hands were at a loss as to where to rest, her heart racing uncontrollably. The individual beside her was a demigod-level mage. How could he possibly be paying attention to her? She desperately sought a distraction. Wait! Players! Leader, what are the players discussing behind us? They seem quite animated. Having uttered those words, she suddenly realized her indiscretion and quickly corrected herself. I merely mentioned it casually. I did not intend to pry into the secrets of the Watchers. Aelian internally lamented, her mind faltering at crucial moments. Clearly, he was wary of her, not wishing for her to grasp the unique communication language of the Watchers. What was she doing? Yiji, however, dismissed her concerns, casually stating, Oh, they believe I have a penchant for extraordinary creatures or women with contrasting traits. The players, having noticed his previous lack of reaction, assumed he was oblivious to their discussion, leading them to speak even more freely. They had escalated to deliberating whether he preferred Xiao Ming or Ailian. The necromancer leader felt compelled to clarify, firstly, while Xiao Ming has no gender, the memories she possesses belong to the male deity Aurelius Lucian. Secondly, magic is not omnipotent. The absence of treatment for Ailian's hand is solely due to the current lack of appropriate potions among the Watchers. As someone who has lived for 7 centuries, Yiji had enough experiences to fill an entire guide on romantic encounters in Elthia. Such rumors were trivial at best. However, if possible, he would prefer players to connect him with a more reasonable thread. Ailian's pupils dilated in shock. How dare anyone openly discuss him, not to mention in the presence of the necromancer? Was this the kind of atmosphere within the Watchers? Ailian was profoundly shaken. Chapter 81. I demand equal treatment for NPCs. My lord. I understand that your decision to take me in is not, Ailian stammered, struggling to explain herself, yet the more she spoke, the more convoluted her words became. Yiji shook his head. It's fine. Consider it a story to listen to. There's no need to take it to heart. The players were perpetually energetic, although Yiji had deliberately established a language barrier between both parties. However, one cannot rule out the possibility that they might devise some peculiar means of communication to gossip with Ailian. To prevent any further outlandish rumors from surfacing, it would be wise to address matters openly, allowing the parties involved to mentally prepare themselves. Story? Ailian nodded vacantly. Your players are truly rather bold in character. Such chaotic behavior is indeed more perplexing than that of monsters. Are you implying that they disregard rules? Yiji pointedly remarked, I shall endeavor to impose some constraints on their unruly actions, striving to temper their personalities, to align more closely with the humans you are familiar with? Yiji's tone was somewhat uncertain. The player's characteristics possess both advantages and disadvantages. He did not intend to impose excessive restrictions. However, the Watcher's organization cannot forever consist solely of players. At the very least, it is necessary to ensure that newcomers are not frightened away by the players. Ailian shivered. What does she mean by the humans she knows? So, indeed, the players have issues. Is it a result of forbidden magic? She dared not inquire further and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Regarding the task at Edgar's residence, the 3 seasoned players exceeded expectations, directly constructing a pair of guard posts with a space in between designated for him to recuperate and train. Consequently, the location for players to collect task items was conveniently moved from the church to Edgar's front yard. The middle of the room was separated by a partition cabinet, upon which Yiji personally set up a magical array. All items were placed in the back half of the room, preventing players from accessing them, thereby avoiding any mischief wherein players might abscond with the items. Upon reaching their destination, the players rushed eagerly to select task items. Ailian, recalling her own duties, naturally redirected her focus. The red-haired player happily queued up. Upon receiving the item allocated to him, his expression instantly fell. An abandoned stone pickaxe, a damaged bamboo basket. Not only was it broken, but they would also have to compensate for it. Our task items are far too shabby, aren't they? Ailian, no longer timid and apprehensive in front of Yiji, rapped on the wooden table insistently. Indicating whether he would take it or not, she urged him to quickly depart if he declined, so as not to waste the time of other players. Lin Xian and Luoma had long since accepted their tasks, standing with crossed arms at the side, observing the distressed new players. Lin Xian could not help but revel in schadenfreude. I told them not to fall behind, and now they have no one to blame but themselves. Currently, there are only a few task items available in the game. Once a player uses one, it does not refresh its durability. During the days when new players were absent, the 3 of them had already depleted most of the good items. The first batch of new players fared reasonably well, managing to obtain task items that were barely usable. Those who had run out in the rain and had not followed Lin Xian promptly would be fortunate to even obtain something that was not completely ruined. Luoma shrugged. Well, we have already advised them. If they choose not to listen, that is their own doing. The 2 non-cooperative players likely will not become their long-term teammates. The subjects for the newcomer guidance task will still be selected from the 3 obedient players. Luoma frowned at the hesitant red-haired player at the forefront. Ailian had already rapped the table a second time to warn him. Why does it feel like the new NPC is deliberately making things difficult for the red-haired player? The task chosen by the red-haired player was to collect stone materials, thus he required a pickaxe and a container for transporting stones. Luoma distinctly recalled that there were better stone pickaxes in the warehouse. Yet the new NPC did not present them. The basket was merely a bamboo one. Using it to hold stones was laughable. Is there any? Lin Xian turned in confusion, seeing the red-haired player enduring the death glare while selecting his task items. Another player behind him happened to have the same stone material collection task. Ailian, in front of everyone, retrieved several better quality items. The second player joyfully selected a superior item and swiftly departed. The red-haired player widened his eyes. Wait, can I exchange items? This phrase, embedded in the commonly used language of players that Ailian had memorized, was understood by her. Thus, Ailian readily agreed. Of course, and then, she retracted the item she had just presented. Red-haired player, so I cannot choose the item from earlier? Ailian met his gaze expressionlessly. After observing everything, Lin Xian fell silent before finally speaking. You are correct. The new NPC does not favor him. It is indeed a blatant case of bias. The new NPC's emotions seem far more pronounced than those of the two veteran NPCs. Setting aside the mascot Xiao Ming, I refuse to accept this. The red-haired player stormed toward the partition cabinet, declaring, I will lodge a complaint against your NPC favoritism. Not to that extent, brother, truly not to that extent. The blue-clad player restrained his arm, reminding him that the NPCs were right there. They were beyond their means to confront. I don't care. I demand justice. The red-haired player continued to push forward, insisting, I want new items. Yishi sat quietly at a wooden table not far behind Ailian. Observing the unfolding farce, is this the outcome of your training with her? Merely a lesson learned. Despite the raucous atmosphere in the room, Edgar calmly sipped his water. The tea leaves in his storage space had long since been consumed. The current watchers were utterly impoverished. They could only drink plain water. Appropriately expressing one's stance can facilitate smoother work. This was an insight he had gathered after interacting with players for over a week. Otherwise, he would have lost track of how many times his sword had been pilfered by players. What Edgar did was simply reassure others that they need not fear incurring the player's wrath. He did not expect Ailian to so swiftly draw parallels and proactively express her stance. From my observations, this ice dragon does not seem to have inherited the tyrannical temperament of a dragon. Did that player irritate her earlier? Perhaps? Yishi found it difficult to respond. He was uncertain whether it was due to the impropriety of running around naked, not aligning with the teachings of the Frost Moon Goddess, or if Ailian had caught wind of the discussions among the red-haired players. It had not been long since she had approached the players with trepidation. How had that respect and fear dissipated so quickly? One can only say that the absurd players possess quite a knack for leaving an indelible impression. An idea struck Yishi. Perhaps this little interlude serves as an excellent opportunity to observe the interactions between the natives and the players. With this thought, he remained utterly still, over there. The red-haired player found himself unable to pass through the magical array set up by Yishi and, in frustration, conceded defeat. Meanwhile, Ailian had once again retrieved some higher-quality task items, subtly indicating a readiness to leave. The blue-clad player gasped in shock. I haven't accepted my task yet. He had no hesitation in choosing between the death of a friend or the death of a poor companion. Shoving the red-haired player aside, with one hand pressed firmly on the remaining task items on the table, his gaze resolute, Sister, I have nothing to do with this guy. I choose nothing. I believe that pickaxe, which is a tad short, suits me just fine. The red-haired player, aghast, exclaimed, Treacherous traitor, selling out your teammate. Chapter 82. Favorability system. The blue-clad player stepped back, distancing himself. I did not. Keep away from me. Although Ailian could not comprehend their words, their actions spoke volumes. She glanced at the two players. Indeed, she produced the task item she had just retracted, coincidentally the shorter pickaxe favored by the blue-clad player. While its quality did not match that of the first player's, it was far superior to that of the red-haired player. The blue-clad player gratefully accepted it. All right, sister, rest assured, I stand with you on the same side. No doubt, an NPC with critical functions is far more important than a temporary teammate. This NPC is remarkably astute. Isn't Lin Xian gaped. Has the favorability system been implemented? Luoma lowered his arms. His expression serious. It is likely still in the testing phase and has not yet been announced. Well then, the two veteran players exchanged a glance. In a flash, they dashed to Ailian's side. Dear Ailian, is there anything we can assist you with? We are the returning souls of Elsha, burdened with a formidable mission. Have you had breakfast yet? Their overly eager demeanor momentarily left Ailian expressionless. Ailian. The Dawn Knights mentioned that facilitating work progress more smoothly refers to this, and I too. Beautiful lady, I bear the utmost glory and mission. Before she could fully grasp the situation, the red-haired player chimed in. Grinning foolishly, as if nothing had transpired, babbling a torrent of incomprehensible words. Ailian remained speechless. From the vocabulary she had learned and the expressions on their faces, it was clear that these individuals wished to assist her. But why? Especially the red-haired one, whom she had just scorned. The Watchers truly are a peculiar organization. The two NPCs lingering in the background, Edgar cautiously set down his cup. After all, it was the last remaining asset of the Watchers. He hoped not to break it. Your players seem to have poor memories. They are simply unaccustomed to engaging with NPCs. But this particular player seems overly carefree. YEG sighed heavily. One must admit, the casually conceived settings, when audaciously recited by players, can truly cause one to cringe. YEG observed the players before him, their eyes filled with eagerness, deep in thought. Perhaps, for the next wave, it is indeed time to seek out players with calmer emotions. One cannot help but wonder what kind of hardships the players have endured in other games, leading to such a muted reaction to the NPC's differential treatment. The moment they suspected the existence of a favorability system, they quickly forgot the earlier unpleasantness, merrily preparing to earn favor. This made Yiji's conscience ache. Wait a moment, the favorability system. Yiji slapped the table and stood up with excitement. Indeed. Why not simply follow the player's line of thought and establish a favorability system? It is widely acknowledged that the favorability systems in online games are notoriously unbalanced. Once the favorability reaches its maximum value, the most an NPC can do is offer some handmade gifts during holidays. However, in comparison to the efforts expended by the players while grinding for gifts, the rewards are woefully meager. Moreover, each NPC can have their affinity level adjusted. This form of currency, when juxtaposed with the necessity of possessing tangible magic coins, offers vastly superior profit margins. It can also be utilized to balance other attributes within the game. Perfect. Edgar glanced over in astonishment. Who, I wonder, has drawn your ire this time? Oh, nothing much. It seems your assistant is in a bit of trouble. Aren't you going to lend her a hand? Up ahead, Elian found herself at a loss for how to react, ultimately deciding to play the ostrich. The leader had advised that when confronted with the incomprehensible, one should act as if they neither see nor hear. Edgar did not even furrow his brow. If she cannot manage such trivial matters, her capabilities are indeed questionable. I suggest you reconsider your approach to her. Very well, the responsibility is yours. Guiding newcomers is certainly your forte. YEG merely made a passing comment, his thoughts not deviating significantly from Edgar's. He sought assistance, not a burden, if Elian is unable to cope with the players. Her dragon bloodline is not of such great value. The Watcher already possesses a pure-blood dragon. YEG turned and walked away. The situation among the players remained relatively stable. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not continue following. The more YEG pondered the notion of affinity, the more ingenious it seemed. Relying solely on sanity points to address players' penchant for running around naked was hardly a viable solution. It would only serve to obscure the true purpose of sanity points. The issue of Xiaoming's lack of understanding regarding the value of currency could also be perfectly resolved. Each player's expression of affinity at different stages is akin to a distinct form of currency. Setting its affinity level to be limitless would allow for unfettered expenditure. It would sufficiently mobilize this true riceworm of a Watcher. On the player's side, Elian's stiff responses left the players quite disappointed. Luanzimu was the first to give up. It seems the affinity system is still unfinished, lacking any dedicated quests. Lin Xian turned and walked away. Let's disperse, with two veteran players stating as much. Even the novice players found it uninteresting and scattered to pursue their tasks. After some meandering, Luanzimu's selected novice guide task was assigned to a red-haired player. Lin Xian chose a blue-clad player. The two separated at the entrance, each leading their respective novice players to undertake their quests. Luanzimu took the hedgehog to clear out the remaining dilapidated houses in Sweetwater Town. The hedgehog, who was the red-haired player, was formally named Spiny Hedgehog. In recent days, the three veteran players had stripped the area surrounding the town of timber, regardless of size. To find stone materials, one would have to venture much further afield. Coupled with the travel time, this task could hardly be deemed the most cost-effective for new players. Instead, demolishing the abandoned houses in town to extract stone materials was a far more appealing task. Luanzimu, already at level 4 and possessing greater endurance than the new players, nevertheless accepted the same task as the hedgehog in order to guide the newcomer. Along the way, Luanzimu explained the game's nuances while teaching how to demolish the houses, ensuring the materials remained as intact as possible. The hedgehog's head felt heavy with information. Is this game really so hardcore that we are pushing houses down? No, brother Luanzimu. How can you even do this? I found the strategy online. Luanzimu continued to strike the walls without looking up. Soon, debris flew everywhere. With a forceful push, a rectangular stone block measuring 80 centimeters rolled to the ground. This piece is well preserved. Luanzimu offered a compliment. They had specifically researched various aspects to build houses just 2 days prior. Once familiarized, these tasks were not particularly challenging. Wow, is it really possible? The hedgehog's eyes widened as he gazed at the stone block on the ground. What kind of technique allows each strike to only dislodge the adhesive from the wall? He rolled up his sleeves. Let me give it a try. Chapter 83. Team Invitation, Yiji's Skills Surge. Although the hedgehog was somewhat whimsical, his efficiency in task execution was surprisingly high, not lagging much behind Luanzimo. He was quickly catching up to the veteran players, particularly the one least adept at physical labor. The one who could fly. Luanzimo grew increasingly satisfied as he observed. Especially after learning through conversation that the other was a combat player, he felt a strong inclination to recruit him. Thus, during the lunch break, Luanzimo broached the subject directly. You want to invite me to join? Are you 3 veteran players planning to establish a guild? The hedgehog nearly choked on the water in his mouth. Cough, cough, why choose me? Is it because my fascinating spirit is too radiant, attracting the attention of veteran players on the very first day? Luanzimo handed him a sweet fruit, not concealing his intentions. We have thoroughly explored Sweetwater Town and intend to form a small team to venture outward. Currently, we are in need of a frontline warrior to absorb damage. The guild system has not yet been implemented within the game, so there is no rush. For now, we are all voluntarily cooperating on a temporary basis. If you choose to join, we will provide more comprehensive strategies beyond the novice guide tasks. At this point, Luanzimo paused briefly before adding, including choices for level 1 magic skills and techniques for utilization. Skill strategies. The hedgehog's eyes lit up. All right, I agree. So quick. Luanzimo was taken aback. Don't you want to think it over? He hadn't even finished stating his conditions. No need. You are undoubtedly top-tier veteran players. And following you means there's food to eat. The hedgehog grinned. Just the prospect of you helping me swiftly surpass the early stages is enough for me to join. Moreover, based on my interactions with you over the morning, your personality suits me perfectly. I also know another veteran player who is a streamer. I am not worried about mingling with you. Ultimately, it would save me the trouble of having to talk too much. Luanzimo nodded, emphasizing once more. We aim to maintain the lead in progress, so there are considerable requirements for members' online duration, along with mandatory tasks. Are you able to accept this? Of course. This is a virtual reality game. I would love to log in every day. The hedgehog eagerly agreed. Only then did he realize he was missing something. Oh, by the way, what is the name of our guild? No, what shall we call our team? Luanzimo paused as he chewed. We haven't named it yet. Initially, there were only 3 players, making it somewhat unnecessary to form a chat group, and they had forgotten about it altogether. Once we log off, I will invite you to the group, and we can discuss this then. Sure. Naming is my forte. The hedgehog exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Luanzimo struggled to swallow the sweet fruit and glanced at the hedgehog's ID. Spiny hedgehog. Perhaps, he murmured to himself. What did you say? The hedgehog didn't catch it. Nothing. Luanzimo patted his backside and stood up. Have you finished eating and resting? Let's aim to get you to level 2 today. The hedgehog's eyes sparkled. Sure. He quickly got up to follow. Although his sense of pain was partially suppressed, he could still feel soreness throughout his body. But it didn't matter. After all, it was just the body of a game character. As long as he couldn't die, he would push himself to the limit. Yiji climbed to the top of the church, finding a place to hide, as the highest building in the entire town. The church's summit offered an expansive view. He held a feather quill in hand, recording the framework for the game and the construction plan for the affinity system. Occasionally, he glanced down at the busy players below. By remotely monitoring their equipment, he adjusted their game panel data accordingly. Thankfully, he was not a true intermediate mage. Although the issues regarding the mental sea were considerable, they did not prevent him from clearly seeing those within the confines of the town. This multi-threaded work was merely troublesome, not impossible. However, continuing in this manner was not sustainable. Yiji wearily set down his pen. The task of actualizing the game panel data must also be prioritized. He opened the control panel, observing the myriad functions with power values soaring into the thousands. He finally understood the fervent desire of the gods for divine power. Fortunately, matters were progressing smoothly. No troublesome players had emerged among the newcomers. And everything was proceeding without incident. What a joke! A childish voice of indignation resonated from below. Yiji looked down to see Xiaoming, with its nearly invisible tiny hands, struggling to claw at the church's eaves. The entire orb was coated in so much dust that its brightness had significantly diminished. Having hung there for quite some time, it was now teetering precariously, as if it would fall at any moment. Yiji grasped its ethereal light thread, compassionately pulling it up. What are you doing here? And why have you made yourself look like this? Yi stroked his chin, scrutinizing the faintly golden orb floating in midair. Xiaoming's orb began to flush red, defiantly retorting. Floating is not the same as flying. All its divine power resided with Yizhit was quite remarkable to be able to float 3 meters off the ground relying solely on its own strength. However, to reach the roof of the church, it could only resort to climbing. It shook its head. No, I didn't come to talk about that. Can you please manage your undead? Dark creatures are inherently cunning. I nearly lost track of the conversation. There are 2 undead creatures that have been persistently following me. I can't shake them off. It drives me mad. Oh, I will never give you any magic coins again. You might as well give up. Yi replied coldly. With his thoughts so easily read, Xiaoming's orb dimmed even further. I absolutely won't squander any magic coins this time. Didn't you say I should assign more tasks? Without the skeletal copper coins you produce, the undead wouldn't even take notice. After experiencing the attentive service of the players, it could not shake off the memory. Having finally attracted so many new players, it had already devised a plan for what to do next. First, it would renovate the statue and replace that wretched goddess statue with the most handsome and formidable earthly embodiment of the god of light. Aurelius Lucian. The entire church must not merely be renovated, but rather rebuilt. It aims to expel all the undead, transforming the church into a personal palace for itself. The more Xiaoming contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. His small, bean-sized eyes gleaming like miniature flashlights, almost as if his thoughts were inscribed upon his face. Yi looked at him in silence. Any task concerning alterations to the church's layout will not receive my approval. Do not forget, in order to publish a task, it must first pass through my hands as the GM. The rewards can be written as one pleases, but the actual task will be closely monitored by me. Yi was preparing to issue another warning. Do not constantly refer to the players as the undead. While the race of the godless is known for their deceit, one should not reveal their trump cards so openly. If Xiaoming continues in this manner, it is likely he will never leave the Sweetwater Town Church in his lifetime, nor encounter any outsiders. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, the recently rain-soaked heavens obscured once more by heavy clouds. A buzzing sound, akin to an ear-piercing tremor, resonated in Yi's mind. The magical fluctuations in the air grew chaotic and agitated, converging towards Yi like an invisible storm. The power within Yi began to surge. High Mage, Magus, Grand Magus, Archmage, Great Archmage. Yi half knelt, bracing himself with one hand on the ground, his feather quill unconsciously falling from his grasp. What the? He struggled to utter a curse, desperately trying to contain the overwhelming force swelling within him. His expression was marred, devoid of any semblance of joy. Is the divine resurrection ritual. How could it come at such a vulnerable moment? Chapter 84. Shattered into many pieces in the sky. The edges of the dark clouds churned continuously, forming bizarre whirlpools and twisted patterns. The conspicuous transformations immediately captured the player's attention. Why is it raining again? Oh dear, today's thunderclouds are rather unique, swirling about like a thunderstorm. Boom! A bolt of white light descended from the heavens, striking not far from them. The colossal beam illuminated the entirety of Sweetwater Town. The players fell silent for a moment, rising to their feet. What the hell? Could it truly be a thunderstorm? My goodness, what a 5D special effect blockbuster. It seems to have struck the church. Let us hurry over and take a look. No, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning too? If I die, I die. I haven't saved enough magic coins anyway. Perhaps I can score a free resurrection opportunity. That makes sense. The players abandoned their belongings and raced towards the church at that moment. At the center of the church, the white light was not what the players assumed to be a thunderstorm. It wasn't even lightning. However, the immense energy impact still sent Xiaoming flying several meters, nearly causing him to fall from the church's roof. The pale golden orb of light rolled around the rooftop several times before Xiaoming clumsily got back on his feet, looking up in disbelief and murmuring to himself. The divine power of the sea god Serkanos? How could he appear here? Nevertheless, the immediate concern was not this. He anxiously flew towards the center where the white light descended, his voice unconsciously laced with worry. Undead, are you all right? Yi's entire skeletal structure creaked under the unbearable strain. Like a windmill on the verge of collapse, he struggled to articulate. I feel like clack, clack. I'm doing all right. Unfortunately, before he could finish, the tumultuous power within him surged once more, compelling him to focus all his energy on resisting it. He found himself gradually succumbing. His injuries had not yet healed. In terms of power, he was no match for the divine force brought forth by the white light. The divine energy rampaged within Yi, as if it sought to tear and reconstruct every single bone in his body. No, it was not merely a semblance. It was truly tearing his bones apart. Yi's skeleton began to emit a piercing sound of fracture. Each bone appeared to be twisted and pulled by an invisible giant hand, ultimately unable to withstand the strain and shattering into fragments. His skull was riddled with cracks, the soul flame within his eye sockets dimming as it struggled. The undead. Xiaoming cried out in despair, "Don't die. If you die, I'll accompany you to the grave." It frantically rolled to catch the shattered bones of Yi, trying to piece them back together, even moving so swiftly that it created afterimages. Yet, how could shattered bones possibly be reassembled? Each time it managed to fit a piece, more bones would fracture. It simply could not keep up. Woo-woo-woo. Pale golden tears dripped onto Yi's bones. Xiaoming was crying for itself. It was still an underage deity. It did not wish to perish. Xiaoming seemed to be speaking to Yi, yet also attempting to hypnotize itself. Undead, you can create the undead, right? Surely there is a way for you to survive as well, isn't there? When the players arrived, they beheld what resembled small hailstones cascading down from the church's roof, bones clattering to the ground. Coupled with the ink-black sky, it was a scene both eerie and surreal. The hedgehog cried out in terror, "It's over! The faction leader has exploded. It's over. I can't believe my eyes. What on earth has happened?" Lin Xian caught two bones falling from the sky and looked down to find they were two phalanges. Dante panic, old Yi is undead. He should be able to piece himself back together. Upon finishing his statement, the bones in his hand shattered into 4 pieces. Lin Xian. Perhaps not. After that, more cracks appeared on the bones. Perhaps he should refrain from speaking. I Can Fly leaned in closer, exclaiming, "This is shattered beyond belief. It's practically turned to dust." Buzz. Amidst the cacophony of players in disarray, a clear, resonant hum pierced through the chaos. Then, Lin Xian witnessed a scene he could not forget even after many years. Now a saint of magic, an incredibly brilliant white sword light, appeared mid-air, slicing through the sky, shooting towards the clouds. The sword light first shrank to a fine line within Lin Xian's vision, then expanded gradually yet unceasingly, cleaving through the tumultuous black clouds. After nearly spanning the entire expanse of the dark clouds, the patterns flowing within the sword light flickered and erupted. Countless small beams of light, reminiscent of shooting stars, burst forth from the grand sword light, instantly rending and consuming the dark clouds. The sky returned to its azure hue, sunlight cascading back onto the earth. Edgar stepped onto the first ray of light as it fell, appearing before everyone. He stowed his broken sword into his storage space and then lifted his gaze to meet Lin Xian's. Those eyes, devoid of sorrow or joy, paired with the column of light above him, resembled a merciful deity. Lin Xian could only think of 2 words, dawn. He glanced down to see the phalanges in his hand, which had broken into 4 pieces, now no longer fracturing further. All of this transpired within a mere 2 seconds. The transformation left all players in shock, immobilized in place. Edgar furrowed his brows. "What are you standing around for? He still has a chance. Quickly pick up his bones." His words shattered the solemn atmosphere. Realizing this, he muttered to himself softly, "Right? You mentioned needing to assign tasks to the players. That would prompt them to act." He skillfully opened his NPC panel, and an urgent task alert flashed before everyone's eyes. The players awoke from their stupor. Yes, save Oldie. Save my beta test slot. Who has a sack? I need to find half a head. I have one. I'm coming right now." The hedgehog attempted to climb atop the church, shouting behind him, "Someone give me a hand. There are likely more of Oldie's bones on the roof." Ouch! What is this? The hedgehog shielded his head, looking at the bones that had fallen upon him, only to glance up and find himself locking eyes with Xiaoming, who was perched on the eaves. Game icon? Pfft. The mascot goddess? Xiaoming did not comprehend the player's language. It merely continued to transport Yi's bones, dropping them all onto the hedgehog. The hedgehog scrambled to catch them beneath. Hey, whoa, slow down, my dear. I can hardly keep up. Chapter 85. The soon-to-be-revived sea god Serkanos, as most of the remaining bones bore cracks, appearing as if they might shatter further at any moment. The hedgehog could only do his utmost to catch them mid-air. Avoiding secondary injuries, however, Xiaoming's speed was too rapid and frantic. He was truly struggling, nearly tumbling off the wall. Nevertheless, having Xiaoming assist expedited the collection of Yi's fragments significantly. There's still a piece. I can fly, clutching a bone that could not be identified, dashed to the church entrance. There, the ground was littered with bones as if set up for a market stall. Glitch counted the bones scattered on the ground. 321. 322. 501. 633. It seems we VE gathered them all. Even if there are some missing, it can't be too many. Lin Xian frowned in disbelief. I never realized that the surface area of a human's bones could be so vast when spread out. The hedgehog scratched his head. Can anyone explain what on earth just happened? He had just been listening to Glitch explain the faction leader's powers akin to that of a game GM. Yet the next moment, the faction leader had exploded. What kind of plot twist is this? Did no one know? The players exchanged bewildered glances. If they had known, would they still be standing here in a daze? Fish Pond looked doubtful. With him shattered like this, are you sure he is still alive? Let us not concern ourselves with the matters of the continent of Elthia. I Can Fly waved his hand dismissively. No matter the reason, it's certainly better than the faction leader exploding and the game shutting down on the spot. He turned to Edgar, whose expression was grave, and felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Old AI, you don't think Oldie is truly gone, do you? Edgar was suddenly jolted back to reality, shaking his head in response. This minor injury won't be fatal. It will merely exacerbate Yiji's predicament a tad. His concern lay in the deeper implications revealed by the divine descent ritual. The gathered players exchanged incredulous glances. You call this a minor injury? Subsequently, Edgar crouched down. Leave the rest to me. Once I piece the body together, you can resolve the remaining issues on her own. He sifted through a pile of bones, occasionally extracting a fragment. Before long, he had successfully reassembled 2 fingers. Why I gaped in astonishment. How skillful. It's almost heart-wrenching. Lin Xian, exasperated, remarked. Is it really necessary to joke around at a time like this? Mimicking Edgar's posture, he bent down to examine the bone heap. I've studied human anatomy a bit. I should be able to assist. I'll join in. Wanma followed suit, crouching down. The human skeleton had been etched into his memory since he entered military school. Well then, I shall participate too. I grasped 2 bones, attempting to discern the differences, treating it like a 3D puzzle. The veteran players expressed their intentions, and the new players, unwilling to be outdone, surged forward to lend their assistance. Once Yiji's body was reassembled, Edgar distributed the magical coins awarded for the quest. Yet, not a single individual departed. It was evident that this was a hidden storyline. Only a fool would leave. Thus, when Yiji awakened from the chaos, still acclimating to her bodily state, she found herself confronted by a circle of fuzzy heads above her. Why Yiji? The players were even more exhilarated than she was. It's lighting up, the fire in the eye socket has ignited. She's truly alive. Another player leaned in, flashing a peace sign. Old Yi, look at me. How many fingers do I have? You're awake? You're a girl now. Lin Xian pulled the players back. Shh, quiet. Don't startle Old Yi. As the most renowned gaming blogger under the divine realm, his words carried weight. The other players nodded in agreement, retreating and even slowing their breaths. As if Yiji were a fragile porcelain figurine. Struggling to sit up on the bed, Yiji surveyed her surroundings, which was the resting place for players logging off. The ground was still covered with the resilient cloth they had purchased for 10 magical coins. A bit hard, Yiji assessed. Besides the players, Xiaoming, Edgar, and Elian had also arrived. Your injuries are severe. It's best not to stray too far from the magical energy node. I had them bring you here. Edgar informed her. He offered a gem blue potion, no larger than 2 thumbs. This is the last vial of Whisper of the Dead. It should help restore your ability to speak. Xiaoming edged closer, cautious of the divine and undead traits clashing, which might worsen her condition. His voice was laced with worry. How do you feel now? Please don't die. Yiji poured the potion over her head, triggering a violent coughing fit. Cough, cough. I feel like I won't die just yet. Her voice was frail and hoarse. By the way, who mismatched my hand bones? They're swapped. I, eavesdropping from behind. Jolted in surprise. Impossible. I double-checked several times. Ha ha ha, what is this? Can't tell left from right and got caught by an NPC. Ying mercilessly mocked. After laughing, he turned to meet the gaze of all the NPCs. Suddenly, he became the focal point of attention, despite his shorter stature. Ying made a zipper gesture with his mouth. I'll say no more. Edgar turned to inquire. Should we let them leave first? He waited until Yiji had awakened to pose the question, allowing her to decide. The other players grew anxious. Are we avoiding critical plot points? A swarm of arms reached from behind. covering Wai Hu Fi and Wai Tiang's mouths. MMM, Lin Xian quickly reassured them. Don't worry. We've got these two under control. We'll remain absolutely silent. As he spoke, they instinctively backed against the wall, as if retreating beyond a certain distance would convince Yi Ji they didn't exist. Yi Ji's previously grim mood lightened slightly. Truly, these foolish players lived up to their reputation. Let them stay. After all, someone needs to understand what transpired. The effects of the magical substance gradually absorbed by Yi Ji allowed her speech to become increasingly coherent. Xiao Ming zipped to the forefront, urgency evident in his tone. Right. What exactly happened earlier? Why did the sea god Ser Kanuz's divine power fall upon you? It possessed the memory of the god of light and would never mistake it. That must be the sea goddess' divine power. Could it be that Yi Ji is the chosen one of the sea god? No. Xiao Ming quickly shook his head in denial. If the other party were a chosen one of another deity, I would have detected it immediately upon contact. There's no way they would fall under the purview of the god of light as successor. Yi Ji rearranged her mismatched hands, chuckling lightly. You quite ignorant. Did you think the only use of divine power is to bestow blessings upon the chosen? The use of divine power. Xiao Ming echoed, suddenly freezing in shock. He didn't even have time to ponder how Yi Ji had discerned his thoughts before he looked up in astonishment. The divine resurrection ritual. Ser intends to revive through your body. Correct, but there is no reward. Realizing the potion bottle was entirely empty, Yi Ji set it aside, regret glimmering in her eyes. Their magical potion reserves were also running low. Truly, the weak were constantly subjected to fright, with dead ends at every turn. Xiao Ming could hardly accept this, his fur bristling like a cat with its tail stepped on. How is that possible? You lack the sea goddess' divine essence and are not a willing sacrifice. How could he possibly revive within you? Why does the sea god show signs of revival, but the god of light does not? What is your relationship with Ser Kanuz? Chapter 86, The Watcher Member, The Whereabouts of the Sea Witch Claire. Why should I answer your questions? Yi Ji retorted, if voluntary consent were a prerequisite for sacrifices. Wouldn't the gods lose face? Xiao Ming paused mid-motion. Indeed, he had no standing to negotiate with the other party. He had been outsmarted by Yi Ji. Yi Ji set the flustered Xiao Ming aside. Skillfully silencing and restricting his movements, a one-sided contract was that domineering. Even in her current weakened state, unable to stand, Yi Ji could still hold Xiao Ming firmly in check. Through probing, she discovered that the memories he possessed were woefully scant, likely even less than what the gods received at their inception. No wonder his intellect resembled that of a 4- or 5-year-old child. Having confirmed his identity, Yi Ji decided to momentarily disregard him. What she needed to do was to conclude the player's incomprehensible monologue and offer them some substantial plot points to enhance their motivation for leveling up and completing quests. These matters couldn't be divulged to Elian just yet. So Yi Ji subtly indicated for her to leave. Elian glanced at the unmoving crowd around her, feeling awkward. However, she understood Yi Ji's caution. As a half-free individual bound by a mere 50-year contract, she was not suited to delve into deeper matters. It wouldn't be beneficial for either party. She said nothing and gently closed the door as she departed. At this moment, Yi Ji turned to Edgar. He sighed and began to explain. The sea god Ser Kanuz, one of the newly ascended gods, is among the 13 ancient deities, the husband of the water goddess, Eileen Alvis. Though a new god, he is a staunch supporter of the ancient gods. And with the authority willingly shared by his partner, the water goddess, he appears even more like an ancient deity than she does. He is also known as the Lord of Tides, the King of the Sea, and the creator deity of the merfolk. His birth year is unknown. He perished 600 years ago during the Divine War, and his divine body has since gone missing, leaving only a weapon he once carried, the sea goddess trident. Venerated by the merfolk for generations, utilizing artifacts to channel divine power is far more efficient than a fractured divine essence and is also easier to absorb belief. Considering the timeline, it is indeed time for the merfolk to accumulate enough divine power to conduct a divine resurrection ceremony. Yi Ji continued, creating a new god from scratch is the most wasteful use of divine power, with the highest likelihood of failure. The best choice is to find a suitable vessel for the resurrected deity to inhabit. Unfortunately, I am that chosen vessel, or rather, I have achieved a 100 compatibility rate with all deities. Any ancient or new god wishing to return to life may occupy this body. Naturally, having not yet lived enough, I am unwilling to relinquish my body to others. Thus, I was just contending with the white light for control of my body. The divine resurrection ritual is exceedingly domineering. Although the success rate is disheartening, Regardless of success or failure, the chosen vessel for the deity will perish. The only solution is to forcibly expel this power at the outset, preventing it from assimilating and transforming the body. Wait, a perfect furnace, the hedgehog exclaimed. A 100 compatibility rate means it's a furnace physique. No, it should be called a possession physique. Ying rebutted, slapping his knee. Thank you, that was brilliantly articulated. Please refrain from speaking next time. Yi said, forcibly ignoring the player's chatter and continuing her explanation. Several similar divine resurrection rituals have already occurred. This is the fifth one and the most brutal one. Edgar added. The previous most tragic instance resulted in Yi being shattered into over 300 pieces. Yi nodded, generously praising, indeed, it was thanks to the illustrious Dawn Knight's intervention. Had Edgar not acted, I likely would have continued to fracture. Although Yi has managed to survive until now, he is not immune to the perils of this long-distance resurrection ritual. However, once the number of shattered bones reaches 4 digits, no matter how valiantly he struggles, this body will be rendered useless. Yi is left with no choice but to seek possession of a being even more inferior than the undead. After much contemplation, he concludes that only slimes remain as an option. Your praise is more than I can bear. Edgar's expression is grave as he turns to question him. Even if the development of the deep sea cult has been unexpected, you cannot possibly have no means of resistance. What transpired in that blinding light? Had Yi not collapsed so swiftly, he would not have resorted to action. Ahem, we shall discuss this matter later. Yi feigns a cough, covering his mouth. I recall you mentioning that the reason Claire did not seek me out was to return to the Sea Witch clan to prevent the divine ritual. Correct. The Sea Witches are staunch supporters of Ser Kanus and are currently engaged in the ceremony to resurrect the CGO deity. It is highly probable that they initiated the resurrection ritual. Edgar nods with difficulty. The timing of the divine ritual she informed me of indeed falls within these few days. Claire returned to her clan with the intent of halting the ceremony. Now that the ritual is proceeding smoothly, she has yet to send any warnings or alerts. Claire's situation seems dire. Not necessarily, Yi quickly counters. There is a strong possibility that something has gone awry for Claire. But she must still be alive. The white light descended rapidly, leaving Yi no time to evade. Yet, its subsequent waning suggests that the ritual had reached its climax before an unexpected turn of events occurred. Since Edgar has confirmed Claire's whereabouts, Yi is willing to believe that the final aberration was indeed Claire's intervention. During the period from your unconsciousness to awakening, I did not receive any distress signal from Claire. Edgar states, Yi muses. Perhaps she is trapped somewhere, her movements restricted. He raises his hand and gently pats Edgar's shoulder. Young man, do not fixate on the negative. Consider the positive. Perhaps she is merely waiting for us to find her. Edgar silently produces the silver longsword that had snapped under the strain of power earlier. The sword has long lost its former luster, its broken edge uneven, and the gems once embedded in the hilt have vanished without a trace. He then lifts his gaze to Yi, who struggles even to raise his hand, his tone filled with pure bewilderment. Just the two of us? Yi falls silent. Chapter 87. Players splitting into different paths. It is truly disheartening. The dark sorcerer who could silence a child's night cries, the knight renowned for single-handedly clearing high-risk magical nests, is now rendered powerless. Given their current physical condition, it is uncertain whether they can even slip past the church's watchful eyes and reach the misty sea. After a moment, Yi, enduring the curious gazes of the players, forcibly steers the conversation back on course. It is not wrong to have dreams. With Claire in peril, we cannot simply turn a blind eye. Once the defenses of Sweetwater Town are fortified enough to withstand the winter's magical tide, we shall set forth immediately to find her in the misty sea. Little did he expect that just half a month later, their roles in the rescue would be reversed. The divine power bestowed by this resurrection ritual is perplexingly abundant. Concerning the significant matter of a deity's revival, Yi must personally venture to the Sea Witches. However, before that, he will require ample time to recuperate sufficiently to leave Sweetwater Town. He can only hope that Claire is indeed alive and has successfully concealed herself, waiting for their rescue. Yi sighs wistfully. The destructive force of the sea god's divine power is immense. I now require quiet rest. He then shifts his gaze to the players loitering at the door. I will fly squats in the corner. Eager to continue hearing the tale of the new character, Claire, puzzled, he exclaims, What's the matter? Please, go on. Who exactly is Claire? What is the divine ritual? Where is the misty sea? Is it a new map set to be unveiled? Please clarify. Lin Xian stands up, shaking off his numb legs against the wall. We should go. The NPC mentioned resting. The plot must have concluded. Is that so? I will fly questions skeptically. Upon turning around, he finds Edgar rising to usher them out, echoing Yiji's earlier words. The players, of course, protest. What if there are hidden storylines yet to unfold? However, how could mere players, who do not even qualify as magical apprentices, hope to contend with Edgar? All are half forcefully expelled from the church. Only Lin Xian foresaw this, leading I Will Fly and the glitch to leave voluntarily, preserving the dignity of the veteran players. Bang! The church doors are slammed shut from within. The 9 players stand disheveled in the evening breeze. The fish pond pushes the door with all his might, yet it remains steadfast. Wait, is the church denying us entry now? I Will Fly strokes his chin. Must we find somewhere else to log off until Oldie recuperates? A hedgehog steps up to assist in pushing the door, but still, there is no movement. The door seems suddenly welded shut, unyielding to their efforts. This shouldn't be. Did you not say that the faction leaders inherently possess a heavy injury buff? Why the sudden territorial claim? Unclear. Perhaps Oldie is genuinely gravely injured? Lin Xian speculates. Regardless, the save point is inside. It cannot remain locked indefinitely. Perhaps it will be resolved upon our return. Realizing they genuinely cannot enter, the players' enthusiasm begins to wane. Let's disperse. Time to undertake quests. I refuse to believe I cannot enter today. I shall climb through a window. Each player harbors their own thoughts, and after a brief moment of hesitation, they proceed to attend to their own affairs. Lin Xian has little obsession with entering the church. He leads the other veteran players to a dilapidated house nearby that still holds some remnants of preservation. Aside from the 3 veteran players, there is an additional hedgehog. The hedgehog confidently waves. Hi. Lin Xian glances at the glitch. Why did you bring him along? I wanted him to join our team. So I brought him to introduce to you all. I Will Fly excitedly claps the hedgehog on the shoulder. Sounds great. We finally have a newcomer. Are you also a combat player? What role do you play? A warrior, which perfectly addresses our team's lack of frontline presence. The glitch helps to introduce. However, since the game has only just launched, it is premature to discuss roles. Our combat system has yet to be fully explored, and everything remains subject to change. The hedgehog nods vigorously. I have no specific demands regarding the combat system. I just want to be on the front line. In other games, I have played as a healer, assassin, and warrior, all with commendable success, focusing on not suffering from version disadvantages. I Will Fly exclaims in admiration, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. We need strength-oriented players. Speaking of newcomers, Lin Xian recalls an old acquaintance among the 9 players. By the way, Fei Zi, where is the fish pond? Did he not say he wanted to join our team before going online? Him, I Will Fly scoffs, his expression turning exasperated. This fellow has unlocked a special race, and now his personality has completely transformed. He has gone off to continue his quests. He finds leveling up with us too slow and intends to adopt the lone wolf approach, even claiming he will surpass us to become the first echelon. Subsequently, I Will Fly spills the entirety of the morning's events, including the advantages and disadvantages of dwarves, as well as his attempt to flaunt his friend's data. Upon hearing this, the hedgehog bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, an all-around male god. Even deceived the game company. Your friend would have made an excellent spy 100 years ago. The glitch frowns in thought. Such deception cannot last long, can it? Given the limited number of players in the game, it would be exceedingly simple to spot the fish pond's anomalies. Even the game NPCs are aware of each other's settings. It is highly likely that a specialized task will be issued. If the fish pond cannot handle it, wouldn't that expose him? Lin Xian shrugs helplessly. Such matters must be resolved by him. Perhaps surrendering would yield a better outcome. When players sign up for the game's beta, they often embellish their skills, which is an unspoken secret. However, this game is exceedingly hardcore. Lin Xian seriously suspects that the game company is genuinely considering the skills they filled out during registration. If that is the case, it could lead to significant complications. It all depends on how the game company chooses to handle it. He has known the fish pond for 2 to 3 years. Although they have never met offline, the fish pond's character is genuinely amiable, and his gaming skills are commendable, albeit overly fixated on impressing female players. He is likely heartbroken over the character's appearance and seeks to compensate for his looks with skill. Given the unique nature of the dwarf race, he might indeed have a chance to surpass others later on. Lin Xian's eyes reveal envy. Born with 2 innate talents, both comprehensive and growth-oriented. What level of fortuity is this? Why has he never encountered such good fortune? What does being unattractive even matter? That is called having character. Perhaps among the dwarves, the fish pond could very well be considered a handsome fellow. The hedgehog nods in agreement. Indeed. With the inherent favorability of the dwarf faction, It is utterly delightful. Apart from possessing a buff that could vanish at any moment, this already qualifies as an extraordinary start. The glitch clears his throat. While someone is striving diligently, let us not become complacent. We should first analyze the newly updated plot. Relying solely on blind questing to become a top-tier player is merely hoping to replicate the fish pond stroke of luck. Most games operate on a version-by-version basis, storing one while updating another. The content for the next version must have already been prepared, with relevant clues hidden within the NPC's fragmented dialogues. Since they have decided to venture forth into the frontline, they must understand the content of the next version in advance and prepare for it. Chapter 88. Predictions for the new map. The dilapidated houses, abandoned for decades, have long since crumbled into a state of disrepair. A portion of the stone wall has crumbled, revealing the damp interior, where moss and vines flourish unchecked in the crevices, with mold appearing in certain areas. 4 players are seated upon rough-hewn stone slabs, forming a circle in the corner of the wall. Lin Xian speaks first. Being a gaming blogger with his own established insights regarding the narrative's emphasis, he begins by noting the enhanced background lore concerning deities, explaining that the gods of Ayrshire are divided into factions, broadly categorized into ancient and new gods. Although there is a degree of estrangement between the factions, it is not insurmountable. For instance, the sea god and water god are husband and wife, even sharing authority. Yifei clicks his tongue. Is that what they call property sharing? The deities seem quite enamored with each other. I shall add something as well. The character garbled continues, from the nomenclature. It appears the ancient and new gods are related to the timeline of their ascension. Lin Xian remarks, the ancient gods are easily understood, but the new gods. Suddenly, the hedgehog sits upright. Could it be that once we reach the maximum level, we will become gods ourselves? Goodness, a divine-level veteran player? What will become of the new players then? Yifei retorts, his legs betraying a nervous tremor despite his words. His tone is fervent. If the game progresses to its conclusion, could we not create and shape worlds ourselves? Garbled shakes his head in disagreement. That would be too extravagant. It seems implausible. Lin Xian nods. If players could all ascend to godhood, there might conservatively be tens of thousands of deities in the game. Guild wars would obliterate the world. Moreover, let us not forget, we are part of the anti-deity faction, Garbled adds. Both Yifei and the hedgehog slumped dejectedly. Alas, how dull. The game doesn't even allow me to fully realize my dreams? Lin Xian feels a wave of frustration. To start dreaming of becoming a deity when we can't even leave the town gate seems overly ambitious, does it not? The truth about the divine factions is inconsequential. Lin Xian traces a few lines on the dust-laden wall, sketching symbols that resemble those of the ancient and new gods. He then connects them to a circle below, producing a magical coin. He presses it firmly onto the circle, leaving an imprint of a skull. The crux is, since there are factions, they must harbor irreconcilable conflicts. However, when it comes to Old Ye's matter, they are all in accord. The hedgehog contemplates. I believe it is merely a matter of Old Ye's constitution. Lin Xian counters. That does not hold. Do not all deities possess a universal benevolence towards humanity? Why is there not a single deity opposed to this? Yifei remarks. Isn't it simple? If they truly loved humanity, we wouldn't be in the opposing faction. Besides, who says gods cannot be fearful of death? A god afraid of death, the hedgehog scoffs disdainfully. With such a mentality, could the game's deities be malevolent? Yifei gives him a sidelong glance. You are only just realizing this? The sea god was able to locate Old Ye's body from afar to resurrect him, which indicates his constitution is extraordinarily conducive to possession, rare on a global scale. That hardly seems beneficial. The hedgehog muses, only to immediately begin to revel in schadenfreude. I can hardly wait for the day when players discover such a constitution. It will be utterly hilarious. Imagine each resurrection being a step closer to demise, or finding oneself resurrected, only to have other deities occupying one's former body, leading to a conflict of self that one might not even win. The two engage in a spirited discussion about the myriad ways to exploit this constitution. It could almost be categorized as a trait of an insider, a weapon for slaughtering parties. Lin Xian furrows his brow in contemplation. He feels there is more to this than meets the eye. It is not solely about the deity's unanimous stance. A constitution that accommodates the possession by all gods inherently raises suspicions, based on his extensive gaming experience. He suspects this setting could very well foreshadow the final boss battle. Through GM privileges, Yiji observes the players' discussion from afar, amused. Unfortunately, players could never possess such a constitution, for the so-called possession trait does not exist. Yiji has spent centuries unraveling this truth. What they are witnessing is merely a fragment of mental projection. They do not possess a complete soul. The gods would not seize the bodies of lifeless vessels. Lin Xian remains troubled by the issue of Yi Ji's constitution and the deity's attitudes. However, even Garbled does not support him this time. It is probably just a luck-based setting designed to enhance the background lore. Garbled comforts him with a pat on the shoulder. Such matters can be revisited when we encounter divine-level combatants again. Lin Xian sighs. Indeed, he has been overthinking. Even if there are issues, they do not impede their current actions. He regains his composure, shifting the conversation to the more immediate narrative. In addition, a new map has been introduced. The Misty Sea, which likely corresponds to the territory once ruled by the sea god Serkanus. Moreover, there is an NPC from our faction named Claire, which suggests she is female. Garbled speculates uncertainly. A female? Yi Fei echoes. Suddenly recalling something, he excitedly slaps his thigh. I've remembered. I always felt I had heard that name before. The background music from the promotional video hums in his mind, with the singer named Claire. The hedgehog can't help but clench his fists. It does seem familiar. I specifically reviewed the final production team. He was drawn into the game by that promotional video. There are only a few names in the production team. He could recite them by heart. He had searched for the name Claire online, but regrettably, every result was unrelated individuals sharing the same name. He lamented for quite some time. Tio thinks such a melodious singer could become so obscure that not even a trace of her could be found. It seems the foreshadowing had been laid from that time. The hedgehog grows increasingly animated. Why Yi Fei feels compelled to applaud the production team. So meticulous, so very meticulous. The hedgehog rests his chin on his hand, grinning foolishly. I wonder if the Claire in the game has a voice akin to that in the promotional video? Could she sing? Garbled raises an eyebrow. Are you hoping to be like that fishing pond? Trying to attract girls? How could that be? The hedgehog erupts, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. This is merely an appreciation of beauty. A killer never indulges in emotions. The trio emits a chorus of mockery. Oh, before the hedgehog can explode in indignation, Lin Xian redirects the conversation. The next map will likely involve going to the Misty Sea to rescue Claire. Can you all swim? Chapter 89. The survival of humanity is nothing short of a miracle. Garbled. I can. The hedgehog. Does dog paddling count? Yi Fei. Why not try to trust in the omnipotent power of magic? Lin Xian's expression darkens. Then we might just drown from exhaustion. He reconfirms with the group. Neither Yi Fei nor I can swim. The hedgehog is uncertain about depth, and Garbled is our sole member capable of underwater combat. Correct. Garbled adds. Just to clarify, I have never attempted combat underwater, and no problem. Dying a few times in the game will grant experience. Lin Xian waves his hand dismissively. Garbled is already agile. The only thing he lacks is experience. Currently, he possesses the greatest combat potential. It matters not if the others cannot swim. They can begin preparing for the next version now. With the arrival of new players, the information about the sea god has been updated, and I suspect that the number of skills and spells we can choose upon leveling up will also increase. Lin Xian asserts confidently. Garbled nods in agreement. If there are indeed new skills available, we should ideally learn one related to water. Magic skills under the gods equally adhere to the laws of nature. For example, Lin Xian's fireball spell extinguishes upon contact with water, and Garbled's wind manipulation consumes more energy against the wind. However, Yi Fei's Holy Light spell has yet to reveal any adverse effects. Usable both day and night, but underwater. Lin Xian sighs in dismay. My fireball spell is weak as it is. Submerged, it would likely become utterly ineffective. Yi Fei strokes his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that the fireball spell is a version trap? Quite possibly. The hedgehog analyzes with utmost seriousness. It is likely that the planners failed to balance the skills properly, inadvertently rendering it useless. Yet the foolish planners are reluctant to abandon this skill. Hence, they deliberately had NPCs showcase the fireball spell's ultimate effect, merely to entice us with promises, perhaps to deceive a few gullible players into helping them test the skill. By the way, Brother Xiao, when I say foolish players, I do not mean you. He has specifically watched Lin Xian's recommendation videos and has been following the experiences of the 3 veteran players on the official forum. In terms of understanding novice skills, he is certainly not inferior to other new players. Lin Xian's expression darkens significantly. Thank you. You could have omitted that last remark. Meanwhile, he is plagued by doubts. He chose the fireball spell not only because of Yi Ji's exploits with burning earthworms, but also considering the spell's utility. Fire is the origin of civilization, serving as both an offensive and practical skill. However, after practicing for so many days, his fireball spell can only serve as a light source and a lighter. If it turns out to be a version trap skill, where would that leave his reputation as a gaming blogger? Lin Xian silently resolves that he must practice the skill multiple times before logging off today to swiftly enhance his proficiency. Beyond skill selection, players who cannot swim should ideally learn how to swim. Yifei wipes his brow. To learn swimming just for gaming, that's quite a stretch. Isn't there a river near the town? Shall we take some time to learn to swim there? The hedgehog inquires. To their surprise, all three veteran players respond in unison. No way. The tone was firm and serious. The hedgehog looked utterly bewildered. Why? Alas, my dear little brother, you are still too inexperienced. I shall endure this pain, covering my face. You remember my last update regarding the mineral vein monsters. Although they earned 3 opportunities to request assistance from Yiji through the discovery of the iron or vein reward, acquiring a substantial amount of timber for their construction tasks, I have never abandoned my plan to craft a chainsaw. Even if they no longer have use for it, there will always be new players in the future who will require it. They can sell their homemade tools. The mining area has been sealed off, yet iron sand can still be sifted from the river, which can be refined into iron plates. However, the creatures in the river are insatiably aggressive, attacking anyone who comes near, even referring to them as little friends. To avoid the disgrace of being devoured by fish, they must painfully distance themselves from the riverbank, even purchasing water from Edgar. The hedgehog stared wide-eyed in shock. Is that even possible? Didn't you all venture out to find iron or once before? Only old Yi ventured into the water that time. Perhaps the fish in Elthia simply do not favor gnawing on bones? The hedgehog sat down dejectedly, scratching his head. Is our starting combat power really this pathetic? Who can we possibly defeat now? The 3 of them shook their heads in unison. Yi had consistently hinted to them that Elthia was a low magic world, where magic and mages were not all-powerful. Yet through their experiences, they had come to realize that lacking magic and mages was indeed a dire predicament. The hedgehog plucked a leaf from the ground, placing it between his teeth, exhaling an imaginary puff of smoke. With our current combat power, how do we even aspire to rescue anyone? From the plot we just heard, the sea demon is undoubtedly a magical creature. Its innate abilities likely rival those of the dwarves. If we hope to save someone, we must at least possess the strength to contend against an elite squad from their entire race. As it stands, merely avoiding being killed by sea stars would be considered a success. The hedgehog gazed wistfully into the distance. I have come to realize that the true depths of despair do not lie in fireball spells, but rather among the entire human race. Indeed, I, the one who endures, cannot help but nod in agreement. It is nothing short of a miracle that humanity has survived since the Divine War. Why do even the small creatures commonly found in forests appear stronger than humans? Lin Xian echoed, precisely. We implore the developers to promptly bolster humanity. This grotesque disparity in combat power is utterly unacceptable, protested the hedgehog eye in the shadows. Yiji listened intently. He shook his head with a smile. They still understood too little. The plight of humanity was not as dire as the players claimed. It was merely due to the peculiar circumstances of the Great Oak Forest, which should not have been traversed by ordinary people. Humanity's survival until now, even emerging as the greatest victors of the era of Divine Fall, claiming the largest territory in Elthia beyond that of magical beasts, is a testament to their unique strengths and advantages. However, to manifest these advantages, time is required. Can we return to our senses now? Edgar's voice suddenly broke the silence. Yi snapped back to reality, diverting his gaze from the GM management panel to Edgar, who sat not far away. He offered an apologetic smile. Thank you for your patience. The players were his most significant trump card. Having just divulged information about the sea god Selcanus, he needed to promptly monitor the players' reactions. As expected, although the new players were still preoccupied with their tasks, eavesdropping in the church, the 3 veteran players did not disappoint him, already preparing to venture into the Misty Sea. Perhaps they could cultivate the first batch of scouts heading into the Misty Sea? Edgar sighed. He and the other party had discussed the issue of the players' abilities and roles numerous times. There was no need to revisit that topic. Thus, he chose to bypass that phase entirely. With no outsiders present, he inquired, what transpired earlier in the blinding light? Merely the resurrection ritual of a new deity. It cannot be that catastrophic. Chapter 90. A 10,000 divine power experience card. Yiji feigned nonchalance, shrugging. But I am still alive, so how can it be considered a failure? Unfortunately, he could not deceive Edgar. Under Edgar's scrutinizing gaze, Yiji's facade crumbled after 2 seconds. All right, it was somewhat extreme. Yiji extended his palm, observing the cracks that marred its surface, as if the slightest touch would cause it to shatter once more. There were 2 reasons for this. First, I am genuinely quite weak. Second, It is a matter concerning Xiaoming. Xiaoming trembled, suddenly lifting its head. Are you asking me? Naturally. The first task of being transformed into a divine vessel involves undergoing divine power modification and assimilation, allowing the body to fully accommodate the resurrected deity. After all, not every body can host a divine presence. Why? Yiji paused, his gaze piercing as he regarded Xiaoming. But why was the divine power absorbed directly by me this time? After much contemplation, he concluded that this was not something Selkanus could accomplish. The only variable was the contract he had signed with the deity of light before the resurrection ritual commenced. Absorbed? Edgar and Xiaoming exclaimed in unison. Edgar's eyes instantly turned golden as he re-evaluated his physical condition. But your body remains unchanged. Xiaoming peered down at its claws, rubbing its eyes in disbelief. No, I have it. There is so much. Yiji opened the panel. Name: Yiji, Ji Mephistopheles Karenyi. Race: Undead. Level: 159. Demigod. Skills: Divine Awareness, Metamorphosis, Multiple Incarnations, 9-1000. Authority: Life Resurrection, Life Purification, Divine Power, 18,991. Players: 9. Special Items: Divine Contract, Reverse. Status: Severely Injured, Weakened, Frostbite, Burned, Poisoned, Mental Collapse. Summary: Near Death? Undead, Survival Time? Aside from the myriad of question marks that could not be detected and the inexplicably transformed limit of 1,000 for multiple incarnations, the updated divine power had directly surpassed 4 digits, breaking through into 5 digits. Having grown accustomed to single and double digits, Yiji was somewhat taken aback. He explained, it was unsafe to keep the divine power on my person, so I employed a method to transfer it to Xiaoming. Placing divine power upon the divine vessel itself is the most fitting arrangement. After all, Xiaoming currently functions as a living storage space for Yiji, and there is no fear of betrayal. Yiji raised his hand, wiping away non-existent sweat. Fortunately, I reacted promptly. I almost fell victim to this little creature. Xiaoming gazed longingly at the divine power within its body. Drooling. Divine power. All divine power? Hee. With this much divine power, I can survive until the next era. While it was lost in its thoughts, Edgar suddenly seized it, flipping it over for examination. Did you not say that the contract signed with the divine vessel was one-sided? Why does it still affect you? I am uncertain, which is why I require you, a former follower of the light god, to investigate. Yiji replied. What are you doing? Xiaoming cried out in terror, clutching itself. This is an outrage, kidnapping. Alas, lacking combat power, it had no means of resistance, even undergoing a thorough examination of its true form. Edgar's gaze fixated on a golden thread. His voice lowed. I found it. Yiji willed the thread to detach from its body, catching it in midair. Taking advantage of the distraction, Xiaoming struggled to escape Edgar's grasp. The light golden 12-sided crystal fell to the ground, instantly transforming into a spherical, plush creature. Xiaoming curled up in the corner, biting its handkerchief and weeping. Wah wah wah, I am no longer clean. Fortunately, the sought-after object had been located, and Yiji and Edgar chose to disregard it. Edgar, with a stern expression, inquired, Did you discern anything? Yiji gazed at the golden thread in silence for a long time, a look of realization crossing his face. Hair, so that is how it is. He had initially thought Xiaoming's suggestion of making him the light god was merely a passing remark. Little did he know that it had indeed interfered with Aurelius Lucian's resurrection ritual, acquiring the core medium of the ritual, a strand of hair from the light god Aurelius Lucian, and disguising its own aura as his. Although disguising the core medium cannot absorb the divine power transmitted to it, it prevents Aurelius from receiving divine power, thus hindering true resurrection. The flaw lay in the fact that this disguise ability was transmitted to Yiji through the one-sided contract, successfully deceiving even Selkanus' divine power. Originally believed to aid its master in resurrection, it inadvertently found itself in the arms of the light god. The divine power immediately betrayed it, willingly returning to its source. After explaining the circumstances, Yiji sealed Aurelius' hair in a bottle. Dealing with a deity's hair is no simple matter. It must be temporarily kept for now. You take care of it until we can destroy it. Sure, just come find me when the time comes. The slender glass bottle was easily stored in Edgar's storage space. Destroy it. Xiaoming spun around, incredulously exclaiming, Why? This is such a magnificent source of divine power. Since other deities would be resurrected through Yiji, wouldn't multiple attempts yield the freedom to manipulate divine power? I oppose this. Xiaoming protested loudly. Why? Yiji replied calmly, Your opposition is futile. My life is at stake too. Should I undergo this again, I would truly become a slime. 2 more times, and I would be finished. Once Edgar had thoroughly examined Xiaoming, confirming everything was in order, Yi finally felt at ease. If he were to be deceived by Xiaoming once more, he would have to give himself 2 hard punches. Casting aside the culprit Xiaoming, the next priority was to tend to his injuries. The recently acquired 5-digit divine power began to plummet visibly before his eyes. Divine power, 18991. Divine power, 16329. Divine power, 7211. Divine power, 988. It had dwindled down to 3 digits. No, Xiaoming fell to his knees, reaching out with a heart-wrenching cry. His divine power, oh, woe is me. A burst of white light erupted from within Yi's body, accompanied by an array of crackling sounds. After a moment, the white light faded. Yi attempted to rise and move his body, the crackling sounds continuing unabated. Excellent, the sensation of being on the verge of shattering into pieces had vanished. The mental sea in his mind had also been significantly restored, as if reverting to the state before experiencing the resurrection ritual of Ser. His lifespan had been restored by over 20 days. Observing the panel, Yi sighed, lamenting the expiration of his 10,000 divine power experience card. Xiaoming lay on the ground, as if bereft of his soul, staring blankly. Divine power, his precious 10,000 divine power. Chapter 91. Seeking the first batch of residents of Sweetwater Town, Yi was acutely aware of the severity of his injuries. Edgar understood all too well that this was far from a mere regression of wounds. Edgar's brow relaxed considerably. In a wonder he had the audacity to mention the Misty Sea in front of your players. Overthinking it, divine power is not as miraculous as it seems. The undead are inherently resilient and not easily dispatched. Yi tilted his head in contemplation. Perhaps if I acquire another 10,000 divine power, I will no longer require magical nodes for healing and could restore my status as a mage. The properties of the undead are indeed unreasonable. Yet, at present, he possessed only a meager sum of divine power. Having circled the precipice of death, he had barely garnered over 900 divine power. Such a poor bargain, Yi sighed inwardly, shaking his head. Moreover, the areas requiring divine power extend beyond merely healing his wounds. Faced with a plethora of unresolved issues, Yi suddenly felt overwhelmed. He sat back down. Speaking earnestly, initially, I intended to gradually introduce the players to Elthia via the magical tide, but plans often falter in the face of change. The Misty Sea is a necessity, thus it is time to allow them to engage with the outside world. Edgar tapped his fingers rhythmically on the ground. They could not even escape the great oak forest. How would they come into contact with the world beyond? While the outside may be inaccessible. This place is an abandoned town, where they can gain insight into the external situation. Yi had originally chosen Sweetwater Town with this consideration in mind. The direction of Elthia's civilization has remained unchanged for centuries. The remnants of civilization in Sweetwater Town are sufficient for the players to gain some understanding of the outside world. My divine power is insufficient for healing, but accelerating their cultivation is certainly feasible. Coupled with their own diligent training, I am confident that I can cultivate them within a short span of time. After speaking, Yi's voice faltered slightly. However, 2 pressing issues still required resolution. Before venturing into the Misty Sea, Sweetwater Town must be able to sustain itself, capable of functioning independently in their absence. It must truly become a novice village. Therefore, the problems of security and a self-sustaining food supply must be addressed. The current magical barrier is sufficient to last until winter. What they need is a stable food source. After a moment of contemplation, Edgar spoke. Based on my observations this morning, Aliana is more than capable of handling the current players. I can venture to Nari Town tomorrow. Perhaps I can gather some crops suitable for planting at this time. He still possessed a considerable amount of Qiang coins, as long as the potential profit is substantial. He could surely find merchants willing to engage. This was precisely what Yi wished to discuss. Ideally, he sought short-term crops that could be harvested before winter to bridge the gap in sweet fruit supply. The advantages of gathering information are evident. Had it not been for the knowledge that the mayor of Nari Town mandated the populace to plant an additional season of grain in preparation for the winter magical tide, Yi would not have felt such confidence. Now that the news has spread, I believe many merchants will flock to earn one last profit from Nari Town. They have a plethora of crop options to choose from. Edgar nodded in understanding. Is there anything else you require me to bring back? Seek out 10 more refugees willing to come to Sweetwater Town. To get Sweetwater Town operational, Yi was no longer concerned with gradual progress. However, any incoming refugees must personally dispose of all ornaments associated with the church and deities. They must also sign a contract stipulating that if they entertain thoughts of conversion, they will be immediately expelled from Sweetwater Town. What? No conversions allowed. Xiaoming suddenly sat up, protesting. How will they provide me with divine power then? Are players offering you divine power not enough? Yiji retorted, children should not interrupt when adults are speaking. I almost forgot. Since you can fly, go fetch Aliana for me, and remember to use the back entrance. Just as Xiaoming was about to refuse, he met Yiji's gaze, which bore the weight of death. His body instinctively shrank back, unwillingly floating upward. Understood, one day, he would find a way to resolve the one-sided contract and regain his freedom. With Xiaoming's departure, the two continued their conversation. Edgar crossed his arms and rested his chin in thought, assessing the feasibility of the plan, ultimately shaking his head. The conditions are too harsh. I may not be able to find 10 individuals. Gather as many as you can. Yiji was not surprised by his response. Convincing believers to renounce their faith is far more challenging than getting them to overcome addiction. However, with a larger pool, suitable candidates will surely emerge. The incoming refugees differ from Aliana. They are likely to become the first residents of Sweetwater Town, so the foundational conditions must not be compromised. Yiji stated firmly. The image of the first batch of residents greatly influences Sweetwater Town. Edgar nodded calmly. Is there anything else you wish to convey? For now, that will suffice. Yiji pondered for a moment. Concurrently training players, receiving refugees, and cultivating farmland is already the limit of their capabilities. If he were to assign another task, he feared that greed would lead to a disastrous outcome. Noticing Yiji's contemplation, Edgar reminded him. What of the divine essence of the god of light? You intentionally sent it away. Is it not to discuss how to handle it with me? Xiaoming? Yiji's tone hesitated. He gazed at the divine statue, only visible from the neck up, a flicker of deep thought crossing his eyes. Due to the one-sided contract and its status as a divine essence, Yiji had largely neglected it. Given the player's origins, it likely knew a significant portion of their background. However, in terms of factions, it was undoubtedly an enemy. Yiji was convinced that if a method to dissolve the one-sided contract emerged, it would betray him faster than anyone else. It is indeed a troublesome entity. For now, it can remain by my side. The memories of Oral it carries are limited, providing an opportunity for transformation. Perhaps it could become a pivotal piece in our strategy against him once Oral is resurrected. Noticing the seriousness in Yiji's tone, Edgar scrutinized him intently for several seconds. The space fell silent for a long while. Edgar was the first to avert his gaze. Very well, you are most aware of your circumstances. If you are not afraid of unforeseen consequences, then take it with you. However, should another incident occur, I will not accompany you in search of a greater magical node. His tone carried a hint of exasperation. Yiji felt warmth in his heart and smiled. Rest assured, today was indeed just an accident. Its value far outweighs the risks involved. At that moment, a commotion erupted from behind the church. The door swung open. Everyone, charge forth. Oh no. Why can NPCs go through while we cannot? The player's enthusiasm was as vibrant as ever. After a few seconds, Aliana appeared before them, nervously clutching her hands. Chief, good day, good day. Yiji replied politely. You arrived just in time. We were finishing up our conversation. Aliana glanced around, her movements hesitant. Lord Ming said you were looking for me? Yes, please escort Edgar back. He may struggle to handle the curious players approaching him alone. Yiji instructed. Chapter 92. The player recruitment limit increased to 1,000. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Aliana's posture stiffened, stammering, Me? Am I to escort a powerful knight? Even Xiaoming was bewildered. Have you lost your mind? Yiji? Aliana is just an ordinary person without magic. I am well aware. Yiji turned to the stunned individual. You just used Dawn's judgment, did you not? When the white light descended, Yiji had not immediately lost consciousness. He had observed that sword light clearly. Although it had successfully interrupted the supply of divine power, it was not a force that Edgar could wield at present, from the very first moment he awoke. Yiji had sensed this. He managed to conceal his abnormalities, relying solely on sheer willpower. Edgar's expression was dazed as he shook his head. No, that sword was a new skill I comprehended after leaving the Radiant Church. It is temporarily unnamed. Its consumption is not as hefty as Dawn's judgment. A short rest will suffice. However, you just forcefully set up a barrier. Now, maintaining a conscious mind is exceedingly arduous, Yiji supplemented. Do not underestimate the insights of necromantic black magic. For a human, healing wounds is not as straightforward as it may seem. Aliana, please assist him in resting, Yiji commanded without room for dissent. Yes, Years of habit from taking orders had conditioned Aliana's body and mouth to move faster than her mind. Before she could fully process the news of the Dawn Knight's severe injury, she had already made a gesture to lead. Edgar sighed silently. Nothing escapes your keen eyes, but my injuries are truly not that. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed backward with a thud. Fortunately, Yi and Aliana coordinated to catch him, averting a tragic encounter with the ground. Xiaoming shouted loudly, "Something really happened." Alian looked at Yi helplessly and said, "Leader, I must trouble you to take him back." Yi sighed, not expecting that right after he spoke, the other party truly fainted. What kind of crow's mouth was this? If he wakes up midway, please convey to him that his sword will be replaced with a new one. Alian nodded repeatedly in agreement. Having grown up in a mercenary group with an elimination system, she held no notions of propriety regarding gender. She bent down and hoisted Edgar onto her shoulder. Offering Yi an apologetic smile that, "I'm sorry, Lord Dawn's height isn't suitable for carrying." Yi was silent for a moment before responding with difficulty, "It's all right, I understand." Just a few days had passed, and the formidable physical power of the Dragon Clan was already beginning to reveal itself. He could only hope that when Edgar awoke, he would understand that he had been carried around in front of players. Yi escorted Alian and Edgar to the back door. After watching them leave, he closed the church door and lingered inside for a while longer, allowing players to believe that the plot within the church had yet to conclude, thus minimizing the moments of embarrassment for Edgar. This was the least he could do for the other party. Xiaoming returned to perch on Yi's shoulder, murmuring softly. Only at the end did he express concern for the other's physical condition. "Are you really friends? Oh, do you even know what a friend is?" Yi looked at him in surprise while tidying up the area where players logged out. Xiaoming puffed out his chest, sounding self-satisfied. "Of course. The memories I've inherited tell me that Oriel Lucian has friends all over the land of the gods." "Oh, friends who ultimately turned on each other? Absolutely not." Xiaoming jumped in anger. Every time the other brought up the war of the gods to rebut him. Unfortunately, he lacked that part of the memory and had no way to counter. "I believe there must have been some compelling reason for the war 600 years ago. It's not as simple as you say, that it was fought for the power of faith. Creatures of the dark attribute had not spoken a single true word. He would not be easily swayed. Don T think he was unaware. The other party had plenty to hide from him. For instance, why was it that absorbing divine power, which was clearly a good thing, resulted in the undead breaking into hundreds of pieces as if it had suffered immense harm? Xiaoming considered himself exceptionally clever, and since direct inquiries yielded no answers, he would pretend to be oblivious, confident he would eventually uncover the undead's hidden tale. Imagining the scene where he would trample the undead underfoot and claim it as his divine servant. Xiaoming's anger dissipated at once. Hey, have you been dumbfounded?" Yi cast a curious glance at the gleeful light orb. Never mind, his affairs were of little importance. Yi cast him aside and opened the system panel to deal with the final task. Name: Yi Mephistopheles Karen Yi. Is skills: Divine Insight, Metamorphosis, Multiplicity, 9-1000, E. Although his divine power had sharply decreased to 988, the limit for multiplicity had increased 100-fold without any change. Could it be that the upper limit of divine power determined the number of divine avatars? Yi speculated inwardly. In his case, it meant determining the upper limit of players. Wouldn't that mean he needed to gather 100,000 divine power points to accommodate 10,000 players? The greatest gain from the entire divine resurrection ceremony was this sudden increase in the upper limit for player numbers. Yi closed the system panel and did not immediately issue a new round of player recruitment announcements. The new players had yet to acclimate to Sweetwater Town. If several times more new players arrived, he truly would not be able to cope. He decided to wait until the end of the day to assess the performance of the new players before making any decisions. Yi muttered to himself. The stars twinkled in the night sky. Yi had only lingered a little longer in the church, not taking up too much time, as players grew weary and voluntarily logged off one by one. Sweetwater Town fell into a sudden silence. With Edgar unconscious, the task of bringing the players who had been kicked offline back to the church fell to Yi and Alian. Bang! No, I must write a player manual. Such behavior of collapsing into sleep in the wild must be penalized. After tossing the last oblivious player into the offline spot protected by a magic array, Yi gritted his teeth. He did not want to undertake such a search and rescue mission again. He was merely an undead being on the verge of falling apart, lacking the strength to carry players. Yi sincerely questioned. In which game had they developed the habit of not logging off until their stamina was completely exhausted? If there was a next time, he would not spare the players' bodies. they should spend a night in the cold wind. After catching a cold, they would learn to behave. Yi opened the system panel. Divine power, 1600. Today's divine power just happened to total a complete number. Yi swiftly deducted 1000 divine power points to materialize the backpack function of the player game panel. Otherwise, the longer he delayed, the more players there would be, and this function would inevitably draw their suspicion. At the same time, it would free up most of Yi's time, sparing him from having to shadow the 9 players and observe their situations incessantly. Chapter 93, New Activities, exploring the truth behind the destruction of Sweetwater Town. The remaining divine power, Yi planned to hold on to for now. Considering the time, the first batch of 3 veteran players was also nearing level 5. He needed to use this divine power to refine the upcoming training plan for the players. After finalizing the allocations, Yi closed the control panel and opened the official website to edit the new round of announcements. Announcement of version update 1.21 for the testing server under the divine key updates. 1. New section added for the world of Elthia, the Misty Sea. Detailed content can be found in the pictorial data section. 2. New member added to the Watchers, Siren Claire. Specific information awaits exploration. 3. Exploration activity. The truth behind the destruction is about to commence. Once a fortified town standing at the edge of the Great Oak Forest. It was engulfed by the tide of magic in a matter of days, plunging into the abyss of destruction. The town's defenses were solid as a rock, and its military strength formidable, yet it was utterly powerless against the sudden onslaught of the magic tide. With only an ancient church remaining intact, what secrets lie within? Complete tasks related to exploring Sweetwater Town to unlock more information about the magic tide. 4. Game functions added. 1. New spatial attribute for the backpack. What to do if you have too many items and nowhere to put them? Naturally, choose a magical storage space. 2. New NPC favorability system. Specific gameplay awaits exploration, other content. 1. Game art style optimization. 2. Adjustments to the game physics engine. 3. Bug fixes for game text. Note. Infrastructure activities are in full swing. Looking forward to the contributions of all returning players. Perhaps due to having nothing to do after logging off, players soon began to flock in. GLGL, wasn't the one. 2 version just updated this morning. How come there's an update again within a single day? Shing shing to yting mnlo. Wow, instant response. The rumors in the community are true. GL is truly online 24 hours a day. DZHLing 11. Cloud players wouldn't understand this. Something significant happened in the game today. New content is quite normal. Zhing shqn What? Version updates can actually be controlled by the storyline? Gyuling 11. Wait, wasn't the novice village in the forest? Why did the new map end up by the sea? Fi. It's a long story. Just wait for tonight's posts by WNZ or Shiji. I frankly don't understand. Li Fei, also known as Fi, had just finished typing this sentence on his computer when his QQ pinged. He immediately abandoned the curious cloud players and, amidst a chorus of complaints, closed the official website. He swiftly logged into QQ and entered the Chuang Dyn group chat. This group was formed by 3 veteran players, signifying that they had struck lucky by being among the first to play the virtual reality game for just 99 yuan. DZHLing 11 joined the group chat. DZHLing 11. Hello? Esteemed players, WNZ, welcome. Fi. Welcome, newcomer, please share your photo. RNB11J. No messing around. Since we want to form a team, let's treat this group as our team chat. Shall we? RNB11J. If there are any objections, please speak up. DZHLing 11. Alright, this will facilitate information exchange. Fi. I have an objection. Shouldn't our team name be Chuang Dyn? Isn't that a bit too cheesy? DZHLing 11. What? You look down on luck. This is a magical vehicle that can send people to the second dimension to conquer giant pythons. WNZ. I have no objections. RNB11J. This, if there are new name suggestions, feel free to propose them. I'm terrible at naming. Fi. Then forget it. I think Chuang Dyn is just fine. WNZ. DZHLing 11. RNB11J. Ahem. Let us not mess around. Let us analyze the updates from version 1.21. This was precisely Lin Xian's reason for summoning everyone online. Originally, game characters needed to wait 4 hours before they could log back in, and he had intended to go get a swimming card. Although swimming was not possible in the game, learning it in real life would still benefit him in the game. It would also serve as a way to exercise, lest his physical condition deteriorate from lying in bed for too long. However, the speed of the game development team's updates exceeded Lin Xian's expectations once again, forcing him to put his swimming card plans on hold. RNB11J. We already discussed the newly added information in the game. So I1T elaborate further. Our NB11J. The focus is on the newly added activities and functions. Why who fi? Yes, the portable space has finally arrived, Hedgehog. According to the introduction, the backpack contains 5 compartments, allowing us to carry 5 different items. Can we use it to transport wood and stones? Glitch. Theoretically feasible, but the actual capacity will require testing once the game is live. Grandpa can fly. The cheapest players are the newcomers. They will never experience the joy of hauling hundreds of pounds of timber back to town again. Gritting teeth? Glitch. There's also a favorability system. We were discussing it in the morning, and to our surprise, it was implemented by afternoon. Grandpa can fly. I heard that Hedgehog has been blacklisted by the new lady NPC? Hedgehog. This is a misunderstanding. I am so honest and straightforward. It must be a mistake. Had he known about the favorability system, he certainly would not have acted so brazenly in front of the NPC. Now, he faces the prospect of being undermined in connection tasks. His fate is indeed unfortunate. Human not showing off. Let us set aside the backpack and favorability system for now. What are your thoughts on the newly launched event? Glitch. An exploration-type event. And without an emphasis on rewards, it seems to be specifically aimed at veteran players, serving as a quest to expand the worldview. Grandpa can fly. ISNT that basically us? Hedgehog. Oh. Aren't you continuing with your quest to level up? Grandpa can fly. Indeed, Shogun and Glitch will likely reach level 5 tonight, and I should be close by tomorrow. After that, it's off to explore beyond the town. Grandpa can fly. We're not here to toil like beasts of burden in the game. Hedgehog. I thought being a beast of burden was the essence of this game. Selling labor before heading to the battlefield. Human not showing off. You might be somewhat inclined towards masochism. Glitch. Same here. Glitch. Speaking of which, since we have newcomers in our group, ILL shares some of our previous discoveries in Sweetwater Town. The 3 veteran players had wandered through the game for nearly 10 days, naturally attempting to explore the remnants left in the town. Or what could be termed as refuse. Food had long since rotted, becoming nourishment for weeds. Beyond that, some houses in the town still contained stone artifacts. Cleaning the moss and filth off them could directly convert them into the player's assets. Unfortunately, there were no recoverable pottery or wooden items, all of which had decayed beyond recognition. Curiously, however, items with written records were exceedingly rare. Only the stone pillars in the central church displayed some peculiar, smudged script. Grandpa can fly. I know this. Anti-religious sentiments. It must be the work of old ye. Glitch. Not only the church. Even in a backward worldview, a town must have a few wealthy individuals capable of literacy and possessing books. Glitch. Yet, we have found none. Human not showing off. I suspect the key to the event quest is related to these missing books. Chapter 94. People envy others to death. Written language can convey vast amounts of information. In ancient times, there were officials specifically tasked with recording every word and action of the emperor. With such a monumental event as the Tide of Magic, it is implausible that there were no dedicated individuals to document and observe. The event quest could very well be derived from this aspect. Grandpa can fly. Could it possibly relate to the magical creatures in the riverbank mines? Glitch. The likelihood is minimal. The mine shafts are well preserved and do not appear to have been violently destroyed. Human not showing off. Exactly. If magical creatures originated from the mines, they wouldn't leave any of their young behind as ticking time bombs. Hedgehog. All right, it's decided. The first thing we do upon logging in is to investigate the lost written records of Sweetwater Town. Glitch. No, it's we, not including you. Grandpa can fly, right? The 3 of us are on the verge of our second-class transition, while you Haven T even learned your first skill. It's best for you to continue with your quests. Human not showing off. Any clues we find will be conveyed to you. Don't worry about missing out on progress. Hedgehog. No. Exploring Sweetwater Town sounds far more intriguing than grinding through laborious tasks. Alas, leveling up is paramount. Later that evening, Glitch logged in. It was yet another day in Elsha. Although the official announcement detailed numerous updates, the in-game situation had not changed significantly. At most, the previously sparse Sweetwater Town, which had only 3 players, now echoed with the sounds of more voices. A voice emanated from Glitch's lower right. Oh no, someone logged in even earlier than I did. No one outgrinds me. With that, the character with legs half the length of an ordinary person darted out of the church in a blur. Glitch paused. New players are indeed enthusiastic, eagerly rushing to tackle quests. Grandpa can fly groaned as he pulled himself up from the ground. The game has even conjured the illusion of waking from sleep. I think I just saw a rat larger than a suckling pig scurry past me. It was your friend who rolled a dwarf bloodline. He rushed out to complete quests first, Glitch explained. Oh, fish pond, Grandpa Can Fly realized. No wonder it was so large. A scream pierced the air behind them. Ouch! Glitch turned to see Hedgehog twisting his neck and wailing. Help, I think my neck is broken. He squirmed on the ground, trying to sit up. Each attempt sent him howling in pain, forcing him to lie back down. Let me take a look. Glitch bent down to inspect. It was just a stiff neck. Don't move. I can fix this. Hedgehog tilted his head to cast a twisted, grateful glance. Oh, a more pitiful scream erupted, as if his head were about to detach from his body. Glitch's brows remained unfurrowed as he adjusted Hedgehog's neck, confirming there was no serious issue before withdrawing his hands. There you go. Take a look. Hiss. It seems to not hurt anymore. Hedgehog marveled as he touched his neck, twisting it left and right. Then he nimbly got up, relief evident on his face as if he had just survived a calamity. I almost thought I was going to perish my first time, sleeping in a communal setting. Originally, players logged out by sleeping in a communal area, which was already absurd. If I had become the first player to perish due to sleeping in a communal area, I would have been ridiculed on the forums for half a year. Grandpa Can Fly chuckled awkwardly. I forgot to mention this to you yesterday when we logged out in a hurry. Sleeping on the ground can easily lead to a stiff neck. It's best to seek out old AI to purchase some resilient cloth to craft a pillow, so that when you log in the next day, you won't suffer any after effects. The pain from a stiff neck is quite intricate, precisely beneath the pain threshold that the game can shield. Aside from the most painful moment of realigning the bones, players need to experience the discomfort at other times. They only discovered this trick after enduring such discomfort multiple times. There are skills to sleeping? Hedgehog frowned. The Watcher faction is rather lacking. Members don't even get assigned houses? Grandpa Can Fly added wryly. That's not the case. NPCs have houses, but players aren't deemed worthy. However, soon, we will no longer be part of that group. Hedgehog widened his eyes in astonishment. What do you mean? Have you gathered enough money to purchase land? Indeed. Grandpa Can Fly proudly raised his chin, hands on his hips. He initially planned to put his hands in his pockets, but the game's novice outfit was so simplistic that it lacked pockets altogether, forcing him to abandon that notion. Glitch elaborated further. We can't afford a large plot of land, but we can buy a small house just for logging out. It's the residential task we three accepted. Once the house is built, we can gather enough magical coins to buy the land along with the house. Grandpa Can Fly patted his shoulder. You're one of us. We'll prepare a bed for you that won't give you a stiff neck. Truly, people can make others feel inferior. Hedgehog's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The wooden house that the three veteran players were constructing was one he had passed by while doing quests with Glitch. It was a 2-story house. Not to mention accommodating 4 people, it could easily house 9 individuals without distinguishing between living and kitchen areas. He could barely scrape together enough magical coins for his daily sweet fruit purchases. Yet, the veteran players who logged in just a few days earlier had achieved financial freedom to buy a house in the game. He couldn't keep up with their leveling speed. And now he was falling behind in living standards. How did you manage that? Hedgehog couldn't help but inquire. Land in the game isn't cheap, considering the limited residential space in Sweetwater Town and the uncertain expansion plans. Yiji had imposed significant restrictions on land purchase qualifications and individual land area. The prices were as attractive as buying a house, of course. We pooled resources together. Grandpa Can Fly stated matter-of-factly. Each of us, after deducting food and living expenses, can save about 50 magical coins a day. By the time we finish our current tasks, we should have just enough for the minimum land purchasing requirement. Hedgehog counted on his fingers, puzzled. No, that still doesn't seem enough for 500. Especially since Old Yi got injured yesterday. We barely did any quests for half a day. Grandpa Can Fly suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. Of course, we had a little money-making fairy. He leaned in close to Hedgehog's ear, whispering a few words. Hedgehog couldn't suppress a deep breath. Making a bird's nest nets you 200 magical coins? That's faster than robbing a bank. Although Xiao Ming's bed was nestled in the palm of a statue and was not low in height, he had almost climbed to the roof of the church to see what it looked like. A complete and utter mockery of a primary school student's handicraft. It looked complex and appealing, but the craftsmanship was nearly non-existent. Who are these fools with more money than sense? Chapter 95. Backpack space characteristics. Is there really such a good fortune? Hedgehog snapped his jaw shut in disbelief. Well, what a gluttonous endeavor. This task had never been mentioned by the 3 veteran players on the forums. With a chuckle, Yi Huifei remarked, "Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Flaunting something that incites envy is just asking for trouble, isn't it? Besides, the goddess only issued a single quest, and after that, no matter how hard we searched, there were no further tasks to be found. She seemed to evade us entirely," folding his arms and squinting. Yi Huifei expressed, "I have serious doubts that this isn't just a bug from the goddess's AI malfunctioning. Once we discovered it, it was sent back for reconstruction." The hedgehog stroked his chin, pondering. So, NPCs have low intelligence and can trigger bugs that exploit foolishness and excess wealth. What a revelation! Yi Huifei hummed in smug satisfaction. This quest was the first he had uncovered, filling him with a sense of achievement. Suddenly, a stone bench plummeted from the sky, landing perilously close to Yi Huifei's feet. "What in the world? Where did that stone come from?" he exclaimed, his heart racing as he gazed at the stone beside him. Had he not been so sharp-eyed, his foot would have been crushed into a pie. The hedgehog's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Impressive reflexes, Fei Z. Once you reach level 4, your reaction speed will be on par with mine." Yi Huifei shrugged indifferently, casting a puzzled glance at the unscathed ceiling. "This doesn't make sense. Is the game really buggy? Stones can spawn in midair?" At that moment, the garbled voice covered his mouth, awkwardly admitting, "That seems to be my fault." His tone was tinged with guilt. While Yi Huifei and the hedgehog were engrossed in conversation, he had taken the liberty of experimenting with the newly added backpack feature, which was as simple to use as calling up the game panel. With the intention of storing items, he successfully retrieved them from the backpack, quite effortlessly. Garbled was curious about how much a backpack slot could hold and what would happen if it were filled to capacity. He was taken aback when an unmanageable stone bench materialized from thin air. Wait, does the backpack also come with a danger factor? The hedgehog's mind sparked with inspiration. Then, when we battle monsters and run out of weapons, can't we just stuff nearby stones and tree stumps into the backpack for a meteoric assault? He shot a sidelong glance at Yi Huifei. Indeed, that would indiscriminately harm both friend and foe, leading to mutual destruction. While it was uncertain whether the monsters could be crushed, it was guaranteed that a few fragile human allies would meet their end. Garbled shook his head. "It's not as simple as you think. You'll understand once you try it." Perhaps due to the peculiar nature of the game, the backpack function differed from typical games. Each slot could hold up to 99 different items, with categories distinctly separated. For instance, stone benches, pebbles, and boulders were all classified under stone-based items, allowing them to occupy a single slot. Garbled had collected a motley assortment of oddly shaped stones and boulders, which ended up being categorized with the stone bench, resulting in the airborne bench incident. "Isn't that a good thing?" Yi Huifei queried, initially worried that the backpack lacked growth attributes and that 5 slots were too few. However, considering the item count rather than volume, the usable space was significantly larger. Stones are stones, and stone houses are also stones. They all occupy just 1 unit. "Ah, but I haven't finished," Garbled interjected. "The weight of the items stored in the backpack will directly affect the character." In other words, placing a stone bench in the backpack means that while the character doesn't have to hold it, they still bear its weight. "What? That's rather inconvenient." The hedgehog, undeterred, attempted to place the previously damaged stone bench into the backpack. As soon as he succeeded, he felt a force pulling him downward, as though his entire body had doubled in weight, making walking significantly more laborious. The hedgehog retrieved the stone bench, his expression one of disappointment. "So we can't carry all our belongings with us. We must have a place to rest." Sighing, he lamented the inability to roam freely with a multitude of items. The weight limit of the backpack was indeed a significant hindrance for exploration players. It is well known that explorers often carry 999 weeds, 999 wildflowers, or even 999 animal droppings in their backpacks. Their goal is to settle down wherever they go, leaving no trace behind. However, this is predicated on the absence of weight penalties. Yi Huifei shrugged. "We're not primarily explorers, so it doesn't affect us much. 5 slots are more than sufficient for weapons and gear." Yet, he chuckled, "but new players will definitely have to experience the labor of hauling items." "Ha ha!" Garbled shook his head helplessly. That laughter was quite irritating. "Let us not forget, we're not the only ones around here." A hand from behind tightened around Yi Huifei's neck, the tone menacing. "So, you think old players are impressive?" To his astonishment, just a few days into the beta, a traitor among players had emerged, indifferent to the welfare of their comrades. Another new player lamented. Together, they pinned Yi Huifei down. "Today, we shall cleanse our ranks." Yi Huifei's eyes widened in shock. He had perhaps reveled in the misfortune of others a bit too much. He extended a hand forward, desperately pleading, calm down. I was just joking. Cough, cough, garbled. Hedgehog, save me. The hedgehog, arms crossed, observed Yi Hui Fei receiving his long-awaited lesson, the smile on his face shifting from amusement at Yi Hui Fei to delight in his own triumph. Don't forget, I'm a new player too. Just accept the righteous punishment from us newcomers. Garbled discreetly averted his gaze, pretending not to see. Why Yi Hui Fei stared in disbelief at the two who had stolen away his ally's affection. Outnumbered, he soon found himself overpowered by the two new players. Garbled shook his head, disinterested in such playful skirmishes, and turned to leave. I'm off to complete my quest. Play enough and come out soon. Don't forget we still have new activities to attend at. I'm coming too, the hedgehog shouted, hastening to follow. Why Yi Hui Fei was left lamenting the loss of his status as an experienced player. Subdued by two novices who had yet to learn any skills, nearly becoming a spectacle for the other new players. After an entire day scouring the dilapidated houses in the town, none of the 3 seasoned players had uncovered any useful information. The town remained unchanged, as if the entire event had never taken place, and not a single piece of textual documentation was found. However, Garbled, benefiting from the extra experience of exploring Sweetwater Town, reached level 5 ahead of the others, enabling him to select a second spell. As evening fell, with the sun setting like a crimson orb, Lin Xian and the others accompanied Garbled to unlock his second skill, eager to witness how it differed from the first spell. They arrived just in time, as a new player ahead had just unlocked Fireball and was joyfully rushing out to test his new magic, vacating the spot for the 3 of them. Lin Xian looked at the departing players back with pity. Another poor soul embarking on a path of no return. Despite Lin having updated the forum about the downsides of Fireball, it did not deter players with stubborn resolve. Drawn to the enticing allure of the grand fireball envisioned by Old Yi, eager to become living lighters. Chapter 96, Advanced Skill Learning, the familiar statue, the familiar location, and the familiar golden light. A brand new game window materialized before Garbled. Please select the advanced skill you wish to learn. Fireball, Holy Light, Water Arrow, Wind Control, Wind Blade. Launch a blade of wind, dealing wind damage to enemies and potentially slowing them down. Wind Cloak. Temporarily render oneself invisible within the wind, increasing attack speed and dealing additional wind damage upon striking, with a chance to stun enemies. Enhance existing wind control to level 1. Note: advanced skills will influence career tendencies after level 10, so choose wisely. Unlike the initial skill window, this time there were significantly more options for advanced skills. Fireball, Holy Light. After learning wind control, could he truly select from other major skills? A look of surprise crossed Garbled's face. The note indicated that career tendencies would emerge after level 10. What chaos would ensue if someone learned multiple major skills simultaneously? Additionally, a new major skill named Water Arrow had appeared. Garbled clicked for a detailed description. It was similar to Fireball, except it launched water arrows instead. The subdivisions for wind control's minor skills were likely the true advanced skills, with their effects clearly outlined. Garbled leaned towards Wind Cloak. His intended development direction was that of an assassin, and the stealth and speed enhancement of Wind Cloak was perfectly suited to his preferences. However, the third option, to enhance the existing wind control skill, also caught Garbled's attention. He had recently been practicing wind control, successfully extending its duration from 6 seconds to 8.2 seconds, with a slight increase in speed. That could be considered an enhancement of the skill. He pondered whether the system's enhancement of a level 1 skill differed from his own practiced enhancement. The skill description did not specify levels. Just how much could an enhanced level 1 skill be improved? He couldn't be sure. Xiao Ming, unable to contain his impatience, urged him. Have you made your choice yet? Why is this undead creature taking so long? Hurry up. It wants to go back to sleep. Oh, right. Garbled snapped back to reality. Although he couldn't understand Xiao Ming's words, he sensed the discontent in his tone. The information on advanced skills was overwhelming, and time slipped away before he knew it. Garbled's hand brushed over an option, decisively stopping at Wind Cloak. He could train wind control himself. There was no need to waste an opportunity to learn a new skill by enhancing it. Even though he was curious about how much the effect of a level 1 skill could be improved, he didn't want to indulge his curiosity during the initial phase of the game. Water Arrow was appealing as well, but it could be left for the hedgehog to learn. Feng Shui is interdependent. His wind-based abilities are influenced underwater far less significantly than Lin Xian's fire abilities. Once the selection was complete, the panel transformed into a stream of golden light, which then entered his body. Familiar memories of training unfolded in his mind like slides in a projector. The new players expressed their amazement, while he, having experienced it once before, was not as astonished. However, this time, the memories appeared to be of a longer duration compared to the wind control technique, suggesting a greater difficulty in learning. Upon opening his eyes again, a fleeting azure light flashed before the chaotic symbols. Xiaoming yawned and crawled towards the idol's hand. Time to wrap up. I hope no one disturbs my slumber from now on. Initially, he believed the task at hand was merely a trivial one. Little did he expect that the players would seek him out without regard for day or night. It was exhausting the divine essence. Lin Xian and the others gathered around. What about the new skill, Chaos Code? Lin Xian inquired. Chaos Code had taken too long to select a skill, and they were becoming increasingly anxious, as if a cat's paw was incessantly scratching at their hearts. It's quite impressive, a skill that allows both offensive and defensive maneuvers. After sharing the information about the skill and its advanced counterparts with the trio, they displayed expressions of enlightenment. Indeed, a new skill had emerged. Great. I'll check to see if there are any additions or reductions in my initial skills. If there are, I'll choose Water Flow Arrow. I want to switch to Water Flow Arrow as well. My Fireball technique is simply. The group deliberated for a while. Chaos Code patted his chest, assuring them that with the addition of the second wind-based skill, his comprehension of wind magic had significantly deepened. His combat prowess had undoubtedly multiplied beyond measure. He even demonstrated it on the spot. Wow, invisibility technique? The hedgehog gazed in astonishment at the footprints on the ground. And more. Lin Xian watched as Chaos Code effortlessly teleported several meters in mere seconds. Swallowing hard. The combination of these two skills could indeed function as a form of teleportation. Although the duration of the invisibility technique was limited to 3 seconds and the distance was restricted, when paired with the speed of wind control, the range of movement was vastly increased. The operational potential was immense. Compared to the previous wind control, which was primarily used for travel, this was a remarkable transformation. Such evident progress invigorated the other players' determination to undertake quests. 1 hour later, Lin Xian accumulated enough experience to exchange for Water Flow Arrow. Initially, based on his progress, it would have taken until the following day to reach level 5. Yet, thanks to the relentless efforts of this young man, it was achieved overnight. Even Xiao Ming, who had been asleep, was roused against his will, begrudgingly allocating 20 points of divine power. Having selected his skill, the young man had no time to delve deeper before collapsing to the ground and being forcibly logged out. Upon logging out, his character bore a satisfied smile. Xiaoming thought, if the divine power he handled in the future could only be used to serve these restless undead, he would prefer not to have it at all, to prevent the overly energetic undead from causing a ruckus beneath his idol upon awakening. Xiao Ming could only assist to the end. Dragging the human body, which weighed several times more than his own, he brought the young man back to the player's logout point. 3 days passed once more. Yi calculated the consumption of divine power over these 3 days. After reaching level 5, the 3 veteran players could now provide 3 points of divine power daily. The new players had all reached level 2, accumulating 2 points of divine power each day. However, to facilitate their rapid learning of spells, the initial skills consumed 10 points of divine power each, while advanced skills required 20 points. All things considered, the balance of divine power had decreased to 525. Of course, there were benefits to be had. Although various interruptions had arisen from the players, Sweetwater Town was gradually getting back on track. New wooden houses were constructed, and the remaining debris in the town was cleared. Some players, dissatisfied with the overly leisurely beginner phase, began to cast their gaze beyond Sweetwater Town. Chapter 97. The experience composition beyond level 5. It was not that new players wished to court death. With no lived experiences of death amongst them, how could they know if the pain threshold had not been shielded? The death penalty in Under the Divine was severe. Before the first player arrived who could defeat even a single worm, no one dared to confront creatures from the outside world that were vastly beyond their levels. Engaging in a head-on clash with monsters of such a disparity was not a challenge. It was self-torture. The turning point came when the 3 veteran players reached level 5, revealing a new set of experience composition for leveling up. Beyond level 5, task experience and additional experience gained through exploration would be entirely segregated. To level up, both experience bars must be filled simultaneously. Task experience required relentless effort, while the source of additional experience remained inexplicit. Through the practical test conducted by the 3 veteran players, it was discovered that additional experience was correlated with players' focus. Deep contemplation during quests would aid in uncovering extra experience points. Furthermore, engaging in the same task for too long would significantly diminish the additional experience accrued, in essence, to efficiently gain extra experience points. Players must frequently switch tasks, exploring both Sweetwater Town and the surrounding forests. Though the new players had yet to reach level 5, the additional experience was calculated separately, allowing them to prepare in advance. Consequently, players began to accept a plethora of diverse tasks, leaving Eileen overwhelmed with the task reward calculations. While she had studied arithmetic, her proficiency was merely adequate among mercenaries. For her to act as an accountant was truly an undue burden. As the principal instigator, Yiji could only offer a silent apology. If Eileen were not tasked with this responsibility, he would undoubtedly have been the one surrounded by the incessant chatter of players daily. With no choice but to endure, he mused, if only there were a system of affection. Players had indeed restrained themselves a little upon learning of it, but not entirely. Players with a chaotic neutral alignment still exhibited varying degrees of friendliness towards NPCs, which differed from the indigenous perceptions of Ael Taya. The specific nuances could only be savored by those involved. YEG summoned a new system window, which detailed players' additional experience values. Rinbushio G, 193. 190, Yi Hui Fei, 163, Xiao Sheng de Yu Tang Manlo, 48, Dai Ci de Ci Wei, 39. This reflected the progress they had achieved through their own efforts. Although the magical talents of the divine avatar were commendable, disparities among individuals still existed. Among the 3 veteran players, despite Lin Xian's fireball technique being unimpressive, his magical talent was the highest among them. Chaos Code, while lacking in innate talent, possessed remarkable comprehension. After Lin Xian explained the techniques for obtaining additional experience, Diligence compensated for his shortcomings, resulting in a negligible difference between the two. Conversely, Yi Hui Fei, who continually clamored for new magic, was the slowest in progress. The second tier of new players typically had additional experience values ranging from 30 to 39, aside from Xiao Sheng de Yutang Manlo, whose progress was slightly accelerated due to the dwarf race's innate characteristics. He actively engaged in tasks, leading to a significant surplus of additional experience among the new players. YEG nodded in satisfaction. The effects of the revised experience system were manifesting swiftly. On the first day, the additional experience values of new players were all in single digits. Recognizing the importance of additional experience, they had seen a substantial increase within 3 days. Yiji was determined not to allow players to perpetually rely on divine power to learn magic. The divine avatar's advantages should be utilized to their fullest. Previously, he emphasized tasks to ensure players establish Sweetwater Town. But now, with external threats looming, the town merely needed to be habitable. Any spare time should be dedicated to practice. While experience points could not enhance players' mastery of spells, they could deepen their understanding significantly. Calculating that upon gathering 1,000 points of additional experience, players would be ready to transition into novice wizards, coinciding perfectly with their advancement. Having grasped the progress of the 9 players, Yiji scrutinized the ID of the player at the bottom of the rankings. The 2 players had only accumulated a few additional experience points. He needed to devise a strategy to motivate them. Yiji pondered. What if I increased the daily meal allowance? If they were unwilling to train, they would be compelled to engage in genuine labor, in the early stages of Under the Divine. No purely leisurely players were permitted. Observing the levels of these 2 players, it was evident they were likely earning enough magic coins daily to purchase sweet fruits, only to wander aimlessly around the town, significantly hindering the speed of Sweetwater Town's reconstruction. Yiji calculated the quantity of sweet fruits in the warehouse, finding the feasibility quite high. With Edgar away from the town and no return date in sight, it presented a perfect opportunity to raise prices. After ruthlessly increasing the price of sweet fruits to 3 magic coins, Yiji organized the task list. While the variety of tasks accepted by players had expanded, the most cost-effective tasks for collecting wood and stone remained consistently high in completion rates. Several small hills had been formed in the open area. Stone materials could be stored for longer without issue. But wood had limited processing time and was prone to dampness and decay if left too long. Currently, Sweetwater Town had sufficient wood, allowing this task to be postponed. The newly determined task list was as follows. Main quest: defend against the tide of magic. Event tasks: 1. Infrastructure, 2. Exploration, lumberjack. For each tree felled, reward of 3 experience points, 1 magic coin. Tree height must exceed 8 meters, no restrictions on type. Street cleaning. For each barrel of garbage collected, reward of 2 experience points, 40 chance to drop 1 magic coin. Collecting stone. For each unit of stone collected, players are awarded 2 experience points, with a 40 chance of receiving 1 magic coin. The unit calculation method is as follows. Collecting wild fruits. For every unit of wild fruit collected, players receive 1 experience point, along with a 20 chance of obtaining 1 magic coin. The unit calculation method is as follows. The experience gained from lumbering has been reduced by 40, while the magic coin rewards remain unchanged. This should alleviate players' fervor for running around with wide brambles in hand. Once confirmed, Yiji promptly submitted the update. He then opened the official game website, changing the recruitment for beta testers to a long-term process, allowing players to sign up at any time. Even for veteran players, collecting an additional 1,000 experience points to reach level 10 still requires a significant amount of time. The over 500 divine power points he possessed were perfectly suited for recruiting new players. However, previously, limitations on the number of divine avatars prevented mass recruitment. The current challenge lies in the fact that the NPC count in Sweetwater Town is too low to accommodate a large number of players. Additionally, his game has become rather unpopular in Blue Starred. Yiji gazed at the official website, where the registration count barely exceeded 40, and he couldn't help but feel despondent. The promotional video that showcased the game's features had been removed, leaving him without any promotional channels. He must devise a new strategy to enhance the visibility of the game beneath the Divine Realm. Previously, he had capitalized on the popularity of Divine Domain to attract his initial 3 players. Yet now, Divine Domain itself has waned in popularity, leaving him with no avenues to exploit. Judging by the forum reactions, there are quite a few players interested in virtual reality games. They merely lack faith in the game beneath the Divine. Yiji contemplated strategies, pondering whether he should focus on proving the veracity of the game's promotional content. The most effective method to validate the authenticity of the game content is, of course, to allow players to witness it firsthand. This leads to the notion of game live streaming, Chapter 98. Encountering the red-skinned earthworm again the moment the thought of game live streaming arose, Yiji dispelled it with a wave of his hand. Even managing to transmit 2 videos to Blue Star would be a considerable achievement. How could he possibly offer live streaming to players? The process of channeling magic into the blue orb relies entirely on luck. Apart from the day he accepted the Sea God Revival ritual, he has not neglected to infuse magic at any other time. However, the accumulated magic still only sufficed for transmitting 2 videos of approximately 10 minutes each or about 500 high-resolution images. Live streaming? That was far from feasible. Yiji attempted various methods but found no way to upgrade his network privileges in Blue Star. He had no choice but to abandon that idea. Seeking a team. Is anyone willing to undertake lumbering tasks? 1 for chopping, 1 for carrying, rewards to be shared. A player stood at the church entrance, holding a sign to recruit others. Early morning is peak time for players logging in, and they usually haven't accepted any quests, making it the perfect moment to find companions. Immediately, a player heading out paused in their tracks. Wow, the lumbering task has been drastically nerfed, and there are still people willing to do it? Don't mention it. I wasn't active in taking tasks during the first 2 days post-launch. Who knew it would be nerfed so swiftly? Enough lamenting. It's all tears now. To gain extra experience points, I have no choice but to grit my teeth and do it. Yiji, who goes by the name Flying Grandpa, turned around, eyes gleaming with excitement as he focused on the recruiting player. Are you interested in the lumbering task? The player looked back in surprise. Yes. Old players are also in need of lumbering tasks? That's wonderful. Flying Grandpa's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as he grasped the other player's hand tightly. He had searched for 3 days, and had not found a single player willing to take on the lumbering task. The other player, startled, took a step back. Dude, there's no need to be so intense. Just say what you need. Fear not. The internal rules prohibit player-to-player violence. We are all civilized individuals. Flying Grandpa replied with a mysterious smile. He gestured into the void and retrieved a green saw from his backpack. Friend, would you like to purchase this tool? Oh, huh. In his eagerness to level up quickly, Flying Grandpa had long desired to craft an electric saw. However, the resource situation in Sweetwater Town was dire, lacking everything. He had to continually lower his expectations, ultimately settling for just improving the wide brambles to double the lumbering efficiency. Yet, when he finally crafted a saw that increased efficiency by 350 using the wide brambles, the lumbering tasks had been significantly nerfed. There were simply no new players accepting lumbering tasks, rendering his handcrafted saw practically useless. Finally, today he found someone. The player accepting the lumbering task furrowed their brows, disdain written across their face as they regarded the saw in Flying Grandpa's hands. Isn't this just a few wide brambles tied together with some resilient grass and vines? And you're selling it for 3 magic coins. That's enough to buy a sweet fruit. That's downright extortion. No. Flying Grandpa shook his head solemnly. 1 sweet fruit is worth enough to purchase my lazy 1 manual saw. Think about it. If you team up to complete the task, you could improve efficiency by 150. Saving the price of one sweet fruit to buy the tool allows you to increase task efficiency by 350. It's just a game character. Missing a meal has no real consequences. We even have resurrection skills. So there's no need to worry about going hungry. The player was left a bit dazed by the logic. What you're saying does seem to make some sense. Of course it makes sense. My lazy one is absolutely worth the price. Flying Grandpa asserted firmly, if you skip dinner and log off, you can have breakfast the next day without even experiencing hunger. The saw is as good as free. Not a bad idea. The player was intrigued. They vigorously shook Flying Grandpa's hand and exclaimed, I'll buy your saw. Splendid. Under the astonished gaze of onlookers, the transaction was swiftly completed, and the saw was handed over on the spot. Both parties wore satisfied smiles as they departed in opposite directions. Goodness, does he not realize that it takes 3 lumbering tasks just to afford the item he's holding? The onlookers murmured as they walked away. Oh no, he must have encountered a fool in Flying Grandpa. Having successfully sold off his inventory of improved saws, Flying Grandpa hurriedly left the church, fearing that the other player might change their mind. He dashed out of town and into the forest. Since he had ventured far enough from the town, the area remained untouched by players meddling. Towering unknown tree species grew wildly, their canopies intertwining to form an impenetrable green canopy above. Twisting vines and tree trunks created a natural maze of flora. As Flying Grandpa stepped on fallen leaves and twigs, they emitted a soft crunching sound. Turning a corner, he successfully spotted Lin Xian and his 3 companions, who had arrived ahead of him, hidden behind a patch of grass. Go, I'm here, Flying Grandpa said, deliberately lowering his voice. Lin Xian shifted slightly to the right, making space for him. What took you so long? He, along with Wu Ma and Hedgehog, had been lying in wait for quite some time. Hedgehog chuckled softly. You said you would be the first to rise early. It seems that just because you called out doesn't mean you could follow through. I had my reasons, Flying Grandpa retorted indignantly. I sold that manual saw. He then recounted the encounter with the unsuspecting player. Lin Xian clicked his tongue in amazement. Your luck is truly remarkable. Ever since old AI left, the price of sweet fruits in town has skyrocketed. Even though the shop stock is now scarce, players are hoarding magic coins. In such circumstances, you managed to sell a few discarded wide brambles for 3 magic coins. How could that not be considered lucky? Heh, Flying Grandpa chuckled proudly. Not only that, I plan to hear his feedback tonight. Flying Grandpa genuinely aspired to become a middleman in trade. Hoarding more magic coins could only be beneficial, despite his lazy one selling for just 3 magic coins. If the customer provided positive feedback, he could continue selling it to new players. With enough players, wouldn't he earn a handsome profit? Though Wu Ma found the fantasy somewhat excessive, he still encouraged, as long as you're happy. Thank you for your support. But enough about my affairs. How are things on your end? Upon discussing serious matters, the expressions of the trio grew solemn. Lin Xian stated, the situation in the swamp is dire. We must act today. Not far from the grass patch where they were hiding lay a small swamp, filled with mud. Occasionally, they could see bubbling disturbances and glimpses of red bodies within. There lay 8 red-skinned earthworms, or rather. 2 days prior, they had been a singular entity. Chapter 99. Battling the red-skinned earthworm again, surround and hunt. It has been 3 days since the announcement of the exploration task for Sweetwater Town was made. Yet no one has found any written texts in the abandoned houses. The clues that Lin Xian and his companions could gather only indicate that the tide of magic has arrived at an alarming speed. Sweetwater Town, once robust, fell without resistance in a remarkably short time. Those who fled barely had time to grab their precious jewelry and valuables. Although the living supplies were damaged to some extent, the variety remained intact, showing no signs of having been collected. With no progress in their activities, Lin Xian opted not to push too hard. The veteran players gathered the valuable items they had discovered, shifting their focus from the interior of Sweetwater Town to its outskirts. Having learned 2 spells, they felt compelled to put them to use. However, they remained vigilant, specifically searching for traces of the red-skinned earthworms at the outskirts of the novice village. After all, should they encounter genuine magical creatures, facing a complete wipe would be quite embarrassing for veteran players. Fortune favored the diligent, and indeed they stumbled upon their quarry. Following a few days of rainfall, numerous puddles dotted the ground. Wu Ma recalled Yiji mentioning the habits of the red-skinned earthworms and prepared a considerable amount of wild fruits as bait. They successfully caught one in a puddle. Thankfully, Lin Xian and Wu Ma were nearby, and upon hearing the commotion, they swiftly arrived to intercept the creature before it could escape their trap. Alas, despite having learned spells, their practical combat experience was nearly non-existent. Their performance in battle was even inferior to their initial skirmish in the rain. After 3 relentless assaults, The only outcome was an increase in the enemy's numbers, yielding no substantial results. Lin Xian wore a grave expression. The fruit trees around us have been nearly depleted. If we cannot resolve this today, they will leave at dusk due to a lack of food. The ability to engage with the red-skinned earthworms for 2 days was purely due to the quality of the rations in their possession. Earthworms, devoid of brains, forage purely by instinct. The 4 players would regularly log into the swamp to feed wild fruits, keeping the creatures tethered to the vicinity. What? So soon? Yi Fei exclaimed in astonishment. His mouth agaped. Weren't we just saying yesterday that we could drag this out for another 2 days? The hedgehog shot a lingering glance. With more mouths to feed, the rate of consumption is bound to increase. I wonder who failed to heed instructions yesterday. All right, it's my fault. Yi Fei clasped his hands above his head. I was wrong. If I cast holy light on the red-skinned earthworms today, I'll consider myself a dog. Who would have imagined that, in the skill descriptions and NPC dialogues, the light magic was considered a hybrid of offense and defense? In Yi Fei's hands, it seemed to be reduced to mere healing. He had harbored a faint hope of switching classes to a warrior midway, but the harsh truth was undeniable, unfazed. Yi Fei seized the opportunity to experiment with the offensive capabilities of light magic. Just yesterday, a split red-skinned earthworm had been cleaved in 2 but remained motionless, only to be revived by Yi Fei's negligent casting of holy light. Now, due to its vertical dissection, it had grown to double the length of other earthworms. After a day's nurturing, it surpassed even those that had split earlier. The glitch coughed discreetly. In a sense, Fei Zi's holy light is the fastest progressing among us. Indeed, a 2-meter-long earthworm could be revived. The hedgehog mocked. Lin Xian cast another glance toward the swamp and stated solemnly, All right, I've just tossed a basket of freshly picked wild fruits in. They won't last long, so everyone, are we ready? All weapons are accounted for. Not a single one missing, came the calm voice of the glitch. Subsequently, he produced several broad leaves, sharpened to resemble blades, from his backpack, their tips keen and delicate as gossamer. He distributed them one by one to the others. The hedgehog raised his hand in assurance. I'm brimming with energy now. I estimate I can use my skills 3 times without issue. I'm ready too. The moment that red worm lifts its rear, I'll know what skill it's about to unleash. Yi Fei proclaimed boastfully, his tone filled with confidence. Among the 4, he was indeed the one at a disadvantage. Though he possessed skills, he often had to rely on sheer physical endurance and combat technique. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, fixating on the undulating expanse of the swamp ahead. Based on my observations, the red-skinned earthworms surface for air after foraging. Time is of the essence. Everyone must stay focused. He began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, let's go. At the command, the 4 players sprang forth from the thicket, directly confronting the red-skinned earthworm swarm that had just emerged from the water surface. The sudden appearance caught the 8 earthworms off guard. Their massive forms, after a moment of stunned surprise, were quickly drawn to the fruity aroma emanating from the players. A basket of wild fruits, the size of a human head, was hardly sufficient for 8 earthworms to satiate their hunger. They squirmed and burrowed into the swamp. The players, undeterred, rolled agilely at the swamp's edge, narrowly avoiding the 8 gaping maws that emerged from the muck. After 3 encounters, the red-skinned earthworms employed the same attack strategies each time. If they couldn't evade now, it would be quite embarrassing. Utilizing the momentum from his roll, the hedgehog leaped into the air, his broad-leafed blade tracing a green arc. He shouted, Behold my aerial slash. This overly dramatic move instantly captured the attention of all 8 red-skinned earthworms. Akin to sunflowers turning toward the sun. Seizing the opportunity, the glitch knelt on one knee, clasped his hands together, and began to chant an incantation, Wind's hiding technique, conceal. The spell required a considerable wind-up. To use it with minimal cost and battle necessitated flawless teamwork. If interrupted, not only would the spell fail, but it could also backfire. As the incantation concluded, the glitch vanished without a trace. 2 seconds later, a small red-skinned earthworm over a meter long suddenly reared back and emitted a silent wail of despair. Multiple knife-like gashes swiftly appeared on its body, and then it split apart, collapsing into the swamp without a trace of movement. Then came the second. After dispatching 2 earthworms, the mud-covered glitch reappeared at the swamp's edge. Old show, it's your turn? No problem, fireball. A pea-sized fireball erupted from Lin Xian's fingertip, trailing flames as it landed on a nearby red-skinned earthworm attempting to burrow into the mud. Instantly, a hole 5 or 6 times deeper and wider burned through its body, and a faint whiff of cooked flesh wafted through the AI or AT. That moment, Yi Huafei, poised to strike, executed a precise finishing blow. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled sharply, accompanied by a dull tearing sound as the red-skinned earthworm was cleaved in two. Blood and mud splattering in all directions. Thanks to their seamless cooperation, one player focused on ambushing while the other three took turns engaging, pulling and tugging, systematically depleting the red-skinned earthworms that outnumbered them 2-1. At last, only the four of them remained standing. Chapter 100. First Battle Kill Announcement. Yet they dared not relax. The red-skinned earthworms were formidable not for their offensive or defensive capabilities, but for their remarkable vitality. They had fallen thrice at this very spot. The four proceeded cautiously, dragging the seemingly lifeless behemoths from the swamp and continuing to deliver finishing blows. Fireball, water arrow, universal physics. They relentlessly utilized all their skills. And even after the earthworms had been shredded into pieces, they did not cease. In the open space outside the church, Yi, appearing to bask in the sun, was actually observing the fortuitous squad's situation through GM privileges. Upon witnessing the earthworms being meticulously minced, and seeing the four players still not relent, he averted his gaze in discomfort. The scene was too beautiful. He dared not look, compared to the crimson earthworm corpses on the ground. The sight of four players rolling in the mud, grinning with knives in hand, resembled something more monstrous. At this rate, they'll be reduced to meat paste. Yi remarked, "It seems the previous 3 defeats have taken quite a toll on these players. However, caution is prudent. The red-skinned earthworms are notorious for their resilience. Only just now did the 8 earthworms finally breathe their last. Since that's the case, it's time for me to step in." Yi tapped a couple of times on the control panel. The pre-edited message promptly appeared before the 4 players in the form of a pop-up notification. Ding! Congratulations to players Renbu Xiuji, Yi Huafei, and the spiked hedgehog for becoming the first group to slay the red-skinned earthworms. Each player receives 100 experience points and 20 magic coins. The first battle video will be included in the bestiary, biological records, common, red-skinned earthworm module. The server-wide announcement is about to be released. Would you like to remain anonymous? No. Yi Huafei replied without hesitation. After all our hard work, isn't this the moment we've been waiting for? How can we be anonymous? The others echoed the same sentiment. After all, they were the only ones with the time to deal with the red-skinned earthworms. Anonymity made no difference. Furthermore, a server-wide announcement was undeniably cool. Once the choices were made, regardless of whether players were on quests or idling around, a crisp ding echoed in their ears. They opened their game panels to find a new announcement in the long blank area of the bottom right corner. Wow, this game even has a server-wide announcement feature. I was wondering why there had to be a blank space on the panel. Turns out it was for this. What? The kill rewards are so meager. I wouldn't even bother. If you don't grind your teeth while speaking, I might believe you that I was just thinking, why haven't we seen those guys lately? No way, I'm going to keep grinding. Ordinary earthworms are nothing. The first to kill a magical creature will definitely be me. The red-skinned earthworms information is going to be updated. Will the update include a killing strategy? If you want a strategy, ask those veteran players. They must know the weaknesses of the red-skinned earthworms. That makes sense. Let us go find them. Unfortunately, to prevent too many eyes from scaring away the red-skinned earthworms, the fortuitous squad had concealed the location of the swamp exceptionally well. Even if other players knew to search outside the town, it would still take time to find them, giving the 4 ample opportunity to tally their rewards. Yi Huafei excitedly surveyed the rewards displayed on the game panel. 10 extra experience points. Today's task is more than halfway done. He knew there had to be more rewards not directly stated. Only 10 points? The hedgehog's eyes betrayed disappointment. I thought we'd each get at least 20 points. Do you think extra experience points grow on trees? The glitch chuckled. Lin Xian nodded. What the glitch says is true. Although we've invested 3 days in total, these 10 experience points are far easier to earn than completing quests. It is widely known that regardless of character level, the extra experience from quests is just a few points. However, the power they gained from battling had tangible benefits. Once they reached a point where they could kill twice the number of red-skinned earthworms in a day, the extra experience from defeating monsters would surpass that from completing quests. All future prospects are worthy of anticipation. Lin Xian shook off the mud clinging to his trousers. They were now fit for weight training. Though rather dilapidated, both his attire and the broad-leaved plants acquired from Lao Yi served their purpose. Indeed, one required a copious amount of broad leaves for quests, yet the price for procuring them for modification was an outrageous 1 magic coin per leaf. Such raw, unprocessed items plucked directly from trees could fetch a handsome sum, truly the work of unscrupulous merchants. Once they identified the original species of the broad-leaved plants, they would undoubtedly drive the market price down significantly. Lan Ma furrowed her brow. The broad leaves were manageable, but when I sought resilient cloth from Lao Yi this morning, his tone was peculiar. I sensed that the inventory of fabrics in the warehouse may be insufficient. And prices could very well rise by tomorrow. What? Go will fly, he exclaimed, abruptly lifting his dark face. Then we ought to hurry and stockpile more fabric. The game was set in summer, and he had no qualms about wandering about in mere shorts. However, such an appearance would incur a deduction in sanity points and diminish NPC Alien's favorability, a cost too steep to bear. The hedgehog shot him a sidelong glance. Are you attempting to exploit Lao Ye's watchful eye? Perhaps it's best to abandon that idea. Ji will fly instantly deflated. Perhaps to honor the significance of the faction leader, Lao Yi employed an AI of a caliber surpassing that of other NPCs. He was privy to the trending memes and coded phrases circulating among players, his dark eyes seemingly capable of reading minds. Thus far, no one had successfully exploited a bug under his scrutiny. Furthermore, Yiji occasionally indulged in a rather mischievous sense of humor. He certainly did not wish to log in one day and be met with a skeleton whose eyes blazed with blue fire. The last fishing pond he had encountered had left him so frightened that he had avoided it for 2 days. He was unsure what had transpired to lower the faction leader's favorability. For the moment, we had enough clothing. Rather than fretting over that, it would be prudent for you to assist me. Lin Xian brandished the broadleaf knife and beckoned to the idle Gu will fly. The other 3 gathered at the sound of his call. He will fly. Assist? What are you up to, Xiao Gu? Searching for loot? Of course, Lin Xian replied matter-of-factly. He employed the broadleaves as tools, tirelessly rummaging through the remains of the red-skinned earthworm. Meanwhile, he explained to the others. Although red-skinned earthworms are rather inconsequential foes, they do feature in server-wide announcements. Generally, monsters that offer first kill rewards drop valuable game items. If you join me in this endeavor, we will undoubtedly expedite the process.